I realized. His sandy hair was more akin to a mane, woven into slayer braids and strung with gold and bone. Furred fingers ended in sharp black claws, and beneath his kilt of fine clan cloth, I saw what could only be a tail, tipped with a tuft of dark fur. He wore a beautiful steel cuirass, dark leathers, and he moved like a warrior, a hunter, a killer. My room was hardly furnished, cot and table, furs on the floor. Cinna and Phoebe sat near the small hearth with sparse ceremony, Brandon remaining by the window. Phoebe had at last rid herself of Dior's ball gown, clad instead like her kinfolk, tooled leathers and thick furs and a fine kilt, in the black and 3 greens of her clan. Her hair was threaded with gold, tumbling in braids around her shoulders, and she looked every inch a warrior queen. But when she met my eyes, I could still see the woman I knew, shrugging that dress from her shoulders and leaving nothing and none between us. I tore my eyes away, looked to Cinna. She was watching me thoughtfully, her voice soft and hazy, as if she was new awakened from the deepest sort of sleep. "I dreamed of you," she said. "A black lion in red snows, a white raven at its shoulder, a dead bear at its feet, a snake about its throat, and a star falling from its bloody mouth." The metal in Cinna's braids sang softly as she tilted her head. "Are ye a herald of weal or woe, Gabriel de Leon?" "I've never been one to put stock in dreams, Mademoiselle Cinna," I replied. "You should. Truth dwells in them." The woman glanced to the empty air over my shoulder, eyes glazed. "I see they who haunt yours, and the halls of your troubled heart besides. They forgive you, lion. You carry a burden they'd never ask you to bear." I glanced to Phoebe, bristling a little, eager to turn talk to task. "Your niece has told you about Dior Lachance, I take it. The danger she faces." "My niece told me the godling is found." Cinna breathed deep, tattooed fingers entwined in her lap. "And that my sweet Saoirse is lost." Phoebe reached out and touched Cinna's hand, Brandon squeezing his mother's shoulder, heavy with sorrow. But Cinna stared at me, eyes shining with a grief and anger I knew all too well. There's no greater tragedy under heaven than for a parent to outlive their baby, cold blood. No crime that feels so unjust. The last silver saint peered into the globe's soft light, elbows to his knees. The historian wrote on, quills scratching on the page as Gabriel hung his head, ink-black locks spilling around his face. His voice was soft as pipe smoke. "You know, Patience once asked me what happens when we die." Jean-Francois ceased writing then, lifting chocolat eyes to the silver saints. "She had a pet bird," Gabriel continued, "a baby gull she found among the rocks. It was a sickly thing, but she had the softest heart, that girl. She kept him in a little box I made, fed him by hand, named him Star since he'd fallen from the sky. But he was ever frail, and one morn Patience came to Astrid and me with little Star in her hands, crying because he wouldn't wake up. It's a strange thing to explain death to a child. The question they inevitably ask is why? And in truth, there's no good answer. We settle for telling them about the God who loves them, the good place we go afterward where there's no hurt, no death. We raise our children to believe in that lie, that all will be wonderful once they die. But my Patience wasn't content with that. And she looked at me with eyes full of tears, and she demanded to know if God loved us so much, why did he put us in a place like this at all? Why didn't he start us in the good place, where there was no death to begin with? The historian smiled sadly. She was a clever one, like her mamma. What did you tell her? Gabrielle? The truth. I told you I didn't know. The last Silver Saint turned his eyes heavenward, that storm grey gone dark with rage. But I know now. Bastard. Silence hung heavy in the room, the historian watching the man opposite him. The chemical globe cast long shadows across the floor, that ghost-pale moth beating its wings on the glass forever in vain. And finally, Gabrielle sighed, rubbing the stubble on his chin. Cinna brushed at her eyes, but her fingers came away dry. The woman's heart was heavy with grief, but she had a strength in her even a blind man could see. I have talked to the old Sith of the other clans. Ye shall be granted leave to speak to the All-Mothers Amaro, Lion, and put your case afore the moot for judging. Me? I frowned. The Silver Saints have been hunting dusk dances for centuries. We murdered your greatest queen. I've no place in that hall. It should be Phoebe who— My niece shall tell the tale, but ye shall add voice to hers. For as Sariasan, to risk his life to save a daughter of Fian is a deed that will carry weight. The time of blighted blood has been cruel, and long have we sought the one who might bring its end. But it was augured the godling would be a child of the Highlands. You've need to convince the All-Mothers our Saviour is born, nae among the chosen of Fian, but as a daughter of lowland heathens, and the ward of a man who served the order that butchered Ailey Stormbringer. I sighed. Just that simple, eh? I fear nay. I looked to Brandon as he spoke, furred arms folded over his chest. I could smell earth and a feral musk on his skin, see hard years and grim murder in those lion's eyes. There is one other complication, Searsan. I glanced at Phoebe, eyebrow raised. This wasn't difficult enough? Phoebe's mood had darkened, a soft rage in her voice as she spoke. Troubles have bled the Highlands white since I was last here, Gabe. The Ishe grows worse, the woods run to rot, the things festering within kill the game. All the Highlands are at war over the territory that remains unspoiled, and between those strifes and the battles against the Blightlings— She shook her head, seething. The clans could afford no further turmoils. What are you saying? A truce was struck, Lion, Cinna said, at Wintermoot 2 years ago. The old Sith of every clan tied their knot to it, a troth etched in stone. Truce? I shook my head. I don't understand. Truce with who? The Heartless, Brandon said. The Winter Wife. I blinked at that, reeling. You struck a truce with Lily fucking Divok? To end another trouble we could ill afford to fight, the dancer growled. The dead were striking at us from the south. The clans were at each other's throats, the blight turning all to ruin. We struck pacts with the Heartless that we might solve our own troubles. She would leave our lands in peace if we swore never to set foot in the lands beyond. That's fucking insane! You can't trust a vampire, they're murderers That is the truth of things, Gabrielle de Leon, Cinna snapped, cutting off my tantrum. In the 2 years since Pax was struck, we have seen nae one Mevlair north of Dunfas. The Untamed have kept their word, and to break ours would mean war with the dead. When most of the folk in that hall below have spent the last 2 years burying daughters and sons and wives and husbands, skinned at the hands of their neighbours. So if you want them to unite and fight a foe that they have nae quarrel with, you'd best conjure a more compelling argument than ye cannae trust a leech. Because the godling cannae remain in untamed hands, and I'll nae have it that my only daughter died for nothing. Cinna spat that last word, furious, and as she blinked, a single tear ran down her tattooed cheek, Sniffing hard, she poured it away and rose to her feet. I take my leave. I must have quieter words to the other all-mothers. It might be within me to build support among the Leofwyl at least, but the bears and wolves— She shook her head, looking me over with sharp emerald eyes. The silvered letters on my fingers, the roses and skulls on my hands, the 7-star on my palm. D'ye pray to your one God, Sirius-san? Not anymore. He never listens, madame. She met my eyes then, her voice hard and cold as stone. If you never pray to him, boy, what exactly is he supposed to listen to? Chapter 13. Snow's Running Red. By the next eve, I almost wished I'd taken Cinna's advice. The winter moot recommenced at dawn. As the frail sun blooded the horizon, I stood at one of the windows in my tower, watching as each clan was led into the great hall by a solemn procession of moon's maidens. Phoebe told me the building was known as the Tail Lead in the Osean tongue, the Elder Hold. She'd departed with her aunt the previous eve, still in need of rest after her ordeal, and, I suspect, under scrutiny from her kinfolk on the matter of keeping a pale-blood company alone. But she stood beside me now, perilously close, and I did my best to ignore the thrum of her pulse, the broken glass in my gut, the ash on my tongue. The Whelans, she murmured, nodding to a group entering the hold. They were the most powerful clan among the Earthwyl years ago, but Clan Slain flayed their Regan Moore alive 3 winters back, along with both her sisters and all 3 of her bairns. What the hell for? I asked. Nobody knows. The Slain deny they were responsible at all, but old Deirdre Slain has hated the Whelans since her husband ran off with one of them 10 years ago. Phoebe shrugged. Old feuds, fresh woes, and always snow's running red. I watched a pack of Velfwyl entering next, decked in fine leathers and elegant steel. The leader was an elder, marked heavy by his beast, covered brow to boots in grey fur. Though still he walked upright like a man, his head was that of a wolf, and he wore a crown of brambles at his brow, a cloak of tawny fur at his shoulders. 3 young bloods, I presumed were his children, walked beside him, all clad as warriors, fierce and proud. Clan Baron, Phoebe whispered. Angus and his sons. They slew my ma. She drew a long, shaking breath. And perhaps my Connor. Bastards, I muttered, looking them over. It was war, and war is complicated. But that's my mother's hide Angus is wearing as his cloak. She met my eyes as I looked at her in horror. So they're bastards. Great Redeemer. I nodded to a man among the gathering. Who the hell is that? Keelan Emeric. Defane, they call him. The Red Wrath. Impressive, aye? Impressive? I shook my head, awestruck. Fucking terrifying, more like. Hey, he's my 3rd cousin. We've known each other from bairns. He's a pussycat. The so-called pussycat was the biggest man I'd ever seen. It was hard to tell with the hair, but I guessed he stood over 7 feet tall. He was a brick shithouse of a fellow, I mean huge, muscle stacked upon muscle. But though he and Phoebe were near of age, it seemed the time of blighted blood had left a heavier mark upon him than his cousin. His hands were paws, and the claws at his fingertips long as knives. He was covered in a coat of rust-red fur, and his head was not a man's, but a lion's, complete with whiskers, snout, and a thick mane, plaited into dozens of slayer braids. He was shirtless, despite the chill, wearing iron pauldrons and vambraces tooled with a beautiful pattern of ebenots, a long kilt, and a thick iron belt hung with what looked to be human skulls. Remind me not to piss him off, I murmured. But you're so gifted at it. Would be ashamed to waste your moon's-given talents. I appreciated the attempted levity, but I couldn't find a smile. Looking out at the clanfolk, the friendly embraces or formal bows, sly smiles at greeting, spit on the ground at parting, I sensed a sea of alliances and enmities too intricate and old to see the bottom of. Though these walls weren't golden, this was a court, I realized, as perilous and twisted as the Emperor's halls of power in Augustin. How the hell are you going to pull this off, Phoebe? Speak the truth. With you beside me. I'm not sure my presence here is going to be anything but a burden, Kit Kat. We fight for Dior now. Have some faith, Silver Boy. Phoebe squeezed my gloved hand. I met her eyes, butterflies loosed in my belly, as I saw the memory of Ravenspire burning in that gold. But our hands slipped apart as the door opened behind us, and Bryn stepped into the room. The Earthwill was clad in leathers, a wolfskin cloak, the dark shadow of a bear cast on the stone behind her. Though she was ever dour and tight-lipped, I think the thanks I'd given had gone a tiny way toward thawing the frost between us. But Bryn was obviously enamoured of Phoebe, speaking to her fellow dancer now while avoiding her eyes. The moot awaits you below, fair daughter, she murmured. My thanks, dear daughter, Phoebe bowed, and thanks doubled for the service ye and your sisters gave in bringing me here. I'm told by Gabriel that I owe ye my life. The big woman shook her head gruff. My heart gladdens to see you well. A debt is owed to ye, brave maid of Fionn. Phoebe stood on tiptoe to embrace the taller woman, kissing her cheeks. And it's a debt I'll nae forget. The Earthwill grunted, stepping aside. As Phoebe descended the stairs, I stood with hands clasped, watching the heat rise in Bryn's cheeks. Hell are you looking at, Maeve Lair? She demanded. Not a vampire, I reminded her. And I'm just wondering if we might be treated to a marriage proposal after all. The big dancer scowled, clawed hands twitching, and I skipped after Phoebe before she could make use of them. At the bottom of the stairs, we were met by a procession of moon's maidens, nodding silent greeting. And with swords held before them, candles burning in their crowns, they led Phoebe and me into the great elder hold and the moot therein. The Highlanders had obviously been warned of my attendance, but I still felt a shift in the current as I entered. If the daggers in the eyes of those who watched me were made of true steel, I'd have been flayed 1,000 times. The tail lead was as spectacular within as without. A vast circular room with a broad fire pit blazing at its heart, banishing all winter's chill. The ceiling was supported by 3 mighty pillars, each carved in the likeness of one of the Dusk Dancer lines, a wolf, a lion, and a bear, facing each other around the flames, feet upon the earth, each doing their part to hold up the ceiling and sky above. The walls were etched with old magics and fey spirals, the rafters carved with patterns of everknots. Incense was strung in the air, and long wooden benches circled the fire pit, cloaked with furs and filled to bursting with a throng of people. Again I was awed at these strange folk there gathered, all of me on edge. Some seemed barely human, and others had abandoned humanity entirely. But there were ordinary folk among them also, elders mostly, and women almost all, grey hair braided to the floor. These were the All-Mothers, the most venerable and wise of the clans, women who'd survived long enough to remember the follies of the past and hopefully had sight enough to avoid them in the future. We were escorted to a place beside Aunt Cinna, and though Phoebe still looked pale, she matched any gaze aimed her way, unblinking. Cousin Keelan, that massive so-called pussycat, met her eyes, returning her nod. The Baron clan watched her with subtle hostility, whispering among themselves. Their eldest, Angus, still wore the cloak he'd made of her mother's hide, but I saw he wasn't alone in this practice. Most of the dancers in the hall were clad in trophies of battle, bears wearing lions and lions wearing wolves. All around the room, I felt subtle whispers, the riptides of old grudges and bloody history. 3 moons maidens stood around the fire, silver crescent blades in hand, those strange candle crowns burning around their head. They spoke in an ancient Osean dialect, something between a song and prayer, and all in the room bowed their heads. The first of the 3 struck her sword upon the floor 3 times, a voice high and clear. "Brothers and sisters of the clans, sons and daughters and all mothers, we are gathered here among at the call of a daughter of Fionn and Dunzer. Let her voice be heard clear, her wisdom judged true, and the will of the Highlands be known." Phoebe stood slowly, all eyes in that hall, golden and slitted, blue and burning, green and cold, fell upon her. And as she matched those stares, every one, I was struck with how regal her bearing, how fearless her voice. She was but one among many warriors here, the widow of a would-be king, but to me she looked every inch a queen. "Dead shall rise, and stars shall fall, weald shall rot the ruin of all. Lions roar and angels weep, sinners' hands our secrets keep, till godling's heart bright hen's eye, from reddest blood comes bluest sky." Phoebe looked around that hall, firelight burning in her gaze. "So it was spoken years past by the Orger of the Earthwill, the seers of the Velfwill, the dreams of the Leofwill. Long have the children of moons and earth prophesied this darkness would come. I see its mark upon your skins as I look around this hall. I see it in the looking glass with my own new eyes. But now it is upon us, sisters and brothers. Do we stand as one against this dark? Or do we quarrel twixt ourselves as we have for generations, while the lands around us rot to ruin, and the world beyond our borders freezes to ice? What care we for the land beyond our borders, Phoebe Dunzer?" It was a woman who'd spoken, an old warrior with a slash of neath across her eyes, a scar at her chin, and her grey hair still bound in slayer braids. "What care we for the woes of lowlanders, when my birthlands are stained red with the blood of my grandchildren, flayed by those here gathered under the lie of peace?" Another woman spoke, her shoulders crowned with a mantle of wolf hide. "If ye talk of lies, Deirdre Aslain, perhaps we might talk again of the deceits of your kinsmen, who every day encroach farther into the lands of the Taig." Grim murmurs circled the firelight, nodding heads and narrowed eyes. "What would you have us do, Nia?" the older woman demanded. "Blightlings roam our domains, and our crops are dead in their beds. Would the Taig see us starve?" A grizzled fellow with a beard like a grey bush spoke then. "Some might call that justice, Slain. Longer than one winter have your bloody-handed raiders harried the hunting grounds of Whelan and Taig both." "Aye," spat the green-eyed woman, nodding. "Murderers and skin-thieves all." Cries of outrage and agreement filled the air until the moon's maidens struck their swords 3 times upon the floor. Phoebe raised her voice in the aftermath. "I say nay that ye have unjust quarrel, but I say we are brought to quarrel by the hand of one doom." She gazed around, meeting the eyes of those who'd shouted. "'Tis the blight that rots the weald and corrupts the game we hunted to feed our families. 'Tis the blight that eats our crops before they come to fruit, and ever it runs worse." "And so?" It was Angus Abaran who spoke, his voice a wet snarl. It was strange to see a wolf's mouth speak with a man's tongue, ears pressed back against his skull, long fangs flashing. "Ishoi worsens. The time of blighted blood has come. All sons and daughters of Fionn know this. All blessed feel the beast sing louder in their veins. Ye are gone from these lands 24 moons, cub, Did you return now, only to chide us on the state of them?" More growls of agreement, Phoebe raising her voice to be heard. "I am returned to tell ye that the godling is found." Silence fell then, like fog on a winter's morn, eyes glittering, teeth bared. "Aye, found," Phoebe cried. "The one spoken of in the augury walks this earth, and I have seen her. Dior la Chance her name, blessed of the heavens, daughter of the divine. Her blood, a hallowed miracle that can burn the Mayflair to cinders with but a touch, and heal any mortal ill with but a drop. And it shall heal our lands and sky also." Keelan and Merrick leaned forward, elbows to knees, massive paws entwined. "The Anab Day," the Red Wrath said, his voice a rasping growl. "A lowlander." "I swear it, Keelan, on the blood of my mother, in sight of moons and earth." Scoffs of disbelief and furious whispers filled the elder hold. An old woman was seated beside Keelan, stately and clad in fine leathers and gold. She glanced to Cinna, then up to Phoebe's eyes. "What proof have ye of this, child?" Phoebe looked to me then, and I breathed a heavy sigh. I wasn't sure anything I'd say here would make a difference, but still I stood slowly, looking around the hall. Slipping the glove off my left hand, I held my 7-star aloft before the muttering crowd. "Some of you will know me by deed, more by name. I am Gabriel de Leon." Angry hisses rippled among the throng, folk plucking hairs from their heads to curse me and spitting twice upon the floor. "For years I fought the dead, in Nordland, in Sudame, in your own Osway. In my time I have seen miracles beyond reckoning, horrors beyond believing, but I tell you now, I have never seen a girl like Dior la Chance. By the power of her blood, she brought men back from the dead before my eyes. Danton, the beast of Valene and child of Fabienne Voss, was burned to ashes by her hand. The prophecies of your kin, of mine, of the dead themselves have foretold her birth. She is born. She is real. On my life, on my name, I vow it." One of the Baron rose, snarling. "And what wit? A word of a Seasan." "You bring a heathen to swear afore the moons," another old dame spat at Phoebe. "Get of the Mayflair setting foot upon this hallowed earth." Angry words rang in the hall then, and Angus Abaran rose again, glaring at Phoebe. "Have you lost your mind? You fled your duty and your family to chase madness among the heathens, and now you bring a silver-painted worm to testify it's sane." The Moon's maidens slammed their swords upon the floor once more, demanding order be restored. As a fragile silence descended, Phoebe pointed at me. "This man saved my life, Angus Abaran. Brought me safe through blood and blight for no reason save it was right. He risks his life to testify these truths to you now. He is a slayer of Ishai Ai, an ancient Mayflair. He is no worm." "See then, this is true." All eyes turned to Keelan as he spoke. The mighty Leofwil had golden eyes fixed on Phoebe, his growl echoing in my chest. I could see the power he wielded, fear and respect in equal measure. But I could also see how tangled this knot was, how deep the enmities and suspicions and misgivings among these people ran. There's no love so deep as that of family, but no hate so bitter either. Who can wound you deeper than your kin? And the hell of it was, I couldn't even blame them. My own sister had tried to end me after all. "Say the godling is born among the heathens despite the auguries," Keelan said, "and by the grace of the All-Mothers you found her. I might believe such a tale. Ye are Fionn daughter, Phoebe Dunzer, and I've never known ye for a liar." Keelan shrugged. holding open his arms and gazing around the hall. "So, where be this miracle child?" Phoebe pressed her lips tight, glanced toward me. I could only nod. "She's held against her will," Phoebe said, "and there be none to aid her, save us. The Highlands must stand together, one and all, to see the godling freed from her prison." "And where be this prison?" the mother beside Keelan asked. "She is on her way to Dunmere again," Phoebe breathed deep, "toward the clutches of the heartless in the County Vauc." Tumult rose again, quickly silenced by the thumping of silvered swords. "I know I have little voice here," I said, "but if I can speak with authority on one subject, it is the dead. And I tell you now, good people, the Divock are more a threat than any horror of the Weald or enemy here among you. They were blooded after Toliev died at my hands, but they were not beaten. They have come unto some new power, some dread sorcery that lends them a strength I've never seen. Dun Fas, Dun Aris, Dun Quinn, Dun Saeth, all smashed like glass. They took Dunmere again and the 9 Swords Throne in a heartbeat where 4 clans united could not scratch her walls." I glowered around the hall, voice rising. "I know you've struck pacts with them. I know you have your own woes. But dead tongues heeded are dead tongues tasted. And once those leeches have drained the lowlands dry, where do you think they'll turn next? They cannot be befriended. They cannot be trusted. Sweet mother maid, they're vampires." "And you're a vampire's son," someone shouted. More agreement, more spitting, more plucked hairs and curses. I clenched my teeth, pressing my lips shut to hide my fangs. My frustration was boiling now. Fear for Dior and worry for Phoebe. And God, I was so fucking thirsty. The old woman beside Keelan shook her head. "Phoebe, we have had peace with the Untamed for years. We vowed not to set foot below the Highlands, and the Divock have kept word not to set foot within. But though the Heartless may be our ally, she's nae our friend. If she has this prize in her keeping, as you say, what prize would you offer her in trade for it?" "You mistake me, wise Terran. The Heartless and her brother shall know Dior's worth. They'll nae hand her over freely. I dinna propose we trade the godling from the Divock." Phoebe looked around the room, chin high. "We will have to take her from them." 100 people rose at once to their feet. 100 mouths drew breath to roar. An utter fucking bedlam broke loose in the hall. Chapter 14. Rivers and Rain. The frozen veil reached out below me, blessedly silent at last. The debate had raged for hours. The fire had burned down to embers, and by the shouting's end, I'd have killed every bastard in the Elder Hold for a single cup of vodka. By Wintermoot law, no debate was permitted after dusk, and with resolution nowhere in sight, the clans broke for the eve. Phoebe assured me that outside the tail lead was where the real politicking took place, and with her cousin and aunt in tow, she went out to argue for war against the dead. I'd 1/7 of 2/5 of fuck all to contribute in back-alley dealings among the All-Mothers, and so I nodded good eve to Bryn at the base of the stairs and trudged back up to my room, intent on drowning thirst and sorrows both. I'd filched a bottle of what smelled like rotten spud boiled in old feet from the feast table, but it turned out to be some kind of Highland black. Wincing at the taste, I stood by the window and watched shadows flit between lodges below, the whispers in the dark, the song of slow pipes. I reached out for Dior, knowing she was beyond my reach, yet trying to believe she was all right, that somehow there was still hope. "We've nae fucking hope." The snarl came from behind me, dragging me from dark thoughts. I frowned at the empty bottle in my hand. Whatever this cat's piss was made from, it had dulled me enough I'd not even heard Phoebe's feet on the stairs. But there she was, storming into the room and slamming the door so fierce the hinges near broke. I could see the tale on her face before she spoke. No joy, then? Nothing close, she replied. The cleods and barons will nae be moved to war with the dead. The herns and killakes neither. Nae a single all-mother of the earth will or velf will are swayed, and a few don't even believe the godling is born among the lowlanders. They just think me moon's touched, or perhaps held under sway of your magics. I shook my head, astonished. Nobody stands with us? She shrugged. Keelan has pledged Emeric to the cause. That's good. Keelan holds sway among the Leofwyl, we? Aye, but he'll nae march with us unless all do. To commit in strength against the Divok leaves their clan hold vulnerable, and Keelan has nae faith the slain or Killakes or a dozen others won't stake claim on their lands while his back is turned. So they'll stay up here and fight for scraps of dying earth rather than the entire world. The future of the realm is in the balance. Is there nothing that will sway them? A miracle, maybe. Phoebe shook her head. And then, only maybe. Fuck my face, I snarled. Nae in the mood, she sighed. I snatched up the empty bottle, hurling it at the wall. Wintermoot my arse, I roared. See? This is why you need emperors, Phoebe. This is why you build thrones. Give every arsehole a voice and you just end up drowning in their shite. And they'll still find a way to debate on the colour of it as they sink. Aye, well, benefits of benevolent monarchy aside, what the hell do we do? I turned to the window, searching that dark with pale blood eyes, looking to those statues of the moons below, crescents of granite and angel wings. To have wasted so much time and effort getting up here, to have failed Dior so completely, God, it felt like a sword in the gut. I could see no way out, no way through, but first things last, I have to get to Dior. She's bound to arrive at May again soon. Aye, and what do we do once we get there? I looked back to Phoebe as she spoke. Some small and foolish parts of me still burned a little warmer, despite all that dark and cold outside. It's strange how a single word can change a world. Strange how so much power rests in the smallest of things. We, I repeated. I. She walked to my side, gazed up into my eyes. I care nae if 100 armies of the dead standing our way. I swore blood oath to that child, so. She put her hand on my chest, tossing back her hair, fierce and unafraid. We. I've no plan here, Phoebe. No prayer. We're likely headed straight to our deaths. We only die if we are forgotten, Gabriel de Leon. Burn bright, burn brief, but burn. I shook my head in wonder, looking down into that alloy of gold and platinum, silver and steel. The liquor was warm in my veins, but despite the dark that lay ahead, or perhaps because of it, the sight of this woman warmed me more. Firelight danced on her eyes, the wind howled in the night outside, and I was reminded of her words in Ravenspire. About finding broken edges to fit against our own, about being brave enough to seek them out, and bleeding though I still was, vulnerable as it would make me, I reached out slow, brushing an errant braid from her cheek and listening to the song of her quickening pulse. You're quite a woman, Phoebe Adunzer. I am nae woman. I am the wild. I am the wind. Thorn and bramble. I smiled. She nodded. Blood and scars. I kissed her then, deep and soft and slow, slipping my hand to the small of her back and drawing her close. Phoebe sighed, throwing her arms around my neck with a hungry growl. She crushed lips and body against mine, and we stumbled and crashed against the table, almost falling. The dark was gathered all around us, no way through, no real hope for the morrow. Both of us desperate to fend off the cold, if only for tonight. My fingers found the ties on her tunic, her hand slipped to my belt. Our tongues flickered against each other, her teeth nipping at my lip as she dragged me free of my leathers. I groaned as she stroked me, harder, longer, talons skimming along my burning skin. She sighed as I broke away from her mouth, hauling her tunic over her head, tearing her leathers down and kicking them free. And before I knew it, I was on my knees before that angel, lifting her effortlessly onto the table's edge and feeling her shiver as I blazed a slow trail of burning kisses up the inside of her thigh. "Oh, Moons," she whispered. She leaned back, groaning, one hand behind my head to steer me true. God, the want of her, the need of her washed over me like the sacrament itself. We were high in the tower where none would hear, but still Phoebe put a hand to her mouth, biting her finger to stifle her moans. She spread her legs wider, dragging me in, head thrown back and hips swaying as my tongue sang hymns upon her skin. I sighed at the taste of her, wanting to linger, to drown, but she was impatient, denied far too long, soon dragging me from my knees. I kissed my way back up her body, taut belly and soft curves, up to the heady peril of her throat. Her pulse whispered my name, my thirst smashing itself against the bars of its cage. It wanted to know her, own her, devour her. And as I kissed her neck, nipped her skin, I knew not where this would end. But Phoebe cupped her hands to my cheeks and pulled me higher, crushing lips to mine, hungry, hard, her honey mingling on our tongues as our bodies pressed close. She reached under my tunic, dragged it up over my head despite my murmur of protest. I gasped as she raked her talons down my belly. She hissed in pleasure pain as she leaned in to kiss me again, her pebble-hard nipples brushing the silver on my chest. "You'll hurt yous." "I don't care," she breathed around our tongues. "Take me, Gabriel." My belly filled with butterflies at that command, all of me a-tremble. I'd no wish to burn her, nor be burned in kind, but if only for tonight, I wanted, needed, to make this woman mine. She gasped as I turned her about, bending her over the table before me. My eyes roamed the spirals inked down her back, the delicious dimples at the base of her spine, the perfect curves of her arse below. She groaned as I took her hands, crossed them at the small of her back, my fingers encircling her wrists to pin them, all of her now at my mercy. "Oh, Mother Moons," she whispered, parting her legs. I ran myself over her quim, and Phoebe pushed back against me, pleading, sighing, so warm and soft it was all I could do to stop. She groaned as I slipped a little inside her, one slow, agonizing inch, all of me burning with the want of her. But I held myself still, willing myself to savor this moment, tracing feather-light fingertips over her tattoos and watching her shiver. A long sigh of protest slipped her lips as I withdrew, turning to a groan as I ran myself over and around her again, caressing her swollen bud with my aching crown. "Goddess, don't tease me," she pleaded. "Fuck me." I remember a conversation in a pub about a certain magic word. "Now," she hissed, rising up and seeking my mouth. But I drew away from that kiss, prolonging our agony, drawing slow, hard circles on her petals and tightening my grip on her wrists as I growled. "That's not it, mademoiselle." Phoebe moaned as I held myself poised, just a whisper, just a word away from what we both ached for. Her back was straight now, shoulder blades brushing my chest, silver hissing. Her cheeks were flushed, lips moving, her whisper too faint to hear over the thunder in her heaving breast. "What was that?" I breathed, sinking just a little back inside her. "Oh, you bastard," she sighed as I withdrew once more. "That's not it either," I smiled, lips drifting along her shoulder. Phoebe snarled, wrists still encircled by my hand, talons drawing blood on my belly. She turned her head again, lips parted, and I kissed her then, breathing her in, shaking with want. And as I let myself slip back into her again, one slow inch after another, She let her head drift back, flaming curls spilling down her spine as she sighed surrender. "Oh, please." Her whisper, my command. I, her master and servant both. And she moaned as I sank inside her at last, slow and hard and deep, deep as I could go. Her whole body shivered and she bent over again, curls tumbling about her face, grinding back against me. And so we danced, moving each in time, unleashed upon each other at last. "Oh, moons, that's..." My hand came down on her buttock, a sharp crack ringing in the air. Phoebe moaned, head thrown back as I slipped my hand between her legs, mindful of the silver on my skin. Her sighs were lost in mine as I caressed her, strumming long, slow circles as she shook like an autumn leaf. I was adrift in silken heat, still pinning her wrists, sinking to my hilt with each stroke and trying not to lose myself utterly. "Harder," she begged. I obeyed, snarling, little more than a beast now, pulling her back onto me over and over again. The sound of our flesh slapping was near as loud as her cries, loud cracks echoing on the walls as I smacked her pinking cheeks in time. Phoebe was trembling head to foot, sweat gleaming in the valleys of her spine, the scent of her driving me mad. She began moaning louder, teeth gritted and toes curling, bending like a sapling in a raging storm. "Oh, please!" Releasing her wrists, I kissed my way up her arching spine, deeper, harder, rushing closer toward our ends. And Phoebe sighed, brushing the long, sweat-slick curls away from her neck, an invitation that made me shiver, the beast rising inside me now, hunger and madness and thirst. "Do it," she breathed. "Make me yours." Her lashes fluttered on her cheeks. One hand knotted in my hair, the other braced against the table as we crashed against each other. She moaned as my kisses reached her throat, her pulse so loud it was all I could hear. And though I knew this was the path to damnation, both of us knew, that only made us burn the brighter for it. "I shouldn't," I whispered. "If I..." "Take me," she begged. "Taste me." I wrapped one fist in her curls, pulling her head farther back, a growl rumbling in my chest. My fangs brushed her skin, a feather-soft scrape that made her shiver and gasp, our bodies entwined and burning, the thirst boiling red and screaming inside me. "Just a mouthful." "Please, Gabriel," she whispered. "Just a drop." "Please." I groaned, shaking, my ending rushing up from the dark within. Her plea was a prayer, and my resolve was gone, that beast in me tearing it to ribbons. There was one last hesitation, that promise to the ground, already scorched by our kiss in the tower, now consumed in the flames between us. The thirst is eternal, Coldblood, the hunger forever. And though I mourned for all things lost, after all is said and done, I am only a man. And so I reared back like a viper, like a monster, and God help me, I bit her. Heedless, hard. My fangs sank into her skin and my cock into her quim, and all my world was blood and fire. A flood, molten and thick with all her passion, all her want, soaking me through and filling me to my brim. I couldn't even cry out as I ended, so lost in the rush of her pulse, the storm of her heart, Phoebe screaming for us both, one hand behind my head, the other between her legs, utterly lost in the ecstasy of the kiss. I drank her down, our bodies still moving in time, sinking to the roots with every swallow. She was an ocean, and I the desert. I was the river, and she the rain. It had been more than a year since I'd succumbed so completely, and the thirst had swelled since then, wrapping me now in red arms and filling me the way no smoke or liquor or flesh ever could. Phoebe's eyes rolled back, whispering shapeless pleas as I swallowed all she gave me and then more besides. That fire never quenched. that hole never filled, that need, so hateful and sly, unsatisfied even as you sate it, never ever wanting it to end. Gabe, Phoebe whispered. Just a little more, Gabriel. Gabriel, no more. Just one more mouthful. Just one more drop. Don't stop, don't stop, don't stop, she cried. And I came back to myself then. The fear in her voice a slap to my face, the man in me seizing that monster and choking it still. I was horrified, my mouth full of slippery warmth as with a growl, a gasp, I dragged my lips free of Phoebe's neck. I stumbled back, utterly aghast, blood spilling from my lips as Phoebe wilted onto the furs, gasping, holding her wounded throat. And that, right there, was the moment. Gabriel leaned back in his chair, polishing off the last of his wine. That exact fucking moment, if you'll believe it. Jean-Francois looked up from his tome, blinking. The exact fucking moment, what, de Leon? Gabriel set aside his goblet, shaking his head. The exact fucking moment Bryn came bursting through the door. Chapter 15. Crimson and Gold. The last Silver Saint frowned, tattooed fingers steepled at his chin. Now, I'll be the first to admit this looked bad. Phoebe was collapsed on the furs, naked and bleeding, one hand to her throat. My chin was red and slick, her blood drooling from my fangs, and I knew my eyes must be flooded with it too. I was the son of a vampire to these folk, trusted by none and hated by most, and Phoebe's scream, while one of passion, might easily have been mistaken for otherwise. It's a slender line between pleasure and pain, Cold-blood. The historian smiled, dark and wicked. And with our kind, there's no line at all. The last Silver Saint shrugged. All that by way of saying, I'm not surprised Bryn tried to kill me. A massive paw closed around my neck. Phoebe whispered faintly as the big Urfwil hauled me off the stone like I was a bag of cotton, her eyes burning in rage. Smoke rose from her skin as it began to burn from the silver at my throat, and with a blistering curse, she drew back one massive fist and sent it crashing into my face. I flew backward like a shot from a cannon, striking the tower wall. Phoebe cried my name. The bricks were blasted to rubble around me, white light in my skull. And naked, senseless, I flew out into the night, tumbling through the dark below. I fell 20 feet onto the roof of the elder hold, broken stonework raining around me, tiles cracking beneath me. I'd time to roll onto my back, shake my ringing head, before I saw Bryn flying out of the torn wall behind me with a blood-drenched roar. I rolled aside, gasping. But the dancer struck the roof so hard, she smashed clean through, shattering timber and tile to splinters and dust. And as the ancient ceiling gave way beneath me, I plunged another 40 feet into the elder hold below. Bryn hit the floor hard, fractures spiraling out across the flagstones. But as I plummeted after her, I found myself strong enough to seize one of the shattering rafters, slinging myself across the room as it collapsed. I landed in a crouch, still naked, tossing a whip of black hair from my face, blood spilling from the claw rents in my skin. Peace! Man was... The dusk dancer roared, charging toward me, fangs bared and fists raised. I'd not smoked since early evening, but as Bryn bore down on me, I found my body flush with a new heat, a burning, feral rage rippling all the way to my fingertips, unlike any I'd known. The air sang as the dancer's claws scythed toward my head, but quick as silver, I seized her wrist and sent her sailing into the great carved lion holding up the roof. But not just sailing into it, sailing through it. The force so immense Bryn blew the timber to splinters and tore the pillar from its moorings. I blinked at my bare hands, astonished. I'd thrown the woman like she was made of... Gabe! I looked up, saw Phoebe peering through the hole in the ceiling. She'd tossed on her cloak, pale and bloodied but moving, and I sighed in relief. "Are you all—" The timber whistled as it sailed toward me, one of the massive wooden benches encircling the fire. I rolled aside, crying out as another followed the first, Bryn hurling them like spears. Coming to my feet, I dashed toward her, Phoebe roaring for Bryn to hold as she tore up another. But with that same untamed fire in my veins, I slipped aside, rolled beneath, and bringing up both my fists, I slammed them into the big Urthwill's jaw. The dancer flew like a sack of chaff, crashing right through the wall. I flew out after her, heart pounding now, body bristling. My heart was a dragon within my chest, breathing fell fire into my veins. It had been a year since I'd drunk so much blood, but I'd not felt so alive since forever. Cries rang across the cradle now, torches lit, clan folk shouting as they saw a naked silver saint and an enraged dancer brawling like thunder and lightning. Moon's maidens flew at me from all sides, silver blades gleaming. Again, I couldn't blame them. Far as they knew, a half-breed cold-blood had just beat shite out of a daughter of Theon, desecrating their sacred site in the process. But still, I thought it a touch unfair when 20 came at me at once. "Peace, damn you! I meant no—" A silver blade arced toward my head, but in a blinking, I caught it, slap, right between my palms. With a twist, I snapped the blade like a twig, my backhand sending the Moon's Maid 50 feet across the ice. More dancers were charging to the fray now, great bear things and half-wolves and she-lions, but God, it seemed every mote of my blood was molten iron. With a shrug, I scattered a dozen slayers like straw. In a blink, I caught the clawed blow of a towering Urthwill at the wrist, punched him in the chest so hard, his ribs shattered. I moved like a wave, seething and crashing, catching more swords and shattering them in my bare hands, breaking bones and cracking skulls with just the tips of my fingers. And then Keelan charged me. Phoebe had described her third cousin as a big pussycat, but as all 7 feet and 500 pounds of the red wrath flew at me, he looked as far from a kitten as I from a saint. His talons skimmed my chest as my punch broke his jaw. My knuckles tore his face as his backhand clipped my head. The flames burning inside me were like nothing I'd known. My whole world washed red now, red. But as I heard Phoebe screaming my name, as the realization I was taking on the entire cradle and winning dawned upon me, another revelation crashed down, heavier and headier and far, far darker. Jean-François leaned forward, chocolate eyes shining. "And that was?" "You tell me, Coldblood." "You had drunk your fill, true. Yet you are only pale blood, de Lion, and you'd just fought this entire moot of mongrels to a standstill. Unarmed, no less." The historian smiled, sly and wicked. "You were stronger than you should have been." "Far stronger. But why?" "Because you had drained Phoebe Adonzer almost dry, just as you had scratched her lip as you kissed in Ravenspire, just as you bit young Bryn when you fought her in the woods. A few drops back then, to best 3 silver saints or an enraged Earthwood warrior unarmed. A bellyful now, to best an entire village of Highland slayers single-handed." The historian smiled wider, twirling his quill through his fingers. "Because ever you are slave to passion, de Lion, and it seems the sin of lust serves you as well as the sin of pride." "Well," Gabriel leaned back in his chair smiling, "it was my favourite." "Phoebe," I roared, looking up to the tower, "bring my bandle." Keelan came on like hell unleashed, bounding across the ice on all fours, sailing toward me like a thunderbolt. But with a cry, I caught the red wrath mid-air, slung him into the effigy of Lannis, that great stone angel, holding her crescent toward the heavens. Keelan struck like a barrel of black Ignis, smashing the stone to splinters. The figure of the moon goddess shuddered, cracking across her wings. Blood sprayed, bone shattered, and as Keelan collapsed in a heap beneath the statue, all hell broke loose. The impact had cracked the granite, the base splitting like clay. As someone screamed, the cracks spread farther, the great stone goddess tottering like a 3-pint drunkard at last call. The statue began to fall with the awful hymn of sundered stone, folk about it scattering, moon's maidens and dancers and all mothers fleeing its descent. But beneath it, right in its path, lay poor Bryn, still bleary and bloodied, only just now dragging herself up from the snow where I'd punched her. I cried out, charging toward her. The shadow fell over my back, 40 feet, and God knew how many tons of stone headed right for us as I flew. With a deafening roar, the goddess fell, shattering the ground and the walls of the elder hold, stone, dust and snow, rubble and ruin. And as it settled, there I lay beside it upon the broken ground, gasping, covered in snow and blood, a bleeding Bryn groaning and concussed in my arms. Figures gathered around me, hundreds now, all set to rip me to ribbons. I rose to my feet, blood still aflame, as Angus Abaran squared up and let loose an earth-shaking roar. "Hold!" It was Phoebe who bellowed, voice ringing clear in the night. She stood atop the fallen moon goddess, clad only in her cloak, blood spilling down her punctured throat. She'd seen it as clear as I while she watched me demolish her kin, the revelation giving her wings despite the fact I drank her near to dying. And in her hand, she clutched my bandolier, holding it aloft for the outraged gathering to see. "Dead shall rise, and stars shall fall," she cried, pointing to the sky. "Weald shall rot to ruin of all," she called, pointing to the dark woods around us. "Lions roar and angels weep," she shouted, pointing to me, the broken statue. She reached into the bandolier. "Sinners' hands our secrets keep." And then she drew out the answer to the riddle. How the hell had the Divot crushed the Osway in only 2 years, where before they'd been foundering over a decade in quagmire? "A golden vial," Jean-Francois said, "that once a wolf-mother wore." Gabriel nodded. I'd known there was blood inside it, soured, true, but I'd smelled it in the White Rabbit. That same maddening scent now slicked upon my hands, upon my tongue, imbuing me with a strength far beyond anything I'd ever known. Jean-Francois ran his tongue across his lips. Dusk dancer blood. It had deepened the potency of my own. I couldn't fathom it at first. If the blood of wieldlings was so special, how had it been kept undiscovered by Saint-Michon, by hedge mages and chemists, by the dead themselves? And then I realized it had not always been so. Their blood had changed with the fall of Day's Death historian. Their Earth Father ascendant and corrupted, their Mother Moons veiled, the beast in them stronger than it should have been, and making those who drank from them stronger still. "The time of blighted blood," the historian murmured. The last Silver Saint nodded, smiling. All eyes were on Phoebe now, standing atop that broken stone with that golden vial in hand. And as she met my eyes, I saw fire in her own, a righteous fury, a dark triumph. The clans of the Moon's throne were hopelessly fractured, riven with rivalry, but the song she'd sung to me rang in my head now, the truth at the raging heart of these people. I war with my sister until, we war with our kinfolk until, we war with the Highlands until, we war with the world. "Brothers and sisters of the Moon's throne," Phoebe cried, "a truce struck with traitors is nae truce at all. An oath to a lawyer is worth less than nothing. And I tell you now, by moons above and earth below, we are all of us betrayed." "What in Maleth's name do you speak of, woman?" Keelan demanded. Phoebe threw the vial to the big dancer, tossing back her braids. I speak of the dead, cousin. I speak of black heart and heartless, of Dunmere again fallen, and oaths broken, and godlings found. She looked around the gathering, fire in her golden eyes. I speak of war. Chapter 16. Fire on a Dragon's Tongue. How did you know? In the highest tower of Soledad, the historian of Margot Chastain peered at the man seated opposite him. The Silver Saint was halfway toward drunk now, 3 bottles of wine emptied, his lips rouged a delicious dark red. Gabriel looked up from the globe, the moth circling it, dragging a lock of hair away from brooding storm-grey eyes. You just said it yourself, Chastain. I drank Phoebe near to death. What? Not the secret of dancer blood, the vampire said. I mean, how did you know that all this effort was not in vain? All these miles, these trials. You could not even sense the blood you had given La Chance anymore. This is a world without pity, de Leon. It feasts upon the powerful and powerless alike. The Holy Grail of Saint-Michon was said to be imprisoned at the seat of Divock power, in the cold grip of the black art and the clutches of the heartless. Even if you reached her, how could you know she'd be alive? The last Silver Saint smiled sadly, staring at that fluttering moth. You didn't know Dior La Chance like I did. The vampire only scoffed. That is no kind of proof, Chevalier. For all you knew, that girl would be filling a shallow grave by the time you reached the coast. And yet, you were willing to march an entire nation to war on some vain hope. Hope is for fools, historian. Gabriel met the vampire's eyes. Hope gets you killed. Hope walks into the fire. Faith leaps over it. I didn't hope Dior was alive. I believed it. And you were willing to risk your life for that belief? Gabriel shrugged. What the hell else is worth dying for? You mortals fascinate me, the vampire breathed, shaking his head. Your lives burn like candles in a storm. One moment ablaze, the next. Jean-Francois blew a puff of breath, as if to extinguish a flame. Had I but a handful of years ahead, I would guard each one like a dragon his gold. And yet, most of you fools act as if wed to your grave. The last Silver Saint looked at the 7-star on his palm, the name on his fingers. I'd rather die for something that matters than live for nothing at all. And because a man survived long enough to have a grey beard and wrinkles means not that he's actually lived. To live is to risk, to fear, and to fail. A man must dance on the dragon's teeth to steal the fire from its tongue. Most are burned alive in the attempt. But better to dance and fall than to never have danced at all. Pity not the man who dies too soon, but the one who lingers too long. For those men who pass peaceful in their beds, who slip one night soft into sleep and wake never more, can they be said to have been awake at all? The vampire looked the Silver Saint over, toe to crown. His grey eyes were ablaze, pinpricks of light burning like long-lost stars. You turn into something of a poet when you're drunk, de Leon. Better a poet than a fucking minstrel. Jean-Francois ran his quill across ruby lips, curling in the smallest of smiles. I wonder what else you might turn into with enough encouragement? Gabriel lifted his empty cup. Get me another bottle and find out. Smiling broader, the historian of Margot Chastain closed the tome in his lap with a heavy thump. Reaching into his frock coat for a silken kerchief, Jean-Francois stoppered his ink bottle and began cleaning the nib of his quill with customary fastidiousness. Gabriel raised one brow, still toying with the stem of his goblet. Going somewhere? Jean-Francois sighed. Back to hell. Gabriel frowned. I wasn't done yet, Chastain. We're almost at the best part. Be that as it may, de Leon, I fear you are near to overtaking your dear sister's recountings. And while the margin by which I prefer your company to hers be not measured in droplets but oceans, if we swim too much further, I fear we might drown the drama. The vampire smiled. And unless you were about to bend Phoebe Adonzer over the nearest table and make her say, please, again, your definition of the best part differs from mine. You're a strange one, cold blood. Is it so strange? The historian asked, chocolat eyes sparkling. To live vicariously? To take joy in your joy and quicken as you quickened? To envy you? Envy me? The last Silver Saint burst into laughter, raucous, mirthless, shaking so hard he lost his breath. He hung his head, shoulders heaving, laughter gone silent as he tried to bring it to heel. And at last he leaned back, coughing, wiping tears from his eyes. My life is shit and misery, historian. My country is in ruins. My wife is gone, my daughter's beside her. And now I linger in this cell, dancing for your fucking amusement, at the mercy of the very monsters who have taken everyone I have ever loved away. He shook his head in wonder. What in the name of Almighty God have you to envy? That you may love at all, de Leon. Jean-Francois tilted his head, pouting in thought. Perhaps that is why you mortals burn so fierce, because you know the flame must be so brief. For we immortals, there is only loss. All affection fades. Everything dies. Only the blood brings true peace. And you know that joy too, that perfect moment, as darkness is riven crimson and we feel truly alive. The historian looked the last Silver Saint over, smiling. But you are also a man. You feel as a man, Gabriel. Live and love and lose as a man. 1 foot in 2 worlds, the suffering and bliss are both at your behest. The historian finished cleaning his quill, slipped it away in the wooden case marked with the sigil of his house. Climbing to his feet, he walked to the Silver Saint's side. Reaching out with one pale hand, feather-soft and iron-hard, he caressed Gabriel's smooth cheek. You are beautiful, mon ami. How I wish we had met under different circumstances. Gabriel said nothing, mute and still, though the historian fancied he heard the Silver Saint's pulse run swifter at his gentle touch. Jean-Francois sighed then, tossing golden curls back from his face as he lifted his chin. But duty calls, and hell awaits. The vampire stalked toward the door, tome held under his arm. Jean-Francois. The monster stopped, a small smile etched on pallid lips. He turned to the man still sat in his chair, hollow eyes and empty goblet, silver gleaming on tattooed fingers. The Silver Saint seemed to struggle with some silent enemy, dragging a shaking hand through his hair. And when he spoke, it was the voice of a man staring at the executioner's axe. I'm thirsty. The monster's smile widened. I shall have Méliné see to your needs, Silver Saint. Jean-Francois swept from the room, into the corridor where his major domo awaited, clad in her black brocade. She stood with 6 thrall swords and a capitan, the big man's hand at his sword, sharp eyes on the cell door as the Marquis closed it behind him. Straightening his lapel, Jean-Francois turned to his thrall. Bring our guest another bottle, Méliné. The woman lowered her gaze, skin prickling. You do not wish me to accompany you below, master? Alas, I must forego the pleasure of your company for the sake of courtesy, beloved. Have no fear. Good Captain Delphine shall see to my safety. And should I have other needs, I will make do with Dario and... Oh God, what is her name? Yasmir? Jasmine, master. Ah, of course, Jasmine. The vampire took his Mojodomo's hand, kissed her knuckles, one at a time. What would I ever do without you, my love? The woman blushed, dipping into a deep curtsy. Jean-Francois reached into his pocket and placed a small black mouse upon the floor. With a glance to the Capitaine, the Marquis spun on his heel and descended the stair, accompanied by the thralled cohort. Dario and Jasmine awaited him at the tower's base, falling into step behind, one carrying an unlit lantern, the other a fresh bottle, filled to the brim with warm, lush red. Down, down through the wending dark the company slipped, the Marquis running a red tongue over his lips. Dawn was approaching. The scent of Dario's skin and Jasmine's hair threaded the gloom around them, and the thought of a swift and sighing meal before bed had Jean-Francois' skin a-tingle. But desire was smothered at the thought of his mother waiting above, the monster lurking below. And at last, deep in the keep's bowels, below the reach of all light and laughter, he drew to a halt outside silver-clad doors. Taking the key his dame had entrusted him from his frock-coat, he handed it to young Dario. Do the honours, love? The handsome lad bowed, wincing as his hands touched the silver lock and chains, slipping both free. The soldiers pushed the cell door wide, emitting the hymn of running water, the perfume of old blood, a sudden shiver of fear on the historian's marble skin. Come swift if I should call, Capitaine, Jean-Francois murmured. Delphine bowed, and with a glance to Jasmine, Jean-Francois stepped into the cell. The lantern on the thrall's platter was the only illumination, 1,000 stars refracting on dark, rushing waters. Jean-Francois took a seat in his leather armchair on the river's edge, while the young woman placed the lantern atop the table, bottle and goblet beside it. Will there be anything else, master? Jean-Francois's eyes were fixed across the water as he murmured reply. Merci, no. Si tu Méline, beloved. She may require assistance, depending how thirsty the good chevalier decides he actually is. Jasmine curtsied, dark curls tumbling about her face. And, never turning her back, always a clever thing, this one, she retreated, the door shut and locked behind her. Jean-Francois's gaze never wavered, chocolat eyes unblinking. He could see her now, a shadow hovering on the cusp of lantern's light. A soft whisper of bare feet on stone beneath water's babble. The softer hiss of hunger as the Marquis cracked the wax seal on that new bottle, releasing a bloody fragrance into the frigid air. You are a brave man, Marquis, came a whisper. Jean-Francois smiled, filling his goblet. I am not a man, Mademoiselle Castilla. And if you believe it requires courage simply to sit in the same cell as you are as confused about the relationship betwixt jailed and jailer as you are about heaven and hell. You misunderstand. We do not speak of your presence in this cell with us. Selene stepped into the trembling light, and Jean-Francois prickled at the sight. Long, midnight blue hair, jet-black eyes, silver cage imprisoning those dreadful teeth. I speak of leaving my brother alone in his with one of yours. Your concern is touching, but entirely unnecessary. Dawn approaches on traitor's feet, and I would have the telling of this chapter done afore the sun rears its head. Why the hurry? The monster took one step closer, head tilted. You said your mistress had time abundant. Can immortals not take forever to sing our songs? Forgive me, mademoiselle. He raised his goblet in grim toast, a cold smile at his lips. But I do not find your company that pleasant. If we manage to cross this water, little Marquis, it might prove very pleasant. The monster took another step closer, black gaze on his. For some of us, at least. Jean-Francois made a show of rolling his eyes as he sipped from his goblet, hand steadier than it felt. The blood was lush and warm, heavy on his tongue, banishing the chill he felt crawling up his spine as the abomination's eyes slipped to his throat. Your brother has been most accommodating, Mademoiselle Castilla, but I fear if we proceed much further, your paths shall stumble over one another. He set his goblet aside, opened his tome. Will you continue your tale willingly, or shall you prevaricate until I am forced to threaten you again? There seems little sense keeping silent while Gabriel bleats like a docked lamb. The monster's eyes flickered to the table beside him. But talking is thirsty work. The historian inclined his head, tossing the bottle across the river. 30 feet it sailed through that dark, green glass gleaming in the lantern light, a pale hand snatching it from the air. The last Liathe lifted his gift, upending it long enough to take a mouthful, then two. But she refrained from finishing the lot, tongue sizzling as she licked the bars of her silver muzzle clean. And placing the half-empty bottle beside her, she took a seat at the very river's edge, legs crossed, peering at him across the waters. So where were we? She whispered. A hound boy and his ever after, a capitaine and a black thumb, a grail and a worm. Strange the way the pieces fit, stranger still the way they fall apart. To think the world's fate rested upon so few shoulders, so small, so young. She looked toward the heavens, sighing soft. The Almighty moves in mysterious ways. Jean-Francois drew his quill from within his coat, opened a fresh bottle of ink. Let us begin, Mademoiselle Castilla. She sat silent for the longest time, staring at the ceiling as if looking into the face of her wretched god. But finally, Selene turned black and hungry eyes to him. No, vampire, she whispered. Let us end.
Book 5. Crumbling now to ash. And the heavens grew red as heart's blood, and the tempest cracked the sky, and the rain was like to the tears of all the winged host fallen. Those priests of gods false and covenants broken, numbering all the fingers 'pon hell's burning hand, did stand in bleak amazement. And the Redeemer raised his eyes to his almighty Father's throne, and his heart did sting the bones of the earth, and with voice akin to thunder, he cried, By this blood shall they have life eternal. The Book of Laments, chapter 7, verse 12. Chapter 1. Love and War. We returned to Dunmergen a day later, flitting through the frozen dawn. We'd not the strength to bear witness as Lily Divock broke Diel's will, binding the girl with her blood and forcing her to beat that poor maidservant red. But nor did we have the strength to stay away for long. Our wounds were healing slowly, feeding as we were only on wandering wretched, but we were healing. And hopeless as Diel's fate seemed now, we could not simply abandon her. God would never forgive me that. We returned to the dun on small red wings, just a mote of us, battling a storm raging in off the bay. But wending down into the keep's dungeons, we realized Diel was no longer there. And so we spiraled upward, past the blood-drunk monsters slumbering in the Hall of Plenty, the scorched dragging corpses to the kitchens, and the maids washing gore off the floors, until, at last, we found Dior in the upper reaches, sprawled on a bed of red satin. Naked, in the arms of Lily Divock. She was a picture, no mistake. Ashen locks tumbled over the beauty spot on her cheek, bloodstains pinking her lips. Sighing in her sleep, the Grail slipped an arm around the monster beside her, nuzzling Lily's neck. But the vampire was awake, midnight eyes fixed on the ceiling as thunder crashed. She wore only her whalebone half-corset, black velvet trimmed red. In truth, she never seemed to take it off. And as the strangled sun dragged itself above the horizon, the Heartless pushed Dior's hand away and rose from the bed. "Where are you going?" came a murmur, muzzy with sleep. The Contessa Divock slipped on a black chemise, hair tumbling about her face like rivers of blood. Her every movement was preternaturally precise, nothing wasted, nothing spared. Alabaster poetry in motion, centuries in the writing. "The day star rises. There be matters to attend afore I sleep." "No," the girl sighed. Dior rose from the bed, slipped gentle arms around the vampire's waist. Pressing close, Dior scattered Lily's cold throat with warm kisses, fingertips roaming the monster's marbled curves. And our hearts sank as we saw a fresh brand atop her left hand, an ornate crown set with twisted antlers, new scorched in her flesh. "Stay with me." Dior's lips curled as she whispered, "Mistress." Lily sighed, cold breath tickling Dior's throat. We knew there would be few pleasures that might move a creature so old that a monster as ancient as the Heartless would have indulged her every darkest desire over her centuries. And yet, despite the dust on her bones, we could see how Lily quickened at the girl's touch. "Mother Moons, that scent," she breathed. "Would that I could taste thee." Dior shivered as those ruby lips brushed her neck, as those hands caressed her body. Letting her head drift back, sighing as ivory needles touched her prickling skin. "I want you to," she breathed. "But I don't want to burn you." She drew back, met the vampire's bottomless eyes. "I love you." "Do not love me, mortal." Lily smiled, dark and empty. "Adore me." "I do." Dior kissed her mistress again, pleading, "Stay with me." The ancient touched the Grail's cheek, one clawed fingertip tracing the bow of her blood-stained mouth. "Alone Lily slumbers, poppet, and in the knowledge thou hast imparted, there be much to consider. Old enough am I to recall the name Isani with all the poisonous hatred it is due, and I must ponder how best to turn revelation to advantage over the iron hearts." She smiled soft, "Without sweet distraction of thy company." Our heart quailed to hear those words, to know Dior must have confessed all to the Contessa, about the faithful, about Mother Marin in eventide somewhere in this city, even about us. Our wings froze still for fear of those dark eyes finding us on the ceiling above. The thought that our subterfuge was undone, that Lily would now know to look for us. Great Redeemer, what was I to do? Lily slipped her claws into Dior's hair, drawing her closer, lips but a breath apart. "We feast at sunset. Thou shalt kneel at thy mistress's right hand. Dress accordingly." And with that, the ancient turned, opening the boudoir doors. Prince lifted his head from the threshold outside, the one-eyed wolf wagging his tail like a fresh pup at the sight of his beloved mistress. Lily caressed his spine as she stalked past, the beast turning to regard Dior with its one good eye. It was pale and cold, sapphire blue, glittering with feral cunning. But Lily called his name, and Prince turned, bounding down the hall after her. Dior closed the doors, sighing. The room seemed less chill now the monster had departed, and she stood naked in the dark for a long moment, fingertips pressed to blood-stained lips. Then she stalked to the cold hearth and picked up the poker beside it. As we watched, she began practicing, running the sword forms dear Gabriel had shown her, the poker, her blade. Belly, chest, throat, repeat. Her body was toned from miles and trials, leaner and harder now, breath coming smoother. She was becoming quite adept with the blade. Yet we wondered why she practiced at all. Her bedchamber was one of many in the Dun's reaches, plush and sumptuously appointed. Great windows looked out over the courtyard below, the bay beyond, the fixtures all mahogany and brass. The double doors were carved with the wolf and 9 swords of Clan Mergen, but as in many chateaux of the day, the bedchamber had doors beyond the obvious. And as Dior practiced, we saw the bookshelf behind her whisper open on silent hinges, a figure slipping into the room at the Grail's back. It was Worm. The maidservant was still bruised from her beating, black and blue splashed faint on her face. But she moved quiet and quick, mismatched eyes of emerald green and sapphire blue locked now on Dior's spine. And we felt a sliver of perfect fear pierce our long-dead heart as we spied a dagger in the serving girl's hand. She stole across the furs, jaw clenched, and though we knew it would place us only further in danger, we could not help but warn Dior, fluttering down from the rafters and battering her cheek. But the girl only brushed us away, speaking to the figure closing behind. "I was expecting a visit from you." Worm froze, knife poised. Dior turned to face the older girl, motioning to the bed. "Throw me that slip. I'd have dressed if I'd known you'd show up this early." Worm looked Dior over, bruised eyes narrowed and split lips pursed.
"Just what exactly is your game, girl?"
Dior tilted her head, hard and bare and gleaming with sweat.
"Do I look like I'm playing, Cherie?"
Worm pursed her lips, eyes never leaving Dior's as she tossed a pale silken slip at the girl's face. Dior stepped back, expecting some feint, gutter smarts gleaming behind sharp blue eyes. But Worm made no advance, and scooping up the shift with her poker, Dior dragged it over her head, and her mop of ashen curls from her face.
"You disobeyed, Lily,"
Worm murmured.
"when she ordered you to beat me. You put on a show, but you only pretended to kick me. You've drunk from her 3 times now. You're scorched by her hand. Her wish should be your command, but you disobeyed."
Worm drummed her fingers on her knife hilt.
"You're not thralled to her."
"Neither are you," Dior replied. "Not any more, at least."
"How could you know that?"
"You were acting odd when you dressed me, protected me from Nikita. Took time to give me counsel, even though it meant tempting Lily's temper. And you never call her mistress when she's not in the room. But I didn't know until I ran into Joaquin." Worm shook her head.
"That new hound boy?"
"He spotted me escaping the dungeons a couple of nights back, but he never turned me in. Thing is, when I broke free on the way here, he was the first to track me down. He almost died for it, stabbed 3 times in the chest trying to please his dear wolf mother. So I got to wondering, why would he let me go now? What changed?"
"You healed him when he was dying,"
Worm realized.
"As you healed me."
Dior nodded, speaking a handful of words that weighed as much as the world. "My blood breaks the bond between master and servant. It sets thralls free. We could see a thrill in the maidservant's face at those words, the same we felt in our own dead chest. We'd never heard of such a thing, nor imagined such a miracle.
"But why are you not thralled?" Worm demanded.
Dior only shook her head.
"I've not the first damn clue, but the Voss can't read my mind. I only pretend to obey when Divok use their whip. I suppose it makes sense that vampire blood wouldn't slave me either, considering mine burns them to cinders. How is that possible?"
Worm looked down at her hands, bewildered.
"My ties to Lily are broken, but the strength she gave me lingers. My bruises still heal quicker than they might have if I were only mortal. Are you a sorceress? Some servant of the pit or child of the fallen?"
Dior shook her head, breathing deep before the dive. "I'm a descendant of the Redeemer.
I know it sounds blasphemy and madness, trust me. I still have trouble believing it myself some days. But the Almighty's son was a mortal man, and before he was put to the wheel, he had a child with Michonne, his first disciple, a daughter named Isan. That name sounds—"
The maidservant frowned, quizzical.
"Old Talhostek."
The Grail's eyes narrowed at that, and we were a wonder too, that a mere maidservant might recognize that ancient tongue.
"It means faith," Dior said. "Isan was the child of Michonne and heaven, and her holy blood runs in my veins. It burns cold bloods to ashes, heals any wound, and if what my friends have told me is true, it can end Day's death, once and for all."
Worm lowered her blade, whispering,
"Great Redeemer."
Dior winced, apologetic.
"Just a distant relative, I'm afraid."
The maidservant stalked to the doors, checking they were locked. Her cheeks were flushed, pulse thrumming as she paced the room. Despite Dior's outlandish claim, it seemed this young woman was sensible enough to believe the proof of her own eyes.
"Mother Maid, do you know what this means?" Worm hissed. "We can take back this city, free every conquered mind from their grip, every soldier, every sword maid, break the shackles those monsters have locked us in, and burn the bastards in their beds."
Dior smiled, cold as a frozen river.
"Now you're catching on."
She looked to her shoulder as we alighted upon it, our whispering wings on her skin. We were a joy at all this. To know our secrets was safe, surely, but more that Dior was safe also. We could not help but marvel at her courage, her guile. She even had us fooled with that kiss. To dance so close to this danger unflinching, to walk through this fire unburned, and in that moment I knew the Almighty had chosen his chosen well.
"I told Lily nothing of worth," she murmured to us. "I talked about Sister Chloe and Pierre Raffa. I told her that the book with the ritual to end Day's death was still hidden in the Saint Michon library. Give her a secret to believe, a task to turn her mind to. But I said nothing about the Esana, or Mother Marin, or you."
"What is that?" Worm whispered, looking at my moat.
"One of those friends I mentioned," Dior replied. "Selene can help us."
"A friend?"
The maidservant shook her head. "I have travelled the length and breadth of this empire, Dior Lachance, and I have never met a girl half so strange as you. I've not seen much of this empire at all, but I was running rips in Lachame from the time I was 11, and one of the first things I learned on the grift is how to spot other people on it too."
Dior studied the older girl, finally shaking her head.
"You're no maidservant. You're about as common as I am noble. Who the hell are you?"
Worm breathed deep, mismatched eyes on Dior's own.
"My name is Rain, fifth-born daughter of Niamh Nineswords, who was declared Duchess and ruler of this nation by Emperor Alexandre III. I am a blooded child of the royal house of Mergen, and after my sister Yvain, rightful laird lady of these lands."
Dior and we both studied the young woman toe to crown. Despite the homespun cloth, the bruises and bloodstains, we could see a regal bearing unveiled now, a fierce pride in the girl's mismatched eyes. The Lady Rain stood with chin high, strawberry blonde hair glinting in the dim dawn, and we could not help but think of the statue in the keep below, the mighty Nine Swords herself. A woman who had conquered this nation by the age of 25 and melted the swords of her defeated foes to forge her own. "Ossian Princess," Dior murmured. "I told Gabe I wanted to meet one of your lot. You're not wearing a chastity belt under that homespun, are you?" "What?" "Nothing." Dior blinked, shook her head. "We need to get to it." "How does it work? Your blood? Must it be touched to a mortal wound, or—" "I've no clue." Dior scuffed her hand through her hair. "If we have to stab everyone in the tits before we free them, this is going to get messy quick. But drinking blood is enough to thrall people. Maybe drinking is enough to free them, too." Rain began pacing the boudoir again, hands clasped at her back. "We should test the truth of it, then. My ladies often dine together, and I usually serve the fare. If you might spare me a dram, I will watch for chance to liberate them all at one stroke." "Your ladies?" Dior blinked. "Lily took your maidservants off you, scorched them, made them beat you." The Grail sighed. "Sadistic cow." "They are not mere servants, Dior Lachance," Rain replied. "Royal daughters of the Ossuary are attended by swordsmaids, not handmaids. Lady Arlyn and her sisters are warriors, born and bred." She winced, prodding her bruises. "More pity my ribs." "All right." Dior snatched up a small vase, hand outstretched. "Give me the shiv." The lady regarded the Grail in silence. She was obviously overwhelmed, and few could blame her. But in her failing eyes, we saw the pragmatism of long roads and broad horizons. This was not a princess who'd spent her life in high towers and silken gowns. This was the daughter of a conqueror who'd carved her name into the pages of history. "Do I trust you enough to hand you a blade, is the question," she murmured. "Truth told, I don't trust you either, Lady Amergen. I never had time to waste on the noble-born, never saw haves do anything other than take from have-nots. But love and war make strange bedfellows, and in case it slipped your notice—" Dior looked around them and shrugged. "It's you and me against the fucking world right now." Rain stared a moment longer, then flipped the blade and handed it over, hilt first. Dior sat on the bed, pressing the knife into the soft arch of her foot. Rain frowned. "Why are you—" "My blood heals others, not myself." Dior winced, carefully collecting the dripping crimson in the vase. "If Lily sees the cut tonight, I'll say I stepped on glass, and if this works, bring a lantern next time. I'll burn the wound shut so she has less chance of smelling it." The Grail handed over the small vase, brimming now with brilliant holy red. "Be careful with that. Be quick. The dead can scent my blood like hounds to prey." "Fear not. I know the secret paths of this keep, and soon they shall be the hunted in it." Rain took the vase, her voice cold as winter dawn. "These monsters slaughtered my sisters, murdered my mother, bled my country dry, and by my blood and breath I vow they will pay for every drop of it." Dior pressed on her wound to staunch the flow, extended one hand to Rain. "Good fortune, Lady Amergen." "Ossians put not our fates in the hands of Angel Fortuna, Mademoiselle Lachance. My mother did not unite this nation by trusting to hope." Lady Rain gritted her teeth, fey eyes shining. "We, Mehegens, light our own way, and make our own look. Mother Maid, watch over you, then." Rain took Dior's hand, her calloused grip making the Grail wince. "And you—" Dior watched the lady slip out the servants' door with blood in hand, and long after she'd left, the Grail sat staring, running soft fingertips over her lips as she sighed. Ossian Princess. Chapter 2. Something to Believe in. Winter ruled the halls of Dun Mergen, and Dior's days seemed chill as night. Both had passed, handfuls of them, with not a word from Rain. Days were spent in her boudoir, sleeping and practicing sword forms, while we fruitlessly searched the city for Mother Marin's tomb. Nights were spent in that awful hall of plenty, caught up in the stink of brutality, and afterward the cold embrace of Lily's arms. But she was ever a grifter, Dior Lachance, and though she played the dutiful thrall to perfection, we sensed her frustration was growing, and never content to sit idle for long, she soon decided to move. The stone was freezing, her skin prickling, breath hanging at her lips in clouds of white. But there was no chance to warm herself, even for a moment. The only places fire burned in that damned keep were on the battlements or in those awful kitchens. And so the Grail pulled her furs tighter and stepped out from her boudoir. She was dressed in the finery her mistress had given her, the pearl-white gown of rich silk, a mantle of thick wolf fur. A choker of rubies encircled her throat, and we'd pressed our wings against those jewels, all the better to watch unseen. She was growing more adept on her dainty heels, barely wobbling as she walked now. Scorched were posted across the landing, those two red-headed gallants standing ever outside Nikita and Lily's chambers. But all took one look at the brand upon Dior's hand and averted their gaze. There was merit to being handmaid to a horror, after all. Passing through the Hall of Crowns, she stepped out into the frozen courtyard. Though there now seemed a dim light in this darkness, the legions of the Voss were still on their way, and soon Nikita would be forced to choose. Give Dior over to the Forever King, or do battle with the Ironhearts for her keeping. In the end, the decision may not even be his, if Nikita's bloodlords decided Dior's life was not worth dying for. The Count might be forced to bend to Fabienne's will to keep them appeased. Even supposing Dior broke every bond in this castle, the High-Bloods numbered near 100, the wretched in their thousands. And even if they took the city from the Untamed, there were still the Ironhearts to fear. What might one candle do against a flood? Battling winds across the bailey, she stumbled past the barracks, the stench of the distillery, the smithy's warm glow. We saw a silhouette within, her friend Baptiste, dark skin agleam with forge light. Dior's breath caught at the sight of him, hand to her heart as she whispered his name. But we both knew he belonged to the Wolf-Mother now, and until Rain got her word, she was unsure of the method by which this thraldom might be broken. To drink, or to bleed. So the Grail passed him by, entering the stables instead. The pens were near empty, only a few dozen beasts left in a building that might have horsed an army in happier days. A dozen men were gathered around a cook fire, stable hands and grooms and muckrackers, drinking mugs of fresh brewed black from the distillery to stave off the chill. The scorched weren't forced to eat fare quite so horrifying as the Divock's cattle, sharing a stew of mushroom and sprout with their liquor instead. Dogshank sat among them, one of the brutes who'd brought Dior down from the Nightstone, blood beneath his fingernails and butcher knives at his belt. And beside the man, far too handsome for the company he kept, was the young hound boy of Avelaine, Joaquin Marin. Helena looked up as Dior entered, the hound's tail wagging.
Mademoiselle Lachance,
Joaquin murmured.
what are you— My beloved mistress, Lily, bid me speak with you, alone.
The stable folk glanced to her brand, and without a word of dissent, all shuffled out into the storm. Joaquin held Dior's eyes as she sat beside him, his hound snuffling at her left boot. The lad seemed slightly the worse for drink. Many of the Divok soldiers numbed themselves to the horrors of life in this keep, with regular serves of homebrew. But his hand was steady as he scratched Elena's ears, gifting the Grail one of his dark, crooked smiles as he sipped his mug of liquor. "Why haven't you run yet?" Dior whispered. He blinked, feigning confusion. "Why would I run? My great mistress, you're not bound to Chiara, Joaquin," she hissed. "You haven't been since that day I healed you in the woods. That's why you didn't stop me the other night when I tried to escape." She shook her head. "But why the hell haven't you?" He drew breath to protest, Dior grabbing his wrist as he tried to rise. "I'm not bound to them either. My blood protects me from it, the same blood that broke your servitude and saved your life." She squeezed his hand, pleading, "Trust me, Joaquin. I'm talking about the life of every poor soul in the city now. Those folks being fed to the wretched in Newton, those people eating the flesh of the dead in Oldton, every slave in this accursed fucking keep." The boy remained silent, weighing Dior up. He looked to the new brand burned atop her hand, square jaw clenched tight. His fingers brushed at his chest, unscarred despite the mortal wounds he'd suffered, the death she'd saved him from. "Isla," he finally whispered. "I haven't run because of Isla." "You're ever after," Dior realized. "You won't abandon her." "Of course I won't," he hissed. "I tried to get in to see her, but she serves the Black Heart, and we're not allowed in the upper levels. I don't even know if she's alive. She's well. I see her all the time in Nikita's chambers." The boy swallowed, pale as death. Is he? She cleans for him, nothing more. He dresses her well, keeps her fed. She's faring better than most in that keep." Dior's eyes fell, and she glanced toward the smithy. "Nikita has been occupying himself with Aaron of late." Joaquin kept his expression steady, but behind the liquor's haze, we saw a sliver of rage and hope break through his mask. We wondered at the strength of this boy, what it must have taken to keep his head amid these atrocities, to bend the knee in the vain hope he might somehow see his beloved again. And we knew him for what he was then. Jean-Francois dipped his quill, muttering under his breath. "An addle-witted fool." "A believer," the last Lyathi replied, staring across the river. "Some would say they are one and the same, Mademoiselle Castille." "Some would say," she nodded, "but they do not know what we know." Dior looked deep into the hound boy's eyes, whispering, "There's another in the keep who's been freed, Joaquin, and we've set our minds to freeing more. We may need your help out here, among the soldiers. Can we count on you?" The boy looked to the shadowed dun, to his beloved trapped within. "I've only known Isla 8 months," he murmured. "She came to Avelaine after the Divok destroyed Dun Quinn. She'd no famille left, no friends. She seemed so sad, but the dogs liked her. Elena is a good judge of character." He scuffed his hound's chin as she wagged her tail. "Isla used to come with me when I walked the pups. She liked the quiet, she said. And one day I told her she was pretty. Took a kiss without asking." He shook his head, chagrined. "You grow up looking the way I do. You become accustomed to girls not minding that sort of thing. But Isla kicked me for it, straight in the daddy sack." The boy chuckled, rubbing his chin. "I knew right then she was the girl I was going to marry." Dior smiled, pale blue eyes shining.
She does sound a keeper.
I never thanked you, he said, meeting her gaze. When you saved me, you'd no need to do that. But if you can save her, Mademoiselle Lachance, you can count on me, to the death. We'll not let it come to that. I've no intention of anyone dying. Cheers, then. The boy raised his reeking mug. To living forever. Squeezing his knee, Dior rose swiftly. I'll get you word as soon as I can on how we plan to move. Till then, be careful, eh? I promise we'll make it through this. All of us. He nodded, and in his eyes we saw a light we'd come to know all too well among folk who met that girl. The awe of the believer, at last finding something to believe in. God go with you, Mademoiselle Lachance. With us both, Monsieur Marin. She departed the stables, walking swift across the courtyard as if on her mistress's business. Passing those dreadful cages, forcing herself to breathe the stench, gazing at the folk within. Most of the prisoners looked down, away, each living in terror they'd be the next chosen to feed the wretched at supper-time. But one figure met the Grail's gaze as she passed by, staring out through the bars with bruised eyes. "Mila," Dior whispered. The child who'd given Gabrielle that golden vial at Avelaine, grubby blonde hair and tear-streaked cheeks. At the sight of her, Dior drew breath to speak, and we beat warning upon her skin. Tap, 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 tap. She could say nothing to this waif, promise naught, or all might be undone. And so she pressed a hand to her breast, tears in her eyes. "Mother maid, watch over you, Cherie." And then she turned, pawing at her frozen lashes as she strode past, watchful scorched, back into the keep. Stopping at the base of the stairs in the Hall of Crowns, she gazed up at that mighty statue, Niamh Nineswords, armour-clad, her blade held in one raised fist. And in its shadow, wearing rough homespun and carrying only a lantern, stood the Nineswords' youngest daughter. Reine Amerghen threw Dior a pointed glance as she passed, disappearing through a servant's door. Slowly, Dior followed, only the thunder of her pulse and a new sheen of sweat to betray the storm within. Following the lantern light down a hallway, past a maid with an armload of blood-stained cloth, she descended into a freezing stretch of dark stone. This part of the keep was mostly untended, the damage from the attack still evident, cracked mortar and broken glass. Ahead of Dior, Reine motioned with her lantern, slipping through a door carved with the wolf and 9 swords of her house. Dior joined the princess inside, a simple reading room lined with shelves and old yellowed books. "Are you well?" Dior hissed. "It's been bloody days since we spoke. Reine pressed a finger to her lips, twisted a candelabrum on the wall. Dior heard stone grinding stone, a soft breeze kissing her cheek as the bookshelf behind opened wide. The pair slipped into a narrow tunnel, Reine sealing the entrance behind with the twist of another candelabrum. As the shelf thumped closed, all was plunged into blackness, pierced only by the small lantern in Reine's hand. "Well, this place isn't short of surprises," the Grail murmured. "I told you, Dior Lachance," Reine whispered. "I know my own mother's keep. Now move soft and keep your voice low. These cursed leeches have keenest ears." Reine lifted her lantern, illuminating a long stretch of cold stone tunnel ahead. "You've no fear of the dark, have you?" Dior shook her head. "Just rats. You?" Reine scoffed. "I fear nothing." The princess marched down the corridor, Dior following slower, finally cursing and kicking off her dainty heels so she could keep pace. The pair wended secret paths, soft and silent, Dior's feet bare but for her silken hose now, her ridiculous shoes clutched in one hand. The tunnel was damaged from the untamed attack, and as the demoiselles ducked beneath a spar of broken rock, we felt a strange sensation, building now with every step, not painful as such, but uncomfortable, a sense of wrongness, of unwelcome, crushing our wings against the jewel we rested upon. "Listen, not that I don't trust you, Highness," the Grail finally whispered. "But you did almost stab me a few days back, and I've not heard a damned word from you since I gave you that blood. So might you be so kind as to tell me where the fuck we're going?" "My great-great-grandmother went to Mass 4 times a day," Rain whispered. "She had this passage built so she could travel back and forth untroubled by common folk." "Common folk?" Dior scoffed, looking Rain up and down. "You might wear a maidservant's frock, but you surely speak like a bloody princess." "If everyone was exceptional, mademoiselle, then no one would be. So you're saying we're going to church? Rain halted, pressed upon the wall, opening yet another hidden door. "We're directly beneath Amath de Megdeh." "The sepulchre of the Mother Maid," Dior whispered, glancing upward. Such explained why the world felt so wrong to us. We did not stand on holy ground so much as underneath it. But still we felt an abiding unease, and as Dior stepped into the tunnel beyond, that weight only deepened, darkened. The corridor was short, ending at a grand door carved of ironwood, decorated with a beautiful engraving of the Mother Maid. She was carved in archaic fashion, more akin to an Ossian warrior wife than Heaven's bride. She wore clan-cloth and a breastplate, her hair braided in the local style, and a snatch of scripture in old Ossian runes encircled her head like a halo. Rain pushed open the heavy door, stepping into the chamber beyond. But as Dior followed, we found ourselves slapped backward, as if by the hand of God. We fluttered loose from her choker, dazed, spiraling to the floor outside. Dior saw us fall, stooping to retrieve us, but we shied back, wings shuddering, and looking around, the Grail at last understood. "Holy ground," she whispered. We retreated, watching, and with a small nod for me, Dior followed Rain inside. The chamber was a crypt, vast and dark, lit only by a few flickering points of light. It had once been a grand affair by the look, ancient tombs of marble arranged in long rows. Statues of the ladies and lairds interred therein lay atop, attired as slayers in repose. But the destruction of the sepulchre above had wrought damage too below. The ceiling partway collapsed, tombs shattered by falling masonry, bones spilling forth onto the flagstones. Strange grooves were carved into the floor, some arcane geometry we'd no understanding of. Great mosaic portraits of the 7 martyrs adorned the walls, but only one had survived the carnage almost intact. Beautiful Michonne, flaxen-haired and armour-clad, sword raised high as she led her army of the faithful in her holy war. Below that mosaic rested a mighty vault, large enough for 6 bodies. It was the finest marble, cracked and split in the attack, capped by a great sculpture in what we realized was pure silver, darkened with dust. A woman was wrought at rest upon a bed of skulls, long maiden's hair braided in a halo about her head. She was dressed in mail and plate, a long blade clasped at her breast. Cherubs at wing carried trumpets and garlands of flowers, Great and fierce seraphim stood with silver swords drawn, guarding the empty coffin therein. For this was Tale de Megder, the tomb of the Mother Maid, built in her honour after her body was taken to heaven, there seated at the Father's right hand. And before that monument to Dior's ancestor, 4 women waited. The first was Rain, maid-servant's cloth concealing the royal-blooded warrior beneath. But around her, 3 new players stood, those elegant swans who had waited on the Heartless hand and foot. They wore beautiful green gowns embroidered with the wolf of Clan Mergen, decked in finery and jewels. But they carried themselves with a different bearing now, and we could not help but note the way they stood, not with shoulders slumped and eyes downturned, but feet set apart for balance, hands poised as if they longed to hold swords. Looking into their eyes, Dior saw the truth as plain as we. It worked, she sighed. We. Rain smiled as fierce as the wolf of her house. It took a time to do it safely, but I managed finally to mix your dram in with their morn meal. All were freed by breakfast's end. It was like watching sleepers wake from a dark dream. Into a nightmare darker still, one of the women murmured. She was the eldest of them, the swan with the scarred chin and hard hands. A tall, lean switch of willow, late in her 40s, long greying hair and fierce blue eyes. Dior Lachance, this is Arlyn, first of my chamber, and Lady of Faenwatch. Rain nodded to the other 2 maids in the gathering, only a year or so older than she. This is Lady Gillian Amergen, and her sister, Lady Morgana. Swords maids all, cousins and friends, and once more loyal blades of my household. And for that, you've our deepest thanks. Each woman curtsied, and as they straightened, all made the sign of the wheel. There was a touch of suspicion in the eyes of the eldest sword maid, but the young red-headed sisters gazed at Dior with nothing short of wonder. Our Lady Rain told us who ye were when the black spell of Lily's blood was undone. Young Morgana glanced to the mosaic above. A daughter of Saint Michon herself, the first martyr reborn. I'm not a martyr, Dior said, and I've no desire to be one. I just want to end this, to help those people up there. God! She looked toward the bailey, thunder rolling overhead. There's already so few, and every night less. We have to do something. No fear, Rain nodded. Now we know the workings of it, we can. Gillian spoke then, a quick and fiery maid with a scar through her freckled brow. If one taste of your holy blood might break the spell, we can serve it with eve meal tonight. Free every soul in the dun at one stroke. And how shall we get the blood into the meal, young Gillian? It was Arlyn speaking now, hard blue eyes fixing the younger maid in place. It took days for Lady Rain to find opportunity to liberate just 3 of us. Should we waltz into the kitchen with a bucket of blood and hope Kayleigh and her hands didn't notice? And how will she afford it? Morgana asked, nodding to Dior. She's barely got any meat on her bones. You think she's a spare bucket of claret inside her? I think they'd smell it anyway, Dior muttered. The stink of those kitchens wafts through the whole keep, and my blood is like perfume to these bastards. Gillian pouted, and Morgana rolled her eyes, muttering, half-wit. The maid elbowed her younger sister, hissing, Sod off, you little tart. Morgana punched her sister's arm. Dinna call me a sodding tart, you sodding tart. I'll call you what I please and knock your block off while I'm... Ladies! Rain raised one brow at the sisters. Time and place, Mercy. Arlyn paced, brow creased in thought. We have advantage here. Hidden as we are in the shadows and yet unseen, we walk among them freely, trusted servants all. But if the dead catch a hint of this conspiracy, we're undone with a word. We must walk slow. Rain nodded. Free those we trust most first. Your husband, Bran, Lady Alyn. She glanced to Morgana and Gillian. Your beaux, Declan and Meron, ladies. Start with a few, then spread like a plague. 6 today, 12 a-morrow. But what then, my lady? All eyes turned to Morgana, her stare bright and wide. Say we're free to keep entire, with ne'er single woman nor man to lose their nerve. The young maid glanced to the ceiling above, lowering her voice further. The High-Bloods took this keep with an army to defend it. How now shall our remnants take it back? I've been pondering that riddle, Dior murmured, chewing her lip. And I don't think we need an army to end this. We just use the sword already hanging over Nikita's head. Morgana only blinked. What sword, holy maid? I'd seen it before, Dior breathed, eyes on the flickering lantern. Between Kiara and Kane on the journey here, in the Hall of Plenty when I first arrived. But it wasn't until I saw Nikita and Lily tearing at each other's throats I truly understood. She looked up, gazing around those blank faces. These things hate each other, she whispered. Nikita doesn't rule through love, save the love he inflicts. He buys the loyalty of this court with blood. These bastards don't toil together through bonds of fellowship, or nation, or even famille. They just loathe each other a little less than the rest of the world, and are content for now to keep the company of monsters they despise, to bring that world to its knees. She smiled soft, speaking the truth my brother had given her. The greatest suit of armour is only as strong as the buckle holding it in place. Rain and her ladies looked among each other, understanding between. Dior's smile faded, as if she were coming back to herself, the dark and cold around her. But we can't wait long to strike. I'm not going to sit by until those cages up there are empty. But small steps first. The Princess Amergen drew a short blade from her bodice. Can you spare another few drams, enough for my lady's loved ones? You need to free Isla too, Dior said, sitting on one of the tombs. The girl who cleans Nikita's chambers. She's Joaquin's sweetheart. He won't help us without her. Rain nodded. We sleep together in the maids' quarters. I'll find a way. No fear. Dior sighed, dragging off her silken hose. Each of the sword maids had brought a vessel, a stoppered phial or old perfume bottle or hip flask, and as they watched, Dior unwrapped the homespun about her foot and sliced it open again, wincing in pain. Young Morgana whispered a prayer, Arlen signing the wheel, as Dior filled a bottle to the brim. Be careful with that, she told Gillian. If they smell it on you, we're done. The lass nodded, taking the bottle with the reverence due a holy relic. The sword maids watched as Dior filled each vessel, blood dripping bright and thick. Even outside the crypt, our moat could smell it, all of us a-tremble at that heavenly perfume, at the fear of how close this girl now walked to disaster. Give this only to those you trust, Rain warned. Only in secret, and risk nothing once the sun has gone down. We stand on knife's edge here, my ladies, and should one of us fall, it will be to the ruin of us all. She looked around the group, held the gaze of each until she was satisfied. Her voice was iron. Walk soft, and go with God. Young Gillian hesitated a moment, then took Dior's hand and kissed it, curtsying low. Our thanks, holy maid. Mother bless and keep ye. Morgana knelt and pressed lips to Dior's knuckles. Mother bless, my lady. The sword maids nodded, old Arlen touching Dior's cheek and murmuring a prayer. And one by one the trio stole out into the shadows, the blood of God's Redeemer hidden in their dresses, and a spark of hope burning in their hearts for the first time any could recall. Rain took her blade back from Dior, held it over the lantern's chimney. "This doesn't feel right," Dior murmured. "Doesn't feel like we're doing enough." "We must move, careful," Rain said. "It helps no one if we're discovered. Tell that to the people we're going to get dragged from those cages tonight." "It's an awful thing," Rain nodded. "To consign folk to their deaths, be they soldiers or innocents. With every loss, a part of you is lost too. But that's what it is to be a leader." "I'm not a leader. I'm a whore child. I slept in gutters. My fucking fleas had fleas." Rain gestured to the mosaic above. "Michonne was a huntress, as common as they came, and yet she led an army and gave birth to the world's salvation. You are not where you were born, Mademoiselle Lachance, nor who you were born of. Easy for you to say, you were born of a legend," Rain scoffed. "Hardly an honour to be envied, believe me." Dior sucked a lock of pale hair, nodding. "My mamma didn't like me much either." Rain's mismatched eyes darkened at that. "I never said my mother did not like me. Niamh Megan was the greatest leader Osway has ever known. My mother conquered 9 warring clans to unite this nation. All I have, all I am, I owe to her, and I am grateful. It's just—" Dior shrugged, chewing her lip. "The paintings. There's portraits of Niamh and her famille all around this keep, but none of them include you." Rain bristled, jaw clenched. "You've very keen eyes, Mademoiselle Lachance." Dior nodded, but kept her tongue still. Rain's cheeks were pinked, her stare gone hard. This was obviously a sore spot for the Lady Amergenne, and Dior chose not to press. Instead, she frowned down at herself, one hand rising to the choker at her throat. "I've just realised, if you were her youngest, these are probably your things I'm wearing. Your dresses, your jewels. I'm sorry." Rain breathed deep, shrugging as if to throw some damp chill off her back. "You wear them well," she murmured, smiling soft. "Aside from the heels, perhaps. Honestly, why anyone would wear those things is beyond me." "Such is the price of vanity, mademoiselle," Rain said. "Beauty can be a kind of armour, as I've said. But I've other armour that would fit you better. A suit of plate mail and 3-fold chain, and a long blade of Ossian steel to match." Their eyes met, emerald and sapphire watching old sky blue. "I'll dress you such like one night soon, holy maid. I vow it." Dior cleared her throat, blushing, and we were put in mind of that moment in the wardrobe, Rain tying up her hosiery, hands slipping slow over her prickling skin. "I'm not a maid," she murmured. "I mean, technically, maybe, but—" Rain arched one brow, smirking. "Either you are, or you aren't. Well—" Dior dragged her hair over her eyes, her burning cheeks. "I've not been with any men, is what I mean to say." "Ah." The princess's own cheeks pinked a shade darker. "I see." Dior coughed again, hardening her voice as she gestured to the blade. "I should be about it. If Lily or one of these other bastards smells the bleed, we're fucked harder than a Har-Royal Dachshund after last call." Rain smiled at Dior's common-born tongue, glancing to her foot. "Do you need me to—" "Merci, but I can handle myself."
I have not failed to notice, Mademoiselle Agence. You can call me Dior.
Rain flipped the blade and passed it over, curtsying as if to a knight in old tales.
Mademoiselle Dior.
The younger girl scoffed, took the hot knife from Rain's hands, meeting her eyes as their fingertips touched, and gritting her teeth, Dior pressed the blade to the arch of her foot to cauterize the wound. The scent of scorched meat joined the dim reek of death, the spit and pop of burning blood accompanying her soft hiss of pain. But instead of wincing, Dior's eyes quickly widened, Rain whispering in astonishment at the blood already spilled across the Grail's skin.
What in the name of...
Dior's blood was moving. Trembling, gathering in beads like quicksilver, it rolled away from the hot metal, as if reacting to the Grail's pain. Astonished, Dior withdrew the knife, and the blood stilled itself, dripping now onto the stone, as if nothing were amiss. Thunder rolled overhead, and our moat was frozen still, bewilderment and disbelief washing us through.
Does your blood usually behave so?
Rain whispered.
Not that I'm aware, Dior breathed. What else can it do? I'd no idea it could do that.
We took the wing, whirling, spinning through the air on the tomb's threshold.
We should be gone from here,
Dior whispered, looking toward us.
I've a need to talk to my friend.
Dragging on her shoe, she tested her weight gingerly, biting her lip.
When your swordmaids have news, come find me.
Rain nodded, helping the limping girl to her feet.
God go with you, Mademoiselle Dior, and you, my Lady Amergane. You may call me Rain.
Dior flipped the blade and passed it back, curtsying as to a queen in old tales.
My Lady Rain.
The older girl chuckled, the younger girl smiled, and like shadows the pair slipped from that ancient tomb into the gathering dark. But as their footsteps faded, we lingered on that grim threshold, our moat circling the cold air, all of us now a wonder. We'd not seen it at first, perhaps not truly looking, certain there could be no trace of Mother Marin on sanctified ground. But as Lady Rain had scooped up her lantern, we'd spotted it, just as we'd seen it in the Mergen necropolis, wrought in pearl-white shells in the mosaic on the wall. A sigil as familiar as my own name, the dream I'd sacrificed my soul for. The twin skulls of the Yasana, etched in the clouds behind Michonne's raised sword, and between, the sigil of the Grail. Chapter 3. The Vow. Dior stood at Lily's right hand, wreathed in the copper-dark stink of blood. The Hall of Plenty rang with roars and cheers, the hymn of metal upon metal. The Heartless and the Blackheart sat their thrones, still steadfastly ignoring each other after their altercation weeks past. Scorched stood guard around the hall, hapless prisoners strung from the chandeliers. Nikita's courtiers were gathered around the tables, cups filled to brimming, and the Wolf-Mother and the Dragan were trying to murder each other. Their weapons cut the air louder than the storm above, the vampires flinging themselves about the room in that style Divok name Andya, the Tempest. The Dragan fought shirtless, sea monsters and maids inked on pale flesh, golden fangs glinting through a beard spattered with blood. He wielded a blade taller and wider than Dior, swinging it one-handed as he scythed through the air, skipping, leaping, whirling. The Wolf-Mother had stripped down to her leathers and tunic, Kiara's muddy braids whipping behind her as she rolled aside, the Dragan's sword shattering the flagstones where she'd stood. "Stand and fight, coward!" Alex roared. The Dragan's lover spat on the floor, dragging a hand over her cropped scalp. Beside her, Kane, the headsman, motioned to one of the serving maids, who dutifully brought over fresh goblets of blood for him and the grey jester. The courtiers cheered as Kiara broke the Dragan's arm with her mighty warmaul, Nikita raising a cup to his daughter as the dueling coldbloods fell back, circling each other. The scene was painted red, carnage and cruelty, a court of abominations ever baying for more blood. And at the head of it, Dior stood, her pulse quietly seething. It had been seething all week, truth told. She and we had spoken after her meeting with Rain and her swordmaids, messages traced letter by painstaking letter upon her hand. We'd no explanation for the way her blood had reacted to that scalding blade, and that had been frustration enough. We'd told her about the Asani sigil in the Mother-Maid's sepulchre, but we still knew Marin could not lie within that tomb. No vampire, ancient nor Medi, nor fledgling, might slumber upon holy ground. But worst of all, we'd told her that though we were healing, we were still not ready to fight. Soon, but not yet. And that word burned in her eyes, boiled behind her teeth, fists clenched so tight her knuckles were white. Soon. It's a terrible thing to sit silent while others suffer, but those who run fastest stumble swiftest. To speak here was to die. To fight here was to fall. Sometimes the hardest thing of all to do is nothing, and we could see that though Dior was heartsick with it, she understood the rules of this awful game, and at least now she did not play it alone. Rain's ladies were gathered behind Lily, the princess herself, prostrate before the Contessa's throne, and in the moments Dior's resolve quavered, she would look to the Lady Rain Amerghen, the daughter of a duchess, on her belly at Lily's feet to be used like a footstool, and the Grail's mask would slip into place, her will iron once more. Aaron stood beside Nikita, resplendent in dark silks and a greatcoat of blue velvet brocade. Long hair spilled over his shoulders like liquid gold, his beautiful face a mask as he watched his maker brawl with the Dragan. Aaron had been spending every day in Nikita's boudoir. We'd seen bodies being hauled from the room by poor Isla, crushed and torn and ripped. And though we still felt a kinship with this fledgling killer, we wondered what Aaron had been forced to do, and what he had chosen. Love is madness, or so the poets say, and a lover will do near anything to please their beloved. What darkness had been unleashed in the noble Capitaine of Avelaine? Dior saw Aaron's suffering full well, but she knew just as we did that there was only one way he might be freed. He was Kith, after all. He could not drink her holy blood. The Grail's one hope to rescue the fallen Lord of Avelaine was to destroy his master. But how could she overcome foes this fearsome? The Divok roared as Kiara blooded the Dragan again, the wolf mother sidestepping her cousin's strike and breaking half his ribs with her maul, using the weapon's weight to sail free of his fearsome counterstrike. Nikita chuckled as the pair circled each other once more, eyes flashing with shared hatred. Lily looked to her eldest son, limping now, hard eyes locked on his foe. "Stop toying with her, Dragan," she called. The vampire glanced to his broodmother, spitting blood as he snarled. Crowd roaring, he stepped to his cousin like thunder, forcing Kiara back, too fierce to parry, little time to dodge. But Kiara was swifter, rolling back across the broken floor. With a furious cry, the Dragan pursued, the weight of his greatsword dragging him up into the air. But Kiara slipped aside his attack as he landed, slamming her mighty maul into her elder's chest in reply. The Dragan crashed into the flagstones so hard they were smashed to powder, the wolf mother placing a boot upon his bloodied ribs. "So the black lion fell also," she growled. "Demonstration as promised, dear cousin."
"Aye, yield,"
the Dragan spat, blood gleaming on his golden fangs. "Untamed!" came the cry around the hall, cups lifted in toast. "Sante!" Kiara raised her bloody maul in reply, throwing a triumphant glance toward her father. But her grin dimmed just a touch at the sight of Aaron, standing beside that dark throne and drinking from the cup a smiling Nikita had handed him. Lily lifted her own brimming goblet to her lips. The Heartless was clad in blood-red silk this eve, a crown of goat horns curling at her brow. "Thy daughter fights well despite her youth, brother." Nikita sipped from his goblet in return.
"She is my daughter, after all. Thy Dragan perhaps underestimated the worth of skill and overrated the value of age.
A simple mistake to make.
Fools often make the simplest."
Lily pouted in thought, tapping her lip as she studied her niece. "She seems somewhat glum these nights, though, think ye not? Despite the new laurels her victory over the lion hath brung. Perhaps she rankles, thy Kiara, to see her position usurped."
"Usurped?" Nikita scoffed. "She stands as the right hand of my throne as ever."
The Heartless glanced to Aaron, lips twisting as her bottomless gaze drifted below his belt. "I speak not of her position in the throne room, brother." Aaron gave no reply to his great-aunt, eyes fixed firmly ahead. Kiara's stare lingered on her father, the black heart glowering behind his cup. But if Nikita intended rebuttal, it was silenced as the doors were flung open, a boom echoing the hall's length. Soraya strode into the feast, dark skin gleaming, braids bejeweled with fresh snow. Nikita raised one brow.
"Daughter?"
Soraya glanced to Kiara, standing in triumph upon the bloody stone. The sister's eyes locked, the wolf mother's brow creased at the look on her younger sibling's face.
"Daughter,"
the black heart growled.
"Speak."
"Forgive me, father,"
Soraya bowed.
"Her messenger is come to the gates."
Lily scratched Prince behind his ear, the great white wolf thumping his leg upon the stone like some overwrought pup. "More Voss princes to beg for their pauper king?" Soraya shook her head, looking to Nikita, her desire to please her liege and father, at war with the fear of being the bearer of ill news.
"I think it best if you come see for yourself, my lord."
Nikita's fathomless eyes narrowed, pale fingers caressing the arm of the 9 swords stolen throne. The weight of long years rested heavy upon the brow of this prince, and he was not one for guess a game. But he stood slow, straightening the line of his magnificent greatcoat before stepping down off the dais.
"Best you bring epitaph, father,"
Soraya whispered. Murmurs rippled the length of that bloody hall, Nikita's bloodlords glancing among each other. The Blackheart scowled, reaching for the weapon leaning upon his throne. The great sword was terrifying, longer and broader than a man. Her bear was fashioned upon the hilt, mouth open in a roar, its blade of darkest steel etched with runes in old Talhostic and notched by countless battles. Epitaph, Nikita had named it, and well was the moniker earned. God only knew how many its edge had written. With weapon at rest upon his shoulder, Nikita marched through the hall. As he passed, his bloodlords stood, suspicion in their eyes as they looked to Soraya. But the fledgling had already fallen into step at her sire's back, throwing another dark glance to Kiara beside her. Others following now, until all the room was emptying out into the snow. All save Lily. The Heartless remained, lips pursed, tracing one horn at her crown with a gold-dipped finger. Her sword-maids glanced to each other, to Rain, the question of sudden opportunity so heady, the princess almost missed Lily snaking to her feet with an exasperated sigh. Rain grunted as Lily trod upon her back, down to the broken flagstones. Snapping her fingers, the vampire stalked off after her brood brother, maids and wolf falling into step behind, Dior hurrying to keep up in her ridiculous heels. Out through the main doors, thunder singing over the bay, past the curious thrall swords, Joaquin near the stable, Baptiste in the smithy, little Mila shivering in her cage. Nikita's procession stalked past the ruins of the Mother-Maid's sepulchre into Alton, the mortal stock living there shrinking back in terror. A horn blast rang from the walls in Newton at their approach, the mighty gates cracking wide, opening into the shattered second city beyond. The thousands of wretched in the ruins turned at the sound, those with intellect enough left to vocalize, whining or hissing their hunger. They slipped from broken homes, rancid drains, and crumbled fiefs, fangs bared, ever hungry. But when they set eyes upon the Black Heart, they trembled like curs before a lord of wolves, slinking back into the shadows. Dior walked at Lily's side all the while, hands before her like a holy sister. But her eyes were a stormy blue, a faint line at her brow, betraying her wonder at what might have drawn the Count Divok from his feast. As thunder rolled again, Nikita strode up the stairs to the high walk along the crumbling outer walls. His bloodlords stepped aside as Lily took her place at his right hand, peering into the dark. They lined up along the broken battlements, hundreds of years and thousands of lives their tally. Cain and Alex, the Dragan and Grey the Jester, Soraya and Kiara, and the rest. Dior heard the faint song of pipes in the dark, soft growls from among the kith. And though Lily kept her face a mask, a low hiss slipped her lips as thunder rolled again. The night was too deep for any mortal eye to pierce, and the Grail squinted into that black. But lightning cut the sky, a brilliant bolt illuminating the rubble before Dun Mergen's walls, and Dior gasped as she saw the Legion arrayed there. Hulking forms and glittering fangs, crescent blades and golden eyes, fur daubed with blood and ink-scarred skin. The world ran dark again, Dior blinking in the aftermath, faint pipes singing of death and war. But the lightning came again, a blade arcing across the heavens, echoing now with thunder and the memory of the vow he'd made her long ago. I know not where this road will lead us, girl, but I'll walk it with you to whatever fate awaits. And if God himself should tear us asunder, if all the endless Legion stood in my path, I would find my way back from the shores of the abyss to fight at your side. Tears filled her eyes.
I'll not leave you, Dior.
Her whisper lost in the storm.
I will never leave you.
Gabriel. Chapter 4. Black Night, Red Dawn. I knew not what to feel at the sight of him. Joy and rage, envy and pride. But the voices in my head sang mostly of dread. He stood at the head of the storm, that army of the moon's throne, cupped in the palms of cracking thunder, ash drinker naked in his hands. He strode forward, Phoebe a dancer beside him, the flesh witch's flame-red locks bound into thick slayer braids threaded with gold. Gabriel's blood-red greatcoat and ink-black hair whipped about him in the winter winds, and his eyes were the grey of the clouds he roared over.
Divok!
Atop the broken walls of his city, the priori of the Untamed stood. His jaw was set, dread epitaph on his shoulder. Bloodlords gathered about him like dark angels. Furious glares were thrown toward Kiara, the wolf-mother, standing with head bowed, fists curled at the sight of the living legend she'd claimed to have killed, apparently living still. But Nikita spared not a glance for his child, nor her shame, looking instead toward his foe.
The Black Lion, a guest most honored. Welcome, Nikita bids thee.
My brother shook his head as he called reply.
Listen, I know none of your dogs have the balls to tell you this, but do you have any idea what a fucking wanker you sound, referring to yourself in third person?
Nikita laughed.
I am delighted to learn the rumour of thy death was unfounded, De Leon. To gods and devils did I pray that one night we might meet again. Apologies, I don't remember meeting you the first time. Were you at the Crimson Glade? I was too busy cleaning your father off my sword for proper introductions. Let us have them, then.
The Blackheart opened his arms to encompass the city his broodsire had never come close to taking.
I am conqueror of Dunfas, destroyer of Dun Sadabe, despoiler of Dun Quinn, defiler of Dun Aris. All Oswe kneels now at my feet, or lies buried by my hand. Welcome to the Kingdom Divok, De Leon. Nikita is its sovereign, and all in it pay him homage.
Gabriel's eyes roamed the shattered walls, the broken stone, the ruin Nikita had made of this realm in his quest to seize it.
I love what you've done with the place.
Nikita laughed, fangs glinting as the lightning flashed.
A long journey thou hast made by thy look. Desire for hospitality hast thou?
The Count Divok motioned to the mighty gates.
Enter, and be welcome, De Leon. But pray ye come alone. Well could we accommodate thee in settings more intimate.
Gabriel's fist tightened on his blade as he muttered,
Soon, bastard. No.
Nikita smiled.
Alas, we shall be forced to set ourselves upon another of San Michon's pretty sons then. But no fear, Lion. Well satisfied hath he kept us.
The Count Divok glanced over his shoulder, beckoning.
Be that not so, Golden One?
A figure moved through the flock of devils, taking his place at Nikita's side. And as Gabriel looked up into his face, I saw my brother's already broken heart cleaved deeper.
That is so, Aaron de Costa called. Master.
Oh, God, Gabriel whispered. Oh, no. Aaron and Gabriel stared at each other across that falling snow and an ocean of time. Boys they'd been when they first met, hated foes who had forged an unlikely friendship that burned bright as silver flame. A light in darkest times had their brotherhood been. If not for the Lord of Averlane, Gabriel and the Grail would have fallen into the Beast of Verlaine's clutches. But now, Aaron stood in the grip of one darker still. Gabriel's jaw was one clenched knot, eyes ablaze with hatred even as they filled with tears. One more loss. One more thing taken. and a part of me wondered then how much my brother had left inside him to give. He looked to Dior, the Grail beside her mistress, tears frozen on her lashes. His eyes roamed the shattered battlements, that court of the blood, the Gette of the great Toliev. Untamed, one and all, strong as mountains and cold as winters, who had in 2 short years made a desolation of this country he had in his youth risked life and soul to defend.
I'm going to make ashes of each and every fucking one of you, he hissed.
How comes it thou art here?
It was Lily who called now, blood-red hair flowing in the wind about her like a cloak, black eyes fixed on Phoebe.
A long trek be ye from thy clanhold, Fien d'etre,
she called.
No foot hath blood Divok set 'pon Highland's hallowed soil, since Pax was fair struck. Yet now ye stand arrayed for war upon our doorstep, in defiance of oath and troth, etched in word and stone.
The eldest Divok gazed among the legion behind Gabriel, raising her voice above the thunder.
Be there no honour mongst the sons of Malath, the daughters of Lanis and Lene? A shame upon thee, I name it, to break holy vow sworn on sacred ground.
Phoebe stepped forward, glowering up at the walls. Her eyes were smeared with a streak of moon's blood, sharp teeth bared in a snarl. She reached beneath the graven breastplate of steel she wore, snapping the leather thong at her throat and holding aloft a small vial for all to see. And with a curse, she hurled it toward those walls, the metal flashing the same gold as her eyes, as an arc of perfect white light cut the skies.
There's your fucking honor, Winterwife!
Nikita glowered at his sister, but Lily yet stared at the flesh witch, lips thin.
Ye have stolen the strength of O'Fane,
Phoebe cried.
And by my mother moons and earth father, by our blood and breath, we are here to reclaim it.
She pointed to the broken battlements, roaring to the legions behind.
Death to traitors! Death to Divok!
Death! Came the roar behind her. Hundreds upon hundreds of slayers, swords pounding shields, lightning flashing upon tooth and claw, wolves and bears and lions howling to their hidden mothers above. Death! A stone flew from the darkness, large as a horse, silent as smoke. Gabriel grabbed the flesh witch and hauled her aside as it struck the snow where she'd stood, landing with the force of 1,000 hammers. The frozen earth was blasted apart, splinters flying as the stone bounced toward the Dusk Dancer legions. The figures scattered, the boulder crashing among them, snow spraying, thunder rolling. Another chunk of broken parapet followed the first, thrown by the Blackheart, the ancient flinging the massive stones like some vengeful god. Gabriel and Phoebe danced back again, the granite spar crashing to the earth and fracturing into a dozen smaller shards, spraying among the troops. Chaos rained down their line, the dancer formation breaking apart as yet another massive chunk of battlement crashed among them, stone shattering as if it were glass. Nikita stood atop the walls of his city, another broken spar of masonry poised in one hand. It was huge, tons in the weighing, yet wielded as easily as a child with a stick. Fangs bared, he hurled it, godlike strength sending it sailing through the dark, farther than any trebuchet or catapult, crashing among the retreating dancers.
Aye, run, he roared. Run! Drag thy craven carcasses back to the mire that birthed thee, afore bedding I make of thy flea-bitten hides.
The Divok jeered, but none dared climb down from the walls to give the enemy chase.
And though they spat at the retreating Highlanders, all knew their foes would return when the frail sun shone in the sky, vampires all the weaker for it. The claws and teeth of dusk dancers could end kith swift as silver, and the number Gabriel and his flesh witch had gathered must have been terrifying to anyone with desire to live forever, let alone rule. Nikita descended the battlements, his court behind him, all of them a murmur. Reaching the flagstones, the Priore Divock turned to his bloodlords, dark eyes ablaze.
Thy scorched shall each ye set here upon outer wall. Let the cattle be the first to bleed. We highborn shall guard the walls to Olton and Porton. Hold them there, should they run the gauntlet of our foul bloods.
Turning to Cain, he spoke with a voice like iron.
No food for the mongrels tonight. Let them be hungry when the dancers come. Saraya.
He turned to his youngest.
Take 6 riders to the Ord, there to seek the ladies of Ors. Inform the terrors we shall have their father's prize trimmed and trussed when they arrive. But if they've a will to see this slip unharmed, hasten might they to herd the
What madness be this?
Nikita turned, glowering as Lily descended the shattered stone stair.
Preparations for battle, sister. No surprise be it ye did not recognize them.
Thou wouldst trade my property without my
property,
Nikita snarled, storming over to loom but inches from his broodmate's face.
Nikita is Priori, and all thou hast he allows. Content he was to indulge thee this.
He waved at Dior.
So long as it served to do so. Yet since thou hast failed—
What failure, mine?
Lily demanded.
Blood blighted for thy conquest I hath given thee. Lord's legion for thy army I hath given thee. Truce with dancers I hath—
Ye dare bleat of truce with foes that mass outside, waiting only for dawn's light.
I crow of it. By mine own hand was it carved in stone, and seek ye fumbling fingers to blame for its breaking. Look not to thy sister, Nikita, but thy daughter.
The Heartless turned, scowling at Kiara.
Milady, forgive me, the Wolf Mother frowned, but I've not— Compound not failure with further deceit. We know full well thy vial was lost in pursuit of the lion. Our secrets given unto the enemy, and for what? Justice claimed, yet not delivered. De Leon looks sprightly indeed for a dead man.
Kiara glared at Cain, standing in the snow beside the Dragan and Alex. And though butter will not melt in any vampire's mouth, historian, the headsman made a fine show of looking cooler than most. All around the bailey, the Lords Divock whispered, Kiara's stolen laurels crumbling now to dust. Dior kept her face like stone, but glanced toward the swordmaids, her pulse running quicker as Arlen met her eyes, as Gillian risked a tiny smile. The cracks were showing. Nikita's alliance beginning to crumble. How swift might it collapse if they but pushed?
Ride ye for the Vos, daughter, Nikita snapped, glowering at Saraya. Spare not the whip. Tell Alba and Elaine they shall have their father's prize if troops they bring to bear for her defence. If not—
He glowered at Dior.
They may have what is left by the crows.
Saraya bowed, and with a scowl toward Cain, a sad glance toward her brood-sister, she marched for the stables. All about them, the high-bloods were awhirl, giving orders for their mortal troops to man the outer walls. It was a brutal sort of plan, and we could see the Count Divock was a general to be respected. Have the Highlanders wade through the mortal thrall swords first, spending their strength, then run the gauntlet of foul-bloods in Newton,
before ever they reached the Highbloods on Alton's walls. The Dragans' fleet owned Porton and the Gulf of Wolves, and besides, the Highlanders had no ships. A frontal assault would be their only choice. It would be a massacre, and the first to fall would be men and women who only stood the defence because the blood in their veins demanded they do so. Amid the clamour, Kiara walked up to her dark father, her once lover, standing like stone in the falling snow. The alabaster of Nikita's brow was creased in thought, midnight eyes on the walls above. But as Kiara spoke, his gaze fell on her. "Forgive me." "'Tis true, then?" he asked. "Ye lost me my truce in pursuit of the lion." "I sought only to please ye," Kiara whispered, lifting her eyes to his. "To slay the murderer of your noble father, to have ye look upon me as once ye did. Nikita, I—" His hand flashed out, seizing the wolf mother's throat. Kiara gurgled as she was hauled off the ground like she weighed nothing, flesh slowly pulping in Nikita's awful grip.
"I gave thee this life, daughter. Just as simply might I take it."
"If such be my lad's wish," she whispered, "ever will I bow to it." Nikita looked his brood-child over, eyes dark and bottomless. There was no trace of old affection in him for her, we saw, not one drop of love. Kiara had been Nikita's prey, a lamb unexpectedly become a wolf after its slaughter, a body to be used, then discarded. We wondered why she still knelt in his shadow. Long years had obviously passed since she'd drunk from his wrist, and any false affection would have faded with the decades. Perhaps the devil you know is always better. Perhaps it was simply a matter of misery loving company, for surely there are none more miserable than the children of the damned. But she spoke then, a simple truth we had never considered. "I love ye." But Nikita only shook his head.
"Ye bore me."
He tossed her backward, a flick of his wrist, sending her into the wall. She struck with the crash of thunder and breaking bone, flesh crushed by the ancient's strength. As the wolf mother collapsed onto the flagstones, the other members of Nikita's court looked on without pity, Cain smirking to himself at his older cousin's fall from grace. Her father loomed over her, eyes black as heaven. And as all in the court watched, the wolf mother crawled back up to her knees and knelt bleeding in her father's shadow.
"Deceiver,"
the Dragan murmured, shaking his head. "Coward," Alex sneered. "The untamed kneel for none." Murmurs rippled among the bloody court, hissed curses, bloody spit striking stone, and the black cart looked down on his old love without pity, pale lips curled.
"Get thy scorched to the walls, and thank thy God I do not stand thee among them."
Nikita turned, stalking back through the ruins, eyes of the wretched horde downturned as he passed them by. With a glance toward the battlements, Aaron followed on his master's heels. Lily walked behind, the Dragan flanking her, speaking swiftly to his broodmother. All about them, the court of the Divok made ready for battle. Lightning sliced the sky wide open, hungry thunder roaring, and in its wake, Kiara dragged herself up from her knees. Back at the keep, Nikita headed to the Hall of Plenty, there to take counsel with his bloodlords. Lily banished her handmaids to their chambers, ordered Dior locked in her boudoir, thrall swords on guard outside. While plans were hatched behind closed doors, the Grail was left standing at her window, staring out into the night. We felt her pulse flutter, her heart thrash quicker as she pressed one hand to the glass and sighed. Bloody hell. The bookshelf opened at her back, and Lady Rain slipped into the room. The Princess Amergen strode to the Grail's side, squeezing Dior's shoulder, smiling fierce. God and Mother Maid be praised. What the hell are we praising them for? Dior muttered. Salvation, Rain hissed, gesturing to the dark outside. The Black Lion of Lawson has come to your defence, a legion of Highlanders at his side. I remember meeting him when I was but a bairn, knighted in this very city by my mother's own hand. She always spoke tales of his prowess, his brilliance in battle. This is the miracle we prayed for. Miracle my shapely arse. It's going to be a fucking slaughter. For the Divok, we... Rain took Dior's hand, squeezed tight. Courage, now, Mademoiselle Dior. We've not been idle. Lady Arlene's husband is freed from his blood bondage, as are Gillian's and Morgana's bows, both of whom serve as guards of Lily's chambers. With a few more drams and the grace of God, we shall have force enough to strike, and what happens at dawn, when Gabe and his friends hit those walls? Don't you see? That is our chance. Lily is no warrior to stand upon the battlements with Nikita and his lords. She'll be alone, vulnerable. And if we strike, blades anointed with your blood, all her household might be freed with one stroke. Hundreds of people, dozens of... what happens to them? Dior pointed through the window to the bailey below. Preparations for battle were underway. Anyone capable of swinging a blade was being handed one, and though mortal, the force there arrayed was no trifle. Behind their broken battlements, and with the strength of their dark masters in their veins, the Divok scorched would paint those walls with Highlander blood before they fell. Black night above promised a red dawn amorrow. Gabriel told me he'd fight through the legions of hell to get back to my side, Dior said. He sure as shit won't think twice about cutting those poor bastards to pieces. But those people out there didn't choose to serve. They fight because they're forced to. This is war. Rain shook her head. I told you. It's no small thing to send folk to their deaths, but that's what it is to be a leader. If I'm not a leader, I've no fucking idea what I'm doing. That is the best way to do something that's never been done. Dior blinked at that, unsure if it tasted like wisdom or madness. You've a golden heart, Dior Lachance. Rain shook her head, gaze soft. Perhaps that is why the Almighty chose you to be the bearer of his blood. But while we all of us pray nights like this never come, it's what we do on the morrow that will truly matter. Dior scowled, dragged a shaking hand through her hair. We need to stop. Think. We've not that luxury. Rain's voice was filled with fire, eyes ablaze. The battle for this city begins at dawn, and I, for one, am willing to die for it. Dior looked to the princess then, her eyes taking the older girl in. She was taller, harder, every bit her mother's daughter. Her hair was summer flame, her eyes mismatched jewels, and though not a single portrait of her hung in this keep, it was easy to imagine her likeness gracing the walls of the Hall of Crowns below. Clad not in servant's cloth, but shining steel, a sword held aloft to heaven and God's fire in her eyes. I can't say I much fancy the thought of you dying, Dior murmured. Hold no fear for what is coming, Dior. It is coming anyway. I know, I just... The princess still held the Grail's hand, and as she spoke, Dior grazed one thumb ever so soft across Rain's skin. The Grail risked a glance. Up into the older girl's eyes, searching those mismatched jewels for some hint of warmth. But Rain's grip softened then, falling away from Dior's, her expression grown clouded and cold. The Grail sighed, scolding herself beneath her breath and turning toward the window. She searched the dark outside, lips pressed thin, jaw clenched. "I'm sorry," she whispered. "That was foolish and fucking childish. This isn't the time." Her voice faltered, skin prickling as she felt a touch on her hand, light as featherdown. She turned back, found the princess looking at her, those failing eyes aglow as lightning cut the sky outside. Her expression was not clouded now, but pained, that they stood on the edge of some vast new shore, never to be wandered. "No time for sweeter things, Mademoiselle Dior," Rain smiled sadly. "No time at all." The Grail chewed her lip, heart suddenly afire. "Then we need to buy some. I mean, not for—" Dior swallowed, nodded to the window, the troops mustering for a war they'd never see the end of. "For them." Rain shook her head. "Even if it were wise to do so, how could it be done? Dawn awaits for no one, and the Black Lion comes with it." Dior dragged a hand through her hair again, eyes on the storm outside. And though we knew with certainty what would come next, still our blood ran chill as she spoke. "Selene." With heavy wings, our moat fluttered from the red jewels at her throat, alighting on her outstretched fingertip. She held us up to her face as if to study us, a droplet of blood given will and form, eyes of pale blue and gleaming red locked on one another. "I need you to talk to Gabriel." Tap, tap. "I know he won't be pleased to see you." She shook her head. "I know you've business unfinished, that you had something to do with his fall at Cairnheim, but the—" Tap, tap. "This is too important. This is thousands of lives, Highlander and Scorched alike. You need to convince them to hold off their attack. Gabe always said there is no one more frightened of dying than things that live forever, and not a one of these bastards wants to be on that wall when hell hits. If we end Nikita and Lily, this whole rotten house of cards comes tumbling down." Our wings held still, save for the smallest trembling. "Please, Selene," she whispered. "I know there's a world of difference between us, and a part of me still trusts you not at all. But if you truly serve the Almighty as you claim, you'll not consign those innocents out there to death, not if there's a chance to save them." The Daughter of the Nine Swords watched on, but the Grail stared only into our eyes. This was foolish, to risk so much for one child's mercy. But we'd let fury and fear rule us once before, when we let my brother fall, and all since had been fire and misery. The voices within me were a clamour, a storm, outrage and scorn and disbelief, threatening for just a moment to overwhelm me. I thought of Genoa's tomb then, the words he had writ in his own blood upon it. This weight too long, this weight too heavy. I envied him the silence he must know now. But beyond their cries, the echoes of all those stolen souls who shared this immortal shell, there was a question only Selene Castilla asked herself. If I cannot trust my fate to the Almighty's hands, can I say I hold faith in him? And if I did not hold faith in him, why would he hold it in me? And so, despite the roars of protest inside my skull, the echoes and tumult within me shrieking their dark discord, I gave myself to his keeping, lifted up our wings. Tap. Chapter 5. Among the Wolves. Death walked so close to us that night, we could feel her shadow in ours. We all knew how much I risked, how deep these waters ran, The legion of souls inside me was a choir of warning, overlapping, naught but a cacophony in my head. We walked with a dead man's clothes on our back, face bound with rags, a threadbare blanket for our cloak. Our skin was thin and cracking, too little paint and too much canvas, a hint of grey still lingering from the fire's dreadful kiss. We'd trod close to the shores of hell before, but I'd never known such fear, so much at stake here, and so much bad blood between us. Brother. Their fires burned low in the storm, hundreds of tiny pinpricks dotting a ridge above a forest of dead trees, well beyond the reach of the Blackheart's arm. We caught the scent of blood and meat, fur and leather, saw shadows of monsters crouched beside those flames. We heard snatches of pipe song under the moaning wind, thick Ossian brogue, and the crunch of light footfalls in the snow far to our left, right behind. I come in peace, we hissed, a rag nowhere white fluttering in my hand. Bows creaked, wind howled. Nobody spoke. I seek parley with Gabriel, the black lion of Lawson. The footsteps fanned out around us then, and through the driving snows we caught a glimpse of women clad in branch and bramble, bows of ashwood in their hands. Ahead, looming out of the dark, came another woman, near 6.5 feet of her. She was an ugly brute, broad of shoulder and thick of arm, hair black as night bound in slayer braids. Her skin was painted with spirals of blood from her moonstime, her face near an animal's, brown eyes with no whites, pointed furred ears, one half missing, sitting too high on her skull. Her forearms were dark with fur, her fingers tipped with claws like curved daggers. "Give us your name, Mayflower," the dusk dancer demanded, "and a single reason why we shouldn't make ashes of you here and now." My name is Selene Castilla Fleshwitch, I replied. I am sister to Gabriel de Leon, and if that is not reason enough to let me pass. We sliced our palm, flicking our wrist to summon our bloody blade. I could slay you all where you stand and walk on anyway. Bowstrings creaked tighter. Our eyes locked on the leader, discord rising in my skull. It was a bluff, of course. Had they tried to end us, we'd simply have fled on the wind before their arrows could fall. But we knew warriors such as these admired valor, not simpering, and quietly I prayed Gabriel's name would carry us the rest of the way. The she-bear scowled, crooked teeth bared. But after a long staring match, she grunted, motioned we follow. One of the archers hissed softly, arrow aimed at our dead heart. "You put Tristan in Mayflower, Bryn. How do we know she is who she claims?" The slayer scoffed, looking me over. "You go like that. She's definitely his bloody sister." We were marched up the rise, incredulous guards assured by the one called Bryn that we were there to see the lion. I'd only read of dusk dancers in Master Wulfric's library, never seen one in the flesh, aside from Phoebe Adansair, and though there were ordinary folk among their legion, I was aghast at how awfully their heathen magics had twisted the rest of them. Hideous forms watched from around those fires, hulks of tooth and claw, half human, half beast. Animal eyes glittering in the firelight, pointed ears and tails and razored teeth, faces painted with spirals of moon's blood, imbuing the bearers with the strength of earth and pagan goddesses both. Stalking through the bestiary, we made the sign of the wheel. We were led to a tent in the heart of the camp, hung with banners of a dozen heathen clans. With a growl for us to stay, the one named Bryn stepped inside, leaving us surrounded. It seemed the entire Highland host was gathered at our back now, blades gleaming and fangs glittering, and breath steaming in the chill. We heard a snarl, someone call my brother's name, and in blinking, there he was, ripping the tent's flap aside, his accursed blade naked in his hands. His eyes were flushed crimson, fangs bared as he strode toward me, naught but murder on his mind. "Dior sent me, brother. Be calm," we cried. His fury lessened, but only a drop, testament to the depth of his rage. If not for our blood still at work within him, who knows what he might have done? It mattered not a drop to him that I'd never have gone into such danger without reason. The last Lyathy shook her head and sighed. My brother was ever ruled by his heart, not his head. Not by one of them, at any rate. Jean-Francois smirked, sketching in his tome. Selene turned her withering gaze on the historian, black as the waters between. Your desire for him is piteous, sinner. You know he would kill you in a heartbeat if given opportunity, do you not? How is it people look at my brother and see only what they wish? How is it he lives a life so charmed when I was given this? You speak as though you hate him. Jean-Francois mused, working on his illustration, a portrait of Selene standing in a sea of dusk dancers. And yet, at the heart of your rage lies a crime he cannot be faulted for. To lament ill fortune is understandable, Mademoiselle Castille, but to place the blame for the whim of heaven at a mortal's feet. The historian smiled, dark eyes twinkling. Well, it seems somewhat ungodly of you, mademoiselle. You do not see, she whispered. You do not know what he cost me. Me? The historian replied. Not us. Your use of the plural seems to vary wildly. One moment you speak of yourself as many, another you speak only of Selene. Forgive me, but it makes you seem somewhat unbalanced. And worse, a rather unreliable narrator. Far more reliable than your other, sinner. Which is it, then? Me or we? It is both. It is neither. It is exactly as we say. The historian rolled his eyes, lifting his quill as Selene continued. We stood there in the snow, staring at each other, Gabriel's will against mine. Behind him, we saw the flesh witch, Adanzer, further twisted by her dark magics now, eyes that of the animal who wore her skin. But though she glowered at me, still she touched his wrist, whispered soft in his ear, far more familiar in touch and tone than once they'd been. We looked from her hand at rest on Gabriel's arm, up into his eyes. You've spent sleepless nights in your efforts to return to Dior's side, we see. No time wasted at all. The flesh witch turned on me, cursed eyes flashing. You're but a few breaths away from slaughter here, leech. I'd spend them more wise if I were ye. You are not me, and will never be. Thank your heathen gods for that. What do you want, Selene? Gabriel growled. Dior bid me speak with you, brother. You've talked with her? Phoebe demanded, eyes wide. How does she fare? We glanced at the legion of shadows at our back, the folk within the tent behind my brother, their skins scribed with bloody spells and bodies twisted with blind idolatry. Well enough, considering her plight. The Divok tried to slave her, but though she plays the part, her holy blood makes her immune to their mastery. We met my brother's widening eyes. She can break the bonds of thraldom with it, Gabriel. Even now, she foments rebellion within the keep. She asks you delay your attack, that she may free more of those scorched by the untamed.
What difference does it make? He demanded. If we burn every cold blood in Dunmergen to ashes, their thralls will be freed anyway.
Nikita has ordered every mortal soldier to the outer battlements. You and your new friends will need to go through them before you can reach the Blackheart.
And?
It was a wolfen man who spoke, his head that of his beast, voice like wet gravel.
They serve the leeches. Let them die with their masters.
They don't choose that service willingly, Gabriel said softly. We nodded. Dior asks you to give her time. The Heartless is the strap that binds the untamed together. The Blackheart is the buckle. Without them,
Nikita is ancient, Gabriel hissed. Older than fucking Empire. And Lily is the eldest Divok that walks this earth. Dior can't possibly think.
A shout rang across the encampment, all eyes turning behind. We saw figures marching through the snow, a dozen Highlanders, tooled leathers, and faces daubed with blood. At their lead came the biggest man I'd ever seen, a giant, more lion than man, a mane of slayer braids arrayed about his twisted features, body covered in red fur. And upon one shoulder was slung a figure, torn, blooded, struggling weakly against that monster's grip. He stopped dead when he saw us, sharp fangs bared. "Peace, Kaelin," Phoebe murmured. "This is Gabe's sister."
"Who the hell is that?"
my brother asked, nodding to the beast's shoulder. With a murderous glance to us, the flesh witch dumped the body into the snow. We saw long braids, dark skin run death grey, small circles of blood daubed on her cheeks. Her face was rent bone deep by dancer talons, her arms ripped clean from their roots. Our eyes narrowed as the scent of her blood reached me on the air. "Soraya," we whispered, "Nikita's youngest daughter." Murmurs rippled among the gather, swords and claws glittering the firelight. Soraya tried to rise, but the one named Keelan put a boot on her chest, crushing her into the snow. With no arms to fight him off, the vampire was left to writhe, hissing in pain and hatred. "My father will see you flayed for this."
"Caught it riding north with a half-dozen others," Keelan said. "Yerrick ran her down. Rats," the wolfen man growled, "fleeing the sinking ship." "Nay," the big lion replied. "They were messengers, I think." "For who?" my brother asked.
Keelan shrugged.
"Nay, ken, but we'd only the three of us, and there were 6 of them. A few got past, thralled horses, too swift to run down." "Where were they going?"
Gabriel demanded, eyes on Soraya. The high blood laughed, bloody face twisted. "You will see. Have no fear, lion."
"I don't."
He crouched at her side, face cold and hard.
"But I think you do."
We watched as my brother placed Ashdrinker at rest above the high blood's heart, and as the broken tip of that dread blade touched her breast, we saw indeed that Soraya quavered. Her bleeding jaw clenched tight. She was decades old, murderess of hundreds, likely, thousands, perhaps. But though she tried to hide it, as that star steel sank half an inch through her leathers into the skin beyond, she was little more than a frightened child.
"Tell me,"
my brother murmured,
"and I'll let you go."
"You lie! You would never release me!"
"You don't know me, madam. I'm no murderer."
"You slew Toliev," Soraya spat. "You slew great Danica and Anike, a score of my kin so Great, the snows are yet stained red. You are a murderer.
That was battle. You're a prisoner. I'm not the sort to butcher a helpless woman.
We spoke then, voice soft on the wind. Gabriel.
Shut the fuck up, Selene.
We knew the answer to the question he asked, of course. The hands Soraya was to deliver her father's message to. But the ice we trod upon was deathly thin here, and more, I think a part of us wanted to see what my brother was truly made of, exactly how far he might go. The wolfen one rankled, growling as he glared at Soraya.
She's a leech, Lion. We canna just let her go. She's got no fucking arms, Angus. I think it's safe to assume she won't be swinging battle's tide.
Gabriel's eyes met Soraya's again, the vampire taut with fear.
No, she wants to run, this one. She wants to survive. She'll live forever if no one kills her. Can you imagine? No old age, no sickness. The only thing that will end her is the flame or the blade. Imagine what you'd give up to hold on to something that precious.
His grip shifted on Ashdrinker's hilt, star steel glittering in the firelight.
Tell me what I want to know, Cold Blood, and I'll give you your chance at eternity.
Soraya met his eyes, her own flooded red. And though we wondered in truth if she actually believed him, in the end, a drowning woman will clutch even at straws.
The Terras, she hissed. They are come to Osway with a legion of wretched at their command, and a missive from the Forever King on their lips. Voss has the desire of the girl, La Chance. My father sends reply that he will give them the child if they come to his aid.
And where is this so-called legion?
They are encamped across the Ord River, awaiting word from my priori.
You're lying to me, Cold Blood.
I do not lie.
She winced, torn flesh slicked with blood, eye filling with fearful tears.
The Terrors come, but a few nights distant. I swear it on my soul.
Gabriel nodded, rubbing at the stubble on his chin.
You know, I still dream of the cages at Trio Baila. Still smell the stink when I close my eyes.
He shook his head and sighed.
I don't kill helpless women, but you're nothing close to that. And you can't swear by a soul you've no owning of, vampire.
No,
Soraya spat.
No,
Pressing hard, Gabriel thrust Ashdrinker through the high blood's heart. Star steel sundered her flesh, her mouth opening wide in a scream, and in a blinking, Gabriel drew the blade out and sliced Soraya's head from her body. Her corpse bucked, thrashing, the hands of time reaching out to reclaim all it had been denied. Grey flesh melted from the bones, blood curdled black, then hissed into dust, naught but a wasted skeleton left in the snow. Phoebe spat on the smoking carcass, snarling, "Enjoy eternity, leech." All eyes now turned to us, storm grey and glittering gold and emerald green. We stood wreathed in the smoke of Soraya's ruin, matching my brother's gaze.
You knew about this Voss Legion, I take it? Were you planning to tell me?
I tell you only what Dior asked me to, brother. Gabriel scoffed, wiping the blood off his smoking sword.
Well, there's her answer, then. We saw a legion of Voss a few weeks back, marching south, thousands in their number. I fancied they were mustering to attack Mergen, but if Nikita is now bargaining for their aid, we've no choice but to strike before they arrive.
It will take time for the Terrors to march here, Gabriel. They are camped days away. Dior asks but one to strike her blow, to spare you and your fellows hours of slaughter, to spare the poor souls on that wall who only stand there because they are made to. He shook his head, lips thin.
We can't.
She bid me remind you of the chessboard at Cairnheim, brother.
He blinked at that, wind howling in the gulf between us.
She bid me ask you what you wanted victory to look like.
He glanced toward the dun, down to the figure on his sword, her arms spread along the crossguard.
We wondered what that demon whispered to him with its silver tongue. Have faith, Gabriel.
We looked into his eyes, pleading.
Believe in her, as I do.
My brother glanced to his flesh witch, and in turn she looked to the slayers around them. We could see fury among the Highlanders, the righteous rage that their blood had been used to fuel Nikita's assault upon Osway, leaving a carcass in his wake. There must be vengeance for that, we all of us knew. But still, we saw it in Gabriel's eyes, the same as when we faced down the beast of Verlaine on the mare. For all his failures, all his frailties, I will say this one thing in my dear brother's favour. His faith in Dior never wavered. The last Liathy sighed.
Not even at the end.
I saw Aaron at the Blackheart's side, he said quietly. Is Baptiste in there too?
We nodded. Thralled to the Wolf Mother. He will be in the vanguard for certain.
Gabriel dragged a hand down his face, sighing deep.
We could see the fear in his eyes,
the fear every parent feels to let their child fly the nest alone, the fear for his friends within those broken walls, that hill he would die on.
We can give the godling a day, he declared.
Gabe,
the flesh witch murmured. 1 day, he insisted, squeezing her hand.
If it might spare those folk on the wall, we can give her tomorrow, Phoebe. We owe her that.
The flesh witch looked among her kin, seeking consensus. Gabriel was a sort of leader here, but only one among many.
None of the Highlanders seemed easy at the prospect, snarling teeth and narrowed eyes. But Dior was their godling after all, earth-booned and moons blessed, spoken of in ancient augury and entrails of the dead.
Who were they to deny her a single dusk?
You've eyes within the keep, Gabriel asked us.
Some way to talk to Dior?
A droplet of our blood remains with her. A moth. What it sees, we see. What it knows, we know. It cannot speak, but it can pass messages nonetheless.
Well, it can tell Dior she has till dawn on Priedai. The rest of you is staying here.
We would rather...
Count the fucks I give about what you would rather on no hands, he growled. That's the deal. Dior wants a day, your treacherous arse stays right where I can see it.
We met his gaze, saw he would brook no dissent,
and with a withering glance we curtsied, drawing up the hems of our ragged cloak like the finest dress at court. Phoebe spoke among her kin, asking that they pass the word. Thunder rolled above as the group broke up, staring 1,000 daggers at our back.
Gabriel's eyes brimmed with anger, misgiving,
fear. But finally, holding the flap aside, he nodded into the tent.
Looks like we have all night then. Perhaps we should talk, sister.
Our gaze narrowed at that, boring into his.
Our mother's eyes had been black as coal.
Gabriel had his father's eyes, through and through. And standing there in all that dark and cold, I wondered what else he had inherited from that monster. Time to find out, I supposed.
As it please you, brother. And brushing the snow from our shoulders, we stepped inside. Chapter 6. Underdark. Dior stood beneath the earth of the holy sepulchre, staring at the mother of her mothers. A flock of conspirators were gathered now around her, arguing about the choices before them. There was the Lady Rain, of course, royalty in homespun, eyes afire. The first of her household, noble Lady Arlyn, was debating with a pair of young men, red of hair and blue of eye, like enough to be brothers. These were beaux to the sword maids Gillian and Morgana, that same pair of gallants that had saved Dior from her treacherous heels outside Nikita's chambers. An older man with a trimmed grey beard stood beside Arlyn, her husband, Laird Bran. Last of all was young Isla Arquin, the maid of Nikita's boudoir, twin beauty spots on her cheek, and blood crusted under her fingernails. Our moat watched all from the threshold, still unable to enter the sepulchre's sacred ground. The figures snapped at each other, hushed voices echoing on the walls of the mother maid's empty tomb, and all the while Dior stared at the mosaic of Saint Michon upon the wall, the sigil of the Asana wrought above the first martyr in bright white stone. "Why nae free the kitchen stuff?" one of the gallants demanded. "Then we have access to the morn meal of every thrall in the keep." "Ye think it worth the risk, Declan?" Arlyn demanded. "If we free those girls from their bondage, do you think any of them would have the stomach to keep carving up the dead for dinner? If but one of them breaks, we're all undone." "The grey jester watches us eat anyway," the other lad growled. "Stands in the barracks and just stares at us. If ye say the dead can scent the Lady Lachance's blood—" "They can," Rain nodded. "It's like perfume to them. Then the jester may smell it." Morgana squeezed Declan's hand, shaking her head. "We canna risk it, love. One misstep and we're buried." His brother spoke again, a chiselled young warrior named Mayron, hands calloused by blade work and eyes far too old for his years. "Well, we must do something. If not, when those heathens hit the walls, we die. Ye say we've bought a day until the Highlanders attack. That's nae time to free every soul in this keep one by one." "Strike off the viper's head and the body dies, Mayron," Rain said. "And this place is a nest of them. If we end Nikita and Lily, their alliance will crumble, I'm sure of it." Isla spoke then, her voice soft. "But how would ye do that?" "Aye, how?" Declan demanded, looking among the gather. "They're monsters with the strength of centuries in them. The night they took the Dun, the Black Heart was hurling boulders the size of wagons at the walls. I saw him. We canna hope to hurt him." "He is strong," Arlyn nodded. "But the tallest tree in the forest still burns, and even monsters need to sleep." All eyes turned to Dior as she spoke, a hush falling on the tomb. Mayron and Laird Bran bowed their heads. Gillian and Declan signed the wheel, as if it were a miracle every time the Grail opened her mouth. They looked at her, each and every one, and we could see the fire of faith absolute in their eyes. The girl who had freed them from slavery eternal, the clutches of a waking nightmare, the right hand of God himself upon this earth. "My Lady Lachance, you can call me Dior, Laird Bran," she smiled. "I've not earned a title." "You've earned every accolade in this realm by my reckon, lass." The older man smiled. He was a simple sort, grandfatherly and warm, but his sword arm was hale, hands roughed by the blade. But neither the beast Lily nor Nikita slumber unguarded. "No," she agreed, But the untamed have complete faith in the bond of their blood. They've never considered what could happen if it breaks. And half the people in this room are the ones who stand watch on Nikita's door while he sleeps. Isla cleans his chambers. Rain knows a hidden path into his boudoir. Selene can keep watch for the moment his head hits the pillow. Then we hit him.
Them, young Declan snarled. That blonde one he's been bloodying his sheets with is a devil, through and through. He deserves the same hell as his master.
No, Dior said, sharpening. Nobody touches Aaron. None of this is his fault. The young knight bowed low, hand to heart.
My Lady Grail.
Fuck's sakes, call me Dior.
My Lady Grail, Dior. You've ne'er witnessed the things they do. I saw the state of the bodies Isla was cleaning up yestereve. Tell her, lass.
The maid swallowed as Declan looked her way, hands clasped tightly. The pair of them have been busy together. But Master Nikita—
No, Dior said harder.
Aaron saved my life. He's not like that. Everything he's done, he's been forced to by the Blackheart. Aaron DaCosta is off limits, understand? Young Declan scowled, but still he bowed low.
Your will, my Lady Grail.
Dior massaged her temples, sighing. What if they dinna sleep tomorrow? Gillian said. There's an army of disc dancers on their doorstep. They may not have a will to hit the pillows. Then we ask Gabe to wait another day, Dior said. They have to sleep sometime.
And what of the beast, Lily?
Arlen asked, eyes shining with hate. Even without guards at her door, she is never alone. Always that accursed wolf skulks at her heels. Dior sighed, eyes distant. But when she visits me in my boudoir, Prince waits outside. So long as we hit Lily and Nikita at the same time, a sharp knife and a few moments with her distracted is all I need.
And how will you distract her, my Lady Grail? Bran asked.
Dior raised one eyebrow, lips quirked. I'll tell you when you're older, my lad. The old man grasped the hilt at last, blushing and staring at his boots. Rain's failing eyes twinkled, and she and Dior looked at each other and laughed despite it all. Gillian and Morgana shared a glance, Lady Arlen clearing her throat in the silence.
We risk much striking like this, and though your coming is a miracle, Lady Grail, these monsters destroyed our country. Will your blood alone be enough to end them?
I don't know, Dior murmured. It burns them, I'm certain of that. But the only ancient I killed with it was stabbed through the heart with an enchanted blade, bathed in it. Don't suppose you've any enchanted blades in that dress? Rain asked. This corset's barely got room for me in it. Dior winced, adjusting her extravagant gown. Why the fuck you all wear these things is beyond me. Would a silver blade serve in their hearts? Morgana wondered aloud. Dior chewed on that, sucking her lip in thought. Silver hurts them, sure and true. If I were the gambling kind, I'd roll the dice on it. What difference does it make? Gillian hissed. We've ne'er got a silver blade either. Morgana scowled at her older sister, dragging a flame-red lock from her face and gesturing behind Dior. There's silver blades right there, you dozy twat. Dinna call me a dozy twat, you does. Ladies, please, Arlen snapped. Dior turned around, lips parted. 7 martyrs, she's right. Below the mosaic rested that mighty vault. Tale de Megda, the tomb of the Mother Maid. Its marble was cracked and broken, but the vault was capped by that great sculpture of purest silver. The Mother Maid's likeness lay in mail upon her bed of skulls, Longblade clasped at her breast. About her were gathered cherubs at wing and fierce seraphim at watch, silver swords held high to guard the empty resting place below. Rain looked the sculpture over, failing eyes glittering. Can we? Let's try, Gillian breathed. Dior watched as Rain and her comrades clambered over the Mother Maid's tomb, attempting to pry the blades free with the unholy strength of their masters lingering yet in their veins. Standing beside the Grail, Isla made the sign of the wheel, whispering a prayer under her breath at the blasphemy of it all. Dior shook her head. We're a long way from the chapel at Avelaine, Mademoiselle Aquin. Isla nodded, her face grim. We are that, Mademoiselle Lachance. Dior watched Rain struggling with a sword, her gaze drifting over her ancestor as she murmured to the girl beside her. You know, I keep thinking about what you said that night we sheltered near the river, how it feels like it's been raining all our lives. I was wrong to despair, the girl said, touching Dior's arm, and you were right to bid me hope. I feared I might never see the end of this road, but I truly believe God has delivered us to the place we're supposed to be, here, with the ones we love. I saw Joaquin the other day. Dior smiled at Isla sidelong. In the stable. The girl hung her head, her voice soft. Is he all right? He's well. He asked about you. The coldness he showed you in the caravan was just a ruse, mon ami. He's not forgotten you. Dior squeezed the girl's hand, looked into her eyes. Have no fear, Isla. You too will get your ever after, I promise. The others were still struggling at the sculpture, all to no avail. Mayron cursed beneath his breath, tugging at one of the blades in an angel's fist. Morgana's face had gone bright red with effort, Declan leaning all his weight into another blade, trying to pry it from that silvered grip. But even with the strength of the scorched, I canna do it. Bloody thing's stuck fast. Julia, that's my foot, damn ye. It's no good, Rain cursed, pawing summer curls from sweating skin. This is all one sculpted piece of metal. It will bend before it breaks. We could cut it, Morgana suggested. Her bow, Declan, rubbed his chin. With what? Saw from the smithy. They're bound to have one. Her sister sucked her lip, gave a grudging nod. Nae bad idea, Morgie. Morgana smiled, genuinely pleased. Aye, thanks, Chilly. Did you think of it all by yourself? Or pull it out of your Morgana thumped her sister's arm, the pair cursing as they scuffled. We don't have anyone in the smithy. Red-faced and scowling, Rain tugged at the long blade in the Mother Maid's hand, looking to Isla. Maybe your man Joaquin The sword shifted in the princess's grip. The sculpture shivered, dust drifting from the silver. Isla cried out, the others leaping clear as the whole tomb shuddered, chunks of marble facade falling away. The sound of stone grinding stone rang through the tomb, and as we watched from the threshold, that mighty vault of marble and metal rolled back, sliding by some ancient mechanism along those strange grooves in the floor. And beneath, we saw a hole in the stonework, a hidden stair leading deeper into the earth. Sweet Mother Maid, Rain whispered, signing the wheel. What is this sorcery? Arlen whispered. Dior glanced to the mosaic above, the sigil of the Isana in the clouds over Michonne's head. The Grail looked to us, spinning and whirring through the air, never more frustrated that we could not pass this threshold to see what lay beyond. We knew this could never be Marin's resting place, not upon sanctified ground, and yet, scuffing the stone at her feet with the tip of her dainty heels, Dior pointed to a design carved into the rock. Another sigil of the Isana, she breathed. The hell of the bloody Isana, Gillian whispered. Good God Almighty, it reeks, Laird Bran said, covering his face with his sleeve. His wife took his arm, Lady Arlen's sharp blue gaze on Dior. Morgana stepped up to the brink, towing a small pebble down the stairs. Her sister slipped up beside her, giving her a sharp nudge toward the hole, the younger sibling cursing and shoving her elder back. All around the gathering, eyes turned to Dior, but the Grail only shook her head. I've no fucking idea what's down there. Rain stood at the edge of the stair, wincing at the evil smell. Should we? We should get back, Isla said, wringing her hands. If their council in the Hall of Plenty ends and they find us missing. Dior nodded to Rain. Isla's right. I can go down alone. Like hell, the princess said. We go down together or not at all. The Grail looked among the gathering, chewing her lip. Our wings battered the air, furious, praying Almighty God we might call out to her. But she looked to me, and we could still see her distrust, her trepidation, at what I was, at what all this meant. And lips pressed thin, she took up Rain's lantern, nodding to the rest. All right, let's be quick. We screamed silently, racked with fear. Declan and Mayron insisted they go first, Morgana and Gillian next, the others following. They treaded down into that underdark, and we could do nothing, barred by that holy ground as if a wall of flame, able only to watch. Pray. They were gone what seemed an age of the earth. My flesh sat with Gabriel in his tent, speaking of times past and blood spilled. But that tiny mote of me sat watching all the while, listening, straining for a sound, a clue. It was difficult for us to keep our thoughts grounded in two places at once, drifting back and forth between tent and tomb, torn between two worlds. We stared at the image of the Mother Maid carved into the ironwood door on the threshold. Her graven face was cold, hands entwined in prayer, a halo of ancient runes around her head. Time stretched out eternal. Fear, my only handmaiden, the voices in my head howling their fear, their rage. But after a dark forever, we heard soft footsteps, saw lantern light brightening the stone, and at last, Dior emerged from that hole. Eyes wide, lips thin, the look on her face not so much terror as horror. The Princess Amergen followed, her face so bloodless she looked a corpse. The others emerged, Isla silent and wide-eyed, Lady Arlen leaning on her husband's shoulder, Morgana arm in arm with her sister, their bows beside them. Their boots were wet with water that stank of brackish sea, and all of that secret company looked changed, not in their features, but in their hearts, as if they'd caught a glimpse of something that could never be unseen. "I dunno understand," Gillian whispered. She looked to the ceiling above as if for answers, tears shining in her eyes. "I dunno understand." They stood in the dark, pale and frightened, the world somehow forever shifted beneath their feet. But the Grail lingered not, lantern in hand, stalking toward the entrance of the tomb. There was rage in her eyes, along with horror now, damp skirts billowing about her as she stormed past the Mother Maid's graven door, back across the threshold. "My Lady Dior," Rain called. "Where are you going?" We flew up toward her throat, but she battered us away, hissing, "To get a fucking saw!" Chapter 7. A Few Quiet Words. "You want a drink?" Gabriel and we were sat in the command tent, winds howling in the dark outside. The walls were old hide, furs upon the floors, the air stifling warm. A fire burned in a stone pit at the tent's heart, and we sat as far from it as we could be, glancing up as Gabriel offered a wooden cup, of what smelled like rotten fruit sprayed by drunken tomcats. "You jest," we hissed. "I do, actually. You can die of fucking thirst for all I care." Knocking back the cupful, he poured another. Lifting cup and bottle both, he sat on the furs by the fireside, ash drinker across his lap, fixing me with his father's eyes. "I should kill you right now, Selene." "If you brought us in here to threaten me, save your breath. You survived the fall we gifted you at Cairnheim well enough, so cease your—"
"Don't fuck with me. I'm not talking about the bridge. I mean the wine."
We blinked at that, a little impressed, I must admit.
"That Montfort bottle you just happened to discover in Genoa's cellar?" he pressed. "I've been dreaming of you, Selene. Every quiet thought, every unguarded moment, there you are. Your blood was mixed with that wine, oui? I'm 2 parts bound to you."
We said nothing, and Gabriel leaned forward, snarling.
"You told me Isani who steal the souls of other vampires steal their blood gifts too. You've drunk the soul of Elon, haven't you?"
We looked down at my hands, trembling as a scream rang faint within my head. My first communion, the first kith my teacher had me consume. She was barely more than a fledgling. Her name was Victorine. I can still hear her voice in my—
"On my Cairnheim bridge," my brother hissed. "All those things you whispered while Dior and I argued. You are ruled by wrath. Your anger deepens. You weren't calming me down. You were pushing me with your power you stole, trying to drive a wedge between Dior and me. I raised my fucking hand to that girl because of you.
Do not blame me for—
I blame us both," he spat. "I'm no coward to deny my part in what I did. The fall was mine, oui. But you pushed me right to the precipice. Don't deny it."
We do not. I lowered our eyes, lips twisting behind the rags. You said you were taking the Grail to the Highlands. We could not allow that, Gabriel. He shook his head, incredulous.
"You poisonous fucking bitch."
"I told you," I shouted, rising to our feet. "I told you what was at stake. The salvation of this realm and all the souls therein, including mine." I tore the rags from my face that he might look upon the horror of it. "I am damned, Gabriel. Do you understand that? Trapped in this world, in this body, forever. A parasite, envying the dead, yet terrified to die. Because when I do, unless the Grail fulfills her destiny, my soul will burn for all eternity. That is what I see when I close my eyes, the abyss awaiting me."
"And you blame me for that?"
he snapped, rising also.
"Not your precious fucking god. Not that petty sadist up there who fashioned this hell for you and named it a life. 7 martyrs, I was a boy, Selene. Lorvos was orchestrating an invasion of the entire Nordland when I burned her in Costa. But you put the blame for your suffering on my shoulders instead of the creator of the fucking universe."
He shook his head, bewildered.
"Great Redeemer, sister. What the hell happened to you?"
"That is a long story, brother."
"Well, we have until dawning after a morrow, and you're not leaving my sight."
He sat himself down, knocking back his cup of black.
"But if you prefer, we can just sit here and glower at each other till the sun comes up. You've told Dior what I said, I take it?"
"We are telling her now. She is expressing displeasure with you."
"Doesn't sound like her."
His scoff faded, jaw clenched.
"Are you sure she has things in hand? Because I love Baptiste and Aaron, but if it's a choice between them or her—"
"She is trying. It is thinnest ice she dances on, and Lily lurks beneath it."
"How did Lily do it?"
he asked, brow furrowed.
"She and Nikita. We know they're using dancer blood, but not where they got it. I thought perhaps since Lily was born of the moon's throne, maybe there's something in her veins.
We know not, I sighed. We have been too busy searching for Marin's tomb outside the dun to watch much within. But the Heartless is at the heart of this, we are certain.
Gabriel shook his head and resigned to wait now. I sank back on our haunches. A lock of hair was glued to the flesh at our throat, and we dragged it loose, slick with dark red. Searching the floor around us, we found the rag I'd cast aside, made to bind it over our face.
You don't have to hide yourself from me, Selene.
I glanced up at that, into Gabriel's eyes.
You're my baby sister, he said. No matter what you look like, or the hateful shit you do, you're the only famille I have left.
We lowered our gaze, rag curled in our cracking fist.
Gabriel offered his cup again.
Sure you don't want a drink?
It tastes like ashes.
The black's no strawberry liquor, granted, but it's not that bad.
Everything does.
We met his eyes again.
Did you know that? Food, wine, water. It all tastes like ashes to me, ever since that night. Ever since she...
I sighed, staring down at our fist.
God, I wanted to kill her, to look her in the eyes as she died. Every night in Wulfric's service, I dreamed of taking back what Law took from me. One more thing you robbed me of, brother. Vengeance.
I didn't know, Selene. I didn't know what she'd done.
You still do not know what she cost me.
I hung our head, hair sticking to our torn flesh once more.
Do you remember when Amelie died? When we were children?
Gabriel nodded,
our sister's shadow falling across his eyes.
Of course I do.
I remember the day she disappeared, gathering mushrooms. God, what a thing to die for.
We bit the tatters of our lip, sighing.
I remember when she came back home, the way you fought her, the way you burned her. But most of all, I remember her funeral. After they scattered her ashes at the crossroads, we spoke, you and I. Do you remember?
He shook his head, and my face twisted into what passed for a smile.
Strange, the memories we cherish that others cast aside. We sat on the chapel stoop together, the stink of Amelie's ashes in our hair. I asked you if she was going to hell. You told me you didn't know, and I tried to be content with that. But in truth, I thought Amie dying was my fault. I had a secret, Gabriel, a sin. I thought God was punishing me for it.
You were 11 years old, Hellion. What sin would warrant that?
I shook our head, avoiding his question.
You assured me all was well that day.
This is the work of the fallen, you said, and you've nothing to fear from him while I live.
And you got down on your knees then, and you took my hands and said, I am your brother, Selene. If ever you find yourself alone in the dark, but call my name and I will be at your side. You are my only sister now, my blood, my kin. It is you and me against this world, Hellion, ever outnumbered, never outmatched. Gabriel smiled sadly, eyes shining as he whispered,
Always lions.
Always lions, I nodded. God, I adored you. How could I not? Mamma filled you with such fire that you filled the room, and I felt warmer just sitting near you. And then you were gone, off on your grand adventure, leaving me in the mud of Lawson.
What was I to do, Selene? He demanded. What could I have done?
You could have answered my letters, taken but one moment to pretend you cared. But no, you were busy, I understand. Except you had time to write Mamma and ask about your father. You had time for things that mattered to you. He hung his head then. We sighed, glancing toward that hateful fire. Do you remember what Papa used to call me when I was a girl?
Little Mountain.
Steel rusts, ice melts, but stone stands. And that is what we do, he'd tell me. We endure the unendurable. Quite a thing to be told as a child. Somewhat less inspiring than, "One day as a lion is worth 10,000 as a lamb." But still, I paid him heed. I did not begrudge my lot, nor bemoan my fate. No, I resolved to live a life of adventure, like my big brother, whom I so adored. But as I grew older, Mamma insisted I give up childish fancy. Even Papa hinted I must soon set aside the girl I was. "Grow up, Selene," was the constant refrain around our dinner table. "God's sakes, grow up!" I knew what they had in mind for me. A little house, a little famille, a little life. Do you remember Philippe? Gabriel nodded, taking out his pipe.
The mason's boy.
We used to pick mushrooms together. Nobody went alone after what happened to Amelie. One day, he carved our names into a dying tree, circled with a heart, and I called him a dolt. And then he kissed me. Philippe wasn't the brightest flame in the bonfire, bless him, but he was a fine distraction, and we walked often in the woods after that, returning with fewer mushrooms than we might have, his lips bruised and leaves tangled in my hair. My brother lit his pipe, red smoke kissing the air as I talked on. Leon was my plan. A straight run to the coast. If I found no welcome in our grandfather's house, I fancied to take a ship to Dunmergen or Ashiv, those distant cities I'd dreamed of as a girl. The adventure I knew awaited me at the edge of the sky. I knew Philippe would come if I asked, but truth was, I didn't want to. You had fled that nest, and so would I, shedding my skin and soaring far as I could, into the dark and toward who knew what end, save that it would be more than this. I hung my head, Gabriel watching me, silent and still. That day I lay in Philippe's arms, and I could feel his heart running quicker than usual. We were beneath our tree, and winter's deep was coming, and I'd a mind to leave Lawson before it grew too cold to travel. I knew I'd miss him when I was gone, but that I'd go all the same. Arms open to embrace my future as Philippe murmured, "Selene, I must ask you something." And he fumbled in his breeches then, drawing out a strip of cloth embroidered with flowers. A troth tie, I realized, to serve on my wrist until it was replaced with the ring. And I saw it then, as I'd always seen it, rushing toward me from Lawson's tiny horizon. "Grow up, Selene. God's sakes, grow up." He started to ask, but I begged him to stop. He was a good boy, Philippe. He'd have made a fine husband. But all of it, the house, the famille, the life, it seemed a kind of hell to me then. Looking back now, I wonder if I'd have preferred it to the hell waiting. The hell watching.
"Bonsoir, sweetlings,"
she whispered. We both started at her voice, sitting up in fright, and I saw her in the dark then, staring at me, and my skin prickled with her chill. She seemed a woman in a long crimson cloak, thick red hair spilling down her body. But as she stepped from gloom into light, beneath the shadows of her hood, I saw eyes, black and perilous as oceans.
"Lo vos," Gabriel murmured.
Philippe asked if she was lost, but she stared yet at me. I rose to my feet then, hand slipping to the knife Papa had given me on my saint's day, and I asked who she was.
"But a weary traveller, sweetling, recent from Costa, seeking dear friends in Lorsen. Know thee, the famille de Leon?"
I opened my mouth to speak, and I felt it in my head then, like a whisper, like a kiss. That woman rummaging through my thoughts, my secrets, the images of my mamma and the boy she'd loved so dear, the boy who'd not answered a single one of my letters, but promised to be at my side if ever I called, if ever I found myself alone in the dark. I shouted at Philippe to run, but she was in our heads, shackles of her will, and though I wanted nothing but to fly from that place, she demanded we kneel, and we obeyed, sinking into dead leaves and new snow. And then she showed us her face. Oh, she was a beauty. Flaming hair and lips stained the colour of wine, but her eyes were black and hard as stone, and her skin was marred, cracked and greyed from when you'd burnt her, like leather too long in the sun. Her hand snaked out, lifting my chin, and I trembled then, because I knew now those were not wine stains on her lips.
"His sister. Oh, this be poetry, sure and true."
Philippe demanded she unhand me, and her eyes fell on the troth tie he'd offered me. She lifted it from the snow, and he roared that it did not belong to her.
"To whom, then, should I gift it? This lioness beside thee? Know thee not her plan to flee the stinking mire she was birthed in, and the oafish hands of the mason's brat who thought that he might tame her? Selene Castilla loves thee not, Philippe Ramos."
I screamed at her to stop it, but she only stared at Philippe and smiled.
"Look into her eyes and see, boy. Look upon the truth she denied thee. Let thy last sensation neath this wretched sun be that of thy breaking heart."
I begged him not to listen, not to look, but he did, tears in his eyes as he whispered my name, and she crushed his throat, just closed her hand and squeezed. His blood was all over me, and I was screaming his name, and she sank down before me, smearing his blood on my lips as she shushed me with her finger.
"Oh, angel, no tears now, love, but joy. Liberty be thy wish, no? To slip the smothering cell of mud-flecked streets and seek bright nights in places far and flung."
"Please," I begged her, hand tightening on my knife. "Please."
"Kiss me, then. Kiss me, and all thy desires shall I grant thee."
And my stomach rolled as she pressed cold lips to mine. But I was a daughter of de Leon and Castilla both. Little mountain, stone lioness. And as our lips parted, I thrust my knife right into her neck. All my fear, all my hate was bent behind that blow, but the blade Papa made me only shattered on her skin. And as her hand closed around my throat, I screamed again. Not for my Papa, nor my God. No, I screamed for the boy who promised he'd save me. I screamed for you, Gabrielle. She tore my throat out, like a journal page unwanted. I felt bone rip like paper, heard the sound of tearing cloth, understanding it was my skin. And the wraith sank to her feast then, and all would have been pain and fear but for the kiss. That bleak rapture taking hold as her fangs sank home. Horror and euphoria, terror and bliss. I looked across the flames at the pipe in my brother's hand. Awful, is it not, to love the thing that is destroying you? But she was hungry at least, Gabriel. Law brought her appetite to Lawson that day. So in the end, it was quick. My brother stared at me in the firelight, drawing on his pipe with shaking hands. I could see the glint of tears in his eyes, his voice thick and gravelled as he whispered, "I'm sorry. I'm so sorry that happened to you. I didn't know, Selene. I didn't understand what they were like, nor the lengths they'd go to for vengeance. But now you do." He nodded, looking at the troth ring on his finger. "Now I do." He breathed red smoke, dragging one hand down his face. I could see he was tired, bruised, the heart of him torn open at all this. Baptiste and Aaron and Dior and me. But like a child staring at the eclipse that is blinding him, he could not look away. "But how did you find the Asani? How did you become this?" He nodded, swallowing. "That." "The sin I spoke of." I sighed, staring into those flames and back on far-flung years. The one I thought God was punishing me for, my deal with the devil. "I don't understand. What devil, Selene?" "The first vampire I ever met." Gabriel frowned. "Amelie?" No, not our sister, Gabriel." I sighed. "I was 11 years old when poor Ami was murdered. But I was 10 the first time I met him." My brother's brow darkened, suspicion creeping in on slippered feet. And though I think he knew the answer already, still he asked, staring yet at that eclipse. "Met who, Selene?" "Your father, of course." Chapter 8. Terribly Close to Dangerous Places. Dior Lachance was many things in life, sinner. Thief, liar, messiah. She wore many faces in the time we knew her. Desperate urchin and fledgling saviour, and the red hand of God himself. But beyond all that, it must be said, she was always something of a clothes horse. She was not accustomed to wearing the guise of a mademoiselle, having spent most of her life hiding as a monsieur. Yet having noted the way the Lady Amergen's eyes followed her when Rain thought Dior was not looking, we suspect the Grail was growing to appreciate the gown Lily had given her, despite initial misgivings. But as previously discussed, corsets are of little help when snatching some poor fool's purse, and additional layers of underthings help not at all when engaged in matters felonious. So she'd abandoned the gown in her boudoir, dressed now in maid's homespun as she stole through the secret passage behind her bookshelf, slipping down a narrow stair through a servant's entrance and out into the storm-washed courtyard. The impending attack had all in disarray, and the Bailey of Dunmergen was a scene of almost chaos. Scorched were being sent to the outer walls in droves, runners and servants dashing to and fro, quartermasters bellowing for orders. News had apparently spread among the prisoners in Oldton that an attack was imminent, and hundreds of hapless mortal prisoners were at the Duns' gatehouse now, pressing to be let in. Squabbles were breaking out among the soldiers, the feuds of vampire masters spilling out among their scorched. And to finish all, the storm was raging harder, the snow so thick it was near to blinding. Through all this stole the holy grail of Saint Michon, clad in plain servant's cloth. Though all was bedlam about her, she was a girl raised in shadow, thieving to eat and lying to live. Beneath the shouting and thunder, she made her way past the barracks, the distillery, finally to the smithy, there crouching in the forge-warm dark at the building's back. All was a bustle within, Baptiste and other black thumbs busy with anvil and flame, doing last-minute work before the assault. We could see an iron saw hung upon the walls with other tools, sharp and saw-toothed. But even a girl born in shadow is not made of them, and there was no way she could filch it without discovery. She backed away, sucking her lip, batting us off again as we tried to settle on her skin. We knew not what she'd seen in that secret chamber beneath the Mother-Maid's tomb, only that she appeared furious with us, pale blue eyes flashing as she swatted us away. And looking about her, the tumult and the rush, she spied young Joaquin Marin by the stables, down on his knee and hugging his hound Elena.
"Farewell, girl," he murmured. "You must take care of yourself now. I fear You don't have to say goodbye to her yet, Monsieur Marin."
The boy near flew out of his skin as Dior whispered, crouching now in the shadows at the stable's flanks. Sighing with relief as he saw her, Joaquin took a deep breath to steady himself. Elena nosed up to Dior, tail wagging as she slobbered on the Grail's face. Her master was dragging his hip flask from his boot, taking a long swallow. Peering at him closer, we saw young Joaquin was armed for battle. An oversized chain shirt sat ill upon his shoulders, under a threadbare padded tabard and a green cloak, a sword at his belt. The boy stood out among the soldiery like a wooden horse in a charge, and as he pressed the cork back into his flask, his hands were shaking.
"They're sending you to the walls,"
Dior breathed.
"They're sending everyone to the bloody walls," he spat. "I've never swung a sword in my life, and there's an army of Highlanders out there, baying for blood."
Dior squeezed his hand.
"Fear not, they're my friends."
"Your friends?" he hissed, glancing about to make sure no one overheard them.
"Every able body is being sent to the Newton battlements, and when dawn comes, your bloody friends are coming right over the top of us. Breathe easy."
Dior crouched lower, her voice a whisper.
"We hit Nikita and Lily today. Cut off the head, and this serpent dies."
Joaquin swallowed thick, his face pale.
"Is Isla, she's well. She's with us."
Dior smiled.
"I promised her, and I'll promise you the same. You too are getting your ever after if it bloody kills me. But I need an iron saw, and the smithy is full. You think you can distract them? Half a moment is all I need."
The boy was breathing swift, clearly still afeared at the thought of the attack tomorrow, and what might happen to his beloved tonight. But he steeled himself, looked into the Grail's eyes, and in his own we saw it again, that burning fire of total belief.
"Oui, I can do that for you, Mademoiselle Dior."
The Grail squeezed his hand, and he unstopped his hip flask again, swallowed another belt for courage. Apparently in need of the same, Dior snatched the flask, downed the remainder in a single gulp. Wincing, she dragged her knuckles across her lips.
7 martyrs, this shit tastes worse than it smells.
"Keeps us warm." Joaquin gifted her a sad smirk. "Till the killing starts, at least." She looked around the bailey, those men and women set to die at dawn. Most were terrified, barely half of them true soldiers, the rest press-ganged rabble like poor Joaquin here. They stood shivering in small knots, or staring toward that awful pit of bones, or marching out grim and silent toward the Newton walls. Dior ran a thumb over the hip flask in her hand, the initials of Joaquin and his beloved Isla engraved on the metal. She looked toward the distillery, then the forge, Baptiste's silhouette etched against the light. "Selene, go keep a watch for me in the smithy," she commanded. Our wings fluttered at that, uncertain. We were perched on the stables above her head, a spot of crimson on snowy grey. We pressed upon her thoughts to see her game, but as ever, they were a locked room. She looked up at us then, the reflection of whatever she'd seen in that chamber below the mother-maid's tomb carved upon her eyes as she spat, "Now, Selene!" We obeyed reluctantly, flitting across the courtyard, buffeted by howling winds. Through the snow-tossed air, into the forge light, we settled upon the smithy wall, our wings shivering in the heat of those flames. We counted 14 men in all, black thumbs and dogs' bodies, hammering, hauling, hefting. But returning to Dior, we saw she'd already left her hide, stealing over to the rear of the ironworks. We heard a ruckus, Elena barking, the crash of metal within the forge, and swift as the wind, Dior was slipping inside into a babble of voices, Joaquin apologizing as the grail stole out the back again, a conspicuous bulge under her skirts. We settled on her shoulder, and she seemed content to let us ride now, creeping back along the walls toward the dun, past the dreadful pit of frozen bones, back through the servants' entrance. She was stealing up the secret stair as Rain caught her coming the other way. The older girl's gaze yet bore a trace of that shadow from beneath the tomb, but Dior's own eyes shone with excitement as she whispered, "I have the saw. We need to get upstairs now," Rain hissed. Dior blinked, lowering her voice further. "Why?" Rain talked as she walked, dragging Dior back toward the bedchambers. "Nikita is to make a speech in the Hall of Plenty before the dawn. All his capitains and lords will be assembled. He's demanded your presence, properly attired. What the hell for?" Rain reached the top of the stair, hauling Dior down the narrow passage. "There's a whisper of mutiny among the court. He means to hold you up as proof the Voss will come to their aid, buoy the courage of his bloodlords before the Highlanders strike." Dior looked down at her grubby servant's cloth. "Shit! I'll help you. Fear not. But we must hurry." The bookshelf creaked open, the pair stealing back into Dior's boudoir, closing the hidden door behind them. Dragging the iron saw from beneath her skirts, Dior tossed it on the bed. "I don't know if it'll cut silver, but it looked the sharpest they had." Rain nodded, hiding the blade beneath the covers. "I'll get it to Jilly and Morgana after we're done. Come, let's be swift." Dior kicked off her shoes, her hose, and I saw she was bleeding again, that gash in the arch of her foot reopened. Dragging off her homespun dress and casting it aside, she stood near naked, clad only in her silken shift, pale and thin and shivering. "This doesn't feel right." "Nothing I've not seen before," Rain teased, slipping an undertunic over her head. Dior looked at the older girl and scoffed, but her smile swiftly died. "That's not what I mean. I mean asking Jilly and Morgana to go into danger. You don't have to ask. They'll offer." Rain looked her in the eye. "That's what love and loyalty are, and they hold both for you now, doubt it not. They don't even know me. How can they? They know you risk all for the sake of people you've never met. They know you freed them and the boys they love from service to a pair of the most twisted evils this world has ever known. They know you'd spill your last drop of blood for this if needs be. Rain sank to her knees, binding Dior's bleeding foot with a fresh strip of cloth. They know you as well as I, Dior Lachance. They know you to be brave as martyrs and bright as heavens and fierce as wolves, that you are someone worth fighting for. The Grail scowled, reaching up to drag her mop of ashen hair down over her face. But her cheeks were flushed with the princess's flattery, heart quickening at the older girl's smile, her gentle touch as Rain slipped a new brace of silken hose up her bare legs. Again, the princess's hands were skirting terribly close to dangerous places, and perhaps, to take her mind off how high those fingertips were drifting, Dior spoke. "Why don't you have an accent?" Rain blinked at the strange question, tying a silken bow around Dior's thigh. "I do have an accent. Not an Ossian one. Gilly and Morgana have accents heavy enough to anchor a ship in the harbour, but you sound different." Rain breathed deep, finished tying Dior's stocking. Her fingertips slipped down the inside of Dior's thigh, and the girl's heart thundered like a warhorse at gallop. But standing, Rain bid Dior raise her arms, lifting the gown of pale velvet over the Grail's head. The pair battled with the dress a moment, cursing, finally hauling it into place. Pawing her hair from her face, Dior saw the princess was staring at her now, her mismatched gaze gone heavy. "You asked why I wasn't in any of the portraits around the keep." "I never asked why," Dior replied. "It's none of my business why. My mother, that is to say, the—" Rain fell silent, smooth brow furrowed. Dior reached toward her, uncertain, fingertips hovering just shy of the other girl's skin. "You don't have to tell me, Rain. It's all right." But the lady shook her head, resolute. "I told you my mother's husband died during the clan wars. She ruled Osway from the Splintered Isles to the Moon's Throne by then. All she'd fought for had come to pass, but she was lonely, with her husband gone." Rain smoothed back an errant lock of hair, sighing. "She met a man on her campaigns, a wanderer, a young warrior from the north who knew poetry and philosophy, who charmed a battle-weary widow with his stories and smile. I think she loved him, but only briefly. And then he was gone." "He was your father," Dior murmured. "I don't even know his name," Rain sighed. "But I know when he left, he broke Mother's heart, and I think whenever she looked at me, she saw that man who'd made her such a fool. I think I shamed her, so she sent me away, raised in Elidane by second cousins." "That's pig shit," Dior whispered. "It wasn't your fault your papa was a dog." "No," Rain sighed. "Now close your eyes and turn around. I'll try to be gentle." "You what?" The princess held up the dreaded corset between them, and groaning understanding, the Grail obeyed, holding her breath as Rain began strapping her in. "Mother spared no expense in raising me, at least," she said, binding the stays. "A matter of principle, I think. I was trained in swordcraft by the Chantilly at Montfort, educated by the Holy Sisters of Evangeline at the Académie Grande in Augustin. Lucky for some," Dior winced, insides adjusting as Rain tightened her whalebone prison. "My mamma never even bothered to feed me most days toward the end. I wonder which is worse." Rain smiled, cold and mirthless. "The mother who doesn't care, or the mother who only pretends to? I wager you dress and eat better with the latter, Highness." Rain chuckled at that. "Touché." Dior was sat down before the looking-glass, closing her eyes as the older girl began powdering her face. "What made you come back to Osway, then?" "I returned when the wars with the Divok deepened. This was my homeland, and I wanted to help, but neither Mother nor her court nor my sisters welcomed me back. They treated me as the bastard, the half-blood. I stood silent in those war councils. I walked past those portraits every day, not a single painting of me anywhere, and I knew what they all thought of me. When the Black Hat attacked the city, Una was declared commander of Mother's legions. Kate was a captain in her fleet. I was charged with guarding the bloody food stores. Rain scoffed, bitter and sharp. 13 years studying with the blade singers of Montfort for that. The soldiers who followed me only did so because they were ordered to. We never even got to fight.
Dior's eyes were closed as Rain edged them with coal, but she heard the girl sigh.
I was born a daughter of the greatest leader this country has ever known, and no one in my whole life expected a drop of greatness from me, not even her. Then she was an idiot.
Dior opened dark-rimmed eyes, found Rain scowling at her.
Do not talk about my mother so, the princess spat. Niamh Amergen united 9 warring clans to sit her throne. She conquered all Osway by the time she was 25. I know.
Dior rolled her eyes. She forged a blade out of her enemy's swords and shot fireballs from her arse, and still had perfect tits and no stretch marks after squeezing out 5 puppies, I'm sure. Doesn't mean she wasn't a cunt.
How dare you?
Rain spat, stepping back.
Who are you to talk so? Some common... I know what it is to grow up with a mother who doesn't care. I know a woman who has a statue of herself erected in her own bloody foyer probably had some demons, and growing up in that statue's shadow probably left you with some too.
Dior rose to her feet, eyes on the princess.
But you told me yourself, Highness. We're not where we're born or who we're born from. That's doubly true for you. The folk who follow you tonight don't do so because you were born Niamh's daughter. They do it because the fire in you warms all the folk around you, because nothing feels quite as impossible when you're near.
Dior planted a soft kiss on the princess's cheek.
You don't stand in the 9 Swords' shadow, Rain Amergen. You burn far too bright for that.
The Grail breathed deep and sighed.
Now, I'd better get...
Dior fell silent as Rain touched her cheek, running soft fingertips over her powdered skin. The princess's hand was shaking, her pupils wide and dark as skies above. And drawing one deep breath, small spots of pink at her freckled cheeks, she stepped slowly forward as if in a daze, pressing soft lips to Dior's. The touch was tentative, gentle, a kiss and a question all at once, and drawing back for one endless moment to search her eyes, Dior answered, crushing her lips to Rain's. They melted against each other then, all bright flame and soft sighs, Rain enfolding Dior's waist in her embrace, Dior throwing her arms around the taller girl's neck. And there in the gloom they kissed, as if for that moment all the world ceased to matter, not the rising cold, nor the coming storm, not the battle looming, nor the ending beckoning, but just 2, skin to skin, all of them a shiver. It lasted but a handful of heartbeats, that kiss, but it seemed to promise more, if only they were given the chance at it. And as they parted, Dior chased her quarry as she retreated, scattering the princess's cheeks and lips with a handful of tiny kisses, each seeming a vow to return, not a goodbye, but a Godspeed, not an ending, but a beginning.
First time?
Dior breathed, lips brushing Rain's.
The princess shivered. Not the last, I hope. Something to pray for.
Dior kissed her again, swift and burning.
Now, get my hair on, Highness, before they rip my pretty fucking head off.
That single word, that they, killed all the warmth left in the moment, inviting the bitter bleak cold back into the room. Working swift,
Rain fixed the tower of powdered curls atop Dior's head, applying a gloss of thin red paint to those bee-stung lips, a touch of darker ink to the beauty spot on Dior's cheek. But as the Grail stood, their fingers touched, just a breath, just a beat, and in that tiny fragment of stolen time all the warmth returned, a fire burning now between them, the promise of something warmer still after the dawn, and one more reason to live to see it. Fingers parting, but no longer apart, the girls descended to the feast. Chapter 9. Famille is forever.
My father.
Gabriel stared at us across the crackling flames, red smoke spilling from his nostrils, as if he were about to breathe fire. This was difficult for me, paying attention to two places, two conversations at once. Most of my mind in the tent with my brother, but a sliver with Dior, watching as she followed Princess Rain toward the Hall of Plenty. "Your father," we replied.
You knew him?
"I met him. I do not know if anyone could say they truly knew him." My brother shook his head, incredulous.
Why the fuck didn't you tell me?
"I was a child, Gabriel. I was frightened."
And afterward? He demanded. All our time on this road together.
I fixed him with our dead eyes, the hate glittering in them my only answer.
21. 21 years, and you knew all along.
He glowered at me, storm grey deepening near to black.
Tell me now, who was he? How is it you met him?
We steepled fingertips together, pressing them to our bloody chin. Years and shadows, so wide and deep that I was afraid to step back into them. The whispers of those souls I carried were crashing close to my surface now, roiling in the undertow of my thoughts. Some nights they grew so loud they were all I could hear, never more so than when I looked back into years behind. I could understand why Master Genoa had taken his own life. I could not forgive his weakness, historian, but I could understand it. What must it have been like for those faithful who lived for centuries with this weight? How could a person not drown in the flood of those memories, those lives and thoughts not their own? What a price we paid to be faithful. "You fell very ill," we told my brother, "when you were 12. Do you remember?"
The flux.
Gabriel frowned, shaking his head.
I remember a little.
"You were delirious for much of it. It laid you out so hard and swift, Pierre Louis gave you the last rites. The elder wives could fashion no cure. Mamma could not sleep, sitting by your side, her only son, her favourite, whispering desperate prayers and watching you fade with each passing day, until she could watch no more. You scorned my papa for the way he treated you, Gabriel, but much as you two fought, he still ran 70 miles to Brinleaf to fetch that apothecary. A Castilla he was, through and through. Amélie went with him, but I refused to leave your side, instead sitting with Mamma, praying and watching you fade. We were never close, she and I, too much alike, perhaps, but never closer than in our love for you. I hung our head, staring down at the cracked skin on our hands. I woke on the 6th night of your sickness. It took a breath to realize all was silence, and for an awful moment I feared Mamma's prayers had ceased, because you had also. But peering down from the loft, I saw her not sitting with you, but standing by the hearth. In her palm I saw a glint in the firelight. A ruby, I thought, big as a thumbnail. But as I watched, she tossed the gem into the flames, and I heard a sizzle, smelled a scent I'd no understanding of back then, but would come to know as well as my own name. Blood, Gabriel whispered. The next day, she acted no different. I thought I'd dreamed that strangeness, but 3 nights later, in the deep of the witching hour, I heard scratching at our front door. Mamma looked up to me, but I kept my eyes closed, watching through my lashes as she rose from your bedside, and lifting a log of burning rowan wood from the fire, she opened the door with shaking hands. A chill crawled down my spine as I saw no man nor woman waiting on our threshold, but a cat, eyes red as blood, fur black as midnight. "Bonsoir, Grace," Mamma murmured. "Take me to your master." The door clicked as she departed, and I lay in the dark, wondering. I'd no clue what to make of this business, but it smelled of devilry to me. And so, checking you were well and taking the knife Papa gave me for my Saint's Day, I slipped into the night. Mamma was easy to follow, stealing through Lawson's muddy streets into the woods beyond. I was very frightened and very cold, but if there was wickedness afoot, I'd see the bottom of it. I loved Mamma in my own way, but I never truly liked her, and the notion she might be some sort of witch seemed not so far from possibility. I met my brother's eyes, smiling with our ruined face. God knows Papa had called her as much when he was in his cups. Gabriel chuckled, hanging his head, and I continued with the tale. Mamma followed the cat, and I followed her into the dark. The animal reached a clearing among the dead trees and sat cleaning its paws. Mamma waited, burning torch aloft, pale and cold. I found a hide in the belly of a sundered oak nearby, peering out through dead scrub and wondering if I should have ever left my bed. And then I saw him, Gabriel, not so much stepping from the dark, but shifting into focus like a mirage, as if perhaps he had always been there, and only by some measure of his will had I been allowed to lay eyes upon him at all. He was tall, like you, pale skin and long dark hair, rippling in the night wind like bolts of blackest silk. His eyes were grey like yours, and piercing, God, like knives fit to cut the heart from your breast. I was only a girl, but I knew what handsome was, and I understood this man surpassed the notion in ways that folk would die for, kill for. He was swathed all in black, like the night itself, a lord of it, a prince of it. When he moved, it seemed to move too. He knelt to stroke the cat, and she arched her back, adoring. And eyes on Mamma, he rose and bowed deep then, like a noble-born lady at court. He spoke with a voice so warm and deep it made me shiver, and though he was more pleasing to the eye than any creature I'd seen, still that pale prince made me terrified. "My darling," he said, as if speaking to an angel. "My dearest," she replied, as if the word hurt to say. "Ye look different." "You look exactly the same." They both seemed saddened by that, and for a moment he looked away. I crept closer, low, silent, the knife clutched in my fist. I knew not who this man was, but from the way he and Mamma gazed at each other, I sensed something deeper between them, a secret, dark as wine and sweet as chocolate. "Merci," Mamma said. for coming when I called.
Would that I could have come sooner, but the road from St. Yves is more treacherous than ever. Day's death hath all in disarray. The promise of blood hangs heavy in the air, Uriel. Blood, and the end of all things.
I care not for all things,
Mamma said.
I care for one.
He lowered his eyes then. Black curtains hung about the portrait of his face. Ye were but a girl, Uriel. Ye gifted me something I thought forever lost, and I am changed forevermore by it. But never should I have taken what ye offered. It was wrong to claim it then. It would be doubly wrong to reclaim it now.
And she laughed then, cruel and cold. You conceited fool, I speak not of you. His mood grew fell at that, his pride stung. Mamma steeled herself, hands in fists. Our son is dying. That word struck me like a hammer blow, heart falling in my chest. But looking closer at the cut of his jaw and the grey of his eyes, at last I understood why Papa beat you so hard when he loved Amelie and I so dear, brother. I knew, sure as my own name.
The child's keeping was thy choice. He is thy son, Uriel, not ours.
She clenched her jaw, raised her chin. My son, then, is dying.
Then send ye for a priest.
She held out a cup from our pantry. You can cure his ills, as you once cured mine. I saw his face soften then, some tender memory between them. But the shadow returned, darkening those perilous eyes. As he folded his arms, I saw that black cat again, sitting nearby, watching Mamma as the pale prince spoke with a voice heavy and cold.
If it be the Almighty's will that he die, then he shall die.
You bastard, Mamma spat. Do you know what I have lost for love of that boy? And you, who lost nothing, tell me I must sit meek and silent as I lose him too. I will not have it. She lifted that burning torch, face twisted in rage. You owe us. You owe me. He stood taller then, all his dark sovereignty unveiled. The flame in Mamma's hand sparked in his eyes as the shadows about him deepened. The birds in the dying trees whispered. The dark ran thicker about him, and his voice was iron and stone.
Do not tell us what we owe. We have given more than thou shalt ever know.
If you'll not give it, then I will take it, damn you, Mamma snarled, and she lunged, torch swung like a club. But swift as sparrow wings, he knocked the flame aside, catching up her wrists. She might well have been wrestling with a statue, hair come loose from her braid as she thrashed and kicked in fury, that pale prince, unmoving and unmoved.
Stop, he told her.
Mamma fought him a moment longer, face flushed, and then she sagged, rage running to despair as she sank to her knees. She was a prideful woman, Mamma, no man's serf, and yet, as she opened her mouth, I knew her next breath would be drawn only to beg. Give it to her, I demanded. They turned, the prince's eyes flashing with fury, and Mamma's with fear. I stood at the edge of the clearing, one hand clutching my knife, the other the scruff of that pretty black cat. I knew not if the prince truly cared for the beast, but if he had the keeping of your salvation, brother, I was willing to risk his ire. Such was my love for you. I know not what aid you can give, I said, but give. I did not see him move. All I knew was one moment I stood with that cat at my mercy, and the next I hung in his, hauled against a dead tree, his face inches from mine, and that close I could see his flesh was porcelain, his teeth sharp as a wolf's. I was so frightened. But it's not till we're thrown to the hellfire that we discover how bright we burn. Little Mountain, Papa called me, and that night I learned, just as he said, I was made of stone. I stabbed the hand that held me, but his flesh was hard, and the blade did little but scratch him. Mamma was screaming to let me go, but he heeded her not at all, glancing instead to the pearl of blood welling at the cut I'd gifted him. I saw hunger in him then, a beast so ageless and terrible I felt my bladder loose, and I whispered, frightened, oh God, so very frightened, but somehow yet more furious, let me go, monster! And I saw that word strike him, sure as I had thrown a rock between those hungry eyes. It seemed he saw himself as we did then, not a prince who wore the night, whom mortal women would kill for, but a horror from some fireside tale, a devil clutching a terrified, piss-soaked girl as her mother begged for her life. Almighty God, he whispered. He put me down, looking at his hands as if they were not his own. Mamma held me tight, but my eyes were fixed on him, and my heart froze as I saw he was crying, save the tears in his lashes were made of blood. Forgive me, Mademoiselle de Lyon. My name is Castilla, I spat. He stared at me, his voice like a lost little boy's. Ye bear thy father's name, but thou hast thy mother's heart. I had forgot how fierce that song. Stooping, he lifted Mamma's cup from where it had fallen. Mamma held me tight, sobbing as he bit into his wrist, filling the goblet to the brim. By the time he placed the cup back on the ground, that lost little boy I had seen was gone. Call upon me no more, Auriel, for thine own sake and thy children's. Those storm-grey eyes fell on me, the beast lurking yet in their depths. It is said all cats have 9 lives, little one. Lionesses, too. He inclined his head. Have a care how ye spend the 8 that remain thee. The cat growled, the shadows rippled, and like a dream at dawn, he was gone. We sat in the tent at the end of my tale, Gabriel and I, the song of the storm outside the only sound between us. He drew deep on his damnable pipe, eyes flushed red by the Silver Saint's accursed sacrament, as they finally drifted up to meet mine. Mamma fed me his blood. I nodded. And by dawn you were hale and whole. I knew this was devilry, but Mamma bid me tell no one. I asked her then if you were that thing's son, and I could see the grief in her eyes as she replied, He is your brother. That is all that matters, Selene. Steel rusts, ice melts. Even your papa's beloved stone becomes sand in time. But Famille? She squeezed my hand then, so tight it hurt. Famille is forever. Gabriel stared across those flames at me, smoke drifting from his lips. You saved my life. I shrugged then, ragged face twisting in my almost smile. Always lions. He hung his head, pawing at his eyes, and touching our own, I found them wet with blood. It is a strange thing sometimes, sinner, to be a sibling. So much rancor and love, hate and history, the storms of the present, never quite enough to disturb the millpond of the past. It is quite a thing to grow from children together, seed to sapling, side by side. It is a bond forged in iron, that tie, and it takes a great deal of work to sunder it entirely.
All my life I wondered who he was, Gabrielle sighed. Why I never knew him. Sometimes I'd fancy the reason he never had anything to do with me was that he didn't know I existed. But he did know. He just didn't give a shit.
He nodded then, as if to himself.
All right. I can live with that.
He cared, I think, a part of him, but there were many parts to your father. Gabrielle glanced up at that.
I thought you said you didn't know him.
I did not. I cannot imagine anyone truly did. He was the bearer of countless souls, Gabrielle. I do not think even your father knew where they ended and he began. He was cruel and cold most nights, but others, he was the brightest fire in the room. I would go to sleep, understanding why Mamma had loved him, only to wake with him in a rage again. He was 1,000 faces, 1,000 moods, tearing himself in 1,000 different directions. Faith was all that kept him anchored. His unfailing belief in Ilia's teachings, the crusade of the Asana, the certainty that one day the Grail would be found, the gates to the kingdom of heaven opened, and he and all the damned souls he carried inside him saved. My brother's eyes bored into mine, and we saw understanding dawning at last in that storm grey.
He told Mamma where he came from that night. St. Yves. And after Law killed you, you went looking for him.
And I found him. His name was Wulfric, Gabriel.
My father, he whispered.
I nodded. Your father was my teacher. Chapter 10. Ever After. The sun drew near to rising. The Black Heart's court was gathered, and Dior's heart was beating so hard it seemed set to burst out of her throat. The monsters watched her as she passed through the Hall of Plenty, clad in silk and velvet, white as olden snows, rain silent at her side. Nikita's lords were glutting themselves in one final feast before the coming battle, the iron and copper of fresh blood staining the air. The minstrels were playing a lively tune, and 2 scorched were battling for the court's amusement, starving prisoners stripped down to loincloths and hewing at each other with blunt knives. Other folk were strung up from the ceiling, throats opened like Saints' Day gifts, and spilled into brimming goblets by the maids below. Chiara stood alone against one wall, the wolf-mother shunned by her fellows, where once they'd shown her ruckus, bloody praise. Storm clouds were gathered at her brow as she glanced toward her father, but Nikita ignored her completely, intent upon Dior. Cain sat with the Dragan and Alex, Lily's children, whispering among themselves, reveling in their cousin's humiliation. Lily herself reclined on her throne above it all, clad in her gown of blood-red silk, goat horns curling at her brow. Prince lay beside his mistress, the wolf's ice-blue eye fixed on the princess and Grail as they approached. For her part, Dior never took her gaze off the Heartless, lips curling in a shy smile as she drew near. She played the part of the besotted lover with all her grifter's guile, but by the hammering of her pulse beneath our wings, We knew she thought only of the plan, the death blow that, with fortune, would fall this very day. Gillian and Morgana need only saw the silvered swords from the Mother-Maid's crypt below, and then it was simply a matter of waiting for the time to strike. Gabriel had faith in her. Phoebe also, a whole army beside them. And blood-drunk as they were, these fiends must sleep sometime. Gilly and Morgana and Lady Arlyn stood at Lily's back as always, resplendent in gowns of green velvet brocade. Declan and Mayron waited among Nikita's scorched, gathered behind the Blackheart's throne. All studiously ignored her, playing their roles to perfection. To stumble here was to die, and all knew it. Aaron loomed at Nikita's right hand, swathed in black silk and pale majesty. As Dior glanced to him, we caught a glimmer of red in his lashes, as if he were close to tears. But the Capitaine kept his expression hard as stone as Dior and Rain reached those thrones and curtsied. "Mistress," they murmured, heads bowed, and turning to Nikita, "Count Divok." Lily glowered at Rain. "Tardy as ever, worm." "Apologies, mistress," Rain said, dipping lower. "I humbly beg your forgiveness." "Beg as thou wilt. I've a mind to feed you to those savages outside." "The fault is mine, mistress." Dior sank to her knees, gazing on Lily as a poet to her muse. "I only wished to look my best for you. I want only to please you." Lily's fury cooled then, ever so slight, black eyes roaming Dior's gown. A small cheer went up in the background as one scorched, blooded the other with his shank, red spraying on black stone. The Heartless glanced to Rain, picking at the carved armrest of her throne with one long claw. "Forgiveness I grant thee," she growled. "Thank thy God we have more pressing business this night than to break thee into pieces." "Merci, my mistress." Rain swallowed hard, pulse thumping harder. "Merci." The princess took her place in the shadows. Dior knelt at Lily's right hand, looking out over that sea of kith, the brawling thralls. Only an hour remained until the sun rose, and for all Nikita's bloodlords knew, the Black Lion and his Highlanders came with it. Despite the feast put on for them by their priori, we could see tension writ on every face, disquiet in every stare. All save Nikita's, that is, his lip curling now as he glanced to his sibling.
"Too forgiving of thy pet's ineptitudes, sister," he murmured. "Too attached thou art become, methinks. Whatever shall ye do when forced to give her up?"
"I shall obey the will of my priori," the Heartless replied, studiously avoiding her brother's gaze, "and curse that same fool who let this prize slip through his fingers." Nikita chuckled then, sipping from his goblet of blood.
"Ye defy me still."
"I defy thee not," Lily murmured, voice low, features calm. "I simply say we can win through this day without handing our treasures to the Voss."
"Thy years of military experience lead thee to this conclusion."
"Common sense leads me to this conclusion," she hissed. "At the very least, we control the Gulf of Wolves. Dragan's fleet awaits below." She nodded to her broodson, still consorting with Alex and Cain. "Be thou so afeard, brother. We could quit this for—"
"Afeard?"
A soft murmur rippled among the court as the Blackheart rose to his feet.
Afeard! The minstrels fell silent, the battling thralls still. Dreadful quiet settling over the hall as the echoes of Nikita's roar rang on the walls. Tell me I fear, he spat, glowering at his sibling. When ye propose we tuck tail and run from the city we bled to conquer, we are Divok. We balk not at the yapping of a handful of flea-struck Highland hounds.
Thou art correct, of course, Priori, Lily said, still not meeting his eyes. We should instead hand the Holy Grail of Saint Michon to Fabien Vos and his viper daughters, all three of whom shall sink fangs into thy throat the second they are given opportunity.
Oh, ye see so far, Lily, Nikita snarled, dropping into a mocking bow. So much farther than dull Nikita. How blessed are we to have a sibling so learned, so wise.
And turning to his thrall swords, Nikita stabbed his finger at their line.
You, come hither.
It was Mayron he pointed to, young Gillian's bow. To his credit, the young knight didn't blink, didn't flinch, striding forward with adoring eyes fixed on his laird, and smacking a fist against his black steel breastplate.
My master, he said, unsheath thy blade.
The lad obeyed, steel ringing crisp in the rafters. All in the hall now watched this drama unfolding, Dior's heart beating quicker as she risked a glance to Rain. And turning to the sword maids gathered behind Lily's throne, Nikita beckoned to Gillian.
Come hither, child, he smiled.
Now, Lady Gillian was bound to Lily, historian, not her brother. And despite the danger of disobedience, the maid threw an inquiring glance to her mistress. Lily pinched the bridge of her nose, as if wearied by these antics, the threat of another tantrum. What be thy game, Nikita?
Aye, a game, call it.
He smiled, gesturing to Dior.
If Nikita shall pay so dear for this slip's parlour tricks, the very least she might do is entertain him with them.
He glowered at Gillian again, black eyes burning.
Come hither.
The Black Heart's whip rang on the stone, and the young sword maid obeyed, stepping down the dais to stand before Nikita and her betrothed. Morgana watched her older sister, paling beneath her freckles. Gillian's breath was coming swifter, pupils wide as she looked her beau in the eye. And as if ordering a snifter of port after supper, Nikita spoke a simple command.
Run her through.
An eternity, that moment. Dior's heart froze still. All in Lily's retinue held their breath. God only knows what went through that young man's mind. To look into the eyes of the girl he loved, and know if he disobeyed, all would be lost. Not just her, but the conspiracy entire, and his conspirators beside. But the Grail's blood had the power to heal the wounded, and Nikita had said this was only a game. Eyes pleading, Gillian nodded ever so slight, bidding her love to strike. God's sakes, strike! And with his face utterly bloodless, Mayron obeyed as would any thrall his master, driving his sword into his betrothed's body as her baby sister screamed, "Gilly!" "Be silent!" Lily snapped, scowling over her shoulder. Morgana watched her sister wilt, slithering to her knees. Her bow hadn't struck to kill. He'd not been commanded to, after all. Instead, driving his blade into Gillian's belly, where the pain might be worse, but the danger less. Gasping in agony, Gillian pressed red hands to her stomach as her bow dragged his blade free. Dior was already stepping up to heal her when Nikita's eyes fell upon her.
"I did not bid thee move, girl."
The Grail glanced to Gillian, pulse thrashing beneath her skin. "Forgive me, lad. I thought ye—"
Fear not, fear not," Nikita smiled, waving her away. "In time, child." "You," he said, turning to his thrall swords and pointing now at Declan. "Come hither."
The young knight strode forward to stand beside his trembling brother, thumping a fist against his breastplate. Mayron was pale as ghosts, eyes locked on the sweetheart he'd just stabbed, the pool of her blood slowly creeping toward his boots. The Blackheart looked from Declan to Mayron.
"This thy brother, aye?" "Aye, my master." "Good, good." Nikita smiled, waving between the pair. "Run him through."
The boys looked at each other, eyes gone wide and cold, another moment as long as forever. Here was strife, historian, sure and true, for all of Nikita's guard wore heavy breastplates and shirts of threefold mail. Even a thrall would struggle to drive a long blade through plated steel, and while young Declan might pierce his brother's mail under the arm or at the throat, that would spell a far quicker death than a blade to the belly. Declan looked to his laird.
"His armour, master." "Here, here, let me help thee," Nikita cooed, and glancing to Mayron, he smiled gently. "On thy knees, boy."
"Aye, master." Eyes still on his brother's, Mayron sank now to the stone. All the Blackheart's court had fallen so still, I swear we could hear the song of distant pipes on the howling wind. Ignoring the frantic beating of our wings on her skin, Dior stepped forward, fingers curling to helpless fists. But Nikita's head snapped up, predatory, his voice whipping the air. "Stay." He raised a warning finger, as if daring she disobey. "Stay," he repeated, softer now. It was Dior's intervention that spared poor Declan the agony of decision. His brother seizing hold of his blade and pressing its point to the joint of shoulder and neck. Their eyes locked. Mayron nodded, glancing to Dior in a silent plea, and then he gritted his teeth, dragging that blade into his own flesh, helping his brother drive the point home. Declan was gasping for breath, near to vomiting as he pulled his sword free. His brother's blood welled up in a flood, spurting rhythmically across Mayron's skin as the young gallant withered at Nikita's feet. Gillian groaned, reaching out to her bow with a bloody hand, pressing it to his gushing wound and looking first to Dior, then to Lily. "Mistress?" "What be this foolishness, Nikita?" Lily asked. "Have we so many swords, ye may squander them the very hour afore battle?"
Fear not, he smiled. "A game, as ye say, soon played out."
He looked to Dior then, black eyes glittering, as if daring her to move. But the Grail remained motionless, as if in the grip of his power, speaking only through clenched teeth. "My lad—"
"Silence!" Nikita snapped, looking now to Morgana. "You, come hither."
There was no bond of blood between the sword maid and the ancient, merely the fear that now dripped from the very walls. But glancing to Rain, young Morgana obeyed, trembling as she stepped before the Laird Divok and curtsied. Dior was sheened in sweat now, her pulse unmoored. She looked to Aaron, but the Capitaine avoided her eyes, jaw clenched tight, hair gleaming gold in that dying light. Nikita took Declan's sword from the boy's numb hands, handed it to his betrothed.
Run him through.
Morgana blanched, turning to Lily. Mistress?
Look not at her, Nikita roared. Look at me.
Morgana obeyed, knuckles gone white on the hilt of that bloody blade. We saw a glimmer of mad possibility in her eyes then. The question, what if, surfacing brief in the sword-maid's mind, before sanity returned. Fear for her princess, her sister, for all that would be undone if she struck this beast drenched in the blood of centuries, and failed.
Brother,
Lily sighed, utterly exasperated.
be there reason in this madness?
There be a lesson.
In what, pray tell? Blooding the floors?
Indulge me.
The black heart bowed low, hand to heart.
Such gifts, such insight, such counsel hast thou given, sweet sister. What be one gift more to thy feeble brother, who doth owe thee, oh, so much?
He gestured to Morgana, fangs agleam at the corners of his smile.
Pray, bid thy blooded servant obey me. A game, sister. All a game.
Lily pursed her lips, running one claw over her chin. Morgana stood paralyzed, terrified stare switching between her beloved and her princess and her mistress. Rain's face was white as ghosts, agony welling in her failing eyes. Dior hung like a broken mirror, every part of her a-tremble, our wings upon her skin like same. We'd no idea what sport Nikita sought here, but to have plucked 4 members of the conspiracy by chance.
Do as he commands thee, child,
Lily said. Nikita smiled at Morgana, vulpine, gesturing to Declan.
Run him through.
Morgana obeyed, thrusting her sword at her beloved. Declan had turned himself sideways, exposing the gap in the fore and aft of his breastplate, and the blade sank through the chainmail and into his gut. Morgana's face twisted, Declan gasping as he sank to the stone beside his brother, red gushing over the flagstones, pooling in the cracks. Nikita placed one pale hand on Morgana's shoulder, took the bloody sword from her hand.
Good child,
he cooed.
Very good.
And with a snarl, he flung the girl across the room. Morgana struck the wall with a shriek, a wet crack, blood spattering on the stone. Rain screamed her name, Lady Arlen seizing her princess's hand, blue eyes locked on Nikita. In a blinking, the black heart had flashed up to Dior, his face now inches from hers, all midnight eyes and blood-red lips and pearl-white fangs.
Words to gift us, hast thou?
Dior clenched her jaw, swallowed hard. To speak, even to move, would be to show Nikita's gifts had no power over her. But to stand here meek and silent...
No. Say ye nothing at all.
Dior met Nikita's eyes, teeth creaking as she clenched her jaw to still her tongue. We could see the darkness in his gaze, the murders untallied, the endless plains of unmarked graves. A monster who had destroyed a kingdom to sit now as its king. Nikita pressed the bloody sword into Dior's hands, leaning so close his lips brushed hers.
Then we shall keep playing, child.
He turned to the dais, patting his thigh and whistling.
Worm, come hither.
Lily sighed.
Nikita, fear not, fear not. This sport is near its end.
Rain's eyes were fixed on Dior's, muscle knotted at her jaw. She crossed the bloodied stone, all of Nikita's court watching, hungry eyes glittering like the embers of a dying fire. Gillian and Declan and Mayron lay in a widening puddle of red, the reek of blood and sundered bowel strung thick in the air. Morgana was crumpled in ruins where she'd been tossed, impossible to tell if the maid was dead or alive. Nikita hooked one claw beneath the princess's chin now, peering into those cold, failing eyes.
Look at her.
Rain obeyed, gaze falling on Dior, not a tear nor tremble in sight. The Princess Amergen did as she was bid, not to obey, mind you, but to protect those others who depended on this lie, no matter how slender the thread of hope now frayed. The Grail glanced again to Aaron, anguish welling in his eyes along with bloody tears. Her gaze pleaded with him, silent, begging, but ever so slight. The Capitaine shook his head.
Look at me, girl.
Dior turned back to Nikita, lurking now over Rain's shoulder. The Blackheart's cheek was pressed against the princess's, eyes deep as the dark between the stars.
I made her mother scream before her end.
Nikita ran one sharp claw down Rain's cheek, too gentle to even scratch the skin.
But at least the mighty Nine Swords died fighting. We found this one cowering in a grain silo like a worm, and so we named her.
Nikita exerted gentle but inexorable pressure on Rain's shoulders, forcing her to her knees before the Grail. The vampire sank down with the girl, lifting the bloody blade in Dior's hand and resting the point against Rain's breast. Dior still played the role, obeying as if under Nikita's power, not talking, not moving.
And now this worm dies on her knees.
Black eyes flickered up to the Grail's.
Unless thou hast some protest to speak.
Prince had risen to his feet, the wolf's hackles rising as the Contessa shouted, Nikita, enough! She cannot speak if thou hast whipped her into silence. The Blackheart raised one brow, still watching Dior.
Nothing at all.
The Grail stood still as stone, blade poised in her hand.
Run her through.
Dior drew back the sword, blade steadied on her free palm for the strike, eyes fixed on Rain's. Lily again shouted, Nikita! Prince snarled, fangs bared, but the Blackheart only glanced toward his sister and smiled. And in that moment, Dior struck. We knew now this was a game to him, and surely so did she. Another torment dreamed up in the mind of a monster. The conspiracy was somehow undone. All hope had crumbled now to ash, all prayers unanswered, save perhaps this last desperate one. And so, dragging her palm down that sword's razored edge, the Grail drenched the blade with her holy blood and plunged it toward Nikita's twisted heart. Quick as flies, Nikita smashed the blade from her grip, Dior screaming in fury and pain as she clutched her wrist. The bloodied blade sang as it struck the floor, and Nikita rose like a serpent, seizing Dior's throat and hauling her off the stone. As the court clambered to their feet, roaring, Rain lunged for the fallen sword, but effortless. Nikita kicked the princess aside. Flying as if she were rags and stuffing, rain struck the dais, her skull smashed as she hit the stone. Dior screamed in hatred, flailing in the Blackheart's grip, Prince snarling his fury as Lily rose to her feet and roared, "Nikita, hold!" Dior grabbed the Ancient's wrist with her bleeding hand, and with a howl of pain, Nikita dropped her, his own hand bursting into bright flames. The Grail struck the floor with a crunch, the Blackheart bellowing, and stooping low, Arlen, Lady of Fanewatch, first of the Lady Rain's household, snatched up the blade anointed with Dior's blood. Long had that old sword-maid suffered the indignity of surrender to these fiends, forced to humiliate the princess she had sworn sacred oath to serve. And every drop of her fury rang in her cry as she plunged that sword toward Nikita's heart. But though the old maid's form would have put many a man to shame, alas, her foe was no simple man. Her wrist crunched like the bones of a baby bird as he seized it. Blood sizzled and flesh hissed as Nikita plunged his flaming hand through Arlen's ribs, extinguishing the blaze on his skin inside her chest. Laird Bran bellowed with terrible fury, the old soldier charging to his bride's defence, naked steel in his hand. But Aaron struck then, stepping between Bran and his beloved master, his greatsword slicing the old laird clean in two. Blood sprayed as Nikita tore Arlen's heart from its moorings, and the sword-maid near in half. And with black hand dripping red, the Ancient turned on Dior. The Grail had crawled to Rain's side, pressing bloody hands to the princess's broken skull, smudging her holy blood over the girl's waxen skin. Eyes locked on hers, Nikita stomped on Declan's head, popping it like a waterskin. Brains dashed on the flagstones. Dior screamed as he did the same to Mayron, to Gillian, her throat torn hoarse and bleeding as she called him pig, animal, bastard, monster. Boots dripping red, Nikita stalked toward her, burned hand curled into a claw as he reached for her throat. With a flash of white, a low snarl, Prince came to the Grail's defence, standing between the pair and snapping at Nikita's outstretched hand. The Blackheart drew back for 1 second, seethed forward in the next. Snatching the beast by the scruff, he hauled it skyward, claws poised before the wolf's snarling face. "Send thee to thy mother moons, little prince, or merely take thy other eye." "Nikita, stop it!" Lily roared. The Count Divok turned eyes to his sister then, all in the room gone silent. He cast Prince aside, the wolf yelping as it crunched into the stone, skidding through the slick of gore. The Blackheart and the Heartless stared at each other, Nikita's sneer spattered red. "Name me fool, sister. Think me sightless. Speak to me as thou wouldst a child. Yet thou art so blind ye cannot see the nest of vipers coiled at thy breast." "What nest? Of what madness dost thou speak?" "Treachery," he spat. "Betrayal. All these here unbound, their red shackles broke by this brat's accursed blood." Lily's black eyes narrowed, falling now on Dior.
"She meant to murder thee, Lily," Nikita said, "and I beside thee. The pair of us burned in our beds, gods undone by insects."
"How did you know?" Dior looked at the vampire, hissing. "How could you?"
"Treasure."
Nikita's call rang in the rafters, lips curling ever so slight as he met Dior's eyes.
"Hither come, beloved."
A figure stepped into the silent hall through a servant's door, clad in a long, beautiful gown. She strode through the monsters and the spreading pool of gore, blood crusted under her fingernails and splashing on her shoes, adoring gaze fixed on her laird. and Dior's eyes flooded with tears as she whispered, "Isla." The girl walked to Nikita's side, and the vampire caressed her skin, smiling as he cupped her cheek. A bundle of cloth was gathered in Isla's arms, Dior's heart hammering as we recognized the furs from her bed, and unwrapping them, the girl tossed the iron saw onto the floor. The sound of metal striking stone split the air with a peal of thunder outside, the lass staring at Dior with eyes as cold and wild as the storm above. "But we freed you," Dior whispered, horrified. "I set you free." "From what?" the girl asked, bewildered. "Love." Nikita smiled, standing at Isla's back and enfolding her in his dark embrace, the lass shivering as he scattered cold kisses down her neck.
"How think ye Aveline was bought so cheaply, Mademoiselle Lachance? Who think ye it was who slew those guards and opened those gates in dead of night? Ever faithful and true, my treasure here. Ever loyal since that night we met at Dun Quin's Fall. And she begged to serve rather than die with the rest of them."
Dior looked into Isla's eyes, the prickling on the girl's skin as Nikita kissed her neck, the shiver in her breath as he deepened his embrace. And at last, we understood. Some join willingly, out of lust for power or darkness of heart. Others are just fools who think they'll live forever. "I am his," Isla said. "I have always been his. You're ever after." Dior shook her head, tears spilling down her cheeks. "It's him." The girl smiled, threading fingers up through the Blackheart's hair. "We'll be together, forever. He'll reward me now, just as he did the Capitaine." "You fool!" Dior hissed. "It doesn't work that way. He can't just—" Isla struck, heartless and swift, landing a brutal kick into Dior's face. She was lifting her bloody heel for another blow when Nikita laughed, gathering the lass back up in his arms, kissing her cheek as he murmured, "Temper, treasure, temper. We must keep the Forever King's prize hale and—" A horn split the night, distant, feeble, near lost under the roar of the storm. But as Nikita tilted his head to listen, another joined it, louder. Another, now. The dun rang with the sound of alarm, echoing on bloody and broken stone. The Divok court glanced among themselves, murmuring and muttering, all knowing what that song meant. The Black Lion was coming, his Highlanders with him, and all hell was about to rain down upon their heads. Drunk with blood though they were, golden vials glittering about their necks, still the fear hung thick in that great hall. Silver and fire and dusk dancer claws. All manner of endings would soon be coming over those walls toward the kith of the Blackheart's court. And at the end of the night, forever is quite a prize to risk for loyalty.
"Hear me now!"
Nikita's bellow rang in the rafters, bringing stillness to the hall.
"My children, my lords!"
The Blackheart raised one bloody finger to the heavens.
"The angel of death hangs in the skies, just a breath above our heads. And at men's right hand, the angel of fear spreads her dark wings. Just as thee, I hear the beating of Phaedra's pinions upon the wind, and lo, I tell thee, I smile. For so should it be, that those dread siblings come to bear witness this day. Should the lamb not fear the teeth of the wolf? should the cow not quaver before the butcher's knives? And what are they who now gather in the mud outside our door but livestock, cattle, pigs and mongrels, sheep and hounds, who dare to bark with mortal tongues at we who are eternal?
Growls of agreement drifted among the court, a few heads nodding.
This kingdom is ours, Nikita roared, carved in blood and conquest. We rule this land, this night, as we were born to. Balk not at the baying of those dogs outside, for we are the mighty, and those who dare come before our walls this day, they are the weak.
Nikita picked up Epitaph from behind his throne, raising it to the sky.
We are the hunters, and they are the prey.
A hungry murmur rippled among the kith, fangs bared, eyes narrowed.
We are the descendants of mighty Toliev. Our triumphs be not measured in words, but deeds. And I swear to thee, by the last drop of blood within these veins, thy deeds this day shall ring in the lamentations of the conquered for all eternity.
He snapped the golden vial away from his necklace of fangs, lifted it in toast.
Sante, untamed.
Sante, came the roar, 100 vials raised in answer.
Divok.
The shouts rang in the rafters, the clash of blades, the fury of forever unleashed. Nikita quaffed the contents of his vial in one swallow, dragged a red hand across his lips, looking once more to the prince. The wolf was hauling itself up from the bloody floor where he'd thrown it, blue eye flashing.
I shall kiss them good night for thee, little mongrel.
Nikita pressed cold lips to Isla's, the girl smiling up at her ever after. Gesturing to the broken but still breathing bodies of Dur and Rain, he murmured, Take these two below and lock them tight. The forever king shall have his prize, and the princess may yet be of use. Kiara, he called, turning to his daughter. My golden one. He smiled, glancing to Aaron. My lords and ladies, he cried, turning now to his court. Draw thy steel, and steel thy hearts. We drink the life's blood of the moon's throne this day. He lifted Epitaph, shout ringing on the walls.
Deeds, not words.
The vampires roared, and as one, the court stormed out toward the walls, the slaughter to come. Aaron bowed to his liege, Kiara scoffing and sparing Nikita a weary smile as he blew her a kiss. As all in the Hall of Plenty emptied out into the storm, Lily stood amid the carnage at the thrones, staring daggers at her brother's back as she hissed, And what would the Count Divok have of his elder? Nikita turned then, timeless, towering, slowly stalking up the dais to loom over his brood-sister. Their eyes met, black and fathomless and ageless, more than a millennium between them. Who knew what they had seen and done together in all that time, the two oldest Divok that yet walked this dying earth? And as Prince watched on, snarling soft, Nikita lifted his hand to thumb a spatter of crimson from Lily's pale cheek.
Thy blessing for the battle to come?
He asked softly. Lily blinked at that, remaining mute. Nikita lifted his sister's hand, pressed ruby lips to her pale knuckles, a teasing smile curling the edge of his lips.
Thy forgiveness, for thy brash and boorish brother, who loves thee still.
She softened then, the first breath of summer on winter's frost.
Of course, and thy understanding, he interrupted. his voice growing soft and deadly. Why Nikita is priori here, and why ever Lily shall dwell in his shadow. Lily's eyes grew hard again, winter returning once more. Nikita smiled wider. I go now to secure thy throne, sister. Keep mine warm for me while I am gone. And dropping Lily's hand, the Black Heart marched out toward the slaughter. The last Lyathe paused in her tail, head bowed, fingers entwined in her lap. In her head, beyond the voices that ever whispered there, she could hear the ringing of steel, the roar of crumbling stone, the terrified screams of the dying, undying. The battle seemed so close now, the images bright in her head, so rare these nights, with so many memories and lives and pasts clamouring inside her. She could barely recall what it had been like to be alone with her thoughts, to have one moment's silence, to know 1 second's peace. Capitaine! Selene glanced up as the Marquis called, his voice ringing in the dark. Jean-Francois's eyes met hers for a moment, the air between them hung thick with the promise of the coming assault. She could still taste the blood on her mouth if she tried, see Dior's red hand and blue eyes raised high to heaven before all sank into hell.
Calling for your dogs, sinner? She asked. Have I frightened you again?
The historian gifted her a wan smile as the heavy door opened at his back, his thrall swords spilling into the room. The burning torches they bore were sun-bright after an age in the dark, giving rise to more memories unpleasant. The silhouette of Saint Yves aflame, the taste of countless eternities washing over her tongue as her master screamed. Selene averted her eyes. Marquis? The Capitaine looked around the room, hand to blade. You called? Be at ease, Delphine. Jean-Francois beckoned. Come here, Dario. The young thrall came forward, Nordish pale, handsome as a den full of devils. He kept his eyes downturned, sinking to his knees beside his master. Jean-Francois drew back the long locks of his hair, the thrall shivering as the vampire leaned close and whispered, bloodless lips tickling his earlobe. Dario glanced up to Selene, pupils wide, and he nodded just once. Jean-Francois took his hand, scattering kisses across his knuckles down to his wrist. The bow shivered then, lips parting, breeches straining, and with a dark smile and a soft smack to his backside, the vampire sent him on his way. Dario retreated, and with a nod of reassurance to the Capitaine, the historian turned back to his tome. The thrall swords glanced around the room again, tight wound and guarded, but with nothing amiss, they bowed to their master and departed. The door thumped shut, chains slipped back into place, the gloom in the cell growing deeper. Please continue, Mademoiselle Castilla, Jean-Francois said, waving his quill. Selene narrowed her eyes.
Is everything well?
Jean-Francois chuckled. Are you honestly asking me that question? The historian dipped his quill, looked at her expectantly. Dawn approaches, mademoiselle. I would like to see my bed before the sun rises. The Grail's plan was undone. The Highlanders on their way. All stood poised on the edge of a knife. But what of you and your brother?
We stood there too, sinner.
Selene bowed her head, looking down into dark waters.
We stood there too. Chapter 11. Not a Prayer.
My father was your teacher.
I sat before my brother in the commander's tent, flames dancing and popping beside him, yet doing nothing to banish the cold between us. We could hear pipes drifting on the howling wind, the rumble of thunder above the dun. Gabriel was staring at me, our eyes narrowed against the light of the flames and the ink burning upon his hands. "We," I murmured. "Master Wulfric." "You said your teacher was dead." We nodded, swallowing with our ruined throat. "He is." We could see he was angered at this news, and that we did not quite understand. Gabriel had never even known the monster who'd seeded him, and Wulfric had never cared a drop about my brother's life. Why should he care how his father's ended? But still he spoke, voice crackling like the hateful flames in that fire pit beside him. "How?" he demanded. "Why?" "That is an even longer tale, Gabriel. I do not think—" And our voice fell silent then, and we snaked up to our feet at once, the chill in the tent grown deeper still. Gabriel tried to speak, but we hushed him with one hand, turning the fullness of our gaze to that mote of blood in the Hall of Plenty, watching as Nikita Divok beckoned poor young Mayron to his side. We witnessed that red drama play out upon that awful stage, saw the Blackheart torture those children, spilling each other's blood rather than spill their secret, and end what little hope they had left. Gabriel looked at us, hand slipping to his accursed broken blade, and as our eyes met across the crackling flames, he knew at once what was wrong. "Dior," he breathed. "She is discovered. All is undone, Gabriel. But he was already gone, up and off, fleeing the tent with the speed of the terrified. He roared at the top of his lungs for his flesh witch, for his heathen comrades, and we stood in the tent, watching that awful game in the Hall of Plenty play out. We watched Dior spit her defiance, sending her doomed strike toward Nikita's heart. We watched the traitor unveiled, cursing myself a fool, that I should have watched closer, that I might have seen had we not been searching so desperately for Marin's tomb. And as the traitor Isla Aquin laid Dior out with that vicious kick to her skull, we heard it then, the sound of the wind, the peal of one bright horn, joined by another, the song of pipes stirring in the storm, the roar of the moon's throne rising, the call for vengeance, the bay for blood, the hue and cry for— A heavy thumping sounded at the door, interrupting Selene tale. The last Liathy glanced up, brow darkening as the Marquis called, "Enter." The sound of chains and lock being unshackled was again heard beneath the river's rush, the bite of stone upon stone. The door opened wide behind Jean-Francois, burning torches cutting the dark, heat swelling at his back. Capitaine Delphine and his men strode forward again, the young thrall Dario at their head, gaze downturned as he spoke. "The prisoner, as you requested, master." Selene's eyes narrowed at that, a soft hiss slipping her lips as she spied the figure standing beside a bristling Melinet. Long and bloody nights had passed since she'd last set eyes on him, and it surprised her, the effect the sight of him had. The gravity he exuded, the weight of his shadow, the way his very presence seemed to fill the room with fire. God, how she hated fire. "Gabriel," she whispered. Under the watchful eye of the thrall-sword Capitaine, the last silver saint stepped forward to the water's edge, silvered heels scraping along the cold stone. She could see the stain of sleepless nights smudged under his eyes, weariness in the set of his shoulders, those twin teardrop scars wending down his cheek. But his clothes were spotless, his jaw clean-shaven, his eyes flushed red from the pipe. He seemed quite comfortable for a prisoner, given all the trouble he'd caused his jailers. Gabriel looked at the rushing waters, smiling soft.
Underground river. Very clever. I shall be certain to inform my Empress of your approval, Jean-Francois replied.
Storm-grey eyes fell on her like hammers, his hands curling into fists.
Hello, traitor, he growled.
Hello, coward, she spat.
I see they're keeping you down below, he said, eyes roaming the cell. A little closer to the place you're going to burn in the end.
Selene snaked to her feet, eyes alight.
We will see you there, bastard.
Children, please. The Marquis rolled his eyes.
I did not bring the good chevalier down here so you might trade insults.
Then why did you bring him? Selene demanded. Jean-Francois twirled his quill between his pale fingers.
As I told you, mademoiselle, I would like to see my bed before the sun rises this day. We approach the pointed end of this blade, and since you were both present at the Battle of Meghen, I thought it prudent to have you both speak upon it. It will save me the trouble of having to determine afterward which of your contradictions are lies, and which are truth.
Truth? The last Silver Saint scoffed. From this snake?
I thought you said the Blood-Chastin has no penchant for cruelty,
Selene said.
His every word is tantamount to torture. Give me the rack and the flame.
Enough, the Marquis said, looking between the pair.
This is not a request, and I grow weary of threatening you both. So let us simply say every minute the pair of you spend posturing now will cost you a night of starvation later, and be done with it.
The Marquis snapped his fingers, and one of the thrall swords brought forth another leather armchair, placing it opposite the historian's. Dario set down a new bottle of Monet on the table, a fresh goblet embossed with golden wolves beside it. The chemical globe threw long shadows upon the stone, a ghost-pale moth emerging from the gloom and battering upon the glass. Jean-Francois glowered, eyes dark with wrath.
Now, sit down, the pair of you.
The siblings remained frozen, glaring at each other across that rushing river. The air between them rippled with hatred. Gabriel's fangs unveiled, Selene's eyes narrowed to knife cuts. But finally, as one, the pair relented, backing off a pace or two, Gabriel sinking into the chair set aside for him, Selene snaking back down to the bare stone, legs folded beneath her. And with a sigh, Jean-Francois adjusted his cravat and nodded to the Capitaine.
I think it best you and your men remain for this, Delphine.
The big man nodded. His eyes never left Gabriel.
I concur, Marquis.
The historian glanced to the soldiers.
Back in the shadows. There's some good chaps. I believe the scent of you might be exciting our guests.
Gabriel glanced to the big Capitaine, blew him a kiss. Delphine scowled and nodded to his men, and the thrall swords retreated into the dark recesses of the cell. Dario backed off to stand with the soldiers, though Méliné hovered at the historian's shoulder, eyes slipping every so often toward Gabriel, but the siblings stared only at one another, as if there were not another soul in that cell.
So,
Jean-Francois glanced to Gabriel.
Your sister and I had arrived at the point of no return, Chevalier. Le Chance's plan to liberate Nikita and Lily's thralls had been foiled. An army of slaves faced you upon the walls of Meghen. You had but 3 alternatives: retreat and consign the Grail to the keeping of the Forever King, wait and be crushed between the Divok anvil and the hammer of the Voss in a few days' time, or attack those walls that day. Your friend Baptiste stood upon those battlements de Leon. Hundreds of innocents snatched at Avelaine, Quinn, Sadebé, Fas. Soldiers whose only crime was being captured rather than killed. If their masters were destroyed, they would be freed. But you could not reach their masters without carving through them. What path did you choose? They stood between me and Dior, Gabriel said softly. The historian opened a new page in his tome, smoothed down the parchment as he chuckled. They never had a prayer, did they? Gabriel leaned forward, eyes clouded. His voice was soft as smoke. There's a saying among cavalrymen in Elidane. Everyone's a priest when the arrows start flying. When all that stands between you and death is a few rings of chainmail or a couple of feet of stone, it's hard not to give yourself over to God. Everyone in battle has a prayer, Shaston. Problem is, the one they pray to seldom listens. Everyone has a prayer except you, of course. No. Gabriel sighed heavy, looking skyward. Not that day. We mustered there in the rising dawn before those mighty walls. Phoebe stood beside me, her Aunt Sina before her, painting protection magics on her skin in sacred blood. All down the line, the chanting rhythm was rising, like the pulse beneath my skin, the adrenaline in my veins. As the dim sun crested the horizon, I could feel the battle awaiting beneath that black sky. All I'd done, all I'd suffered, and it all came down to this. A headlong charge into a wall of teeth and swords to rescue a girl with a blade already at her throat. We'd an ocean of slaughter ahead, but even if we survived it, Nikita knew all this was about Dior. If the battle went ill, Martyrs only knew what he might do to her in retaliation, and there was nothing we could do to stop him. I knew it'd take a miracle for her to live through this. The last Silver Saint shook his head. And so I prayed for one. You? The historian scoffed. Pray? We both did, sinner. Jean-Francois and Gabriel looked to Selene as she spoke, eyes on the ceiling above. We stood among them, my dear brother and I, side by side. The army of the Moon's Throne was forming up before Mergen's walls, baying to their heathen gods as the thunder rolled. The most bestial of them stood in their vanguard, towering figures more animal than human, wolves and bears and lions, fur and fang, kilt and claw. Wizened crones stalked up and down their lines, painting crimson blasphemies upon their skins to the tune of wild pipes and rhythmic chanting. They stomped their feet in time, snarling and heaving, a sea of roaring faces and flashing eyes. Gabriel's flesh witch, don't call her that, the Silver Saint snapped. Gabriel's sorceress stood at his other side, her face daubed crimson. Bloodlust was building among the Highlanders, their spirits caught up in frenzy and idolatry and madness. And in the midst of it, I sank to our knees, and I turned our face to heaven, and closing our eyes, I prayed. The prayer on the lips of every faithful soldier as they look upon the foe, and perhaps their death. The benediction for battle. The Lord is my shield, unbreakable. He is the fire that burns away all darkness. He is the tempest rising that shall lift me unto paradise. And I opened my eyes then, because there beside me, kneeling in the snow, was my own faithless brother, voice entwined with mine. His light is my salvation. His love is my redemption. His sword shall lay my enemies to rest. And should I face my ending, until the day of judging, I give to him the keeping of my soul. Veris, I whispered, signing the wheel. Veris,
Gabriel replied, hands clasped before him. I looked at him then, the storm raging above us, the ocean raging between us. We thought you had vowed to ask nothing of heaven's sovereign brother, we said. Save the chance to spit in his face before he sends you below. And he replied,
I'm not praying for me,
Gabriel said. Selene nodded, staring across that black river with eyes dark as night. He was praying for her. Jean-Francois, Marquis of the Blood Chastin, looked at Gabriel.
I take it you should have fucking known better.
The last Silver Saint sighed. The last Liathy hung her head. He should have fucking known better.
Book 6. The Red Hand of God. Judgment comes. The Creed of Blood Esana. Chapter 1. Stormbringer. We rose up from our knees, Selene said. Dawn cresting the world's edge, black skies running to red. The tiny mote of us still with Dior was down in the dungeons of Dunmer again now, locked with her in her tiny cell. We beat frail wings upon her broken cheek, trying to rouse her, assure her that we were coming to save her. But she was still unconscious from Isla's brutal beating, her skin cold to the touch. And so the rest of me, outside those walls, sliced open our palms, bringing forth our blade, slender and sharp as broken bone, our flail long and gleaming red. The scent of blood stained the air as I clenched our teeth and set our eyes upon the wretches we were set to slaughter. Gabriel lifted the Monet, filling his goblet to the brim. Though it was his 5th bottle of the night, the Silver Saint seemed sharp, keen, eyes alight with memory. I'd fought in castle assaults before, Coldblood, he said. Dozens of them. I knew the hell that lay before us, wading knee-deep through innocent blood, carving through a flood of wretched, under fire the whole time from Nikita's high bloods on the inner walls. Either way, the scales tipped, this was going to be a massacre. I didn't know how to ask, didn't know if I even had a right to after I'd hurt her in the cradle, knowing only that I'd need every edge that I could get in the battle to come. But as I turned to Phoebe, my mouth dry as ash, she'd already unbuckled the vambrace about her forearm, golden eyes locked on mine. Phoebe, I wouldn't ask if... No need to ask. It's mine, to give to whom I choose. She touched my face then, and though she spoke of blood, I knew she meant more besides. I choose ye. I took her hand, conscious of the eyes now upon us, the soft growls and muttered curses. Bryn loomed behind us, scowling as she watched on, big paws twitching. But though we stood in an ocean of tooth and claw, blade and blood, it seemed for a moment we were completely alone, as we'd been that night we danced in the White Rabbit. Eyes on Phoebe's, I lifted her wrist to my lips, and she smiled as I kissed her skin, feather soft. But her smile faded, her lips parting as my own peeled back, and I sank my fangs into her vein. Her blood washed over me, through me, that flood of heat and earth and flame I'd felt in the mother's cradle, once more rushing out from my belly and into every part of me. Every muscle gone taut, every nerve afire, the strength of mountains and the rush of rivers and the might in the bones of this corrupted earth all within me. I swallowed deep, deeper, that thirst inside me roaring, needing, pleading, just one more mouthful, just one more drop. But I pushed it back, not yet its thrall, roaring, enough! And shuddering crown to toe, I released my grip, drawing back from Phoebe's wrist and kissing the punctures in her skin. She was staring at me, her breath quickened, her hand shaking in mine. And she kissed me then, beneath those thundering skies, amid that song of pipes and the scent of slaughter to come. Her blood was still on my mouth, her talons snaking into my hair as she drew me closer, deeper, and I threw my arms around her and crushed her body to mine. She'd told me that we don't get broken, but that we're made so. And we were wounded, the pair of us, sure and true, both still bleeding from the wounds life had carved in us, the loved ones torn away from us. Honestly, I still feared my hurts would never be mended entire. But as I held that woman in my arms, I knew she'd spoken truth, that if we're blessed, we might find someone whose edges fit against our own, like pieces of the same puzzle or shards of the same broken sword. Someone who, in their own broken way, makes our brokenness whole and our shattered edge complete. I knew full well this might be the last time her lips touched mine. A kiss to remember and be remembered by. We'd had too little time, and now we might be at the finish of it. And as we parted, all too soon, she spoke, ruby-red lips curling. "I don't love ye, Gabrielle de Leon." I kissed her knuckles, one at a time. "I don't love you too." She laughed then, eyes feral and bright with battle lust. "See her in the dun." Turning, Phoebe stepped forward, raising her voice above the thunder. "Brothers and sisters of the moon's throne, we of the clan stand here, united, one mind, one will, as has nae been seen since the nights of Ailey the Stormbringer. Beyond those walls wait the thieves who have stolen our sacred blood and pillaged our hallowed homeland. Curs and liars, oath-breakers and traitors." "Death to Divok," someone bellowed. "Death," came the cry down the line. "Death." "Nay," Phoebe roared above the clamour. "Nay, hear me now." The tumult quieted then, bubbling just under a boil. "We are right to seek our vengeance," Phoebe called. "But beyond those walls lies the salvation of this world, the end to day's death, the godling true. We fight today, nay for the crimes of the past, but the hope of the future. So if we must fall, let it be for the sake of those bairns unborn, those days undawned that the godling shall bring soon to pass. And if ye must roar, let it be what we fight for. Let our foes tremble at the sound of her name." Phoebe bared her teeth, pointing toward the broken walls. "Dior! Dior!" came the cry down the line. "Dior!" 1,000 voices roaring as one, louder than the thunder above. Selene held her blade aloft, roaring the Grail's name, and I too found myself caught up in Phoebe's spell, dragging Ash Drinker from her scabbard and holding her up to the storm. The folk of the Moon's Throne had always spoken of the day Ailey the Bold would be reborn, the queen who had united the Highland clans and made all the heavens tremble. And looking at Phoebe as she screamed to the skies, golden eyes and flaming hair and talons sharp as blades, I wondered if there might be some truth in prophecy. "She is beautiful, Gabrielle," came a silver whisper in my head. "She is." "What is her name?" "Stormbringer," I smiled. Phoebe set her eyes on the walls, lips curled back from her teeth. "For the godling!" The roar that echoed down the line was enough to shake the heavens above, and our charge began, trembling the earth below. Thousands of us, soldiers of the Highlands, Moon's maidens of the cradle, Earthwill, Leofwill, Velfwill, pipes singing and blades flashing and claws curling as we hit that first fucking ditch. Jean-Francois raised an eyebrow, glancing up. "Ditch?" The last Silver Saints nodded, swallowing a long mouthful of wine. Ditch, he repeated. You mean a moat around the walls, or... I mean a ditch, Coldblood. A simple hole in the ground. Dunmergen was the mightiest fortress west of Augustin, but it's not like its walls towered 100 feet high, or that they were wrought from the bones of a dead god or some other bollocks from a child's tale. Most fortresses aren't anything fancy. They're just a ditch surrounding a palisade. And the bigger the fortress, the more oft that pattern repeats. Ditch, pre-wall, a deeper ditch, a bigger wall. This shit isn't fancy, but it works. Ditches break a charge's momentum, make the soldiers in it stumble. Ditches mean you can't bring siege weapons close enough to the walls without coming under fire while you set them up. I read somewhere that Dunmergen was only around 3 square miles in size, but it had over 30 miles of wall protecting it. The reason the Divok were so successful at siege warfare was that once they were wild on dancer blood, the bastards could hurl boulders at the defenders out of range of the defences. That's why the walls of Newton were such a shambles. Nikita and his bloodlords had smashed up the pre-walls and hurled them at the battlements till the soldiers manning them were pulped. Then he repaired them best he could once he took the city. But we didn't have siege weapons, Coldblood. We didn't have troop towers. We had brute strength and feral swiftness. Magics daubed in moon's blood, storm winds at our back, and about 500 yards of broken stone, ditches, and artillery fire before we reached the walls of Newton properly. And into that hell we charged. The cannon fire came first. Most of Neve's heavy artillery had been destroyed when Nikita took the city, but a few of the bigger bitches still barked, booming and spitting fire along the wall. They'd been loaded with pepper shot. You know what that is? Jean-Francois opened his mouth to reply, but Gabriel rolled on as soon as he'd stolen another mouthful of wine. Anti-infantry. Designed to inflict carnage among ground troops. Phoebe had told me only silver or old age would slay a dusk dancer, but I figured dismemberment or decapitation would serve just fine. And as the shots began hitting, I saw the damage they were doing. Arms torn from chests, legs from hips, bellies busted open and spattered across the snow. I kept running, ditch to wall to ditch, aflame with the fire of Phoebe's blood. Hunkering down beside a shattered battlement, I roared over the cannon's thunder. Take cover on the fire! Charge while they reload! Phoebe was beside me, her cheek split and bleeding. I saw big Keelan crouching down ahead, Bryn just behind, the earthwheel gouging shrapnel from her shoulder with her talons. The cannon roared again, snow flying, earth shaking, the sound of metal splitting stone near deafening. But whoever was commanding the cannon was green, opening up with another volley while most of us had gone to ground. That's the problem with feeding enemy capitaines to your troops, vampire. If Nikita had kept a few more of Neve's commanders alive, somebody up on those walls might have known what the fuck they were doing. The guns fell silent to reload, and we charged again, blinding snow and rising smoke. Phoebe ran hard beside me, but I'd lost sight of Selene, diving low as the cannon opened up again. We were off and moving swift right after, drawing ever closer to the battlements, the dark figures shouting atop them. But as soon as we got near enough, they unleashed their trebuchet, their ballista, stones and bolts raining down all around us, staggered enough that there was no safe window to charge anymore. I saw Keelan almost crushed, the big Leofwil diving aside with only a second to spare as a ton of stone came crashing down on his cover. Angus Abaran had been hit by something vicious. The wolf was covered waist down in blood. I could taste black ignis on the air, thunder shaking the ground as the trebuchet and cannon spewed death down our line. Boom. Boom. We ran on. No choice. Hell and blood ahead. But worse backward than forward. Up and off, smoke and stench, thunder and snow, Phoebe's blood willing me on, lifting me up, bidding me run on through that meat grinder toward the men I must kill. I was trying to spot Baptiste among those silhouettes atop the walls, hoping if I reached him first, I might somehow spare him the fates every other poor bastard up there would suffer once we reached the top. Because, despite all they threw at us, we were coming. Gabriel shook his head, quaffing his goblet. God help them, we were coming fast. May I speak now? The last Silver Saint glanced up, his face ice cold as he regarded his sister. Selene stared back at her sibling, sharp teeth locked behind that silver cage on her jaw. Must you? We are certain you would prefer we sit in silent awe as the mighty black lion. We? Gabriel scoffed, glancing to the historian. Did she tell you what that actually means, Justin? Did this fucking snake tell you who she's got? But I was present also that day, Selene spat, and I sit silent for none. Let her speak, Gabriel, Jean-François murmured. Entertaining as it is, I did not bring you here to watch you spit venom. In every breath a lie. Gabriel refilled his cup, sighing. But, as it please you. Selene narrowed dark eyes, looking deep into the waters of memory. We moved swifter than my brother and his heathens, dashing ditch to wall to ditch again. Dead man's clothes on our back, dead men ahead trying to kill us. We were close enough now that the crossbow fire began, burning bolts whispering past our cheeks. A stone crashed down but a few inches to our left. Cannon fire peppered our body, but then we were home, hitting the rubble at the base of the Newton wall and leaping upward, crack to crack, an arrow speeding toward heaven. Our flails snaked around the battlements above, our boots kicking hard until we were running vertical up the wall. We heard cries of alarm, skipping aside blazing crossbow bolts, the men above screaming. But we saw it then, and if the heart in our dead chest still beat, it would have seized in terror as they dragged it up and made to tip it over, a trough filled to brimming with burning coals. Fear froze me, the memory of those awful flames at Kernheim. I cried out, hand up to our face, trying to twist aside from that blistering shower. We felt the heat, smelled the smoke, imagined the agony. But then we heard a cry, meat striking stone, and the figures hefting those coals fell away, their trough tumbling back with them. We hit the battlements, flinging ourselves over into a tumult of men so close we could smell the reek of fresh liquor on their breath. But as we raised our blade, ready to split all around us asunder, we heard a voice we recognized, ragged with fear. In Dio's name, no! Joaquin, we whispered. The hound boy stood with a dozen others, pale and frightened and splashed with blood. They'd attacked the men with the coals, holding them down, forcing them to drink from a flask of what we realized was Ocean Black. The liquor stank of rotten cabbage and tomcat spray, enough to make our eyes water if there'd been a drop of water inside us. But as we looked up and down the battlements, we saw the same refrain, scorched being brought down by their comrades, forced to drink, cursing and spitting. What madness is this? We whispered. Joaquin hefted his own hip flask. The stopper loosed. It was empty now, but our skin still tingled at the wondrous scent lingering inside. Dior's blood, we realized, remembering her bleeding foot. She filled that for you in the stable this morning, after she sent me away. The boy nodded, pale and grim. I poured it all into the morning liquor ration before they sent me to the wall, just like she told me to. The black's reek covered the scent of her blood. He nodded again, helping the man he'd knocked down back up to his feet. The cannon had fallen silent, the trebuchet gone still. All along the wall, those few who hadn't quieted their fears with a dram before battle were being forced to now, held down by their comrades and made to swallow Dior's holy blood in the brew. And we thanked God then for the frailty and courage of mortal men. The dancers hit the wall, Gabriel and his flesh witch among them, but we climbed atop the battlements, screaming, "Hold, hold!" praying God they would heed. Gabriel nodded, eyes alight as he took up the tale once more. I was one of the first over, clawing my way up the wall with my bare hands. But as I hit the battlements, I heard Selene crying out, and as I raised Ashdrinker, she roared too, "Stop, you shitwit, stop!" All along the high walk I saw it now, free men and women breaking the last few bonds of servitude among the scorched. The holy blood of the Redeemer, secreted within a keg of homebrew Ocean piss by a girl who'd been on the grift in the gutter long before she'd taken on the mantle of saviour of the world. Gabriel shook his head and smiled. Cunning little bitch. How did she know? Jean-Francois asked, lifting his eyes. How could she possibly know enough thralls would drink before they fought? The last Silver Saint chuckled then, spoken like someone who's never seen battle. But wouldn't fighting men want to be at their keenest when the battle is thickest? Jean-Francois demanded. When they have the most to lose. That's precisely why they drink, vampire, Gabriel replied. A soldier will take comfort in prayer, in thoughts of famille, in the love of his brothers. But there's nothing like a dram of courage to hold you steady when the screaming starts. The vampire smiled, shaking his head. Just as you told Dio at Avelaine. The last Silver Saint raised his goblet. She was always a quick study, that girl. The heathens climbed over the battlements, Selene said, ready to tear all to pieces. But Gabriel's voice joined my own, Phoebe now crying out too, and all along the broken walls of Newton, not a thrall sword raised a blade to fight. Keelan bellowed, "Stay your hands," and the word spread. The animals poised. But a moment ago to wreak bloody carnage now, confronted not by foes, but by welcomes, by blessings, by smiling faces and pleas for forgiveness. A legion of men and women dragged down into darkness, now awakened by the gift of one lone girl. A gift they had not even known to pray for. The gift of freedom. Gabriel smiled, and they shared a glance then, these siblings who so loathed each other. And though her teeth were hidden, it seemed Selene smiled also, eyes shining in memory of that small victory upon those shattered walls. I heard a shout, the Silver Saint said, calling my name. Ash sang in my head then, Black Thumb, oh sweet Black Thumb. And there he was, charging through the mob of scorched, the bewildered dusk dancers, his smile bright as the sun had once been. Baptiste, I roared. Little lion, he cried, crashing into my arms. And though I dared not hug him tight for fear of killing him, God, he near crushed the breath from my lungs, lifting me off my feet. Tears burned in my eyes as I wrapped my arms around my old friend, his big shoulders shaking with half sobs. I could only imagine the horrors he'd endured these past nights, but at least we'd been spared the horror of fighting each other. And as my old brother set me on the stone, I looked to heaven above and breathed quiet thanks to God for the first time in as long as I could remember. I thought I'd never see you again, Gabe, he whispered, pouring his eyes. No such luck, I'm afraid, I grinned. Baptiste looked to the battlements around us, Phoebe beside me, the legion of dancers arrayed upon the walls. All this for me. You shouldn't have, mon ami. We laughed, but it was brief, our eyes turning now to Newton. Shapes were slinking from the ruins below, rotten and wasted, hungry and hissing. An army of dead flesh, starved of blood, thousands of hollow eyes now fixed upon us. "Gabe," Baptiste murmured. "Aaron, he's—" "I know, brother." I squeezed his shoulder. "I'm going to get him back, I swear it." "No." Baptiste hefted a heavy maul in his hands, eyes on the sea of teeth below, the walls of Alton beyond where his beloved waited. "I'm going to get him back." I shook my head. "Aaron belongs to Nikita now. The only way to save him— He was mine long before he was the Black Hat's." The big man squared his shoulders, patting his maul on his palm. "Love conquers all, Gabriel." I clenched my jaw, wanting to steer him off, knowing he'd never listen. Baptiste and Aaron had given up everything to be together. I'd seen the love each bore for the other, standing side by side at the Battle of the Twins, the Forever King's endless legion not even enough to part them. I'd have been a fool to think Nikita's army would fare any better. "All right," I muttered. "You just stick close to me, you hear?" My old friend smiled, hefting his maul. "You just try to keep up." "See here, son," came the roar. I looked down the wall, saw a bloodied Bryn amid a pack of Moon's maidens. The big Earthwill stood atop the broken stone, black slayer braids whipping in the storm wind as she pointed to the shadows gathering on the battlements of Aldtun. "What are we waiting for? A gilded invitation." I glanced to the young fellow beside Selene, dark of hair and eye. His hands were unsteady as he drew his sword, and from his grip I knew he was green as grass. Looking around the walls, among the hardened swords, I saw others just as fresh, just as frightened. "What's your name, monsieur?" I asked him. Joaquin Marin." "Well, Joaquin Marin, this world owes you a debt, but I think you've done enough to square the ledger this day." I looked to the wretched swarming below, the men and women newly freed on the walls around us, calling above the thunder. "You folk have walked through hell and darkness, but no command bids you fight here, nor any promise binds you to stay. There is no shame in living to fight another day." But Joaquin shook his head then, calling to his fellows. "I'll not stand aside while the girl who freed me is captive still. I will spill my blood for she who gave the same for me. Dio Lachance risked all to save us, and I say, shame to any here who'll risk no less." Shouts of agreement rang across the walls, Joaquin holding his sword high. "For the Grail, maiden, la demoiselle du Graal." "The Grail," came the roar, Highlanders and Scorched both. "The Grail." "Fine speech," Ash whispered. "Not bad," I agreed. "Better than yours, "I don't speech," I growled. Phoebe stood beside me, blood spilling from a cut in her cheek, eyes on the walls beyond. The vampires were gathered now, wretched and high blood, and there'd be no last-minute miracle here. Every inch of ground would be bought with blood, every step a war. "How you feeling?" I asked softly. "Ready?" she replied. I turned to Bryn, gave her a nod. I held my broken blade to the sky. "For Dio!" And as one, we charged down into hell. Chapter 2. Slaughter Song. 3 paths lay ahead of us, Gabriel sighed. 3 red roads. The first 2 ran east and west along the seawalls. The fortifications encircling Newton linked up to the battlements around Alton. A man could walk from the Dun gatehouse all the way to the city's entrance without his feet ever touching cobbles. Problem was, the battlements were narrow, and any force attacking along them would be caught in a bottleneck once they reached the inner walls. Easy targets for the boulders the Divok would be tossing about like cheap liquor at an Osean wedding. But the third path was no better. A straight shot up the guts of Newton, fighting house to house against Nikita's wretched and being used for target practice all the while. The proverbial rock and the hard place, the historian mused. Gabriel frowned. There was nothing proverbial about it, vampire. The High-Bloods were literally going to be throwing rocks at us. Jean-Francois rolled his eyes. So, which path did you choose? The Silver Saint leaned back in his chair, legs crossed, drumming fingers to boot. Well, none held particular appeal. But if I were to fall, I'd rather fall fighting than queued up like the sailors outside your mother's house when the fleet is in town. Ah, a jest about dear Mamma's promiscuity, the historian yawned. I was just thinking we were overdue. It had been a minute since the last one. Gabriel snapped his fingers. That's just what she said. Great Redeemer, would you two please just kiss, Selene spat, and put us all out of our bloody miseries? We took the path up the middle, Gabriel said, scowling at his sibling. Heading into Newton. Better that than clog the seawalls, I thought. Keelan led a company of Lairfwil east, Angus took a pack of Velfwil west. No, Selene said. Gabriel blinked. What do you mean? No, the Laerthi repeated. Keelan went west, Gabriel. Angus east. Bullshit. I saw them. I was there. As were we. Don't I know it, he snarled. You're the fucking reason it ended the way it did. Children. Jean-Francois drew a slow, steadying breath. Please. The siblings stared at each other, knives in their eyes. The Marquis was certain if there were no river between them, they'd be at each other's throats, consequences be damned. He wondered at the rancor between them, the heart of their hate. The girl, doubtless. The cup was broken. The Grail is gone. Regardless, Gabriel finally sighed, cracking his neck, the wolves and lions took to the walls, and the rest of us descended into Newton and dove in among the dead. I'd visited Dunmer again in happier days. Lucky and I had travelled here after the victory at Crimson Glade. These streets had been flocked with cheering citizens on the day the Nine Swords knighted me, and now they were choked with the dead. It was hard to know their number, driving snow and broken buildings and the bloody chaos of battle. Thousands, I'd guess, old and young, men and women and children, empty eyes and black breath, naught in common save the cruel twist of fate that saw them rise from their graves. Street by street, house by house we fought, Phoebe at my right hand, Baptiste my left. My silver bombs and shot was spent in the first few minutes, and though my aegis burned on my skin, I'd kept my greatcoat on for fear the glow would make me too much a target from the walls, relying on the fire of Phoebe's blood in my veins instead. God's truth, I'd never felt so strong, so alive. Thunder rang out around us. Not the storm overhead, but a hail of broken granite, crushing wretched and dancer and soldier alike. The frost beneath us ran to red slush, the air so choked I couldn't tell ash from snow. Above the reek of burned flesh and torn bellies, I could smell the gulf of wolves beyond the walls, putting me in mind of our little lighthouse by the sea. I tried not to dwell on the fact these things had once been people, thinking only of my vow to Dior. And all the while, ash sang in my head. Not a nursery rhyme tonight, nor an aria, but a sailor's song of all things, echoing in my mind over the hymn of the distant waves, the cries of frightened gulls. I left you, love, in Mergen town, to sail upon the sea, and with a final kiss you vowed that you would wait for me. Across the elder sea I sailed to seek my fortune true, and as the skies turn black above, my thoughts are all of you. I still can see you now, my dear, so fair upon the quay, and as the tempest closes in, I know you wait for me. The waves, they crash, the timbers break, and leave me now bereft of all save love for you and fears that I should ne'er have left. and as I sink into my grave, my final breath is plea. My bride is now the ocean deep, love. Jean-Francois sighed as he finished. Do not wait for me. We took the path along the battlements, Selene said, her voice quickening with memory of the battle. I'd no stomach to cut down dead women and children, nor condemn already damned souls to hell, and we'd no time to drink a one of them. How generous, Gabriel scoffed. Leave it to others to bloody their hands instead. As if yours did not drip with it already, Selene hissed. Chevalier, the historian snapped, eyes flashing. Do not interrupt. Gabriel scowled, toying with his goblet as Selene continued. Instead, we ran west along the seawall, Keelan and Emmerich beside us, 7 feet and 500 pounds of furious dusk dancer, dozens of heathen slayers howling in the red wrath's wake. The Divok hurled rocks the size of horses, obliterating the stone around us, smashing pagans to sludge. Nikita's courtiers had the stolen strength of the moon's throne in their veins, just as Gabriel did. And though my brother and his comrades were cutting a bloody swathe through Newton, Nikita had saved his best for us. We saw him ahead, a whisper of midnight black and ocean blue silk, eyes as perilous as the sea. They were fixed on us, on the blade and flail of blood in our hand, and I knew he understood what I was. The Black Heart stood now, his 2 most loyal beside him, his former lover, Chiara, and his now lover, DeCoste. He raised epitaph, that mighty blade singing as it cut the air, and without a word all 3 threw themselves at us. I had never fought Divok before our brawl at Aveline, not ones this strong, at any rate. I did not quite understand what would be coming, else we'd have cried warning as Gabriel did, his voice ringing under the thunder, too faint, too late. Anya, Jean-Francois murmured. The Divok tempest, Selene nodded. I know not how much epitaph weighed, 1/2 ton, perhaps, but when Nikita swung that mighty blade at us, it dragged him forward like a typhoon of flesh and iron, and when he struck Keelan Emmerich, the red wrath simply exploded, bursting apart in a shower of limbs and entrails. Nikita flew on, cutting through the Highlanders like a scythe at reaping time, DeCoste and the Wolf Mother following. And as the trio skidded to a halt down the far end of the high walk, where they'd passed, there was only corpses and heathens on their bellies, bewildered and drenched in blood. We'd stepped aside the Divok, our bodies splashing to the cobbles as we slipped past their blades, my trick of the eye, my spell of the blood. But looking back, we saw Nikita raise his foot, and we roared to the folk still on their bellies amid that carnage, Get up! Get! His boot struck the high walk like 100 barrels of black Ignis, the battlements before him shrieking and blasting apart. Almighty God, I had never seen such strength. The wall split to its very roots, ancient stonework torn apart as if it were straw and daub, and those who had managed to dodge his first strike were consumed in this second, screaming as the entire seawall collapsed with the sound of hell-born thunder. I'll never forget the sight, Gabriel sighed, gulping down his money. A wall that had stood for centuries, hundreds of dancers and slayers and soldiers, obliterated with one stroke. The blood of the moon's throne in the veins of an ancien of the untamed. We stood at the walls of Alton now, Selene said, picking ourselves off the stone, facing down the Divok high-bloods alone as the dust settled behind us. On the eastern approach, the dancers battled tooth and claw, but they'd been bottlenecked just as Gabriel warned. My brother had done bloody work in Newton, and the streets ran red with it. But Nikita set eyes upon Gabriel now, bellowing above the slaughter song. The Leon! Now shalt thou remember Nikita's name. The Black Heart launched himself upward, sailing through the storm. The flagstone splintered as he struck the thoroughfare behind my brother and his comrades, throwing up stone dust and snow into the churning air. And when that cloud was snatched away by the wind, there he stood upon the shattered cobbles, that black prince, carved of marble and washed in crimson, dark hair and greatcoat whipping in the moaning winds. The last Laerthe looked to her brother then, expectant. Gabriel raised a brow. "Oh, I get to tell my own story now. How kind of you." "God, you are a child," she sighed. Gabriel reached for the bottle, topping up his goblet. "I'd turned at Nikita's shout," the Silver Saint said. "The shock waves as he landed rocked the flagstones, smashing our moon's maids asunder. And target though it might have made me, you'd best believe I tore off my greatcoat then. The ink on my skin burned like flame in that storm, the wretched around us melting away like smoke. Nikita stood, his most loyal behind him. The wolf mother, eyes alight with hate, massive war maul in her fist and slayer braids seething in the howling wind. She'd thought me killed at Cairnheim, and I had no doubt now she'd give anything to bury me in truth. My old friend Aaron stood beside her, clad in black and midnight blue, the whites of his eyes all washed with red. His sword had been broken when he died at Avelain, and I saw he wielded another now, long as I was tall. He'd ever had a princely look, cold as winter, save when he smiled. But he was something else now, something more and less, and my heart broke at the sight of him. Baptiste stood beside me, maul spattered with gore, knuckles washed red. I heard his breath catch as he looked upon his beloved, whispering, "Oh, my beautiful man, what have they done to you?" Aaron met Baptiste's eyes and smiled. "Nothing I did not want them to." "I'm sorry, brother," I called. "I'm sorry I wasn't there to help you, as you helped me." "Oh, Gabriel," Aaron sighed. "You fail everyone you love. Why would I be different?" I shook my head. "I'll see your shackles broken this day, Aaron, I vow it." "And what is that worth, exactly? The promise of a liar?" "Tell me something, De Leon." It was Nikita who spoke now, brushing stone dust from his lapels. The chaos of battle raged around us, dancers killing high bloods upon the walls, scorched, battling the dead in the streets. But Phoebe's blood was burning in me now, the whole world pin-bright, every snowflake falling in slow motion, every scent cut crystal clear in the air. Blood, smoke, ash, sweat, shit. And for a moment, it seemed in all the world there was only we six. Phoebe glowering at Chiara, Baptiste watching Aaron, and my eyes now on the Blackheart. "They told me when you slew my father at Crimson Glade, you stabbed him in the back," Nikita smiled. Jet eyes narrowed against my burning light. "That great Toliev was already wounded, the snow around him heaped with silvered dead. They told me you stole up on him like a thief in the night, like a coward, like a cur." "They told you I fucked your father from behind, in other words," Chiara growled, lifting her maul. "My lad, allow me to put this mongrel down." Nikita shook his head. "You had thy chance, daughter, and you failed." "Father, let me—" "Silence!" Nikita snapped, his voice whipping through the ruins. "He begged, before he died, you know. Your mighty Toliev." I raised ash between us, my rage at Aaron's fate boiling in my veins. "You all beg, Nikita. That's what they don't tell you. When you see the end coming, past all the bluff and bluster, the these and thous, in that final moment, you all beg like fucking children. And you die like fucking dogs." I lifted one bloody hand, beckoning. "Come die, Blackheart." Nikita bellowed, slinging his blade and himself, cutting toward me like a scythe. With a cry, I dove aside, bringing Baptiste with me, as Epitaph split the air in two. The shock wave as Nikita passed was thunder, the broken houses around us crumbling. He skidded to a halt 50 feet down the thoroughfare, shredding the cobbles beneath him. With a curse, I rose to my feet, charging at his back, skin burning with the fury of my faith in the girl beyond those walls, the girl I'd sworn to protect. Kiara raised her maul, Phoebe's talons glinting as the lightning flashed, and there, in that slaughterhouse, our battle was joined. Kiara sought only to make right her failure in Nikita's eyes, rushing at my back headlong. But in a flash of flame red and razored black, Phoebe cut through the snow and Kiara's flank besides, opening dead flesh to the bone. The dusk dancer cared nothing about Kiara's sullied honour, nor her quarrel with me. Phoebe owed the wolf mother for her beating at Cairnheim, and there, under that raging sky, she fancied to collect the due. Aaron raised his sword, also set to come to the defence of his master, to strike at his old brother's back. But as he strode forward, a figure stepped into his path, dark skin streaked with dust and blood, eyes filled with pain. Pain and boundless, hopeless love. "Don't do this, Aaron," Baptiste whispered. "Please." "Step aside, Baptiste," Aaron growled, hefting his greatsword. "I warn you." "I don't want to fight you, love, but I'll not let you hurt anyone else." Gabriel took a moment then, a frown darkening his brow as he stared into his wine. He could hear the battle in his head now, smell the blood and metal, his heart a-thunder. "So, I was in the shit here, Coldblood," he sighed. "My aim had been to steer Nikita away from Phoebe and Baptiste, but now I had his attentions, I'd not much clue what to do with them. The sun was up, and that was something. But for all my talk, Nikita Divok was no dog. 600 years he'd been a warrior, and worse, he was frenzied now on Dusk Dancer blood. And while the Doxy House minstrels might sing that I was the greatest swordsman alive, the Black Heart wasn't counted among the living. If not for my aegis, I'd be dead. But strong as Nikita was, you can't quite kill what you can't quite see. Fighting for Dior that day, the vow I'd made her, the light off my ink was blinding, and that was enough to keep me alive, back-footed surely, but skipping just shy of his blade as Nikita danced the tempest, tearing all about us asunder. Baptiste and Aaron were wind and thunder, dancing among the ruins. The Black Thumb kept his distance, and Aaron cursed as Baptiste backed away, parrying but never pressing, never fighting back. Yet as soon as Aaron would turn an eye to me, Baptiste would strike, hurling a rock or lunging at his man's flanks, keeping him off my back. Snarling, Aaron taunted Baptiste, using the gifts of Ilon that his immortal father had given him, trying to push the Black Thumb into the fray. "Fight me," he'd roar. "No," Baptiste would reply. "Kill me. Hate me. Never. I love you, Aaron. I love you." And so they ebbed and crashed like the tides, a game of cat and mouse in the wreckage, the bodies and the blood. Poor Meagen town fair dripped with it, I swear, dancers and slayers and high-bloods and wretched, an abattoir washed so thick and deep, I wondered if here too the cobbles might be forever stained. What would they call this place when this day was done? The Drowned City? The Scarlet Grave? The Grail's Tomb? I was growing desperate now. I'd blooded Nikita twice, but he could afford to make mistakes while I could risk none at all. If I closed in, I brought myself within Epitaph's deadly arc. But if I backed off, the Black Heart would stomp the cobbles and send a shockwave through the earth at me, or simply hurl his blade and himself along with it, slicing the air to ribbons. But if I could get my hand about Nikita's throat, I could boil the dancer blood in his veins dry, and his along with it. And so I skirted closer to that terrible blade, slipping aside and rolling under his blows, watching for my chance. Phoebe had taken a hit from Kiara's maul, left arm hanging limp, but the wolf mother had also been blooded, 4 jagged tears across her throat. Aaron stalked toward his old lover, face twisted with rage. But Baptiste fell ever back, ducking beneath the booming sweeps of Aaron's blade. "Stop running, coward!" Aaron roared. "I'll not fight you, love," Baptiste said, stepping aside Aaron's blow. "Don't call me that. I never loved you." The big man smiled. "Now I know you're lying." "Am I?" Aaron slowed his assault then, staring at his old lover, his voice soft and sad. "None could fault you for believing so, I suppose. I thought what we had was love too." Aaron looked to Nikita then, lips curling, "until he showed me otherwise." "That's not true, Aaron. We were happy together." "Happy?" The lordling laughed, cruel and cold. "With you? Playing house in that wretched sty? Living on scraps and rutting in the crumbs? I'd no idea what happiness was." "Aaron, that's his blood talking. He's twisted you." "Oh, he's twisted me, all right." Aaron ran one hand up his throat, biting his lip. "Twisted me, bent me, tied me in knots. Left me wet and sore and begging for more." "Don't," Baptiste hissed, eyes flashing. "I won't listen." "God, the things he's done to me." "Things you never did, never could." "Aaron, stop this." "I never knew what love could be, until I met him." "Stop it, damn you." It was a brief madness, a rage born of bitterness and fury, not for Aaron, but for the one who'd broken him. But still Baptiste roared, maul raised, lunging at his beloved. And stepping aside the blow, at last within range, Aaron sprang his snare. "You always were a fool for love, Baptiste." His grip closed around the big man's hand with the crunch of breaking bone. "And now, just a fool." Aaron's other hand snaked around Baptiste's neck, the big man gasping, seizing his lover's wrist. Aaron dragged Baptiste off the flagstones, the black thumb dangling in his dreadful grip, one twist from his ending. Clashing with Nikita, I yet heard Baptiste's choking cry, roaring, "God's sakes, Aaron, no!" Ashdrinker screaming with me as I hurled her through the air. The blade whistled as she came, a silver scythe cutting between the snow, striking Aaron in the chest. Baptiste tumbled from his grip, gasping and wheezing, Aaron flying backward, crashing to the bloody slush in an arc of gleaming red. But in saving Baptiste from Aaron's hand, I'd left myself open to Nikita's. To this day, I know not what hit me. All I know is I was struck from behind, flinging me like chaff and rags. I heard thunder raging around me, realizing it was the sound of my own body smashing through house after house after house. Boom, boom, boom! Stone shattering, roofs crumbling, white light and red pain, and blackness. Phoebe's scream dragged me upward from the gloom, my mouth full of snow and blood, the ground shaking as Nikita crashed onto the cobbles beside me. As she saw me fall, Phoebe herself was caught off guard, the wolf mother gifting her a blow that sent her flying through the ruins of an old smoke shop. Nikita raised epitaph above me, and as I looked up at him, blood in my eyes and mouth, I heard Astrid calling me in for supper, Patience laughing close by, warm and bright, and I smiled, because I knew I'd see them soon. The vampire smiled wider. Sleep well in Hell de Leon. And it seemed then, behind his head, the sun came out from the clouds. Not the feeble star lingering behind the day's death pall, but the sun I'd known as a boy, kissing my skin as Selene and Amélie and I lay by the riverbank, in days so dim and distant, I'd forgot their warmth. Its light was blinding, flame red burning now to silver, and above the roar of too close thunder, I heard a familiar hymn, soaring above the ringing in my ears. The song of a silver horn. Nikita cursed. Silver, caustic and black Ignis bursting in the air, his skin and coat smouldering from the explosions blooming at his back. And he turned, scorched and snarling, looking at the figure now charging through the city gates. A man, green eyes edged in kohl. Silver roses inked down his cheek, the bear on his chest ablaze as he cried, "Gabriel!" I still remembered the day I'd found him, barely more than a bairn, his fangs bared in a hateful snarl, fighting for his life on the walls of Bayasita. God, to think where he'd started, what a man he'd become. Lachlan. Chapter 3. Chaos Rising. "Lachlan," Nikita hissed. The black heart loomed above me as my old prentice plunged toward us, glowing silver bright amid the storm of snow and ash. I lay on my back at Nikita's feet, stunned and bloody. Lucky letting loose with his 5 brace of pistols into the wretched around him, one after another after another. Nikita watched, epitaph in hand, lips twisted in an empty smile. "Long years hath it been, little brother," he called. Their eyes met, those 2 sons of Toliev, mortal and immortal amid the carnage and chaos. Among the bodies that washed Mergen red, those bairns in their nightshirts and the mothers swollen with babes forever unborn. The leavings of 1,000 lives, of madness and hellish ambition that had left this city in ruins and this country in ashes. Lachlan raised a pistol, eyes ablaze. "No brother of mine." The blast caught Nikita in the face, smashing his cheek wide open, tearing out through the back of his skull. The vampire staggered, stumbled to his knees, hand raised to the gaping wound as he bellowed in fury. Lachlan lifted his horn in reply, blowing another peal upon it, that silvered hymn ringing across the battlefield again. And through that swirling pall of snow and ash, dazed, bleeding, still I saw them, charging through the gates at Lachlan's back, perhaps only 50, but worth a legion, angels and saints upon their skins glowing with the light of heaven's fury. "The Lord is my shield, unbreakable," one cried. "For Saint-Michon," came the roar. "For Saint-Michon." "Silver Saints," I whispered. I saw Robin among their number, the young blood's great sword raised in defence of his fallen hero. Big Xavier Perez and his faithful hound, Sabre, ran at the songbird's heels, hurling silver bombs into the fray. But more, I saw faces I knew from my years of service to the Order, men I'd fought and bled beside at Crimson Glade, at Saithton, and Tuve and Kadir. Maxim Sashaypra and Thomas Taille, Curtis the Tower, and even old Forge Master Argyle, roaring scripture as he charged, a silver steel warhammer affixed in his iron hand. Behind them came sisters of the Silver Sorority, wheel-lock rifles pouring silver shot into the dead, writing a twist to this script that the Black Heart was not prepared for. Lachlan dashed toward Nikita, drawing his greatsword as he roared. The ancien was yet on his knees, blood dribbling from the silver-shot blast to his face. Lockie's eyes were ablaze with holy fervour as he charged the monster who'd helped raise him, all the might of Toliev's bloodline now brought to bear as he swung his sword toward Nikita's skull. Metal rang upon metal as Kiara's maul turned Lachlan's blow aside, the wolf mother smashing my old prentice back across the cobbles with the haft. She loomed tall in the blood and snow as Lachlan snaked back to his feet, the air around her ablaze with silver bombs and shot. She was torn by dancer claws, bloodied, outnumbered 50-1, yet still prepared to defend her beloved fallen lord. "Here be a lesson you should have learned, pup," she growled. "Loyalty." Lachlan smiled, pouring the blood from his chin. "Teach it to him, leech." Kiara turned at the scuff of boots at her back, her face falling. For rather than rising from the rubble to fight side by side with his daughter, Nikita instead raised epitaph and slung himself into the sky. The vampire's coat was smouldering with silver caustic, a thin trail of smoke etched behind him as he flew through the air, back, back toward the dun, leaving his old lover abandoned in those bloody streets behind him. The historian chuckled to himself, turning to a fresh page. There are none more afraid of dying than those who live forever, Gabriel nodded, sipping his wine. Aaron had crawled onto his knees, hands burned black as he dragged Ash Drinker from his chest. Baptiste gasping on the bloody cobbles beside him. A silver bomb burst upon Aaron's skin, setting his coat ablaze, my old brother tearing it off his shoulders lest he too go up in flames. Kiara was standing numb, watching her father flee, flinching as the bombs exploded, staggering as a burst of silver shot struck her in the shoulder, another peppered her chest. Aaron was on his feet now, hurling himself and his blade off through the smoke and storm after his master, and that seemed to galvanize Kiara at last, the wolf mother scrambling behind him, up onto the broken stonework and raising her maul, flinging herself over the broken wall. The Untamed had fled the field. Newton was ours. I felt a hand grasp mine, and I groaned as Lachlan hauled me up from the bloody snow. My ribs were broken, lungs bleeding, and I could still barely drag in a single bubbling breath. But all I felt was mad joy as I looked upon his face. Good to see you again, brother, he smiled. I could only shake my head, wheezing. What the hell are you doing here? You told me to bring a silvered fucking army next time I came after you. Lachlan shrugged, green eyes glittering as he glanced at the miracle around us. So I did. I looked to Baptiste, dragging himself upright, pale and bleeding, but yet moving. Phoebe emerged from the rubble, dusted in stone, dripping blood. She tensed at the sight of the man who'd shot her, but my old prentice raised a hand in peace. Fair dawning, mademoiselle. God's truth, my heart gladdens to see you well. It's all right, Phoebe, I told her, meeting Lockie's eyes. His famille. My old prentice eyed me, boots to bonce. You look like shite. Of course I do. I dragged my hair back with one bloody hand. I'm me. His eyes sparkled. My lip curled. Lachlan was the first to break, but I followed close behind, both of us falling into a hug so fierce it might have killed an ordinary man. I picked him up, despite all my hurts, squeezing him tight, roaring at the top of my lungs. Bring me those cherry lips, you beautiful little bastard. The last Silver Saint leaned back in his chair, eyes shining at the memory. Jean-François' quill was scratching upon the page, his own lips curled in a smile. Selene picked up the half-empty bottle the historian had given her, pressing its lips to the cage across her mouth, and splashing some of that clotting red across her tongue. Angel Fortuna was smiling on us at last, it seemed. We were fighting against the High Bloods on the Aultun walls, but as the Silver Saints cut their way into Newton, we felt a tremor of fear run through the Divok line. And when Nikita broke, leaping back toward the Aultun walls, that tremor became a quaking, all through their number. Back! Back to the dun! Was the Blackheart's cry, the High Bloods all breaking cover as he roared. The Divok rearguard were abandoned by their comrades, cut down by Angus Abaren and his wolves, Brenda Nadunzer and his lions. But the dancers didn't yet press, Gabrielle's sorceress calling for her fellows to regroup on the Aultun battlements, the shout ringing up and down the line that Saint-Michon had arrived and salvation was come. Crouching low, belly to the stone, we stole alone along the western wall now, over the sea gates to Porton, ever closer to the dun. Amid the smoke and swirling snows, we peered over the battlements, eyes upon our foes. Nikita's court was cut deep, perhaps 20 of their number lost, their resolve hanging now by a thread. Retreated to the walls of his stolen keep, the Count Divok glowered at the figures swarming atop the Aultun walls, all he had worked for unravelling in the bright song of silver horns. His daughter stood beside him, eyes welling with rage. You left me, Kiara hissed, hand to her bleeding breast. Survived thee. Well enough, Nikita murmured through his bloody jaw. Save thy bleating for the lambs, Kiara. This be a day for wolves. All those years? All I've done for ye?"
"And what exactly hast thou done?"
Nikita turned on his brood child, bloody flecks at his lips.
"The lion ye claimed to slay hath instead brought 2 armies to bear against us, mustered by the very weapon ye let slip from thy fool's fingertips."
"I sought only to please ye. All I did for love of ye."
"Love?" he roared. "Hast thou learned nothing? Love is frailty in iron's guise, wolf-mother. A lie the ram tells the ewe, that he might seed more sheep in her belly. That which is given may be taken away, and what makes you care makes you weak. Now trouble me not with mortal trifles while our enemies gather in legion upon our doorstep."
Kiara bit her lip, eyes welling with bloody tears. Aaron stood at his master's side, skin scorched, chest bleeding, if not from his confrontation with his beloved Baptiste, then at least from the kiss of Ashdrinker's blade. Nikita's court flocked around him, streaked with the ashes of their fellows. Flint dark eyes on the old-torn walls. The dancers were unsealing the great gate into the inner city now, raising the mighty portcullis, those silvered figures flooding through. Aaron's jaw was clenched, the vampires around him grim and snarling. "What do we do, master?" the Capitaine asked. "Our fleet awaits in the gulf below," Alex murmured, glancing to the waters at their backs. "The oceans be yet ours, Priori. We could take to the boats, live to Epitaph sang as it came, cleaving Alex's head clean off her shoulders. A blow so heavy and swift that it took a moment for the vampire's body to realize it was dead. As it tumbled off the wall, Alex's corpse crumbled to ashes, stolen years reclaimed by death's hungry hand, her skull turning to dust before it ever struck the cobbles. The Dragan roared as his lover was decapitated, eyes wide with outrage as they fell on Nikita. But the Priori Divok stood clad in smoking black, his bloody blade extended toward his nephew's throat, the empty midnight of his eyes still fixed on the foe as he spoke.
"The next craven who proposes retreat shall suffer the same."
The Dragan trembled with fury. His golden fangs glinted as he snarled, tattooed skin smeared with the blood and char of battle, but still he dared speak not a word of protest. There are few matters so deep as those of the heart, true, but no hearts beat inside the chests of the damned, historian, and forever is a long time to give up for love.
"What, then," he spat, "would you have us do, Priori?"
Nikita glanced at his defences, pawing at the silver-shot hole in his cheek. The battlements here were stronger, yet still cracked from his assault months back. Plenty of footholds for a pale-blood or dusk dancer to take advantage of on the climb. There were no trebuchet or cannon here, only iron troughs to pour stones and boiling water down on ascending troops. But those troughs were empty now. The stone had been used to shore up the fortifications, and there was no scalding water in a dune where flames were all but forbidden. But looking at the basins, the Black Heart still smiled, turning now to Aaron.
"Bring me the cattle."
Aaron glanced to those awful cages in the bailey behind, the feeble and frozen remnants of the bounty from Avelaine.
"Which ones, master?" "All of them."
Aaron kissed his laird's hand, the mark of his bloody lips painted on the Black Heart's skin. Nikita had turned back to the enemy, the Silver Saint spilling into Alton, the lion limping at their head, his flesh witch and Black Thumb and that accursed traitor beside him, all of them bleeding but unbroken. A legion of former Divoks scorched came tumbling behind them, liberated by the craft of that damnable girl, the Blackheart's gaze flashing as young Joachim raised his bloody sword and led the cries of those soldiers ringing now on the winds. "La demoiselle de Grelle!" He turned to Kiara, snarling. "Bring me that accursed girl!" The wolf-mother yet stared knives at her brood-father's throat, eyes drifting to the stain of Aaron's lips upon his hand. Her own lips were parted, her gaze.
"Now!"
Nikita snapped, his voice near cracking the stone. And with fingers curled into fists, The wolf mother turned to obey. Why had you not already freed her? Selene glanced up at the historian's interruption. Jean-Francois was still writing in his tome, preternaturally swift, sparing her a brief glance as he dipped quill to ink. If you could take the form of your little winged legion at will, why not simply bypass the enemy entirely and slip into the Divok dungeons, there to set La Chance loose? Gabriel was pouring himself another wine, looking to Selene with eyebrow arched. Excellent question. Why hadn't you freed her, sister? We knew we would do more good upon the walls, Selene replied. Dior was locked in her cell, wounded, we, but safe enough for now. Until the Silver Saints arrived, our assault upon the Untamed was failing, and every blade was needed in the fray. Awfully thoughtful. Gabriel inclined his head. Or perhaps you fancied you might snatch yourself another cheeky feast in the chaos. Save another damned soul from perdition, as you'd done with Ricard at Avelaine. Maybe a Medier this time, or a nice juicy ancien to wet your whistle. Do you earn more kudos from your beloved maker the older your victims are, or do you just steal more power for yourself? You know nothing, she spat. And still you whine like a kicked dog. Do you never tire of the sound of your own voice, brother? You could have stopped it, Gabriel snarled. What came next you could have... Stop, Jean-Francois snapped, slapping his page. You were saying, Mademoiselle Castilla. I was saying, she hissed, still glowering at Gabriel. We fought upon the walls until the saints arrived. And soon thereafter we were fighting for all our lives. So while my dear brother would love nothing so much as to place the blame for all that happened at my feet, I did the best I could. She sighed and hung her head. Would that it could have been more. Gabriel scoffed, but at a sharp glance from Jean-Francois, the Silver Saint held his tongue, sipping from his goblet instead. And, with a final glower, his sister spoke on. Chiara stormed into the dune at Nikita's behest, her mood as wrath as the storm overhead. The rends Phoebe had torn in her skin, the silver-shot holes blasted by Lachlan and his brothers, the bruises Nikita had left on her heart. Who knew which pained her worse? We lost sight of her as she passed into the keep, but that mote of us with Dior deep in the dungeons was listening as Chiara approached the Grail's cell. Nikita's toy, the girl Isla, was on guard outside the Grail's cage at the command of her ever after, a handful of thrall swords standing duty with her. Rain and Meagen watched from the barred slot in her cell door opposite. The princess was bruised, but she'd been healed by the Grail's holy blood, glowering at the wolf mother's approach. Lady Chiara, Isla curtsied. How fares my laird and love? The wolf mother ignored the girl, twisting the key in Dior's lock. Lady Chiara, Isla asked again. How fares the laird? Reaching out slow, Chiara cupped Isla's pretty face, and with no word of warning pushed it through the nearest wall. The girl's head burst like an overfull wineskin, her skull crushed to pulp. The thrall swords took a moment to react as the brains and blood splashed their boots, but by the time they reached for their steel, Chiara was among them, snapping necks like dry twigs, punching one fellow so brutally in the stomach his innards escaped upward through his mouth. Floors washed red, hands painted like same, Chiara wrenched open the Grail's door. What are you doing? Rain demanded. Dior was laid on the floor, blooded at her ears and nose. The mote of us with her shivered, tiny and helpless, the rest of me on the outer walls, seething now. Chiara rolled the girl onto her back, eyes brimming with red rage. And reaching to her boot, she drew out the short, sharp knife she'd used to flay DeCoste on the long road to Meagen. No! Stop! The princess roared. Stop it! Don't touch her! The wolf mother glanced at the girl, snarling. "Shut your fucking noise, whelp." Rain smashed her knuckles against the door. "If you hurt her, I'll kill you." "I'm nae hurting her," Kiara spat, turning back to the comatose girl. "I'm hurting him." The wolf mother stared at the brand atop her hand, that black heart circled by thorns, that mark of affection that should have faded long ago. And stabbing her blade into her marble skin, she sliced her scar of fealty away, pressing the bleeding wound to Dior's lips. The Grail moaned, crimson washing her tongue, the blood of a Mediae true but enough to rouse her after that brutal kick to her skull. Slowly, the girl opened her gore-gummed eyes, widening as they saw the wolf mother looming over her. Dior woke fully then, scrambling backward over the stone. She wiped her fingers across her bleeding nose, bloody fingers held out before her like daggers. But the wolf mother only scoffed and rose to her feet. "Do you still run swift, little mouse?" Dior blinked. "What? Get up. I'm taking you out of here." The wolf mother turned, trudging across the corridor toward Rain's cell, the bewildered girl watching as Kiara opened her door and nodded to Dior. "She'll need your help, Highness." The princess held still a moment, uncertain, untrusting, staring at the bleeding gouge atop Kiara's hand, the flayed mark of the one she was betraying. "What makes you care?" the wolf mother said. "Need not make you weak." Shouldering past the vampire, the Lady Rain ran into the Grail's cell, slipping an arm around the groaning girl. Helping her to sit, Rain pressed lips to Dior's brow, her cheeks, her bloody mouth, whispering fierce. "Are you well?" "Better now," Dior whispered. "Are you?" "Move your asses, both of you," Kiara snapped, "afore I change my mind." Rain took Dior's hands, helped the Grail to her feet. Kiara stood in the corridor glowering at the pair before turning on her bloody heel and stalking back up the stairs. The girls followed slower, Dior limping beside Rain, the princess's arm around the Grail's waist. Dior frowned as she saw Isla and the Scorched splashed all over the walls. "What the hell is going on?" she whispered. The wolf mother licked gore from her fingers as she climbed the dungeon stair, talking over her shoulder to the two girls following. "Your Gabriel is at the gates, but blood shall be spilled by the ocean full afore ever he reaches you. Find you somewhere to hide from the Black Heart till the battle is done." Jean-Francois held up one hand, halting Céline's story. "Pray, let us not get too far ahead of ourselves, Mademoiselle Castilla." Dipping quill to ink, the historian glanced toward his other prisoner. "Where were you during all this delicious treachery, Silver Saint?" Gabriel drank from his goblet, dragged knuckles across his mouth. "I'd no idea it was even happening. We were yet cleaning up packs of foul bloods and mustering on the Old Tun walls. We'd done well to press Nikita and his high bloods back to the dune, but I'd been fighting the dead most of my life, historian, and I knew you bastards are never more dangerous than when backed into a corner." "Law the Fourth," Jean-Francois murmured. "The dead feel as beasts, look as men, die as devils," Gabriel nodded. "But with the Silver Order on our side, I knew we could win now. Lachlan and the other saints had marshalled below, Joaquin and the Scorched bolstering their number. 2 contingents of dancers were set to hook east and west along the sea walls, closing around the dune, while our Silver Sisters and Moon's Maidens covered us with wheel-lock and bow. Phoebe stood beside me, and as we stared across the snows at the cold bloods on the dune's walls, she squeezed my hand. Raising ash drinker high, I drew breath to sound our charge. Gabriel, Gabe. I frowned at the silver stutter, looking at the dame upon my blade. "Ash?" I pressed my bloodied fingers to her face. "What is it, mon ami?"
behind. Sayre-san, Bryn roared. Where are ye?
I turned at the cry, my belly sinking. And there, slinking into the red rivers of the Newton streets at our backs, they came. The vanguard were foul bloods one and all, over 1,000 by the look, beggars and lords, soldiers and peasants, parents and children. Their brains rotted to ruin, their bodies mere shells for the thirst within. Men marched behind, hundreds more their number. White ravens graced their shields and tabards, helms fashioned like skulls, their pauldrons, skeletal hands. Swordsmen in front, riflemen behind, wheel locks at their shoulders and death in their eyes. "It's the bloody Voss," Bryn cried. "It canna be," Phoebe whispered. "We caught those runners this morning. The ord is days from here." And I knew then the simple truth. While the river was days distant, while Nikita's message would never have reached it in time, that only mattered if the terrors had waited where they'd promised, if their master had kept his word to his old flame. Fabian lied to Nikita. I shook my head. He was planning to betray the Black Heart as soon as he had opportunity. And we just gave it to him. Let the Divok and us soften each other up, then mop up the remainder and collect Dior on the way out the gates. "Sweet mother moons," Phoebe hissed. The last silver saint licked at wine-stained lips, staring into his goblet. So there we were, historian, caught between hammer and anvil, balls deep in hell, with a new hell greasing up our rears. Over 1,000 more foul bloods, thrall swords behind them, fresh and unbloodied by battle. And squinting through the smoke and snow, I saw them, like a pair of good little emperors, all the way at the back of their lines. 2 tiny figures, clad in white and black, hands all drenched in red. I could still see them in my mind's eye, gathered outside my home the night their dread father came knocking. They'd stood and watched while he did it. They'd laughed, as my angels did. And I'd sworn I'd see them dead for it, every one. "What do we do, Gabe?" Phoebe whispered. I raised my blade, the ink on my skin ablaze. "Time to make good on a promise." Chapter 4. Colder still. "Gabriel!" The cry rose over the howling winds, the tromp of heavy boots at our backs. I looked down to the city streets below, Lachlan staring up at me as he pointed behind. "I see them," I roared. "Can you cover the Divok?" Lachlan glanced to the dune, then nodded, his face bloodied and grim. "You're back! My blade!" "Angus," I shouted, "take your wolves west over the Port Ton gates, meet Lockie at the dune. Brandan," I turned to Phoebe's cousin, "take your slayers east. Bryn, you and yours come with us. Silver sisters cover the saints, Moon's maidens at our backs." I ducked for cover as a boulder the size of a small house demolished the walls alongside me. I saw Nikita tearing another chunk of battlement free in his hands. "All of you go! Go!" We charged toward our foes, half of us toward the untamed ahead, the rest turning to deal with the Ironhearts behind. Phoebe and I leapt clear of the crumbling battlements. Baptiste landed beside us, flinching as the high walk cracked overhead. Stone dust and blood plastered to his skin. His arm was broken, a sling around his neck, a mallet of purest silver steel borrowed from Forge Master Argyle clutched in his offhand. "Gib, I have to go after Aaron." "Damn it, Baptiste," I snarled. "The only way to free him is to kill the Blackheart. And I love you, mon ami, but you've not got that feat in you." We winced again, more stones smashing overhead, Ironhearts closing in behind. "I can't just leave him. Would you abandon your bride among those monsters?" And I shook my head then, chest aching. I knew my old friend spoke truth, that I'd never leave my beloved behind, no matter the cost. I also knew that barring a miracle, Baptiste went now to his death. But God help me, I'd not the heart to stop him. The storybooks are full of fools who died for love, Jean-Francois murmured. That they are, the Silver Saint nodded, rubbing his stubble. And though it might mark me a fool also, I'm glad for that fact, historian. If you fight for nothing, that's exactly what you'll give to defend it. But if you fight for something worthwhile, I mean, something that truly matters, there's no length you won't go to. Brotherhood, famille, loyalty, love. All worth trying for, all worth dying for. In the end, that's what makes us different from you, vampire. And that which makes us different makes us mighty. Gabriel smiled. And so I clasped my brother's hand and spoke the words Aaron and I had said to each other at the Battle of the Twins, staring into the eyes of death side by side. No fear, only fury. Baptiste kissed my bloody cheek and turned to join the Silver Saints, streaming now toward the dune. The Highlanders were rushing out to meet the Ironhearts, carving through the wretched vanguard. Bryn was a bloody powerhouse, fighting tooth and claw, painted to her elbows and surrounded by a sea of her howling kin. I saw a bear as big as a wagon plough through a half-dozen wretched, tearing them asunder with claws and teeth. A shower of arrows sliced through the storm, cutting into the Voss thrall swords behind, wheel-lock fire crackling in the air. Parts of the city were ablaze, the dead fleeing the flames, smoke biting the air black. Through the haze, I could see high-bloods among the Voss troops, leading the thrall swords on, but my eyes were only on those two shadows, light and dark, lurking at their backs. Those dread generals, old when Empire was young, hands entwined and drenched with the blood of ma famille. I heard a whisper of cloth, soft boots hitting snow, the scent of fresh blood on the air. Turning, I saw Selene beside me, bloody rags over her face, dead eyes on the terrors. You should go help Dior, I told her. Steal inside the dune in the chaos and... Dior is safe for now. Chiara has her. Chiara? In what fucking nightmare is that safe? Mothers and sons, fathers and daughters, sisters and brothers. She shook her head. Quite a web we weave, we who call ourselves famille. But the wolf mother has Dior safe under her wing, and you will need our help to defeat my aunts, brother. I didn't think you cared, sister. She looked at me then, dead eyes rimmed with red, quiet in that storm. I never stopped caring, Gabriel. That is why it hurt so badly when I thought you did. She raised her blade and flail, glowering at the terrors. Now, let us go have blood for my niece. The last Silver Saint leaned forward, empty goblet hanging limp in his fingers. His sister remained mute, watching across those dark waters, still as stone. Gabriel stared at her, breath hissing soft through his fangs, coming a little quicker now. Jean-Francois stopped writing, glancing toward Capitaine Delphine, as the mood in the cell shifted a shade darker. Thrall swords tensed in the shadows, ready to move should the Silver Saint entertain the fury that burned bright and sudden in his eyes. But Gabriel only closed his fist, knuckles white, his golden goblet crumpling in his hand as he murmured, Do you know what a Dianic victory is, Coldblood? The historian looked again to Delphine, motioned for the man to stand down. Oui, Jean-Francois nodded. Named for King Diane of Talhost, who fought Maximile the Martyr at the siege of Charinfel in the year 8 B.E. He battled the Augustans to a standstill, but lost over 90% of his forces in the process. The phrase describes a triumph so costly it is akin to defeat. Gabriel stared at Selene a heartbeat longer, the air heavy as lead. Dropping his crushed goblet, he picked up the bottle of wine, drinking straight from the neck. We ran along the broken west wall, he said, slurring soft, back toward the rear of the Voss line. Bryn and her fellows were slicing into the Ironheart's vanguard, but the going was slow and bloody, and I meant to cut around their flank, strike at the terrors from behind. I snatched up a dead soldier's cloak to cover my aegis as we ran, only 3 of us, Phoebe, Selene, and I, darting over the rubble and across the ruined high walk. The smoke and snow were so thick we were but shadows, the storm and battle so loud we were but whispers, the stench of blood so heavy they'd never smell us coming. And so we ran on, swift and sure over the rubble, the thundering storm, eyes locked on the pair of them. They stood on the crumbling arch atop the outer gatehouse, watching the battle unfold with dead black eyes. Patient, ancient, content to spend every drop of their troops' blood so long as they stole their prize in the end. Our warriors were torn and battle-worn. The Voss troops were fresh. The Divok wretched had attacked our forces mindlessly, but under the will of the Ironhearts, the Voss foul-bloods were feinting and manoeuvring, pressing Bryn and our dancers where they were weakest, melting back to regroup. I saw that towering earthwill go down under a mountain of foul-bloods, Moon's maidens brought low by volleys of wheel-lock fire. Left to their own devices, Fabienne's brood would win this day. But strike off the shepherd's head, and the sheep will scatter, vampire, and between we 3 lions I fancied we could take off a bonce or 2. They felt us coming, eventually. Even with my aegis concealed, there's little chance of stealing up on monsters that can feel minds. But still, we'd got close enough in the chaos, and as Alba and Hélène turned toward us, I saw them quaver, a ripple passed down their line of foul bloods below. Wheel-lock blasts rang out, thralls firing at us from the ruined streets, shots striking stone around us, but on we ran, Phoebe's claws glinting, Selene's blade dripping, Astrinka humming in my head to light a fire in my chest, that nursery rhyme I'd sing to Patience back when she was a little girl, woken by terrors in the night. Sleep now, my lovely, sleep now, my dear. Dark dreams will fade now your papa is near. Fear not the monsters, fear not the night. Papa is here now, and all shall be right. Close your eyes, darling, and know this be true. Morning will come, and your papa loves you. Black eyes fell upon us, black wills following, battering upon my brow with the weight of bloody centuries. Minds so old and cold they were simply unknowable. How many years they're counting, how many murders their tally. But still, I felt a tremor as they looked to Selene, that blade of blood rippling in her hand, the fangs gleaming in her skull as she tore the rags away to reveal the ruin Law had made of her face. I could hear it in their whisper. Their hate. Their fear. Esani. Gabrielle fell silent as Selene snaked to her feet. The last Laathe seemed caught in the battle's spell now, just as the historian was, his quill moving swift across the page. We could see it also, taste it on the very air. Alba and Hélène were daughters of Fabienne, sisters to the beast who slew me, and to see even a sliver of disquiet in those terrors brought a smile to our ragged lip. But as we fell to, there atop the gatehouse, Gabriel and his flesh witch hewing at Alba, ourself at Hélène, all smugness ran to dust. As Hélène drew a blade from her riding crop and stepped aside our blow, we glanced back toward that mote of us within Dunmer again, a whisper slipping my lips. Kiara. The Wolf Mother had reached the Hall of Crowns, the shadow of the 9-sword statue, the princess and the Grail limping behind her. But she froze still now, eyes widening as a cold voice spoke her name. Smoke hung on the wind with the hymn of silver horns and highland pipes, the chant of doom come calling. Dior cursed. Rain's jaw clenched. And turning, they saw 3 figures behind, eyes locked on the traitorous Wolf Mother. The first was Cain, the headsman's terrible greatsword at rest on his shoulder. The second was Prince, snarling and scarred. And third, swathed in a beautiful gown of black and crimson, a crown of antlers upon her brow and a cuirass of steel at her breast. "Lily," Dior hissed. "How now, sweet niece?" The Heartless smiled, petting her growling wolf atop his head. "Wherefore dost thou travel with arms so laden?" "My dread lady," Kiara bowed, nodding toward the sound and fury outside. "Saints of Silver are come to the gates in aid of the lion. The battle goes ill. Laird Nikita demanded the girl be brought to the walls." She glowered at Kane. "Where ye should also be, cousin." "The girl." Lily's eyes flickered now to rain. "Yet two such I count afore me." The Countessa tilted her head quizzical. "Albeit three." "My lady, I think me deaf as well as blind." The Heartless glanced toward Kiara's bloody hand, her father's brand flayed off her skin. "Think me fool, little niece." The wolf mother gritted her teeth, putting herself between Lily and the Grail. Dior was still looking limp and dazed, Rain supporting her weight. But as the pair began slipping back toward a servant's door, Prince snarled, his eye flashing. Kane hefted his blade, glowering at his older cousin, but Kiara stared only at the Heartless, her mighty war maul clenched in her fist. The Ancien had never offered anything but cruelty to her niece, nor bestowed anything but scorn. We know not if Kiara thought herself Lily's better in battle, if she fancied the Contessa soft beneath that steel breastplate, a creature of whispers and silken sheets. Perhaps she was simply tired, furious, betrayed, bleeding. We know not the wolf mother's heart, historian. We know only what she said. "I think ye a sadist," Kiara spat. "A viper and an oath-breaker. I think ye sister to a bastard," she glanced to Kane, "and a mother to cravens, and an architect of ruin who sat upon a throne bought with blood ye were content to drink, but ne'er to risk." The wolf mother spat red upon the broken stone. "I think ye a coward, Lily." And with that, Kiara drew back her arm and hurled her war maul across the hall. She was only Medier, true, but she was dosed with dusk dancer blood, and a warrior of the untamed, hardened by decades of battle. Kiara's maul cut the air hard enough to shake the windows, and though Lily tried to move, the Divok are famed for their strength, not speed. The Heartless was struck, sailing backward in a gout of blood, colliding with the nine-sword statue so hard it shattered into pieces. Granite cut the air like knives, Neve's legendary blades singing as it crashed onto the flagstones. Lily flew onward, smashing into the wall beyond, the gables overhead creaking ominously as she collapsed to the stone. Kane roared at his brood mother's fall, lunging at Kiara with his greatsword. The wolf mother wore two blows, the first taking her left arm off at the elbow, the second sinking deep into her chest. But spitting blood, cursing, Kiara smashed Kane aside with a vicious backhand. The armoured suits about the hall trembled as the headsman struck the far wall, tumbling to the floor with a bubbling groan. And roaring in pain, Kane found himself pinned to the stone, his own greatsword torn from Kiara's breast and flung clear across the room, piercing his ribs and nailing him hilt deep to the stone behind. Right hand curled in a bloody fist, the wolf mother stalked toward her fallen aunt, murder in her eyes. Outside, things were running to shite now, Gabrielle said. Bryn and her kin were tearing the Voss apart, but being cut deeper in kind. Every death of theirs was bought with one of ours, Highlanders and foul-bloods and thrall swords ripping each other to ribbons. Lucky and his Silver Saints had reached the Dun, but there the battle had run every shade of bloody. Silver ink burned in the dim dawn light, screams of the undying tearing the air. The Saints hit the broken walls, leaping and climbing upward toward their foes on the battlements. But rather than stones raining down from above, Lachlan and his Saints found another horror pouring onto their heads. It was Nikita's design. My gut still churns at the thought, even as my mind marvels at the genius. For in the time it took us to muster, those prisoners had been fetched from their cages just as their laird had ordered. The parishioners of Aveline, the mothers, the children, all twisted open like ripe fruit and poured into the troughs along the battlements, then dumped in great steaming gouts over the silver saints leaping up from below. Blood, Jean-Francois realized, mixed with ash, snow, sticking to their skin. It dulled the light of their aegis, Gabriel nodded. Enough for the Divock to fight back at least. And as the silver saints reached the battlements, Aaron fell among them, fey and fell in that strangled silver light, Nikita beside him, dancing the tempest with his dark lover, a dreadful duet tearing bloody furrows through the saints. Between them, they sent 6 brothers to their graves, young Robin beheaded with a single stroke, Thomas and Maxim, even old Argyle falling beneath their blades. From among the dancers charging along the sea wall, Baptiste watched in horror, stricken to the heart at the sight of his beloved, laughing with Nikita as he slew those faithful sons of Saint-Michel. At the gates, we clashed with the terrors, the 5 of us a blur through the driving snow. Phoebe and I waltzed with Alba, but though we were 2 and our foe 1, the terror's skin was steel, and her mind pressed us constantly, whispering, half-heard echoes in the back of my head, shadows ever moving at the corners of my eyes. Papa? It was Patience's voice I heard, frightened and small. She was close. I could feel her, reaching out to me as she'd done when she was little, waking alone and afraid in the night. Papa? I heard Astrid's voice too, ringing in the dark halls of my heart. I saw her upon the battlements before us now, looking from Phoebe to me, heartbreak in her tear-stung gaze. You promised. How could you? Listen not, Gabriel, Ash said. Flowers fallen, pictures faded, she is gone. Papa, you promised. They are gone. You failed them, lion. Alba smiled, head whipping aside as my blade crashed across her cheek, leaving naught but a scratch in her marble skin. Stepping aside Phoebe's strike, the vampire lashed out with the sword hidden in her riding crop, midnight eyes fixed on me. You failed them both. Shut up. Dinna listen, love, Phoebe hissed. They're naught but loys. Papa, where are you? Shut up. Gabriel halted in his tale, taking another long swig from the bottle. Dragging one hand down his face, he heaved a sigh that seemed to come from his boots. The last Laerthe stood at the river's edge, black eyes upon her brother, patient as spiders. But when it became obvious he would not speak, the Laerthe continued instead. The Princess Amergen had turned to flee as the battle in the Hall of Crowns was joined. Rain had no thought for the wolf mother's safety, only the girl in her arms, dragging the still dazed Dior around the grand staircase. But Prince flew out of the dark like an arrow then, the princess and Grail both tumbling to the stone with a cry. Rain screamed as the white wolf's fangs sank into her shoulder, blood spraying, bone cracking, the great beast possessed of a devil's strength. With a roar of fury, Dior lunged up from the flagstones, aiming a savage kick at the wolf's skull and striking true, her dainty pointed heel crashing right into Prince's open maw. Good for something at least, she gasped. Lily lay silent and still as Chiara reached out with her one good hand. But with a roar, the headsman struck at the wolf mother's back. His skull was broken, his chest ruptured, but still he flew like a spear, crashing into her spine and bringing them both down to the ground. Chiara seethed, snarling and spitting blood, massive hand closing around Kane's throat. The headsman's thumb sank into her eye, bursting it like a grape, crunching through the socket behind. The pair struggled, cousin against cousin, the only blood between them thickened with hate. But Kiara was ever the elder, the stronger, and pressing down with all her might, she dug her fingers into Kane's neck. "I told ye to mind that tongue of yours, cousin." With a snarl, the wolf mother tore out a fistful of the headsman's throat, jaw and teeth and lolling tongue all coming with it. And with one final gasp, Kiara smashed her bloody fist back into Kane's skull, smearing it over the shattered flagstones behind. Prince hadn't taken kindly to the kick to his face, the wolf now turning on Dior. Beyond getting the beast away from Rain, the Grail had no kind of plan, scrabbling back toward the statue's rubble. The wolf lunged, sinking his fangs into her chin and shaking the Grail, screaming over the beast's hollow growls. And behind him, Rain Amergen lifted the sword she'd snatched up from the rubble, the sword of the mother who had never truly been a mother at all, who had never expected a moment of greatness from her. And with a fierce cry, she plunged the blade hilt deep into Prince's back. The wolf wailed, bubbling and whimpering, sinking at last down to the stone. With a gasp, Rain dragged the blade of the 9 swords free, grabbed Dior and hauled her upright, the girls bleeding and staggering away across the Hall of Crowns. Hands dripping with her cousin's leavings, Kiara limped toward her aunt. Lily still lay on the shattered timbers, breastplate crushed by the wolf mother's maul, her ancien eyes yet closed. Kiara loomed above her fallen elder, shrouded in lightning's pulse and a shower of dust, lifting her bloody hammer in hand. And if this were a tale of redemption, of heroes, the wolf mother might have slain the heartless then and there. But as her niece raised her weapon high, a single drop of blood fell, spattering on Lily's ruby lips. And the Contessa opened her eyes. "Stop," seething, powerless before that whip. Kiara stopped. "Kneel." Helpless as a babe, Kiara sank to her knees as Lily rose up from the wreckage. "Die." And with the strength of 7 centuries at her bloody fingertips, the Heartless tore the wolf mother's head from her shoulders in a spray of bone and blood. And Kiara Divok died. Silence fell in that dark cell below Souladaire, Jean-Francois pursing his lips. A shame. In the end, I rather liked her." "She was a fucking fiend." Gabriel fixed bleary eyes on the Marquis, his voice thick with wine. "Butcher of thousands, slayer of innocent women and children, a bloodthirsty murderess with nothing close to a conscience." "As I say," Jean-Francois shrugged, "I rather liked her." The silence was broken by a scribbling quill, the historian resuming his chronicle. The last Silver Saint shook his head, quaffing from his bottle. "Outside the dune," he continued, "the saints were still clashing on the walls with the Divok. The toll the Untamed had taken was terrible, but the dancers had arrived now. Angus and Brandan sweeping along the sea walls and crashing against the high blood flanks. Baptiste ran with the wolves, broken arm and all. The bloody madman had doused his warhammer in pitch and set it alight with some saint's flint box, swinging it like a burning silver steel club. The battle was spilling off the walls now, down into the Dunes Bailey, over into the streets of Oldton, Divok flinging themselves about in their tempest, all order collapsing into the sweet arms of chaos. Nikita and Aaron had cut a bloody swathe along the battlements, but the saints had rallied now, Lachlan fighting at their fore. He was the pale-blooded son of mighty Tolyev, my old prentice, and he'd been raised among the Untamed before he was trained by me to kill them. Leaving one high-blood legless, another in ashes on the stone at his feet, he lunged now at Aaron, meeting the lordling blade to blade. "They always told me you're a bastard to cost," he spat. "And do you know what they told me about you, boy?" Aaron hissed in reply, smashing Lachlan back across the stone.
Absolutely nothing.
Sparks flew as Lachlan's silver steel bit into Aaron's greatsword, fledgling and Silver Saint now clashing blade to blade. They were near equal in strength, perhaps in fury, both with all to lose. But in the end, Aaron had been only an initiate when he was cast from the order, and Lachlan was a saint with 17 years of war under his belt. With his foe still off kilter in the dim light of his bloody aegis, Lachlan's sword found a way past Aaron's guard. Slicing the fledgling shoulder bone deep, Lachlan followed through, and with a twist, my old prentice disarmed my brother clean. Aaron's greatsword glittered as it sailed off the battlements, singing as it struck the stones of the bailey below. And fangs bared, Lachlan raised his silver steel for the death blow. "I'll tell Gabe, you died well." With a desperate cry, Baptiste threw himself through the melee, striking Aaron square in the chest. Tangled together, Black Thumb and Fledgling tumbled off the battlements, crashing into the bloody snow 50 feet below. Lachlan made to pursue the pair, but as Brother Xavier was cut to red mist but a few feet to his left, my old prentice found himself in far deeper water. It landed now on those shattered battlements before him with a crash, drenched head to foot in gore, eyes gleaming like voids.
"Good morrow, little brother," Nikita smiled.
"Back at the gates," Selene said, "we still warred with the terrors. Below us in Newton, thrall swords and foul bloods clashed with slayer and dancer. But atop the gatehouse, we fought alone. The flesh witch had bloodied Alba, the iron of her throat torn by the dusk dancer's talons. Gabriel pressed her back, bleeding from a slice across his cheek, another down his chest, burning red with the light of his aegis. And though it scorched the eyes of our foes, that cursed light blinded me too, making our own opponent ever more dangerous. Alain's skin was dark grey marble, and though it shredded her finery, our blade left no wounds, only welts and tiny cracks on the flesh of her arm, her chest, her throat. She was in our head, I could feel her, preying on my fears, riddling me with doubt. Our sword arm was shaking, legs a-tremble, mind echoing with unbid memory. Their sister, my dread mother, tearing my throat and face asunder. The red hell of dying in law's embrace, awful pain and pleasure entwined, redoubled and reverberating in our skull. "We know thee, traitor," the twins smiled. "Acolyte of a line bereft of sight, consigned to history's dust. We watched the best of thee burn already, their ashes strung black and thick o'er Cherbourg's ruins. We were there the night the belief of the faithless faltered. Think ye, child, thou canst stand against us?" Silvered blades flashed, blood and snow and ash, dark eyes falling on Phoebe. "Stay out of my head," the flesh witch roared. "Poor kitten," they whispered. "To their deaths thou hast led thy kinfolk. No queen reborn, no bringer of storms. Shadow of a glory long faded, broken failure, drunkard's whore, widowed mother of a stillborn babe. How deep ye failed thy poor, dead husband. How shamed of thee would thy Connor be." "Shut your fucking mouth," Gabriel snarled, reaching for the terror's throat. "Silvered wretch, cleaving to false hope as the beggar to his bottle. Think ye, if ye save her, thou shalt forget the music of their screams? Think ye the Orleans could ever fill the hole in the heart we watched our father break?" Gabriel roared, sending Alba skidding across the stone with a blow from Ashtrinker. His fury became awful then, terrifying, and we saw that rather than bruise his spirit, the terrors had instead left the growing madness in him utterly unmoored. He crashed into Alba, heedless of her blade, the ancien stabbing his chest and throat as he brought her down onto the stone. Gabriel landed atop her, wounds gushing blood, his eyes wild, fangs bared as he pressed hands to her pale neck, the gift of his dark father finally unleashed. And as an awful scream tore the ashen air, Alba's blood began boiling in her veins. Hélène turned at her sister's cry, fear welling in those black eyes, and in that moment we took our chance. The shell of me splashing red onto the stone at the terror's feet, the rest of me rising up behind her, grabbing a fistful of her hair and wrenching back her head, forcing my fangs through the skin of her neck, knives puncturing that welted, cracking stone. Hélène's scream became a strangled cry, then a heartsick, trembling moan as our kiss took hold, as we drank. I drank. The leaden weight of her blood, the awful strength of her years, the ever darkness in her soul crashing over our dust-dry tongue. It had been too long since I supped of someone that deep, all of us aflame, wrapping strong arms around the iron heart as she tried to struggle, just as I had when her sister murdered me. Alba was yet flailing in Gabriel's grip, his thumbs now sinking into her melting eyes. She clawed his throat, spine arching, smoke seeping from the widening cracks in her skin. Phoebe looked on in horror at the pair of us, I wrapping Hélène in my deadly embrace, Gabriel burying his fingers in the ash of Alba's skin. We could feel Hélène's terror, hear Alba's awful scream, rising frantic on the wind as death reached out his cold hand. Gabriel. The voice was soft. Not in our head, but still cutting through the storm, the scream of battle like a blade of broken glass. And looking up, my mouth full of glorious leaden bliss, we saw him on the snow-clad battlements, pale eyes locked on my brother. Gabriel, he repeated. The foul-blood boy who had spoken in the Black Hart's court. Traceries of rot at its mouth and fingertips. A streak of fresh blood smeared across its eyes and brow. It stood and stared as my brother glanced up, and though winter was in its fullness, the air about us grew colder still as that dead thing smiled, and Gabriel's lips peeled back in fury, eyes darkening as he recognized the monster that rode inside that rotten shell. Fabienne. Chapter 5. The Simplest Truth. Jean-François looked toward Gabriel, eyebrow raised. The silver saint was still as a statue, wine bottle in hand, scars cutting down his cheek like twin teardrops. It had been more than a year since I'd set eyes on him, he finally said. But every time I closed them, I saw his face. Hundreds of nights had passed since we'd spoken a word, but in every one I heard his voice. Thou art a lion, playing at being a lamb, and that is why, by God, thou art abandoned, and why he hath unleashed me upon thee. His eyes were fixed on mine, though he spared a glance for each of his daughters. Alba's veins were boiled all but dry, her flesh crumbling away under my fingers like the ashes of the life he'd unmade. Hélène had sunk to her knees, drained pale grey. Selene so glutted with her blood it spilled down her chin as she swallowed. Father, they whispered. Don't let him take us. Release them, he commanded. And I laughed then. Actually laughed amid that slaughter, that insanity, that churning, blood-mad thresher we name war. Thrall swords were running to the aid of their mistresses now, but Phoebe had met them on the stairs, cutting them to ribbons. All around us, folk were letting slip their final breaths, calling for their mammas, for their beloveds, for the God who didn't care a drop about any of it. And I stared into Fabienne's eyes as I sank my fingers deeper into Alba's throat, feeling her flesh running to dust as she screamed again. Loss undreamed of shalt thou suffer, Gabriel, if thou shalt stay not thy hand. The Forever King bared his fangs, voice trembling with fury.
Poor fool, ye know not what ye do.
Those eyes bored into mine. That mind crashed upon me, all the weight of the time and rage and hatred behind it pressing me down into the stone. But I pictured my sweet Patience's face, felt my Astrid's arms enfold me, and I was unbreakable.
I know I'm taking away something you care about, I spat, eyes locked on his. How does it feel to lose something you love, bastard? The same shall I ask thee, when Dior La Chance lies cold in her grave, and all hope of salvation is lost.
Fabienne glanced to Selene then, my sister's mouth still locked on Hélène's throat as she drank, desperate and groaning. I could hear the ancien Ironheart's soul hung by but a thread now, terrible fear and awful bliss in her gaze as my sister swallowed her whole. I swore I saw tears shining in Fabienne's eyes, boiling with the venom on his tongue.
Look at it, he hissed. Abomination. Anathema. The faithless were a plague, Gabriel, driven by madness and hubris and deceit. None upon this earth are more deserving of the hell we gifted them.
He shook his head then, bleeding gaze falling back on me.
With truest evil hast thou made thy bed, old friend.
I shook my head then, almost speechless. You dare speak to me of evil? I looked back down to Alba, trembling in my grip. Black tears were welling from her molten eyes, that old familiar terror bubbling up in her voice as she tried to beg, to plead. And the thing of it was, I'd seen all this before. Countless monsters put to the grave, ever the hero they raised me to be, past all the bluff and bluster, all the these and thous. In that final moment, you all beg like children, historian. Gabriel glared at his sister across the river then. And you die like dogs. Please, it breathed. Father, save me. And then it was gone. Obliterated. Annihilated. All the centuries crashing back into the void where it had lain beneath me, blasted now to char and ashes. I saw the forever king flinch as Alba died, as if my hand had struck him, and rising from his daughter's ruins, I flew at him then, seizing his throat, fingers digging into rotten, freezing flesh. As I dragged it up off the battlements, I knew this wretched thing wasn't anything close to Fabienne. Only a puppet of meat he rode to torment me. But still, I prayed with all I had inside me that at least he felt the pain as I began boiling the blood from its veins. You murdered my wife, I spat. You butchered my baby. Everything I ever loved you took from me. And I swear by all I am and will ever be, you will burn in hell for what you've done. I spat into his face, hate boiling on my tongue. And I will see you there. The dead thing hissed, and it seemed that, he did feel pain. Black blood boiling as it rolled down my arm, eyes filling with bloody tears as my aegis burned him blind. But still, Fabienne remained in that body, enduring the agony so he might gift me one last barb.
Thy famille I slew. Blood for blood, the rule. We knew it both. And so might it be that one night thou shalt deliver me below. Verily, part of me still prays for it, old friend. But shall ye muster the same rancour for that thing behind thee, I wonder? Nurse the same malice? For the blood of thy famille stains also thy sister's hands, Gabriel.
You're a fucking liar. Dead tongues heeded.
Aye. He smiled, eyes bubbling. But Selene Castilla was born of my line, Silver Saint. How comes it an Ironheart wields the power of the faithless? She is only a fledgling in the tally of her years. How cometh the power of an ancien wells within her veins?
I turned toward Selene, still latched onto Alain's throat, swallowing the last dregs from her veins, her power, her soul, her blood gifts with it. My sister's bloody eyes drifted now to mine, Fabienne's voice fading in my mind.
Poor Wulfric.
The body in my hands shivered once, his whisper echoing in my head.
Ask her how he died, de Leon.
He collapsed into dust, blown apart on the wind.
Then ask who it is ye should be serving.
Alain screamed, her body bucking, fingers curling into claws as the beast inside her struggled to cling on to something, to anything. And with a final choking wail, the terror burst apart into a shower of ashes, snatched from Selene's arms and torn away on the storm. My sister knelt in the remainder, head thrown back, arms wide, black dust swirling all around her. And I saw it then, just as I'd seen at Aveline. The awful wound at her throat and chin had lessened, muscles restitching onto bone, skin thickening on her ruined flesh. By this blood, she breathed, shall we have life eternal.
We, I realized. We.
You killed him, I whispered. Phoebe shouted my name, raw with triumph. The foul bloods and Voss soldiers were breaking with their mistresses slain, the Highlanders rallying, Bryn roaring over the carnage. Selene's eyes flickered to me, and I saw their shade had deepened even closer to the brown they'd once been, the knowledge settling on my shoulders like dust. But she denied nothing, and I knew it true then. You drank my father. There in the cell beneath Sul Adair, the last Silver Saint and the last Laerthe stared at each other, across those dark and treacherous waters. The Saint's eyes were clouded, storm grey, the whites stained deepest red. But the Laerthe's were pure black, flooded to the edges, dark and bottomless as the river rushing between them. Jean-Francois glanced from one sibling to the other, the air between dripping with hatred. And in that uncomfortably heavy silence, the historian cleared his throat and spoke. What of the Grail? What was happening at the Dune during all this? Brother and sister glowered at each other for an age before either spoke. It's a strange thing to be a sibling. So much rancour and love, hate and history. It's a bond forged in iron, that tie. It takes a great deal of work to sunder it entirely, but it can be done. On the battlements, Gabriel growled. With no eyes now. I only know what happened from those who survived it. Some Divok had broken as the dancers and saints tore them up, fleeing toward their fleet in the bay, living to fight another night. But around Nikita, all was storm and fury, the vampire clashing on the battlements with the mortal brother he'd nurtured, tortured, carved of stone. His duel with Lachlan was terrifying, I know that. A battle for poets to write about, minstrels to sing about, Black Heart against Silver Saint, brother against brother. All around them run to dust and ruin. But down in the wreckage of Aultun, Baptiste was on his last legs. He'd saved Aaron's life when he held them both off the battlements, but the impacts to the flagstones below hadn't done him much good. His arm was already broken, his ribs now cracked too. Though Aaron had been disarmed by Lachlan, he'd fetched a great axe from among the wreckage, big enough to take a man's head off his shoulders. And that seemed his intent as he pursued a limping Baptiste through the ruins of Neve's city. Baptiste was calling to his beloved as he fled, still desperately trying to break the spell of Nikita's blood. In the midst of all that carnage and horror, he told stories of joy and sorrow and all things between, the little moments two people who shared a life knew as well as their own names. The time Baptiste made a bouquet of flowers out of scrap iron for Aaron's Saint's Day, the night they settled in Aveline, and the terrible argument they'd had over who would carry who to the hearth. But it was when Baptiste spoke of their youth in Saint-Michel, there came a glimmer of hope. "You were training in the gauntlet," the Black Thumb called, "running the scythe, over and over. And I was setting up a new obstacle for the Ska, remember?" Aaron snarled with frustration, pursuing his quarry through a broken, roofless estate. Baptiste twisted backward from a blow, maul raised in defense, desperate now. "I suspected you might be watching me." The big man somehow smiled, parrying the strike and stumbling backward. "From the corner of your eye. So, I took off my shirt to test the theory. And you got caught by one of the spars, remember?" Aaron stumbled at that, axe raised for a blow that never fell. "You almost broke your jaw." Baptiste grinned, chest heaving. "Remember?" The pair stood in the falling snow and ash now, 20 feet apart, across the rubble and ruin. A stillness had come upon them amid that chaos, the spell of Baptiste's words, and while Aaron's eyes still burned, they blazed not with rage now, but memory. "You laughed at me," he whispered. "I did, and then I warned you to look after your face." Aaron's lip curled, the tiniest fraction. "I asked what was wrong with my face." Baptiste's voice softened, smile fading, and, daring to hope, he took one small step closer to his love. "I told you it was the most beautiful thing I'd ever seen." Aaron was stood in the snow now, golden hair tossed in the roaring winds. The battle was deafening, but all was silent as his great axe trembled, then slipped from his fingers, my friend looking down at his bloody hand as if it were not his own. "And then you kissed me," he breathed. "I knew you were mine then," Baptiste said, stepping closer still, "and I, yours. That nothing would ever part us. I remember like it was yesterday. Do you remember, love?" Aaron blinked hard, blood welling in his lashes. A black shape plummeted from the sky, landing between them with a crack of thunder. The flagstone split, Baptiste crying out as he was slammed backward, dropping his silver steel and crashing into the estate's wrought iron fence. And as the snow and stone powder cleared, there, in the remnants, crouched Nikita. His greatcoat was ripped and spattered, his left arm missing at the bicep. His chest and shoulder and belly were cleaved to the bones, but his blade was drenched in the blood of the brother he'd bested. Lachlan lay in the rubble beneath him, shattered, barely breathing, his aegis only a sputtering silver sheen through the ash and blood smeared upon his skin. Rising up from his brother's ruin, Nikita spat blood on the broken stones. "Weak," he hissed. The Black Heart looked about him then, dead eyes falling first on Aaron, then on his beloved, still crumpled against a tangle of wrought iron. And with a cold smile curling his lips, Nikita reached down and closed his hand around Baptiste's throat. "They ran through the dune," Selene whispered, "Rain and Dior. The Grail's shredded leg dripping blood, the princess's shoulder bitten to the bone, her mother's blade hanging limp in one red hand. Dior begged Rain, 'Stop, stop,' and breathless, she pressed her hand to the older girl's torn shoulder. The bite wound stitching closed by the power of her holy blood. They could hear the song of ringing horns and soaring pipes outside, but hope yet seemed 1,000 miles distant. And so they ran on, Rain half dragging, half carrying Dior, both gasping for breath as they reached that little sitting room. The lady, Ameagen, twisted the candelabrum, whispering a prayer of thanks as the bookshelf slid open. They stumbled through, down the tumbled corridor toward sanctuary, turning now as the shadows swelled at their back. Whispering footsteps and winter's chill, Lily flashing down the tunnel toward them. She still wore her dented breastplate, the steel spattered with Kiara's ending, eyes as deep as midnight. She'd have taken them, I think, save for that sensation we also felt. that holy outrage bearing down from the sacred ground of the cathedral above, pressing on Lily's shoulders, stumbling her pace. As it was, the girls only barely made it to their sanctuary, slicked with sweat and blood, tumbling as they tripped over the threshold together and into the tomb beneath the holy sepulchre. My moat had been left behind, torn from Dior's skin as she crossed onto holy ground. But as that red sliver of us fluttered to the flagstones, I was comforted to know that if we could not cross, Lily could not either. The Heartless brought to a hissing halt at that great ironwood door, the Mother Maid's graven likeness, fangs bared in a snarl. They were safe. Rain dragged Dior backward, the floor slicked red beneath them, the Grail's leg torn and bleeding. Ripping her homespun hem, the princess bound the Grail's wounds tight, staunching the blood as best she could as Dior hissed in pain. "Ye cannot run from me, worm." Rain glanced up at that, face spattered red, mismatched eyes alight. Lily lurked on the threshold, glowering at the princess she'd enslaved, beaten, humiliated. "I don't need to run," Rain spat, teeth bared in triumph. "We'll just sit here on holy ground till the Black Lion arrives, and applaud once he's done with you." "Cowering in the dark," Lily sneered, "just as ye did when we took this city, when we butchered thy mighty dam and all her vaunted flock. Poor worm! Ever the ill-favoured, the unwanted." Black eyes drifted to the bloody sword in Rain's grip. Wretch's hands clutching a liar's blade. The bastard daughter of a legend failed. That black gaze sharpened, pinning Rain to the floor. "But still I shall grant thee mercy if ye give her unto me. I offer thee one chance. Serve me, as ye once did, and I shall spare thee what is coming." "And what is coming?" Rain scoffed, dragging herself to her feet. "An army of Highlanders, a legion of soldiers you tried to enslave, the hero who slew your father." "Hell is coming, bitch," Dior vowed, rising beside Rain. "For you." Lily's eyes roamed the tomb's threshold, the ironwood door, the Mother Maid's etching, encircled by that halo of runes. "Educated in Eladane, were you not, bastard, by the holy sisters of Evangeline?" Midnight eyes fell on Dior. "And thee, little horse spawn, can ye read at all?" "The fuck does that have to do with anything?" the Grail spat. "Don't listen." Rain squeezed Dior's hand. "She's nothing but a liar, love." "A liar? Aye," Lily nodded. "But more besides. A murderess, a monstress, but a priestess too. Knew ye that? My mother was a holy woman of the moon's throne. She read true tales from tablets of stone, augured in entrails of beasts, saw futures in stars above. Oh, I remember stars, girls," she whispered, looking upward. "So many in skies of yester-eve, to count them was to drive thyself mad. Intended was I to follow in mother's footsteps, afore mighty Toliev took me for his own. But before my dark maker tore my heart out, my mother taught me to read, sweetlings. Those stones, those entrails, and of course the tongue of Oswe old." Lily reached out to that ironwood door, caressing the runes about the Mother Maid's head. Speaking in a whisper, a snatch of scripture from the Book of Vows, the very same that had adorned the threshold at Cairnheim. "Enter and be welcome, those who seek forgiveness in the light of the Lord." "Oh, God," Rain whispered. Lily's midnight eyes fell on the Grail. "An invitation, that reads to me." "Oh, shit," Dior breathed. I knew not how this would play, nor, I think, did the Heartless herself. No kith could set foot on hallowed earth nor enter a home unasked. But to be invited onto sacred ground by the word of God himself, how might that measure in the end? Lily closed her eyes, face upturned to the heavens as she whispered, "Forgive me, Father, for I must sin. And fixing those girls in her endless gaze, Lily stepped into the tomb.
Gabriel!
The last silver saint looked at his empty bottle, wiped his mouth across his sleeve. That was the scream I heard, rising on the winds. We were stood on the bloody gatehouse, Alba scorched to dying at my feet, Alain drunk to ashes at Céline's. I looked at my sister, seeing the truth of the Forever King's words in her eyes. Now it made sense why she'd been released into the world with no true knowledge of what Dior needed to do. Now I understood why she knew so little about the cult she belonged to. She'd killed her teacher, stolen his power for her own, before he'd taught her all he could have. Her teacher. My father. And she'd never told me. And why would I? The Liathi demanded, glowering now from across the river. Why would I think you'd care a drop for the monster who cared not a drop for you? I didn't, Gabriel replied. I don't. But that's not the fucking point. It was one more lie, Céline. One more straw on the gelding's back. And it might have broken then and there to know that all my little hellion seemed to be made of now was deceit. But you looked toward the dune then, eyes filled with fear. Dior needs us now. And that was it. No breath to waste on rage, no time for accusation. For the last year, every night I lay down to sleep, I'd heard their voices. My beautiful wife, my baby girl, walking yet upon this earth they rotted in, choking on the thought I'd failed them. If not for the girl, in that keep, I knew I'd now be dead. My life spent in pointless struggle against the Forever King or drowned at the bottom of a bottle. Dior had shown me there was something yet to believe in, and though we were flame and powder, fire and ice, I knew I could love her no more dear than if she were my own. Sometimes, famille is more than blood, vampire. And when all is said and done, when the cheering stops and the music fades, when the stories they tell about you drift into silence, and the songs they sing are stolen by the lonely winter wind, a man is left with the simplest of truths. What truth, Gabriel? Jean-François murmured. That there is nothing that grows as deep on this green earth, nothing that shines as bright in all the gables of heaven, nothing that burns as fierce in the blazing heart of hell than a parent's love for their child. The last silver saint shook his head, tears in his eyes. And so, I looked across that burning city toward her, through the fire and blood, the death and screams, and I lifted my blade, and I charged. Céline stared at her brother, eyes framed by locks of raven black. But he'd looked away now, gaze lost in those waters between them, dark and churning. They fled, she finally said, Dior and Rain. Scrambling back across the stone toward the mother maid's empty coffin, and down those secret stairs to the vault they'd found beneath. Lily followed, stalking slow across the stone, claws dripping red. My moat at least could bear witness, and as the rest of us prayed for forgiveness, that tiny droplet took to the wing, flitting through the air behind the Contessa. Ever suspicious, Lily stopped at the edge of that shadowed stair, toe brushing the sigil of the asana etched into the stone. Glancing upward, she saw that same motif, the twin skulls and the grail between, wrought in the mosaic above Michon's head. We could see uncertainty in her eyes now, fear as she stood poised on that threshold, an eternity long. But the song of chaos and carnage rang deafening in the city outside, crescendo approaching, and with bloodied lips pressed thin, the Heartless finally descended into the dark. It was a crypt, we realized, a crypt more ancient and elaborate than the one above. The chamber ran deep, the light dim and distant, spilling only from the lantern Reine Amergen had brought with her from the reading room above. It was sat far below now, at the bottom of a long winding stair, in the heart of a vast and frigid room. Of the princess and Grail there was no sign, but our eyes picked out details as Lily slowly descended. The space put me in mind of Genoa's chapel in Cairnheim. The walls here too were circular, carved with a vast bas-relief of the Wars of the Blood. Hundreds of figures in antiquated armour were wrought there, vampire battling vampire, mortal slaying mortal. We saw the Forever King again, leading his Knights of the Blood against the faithful, a raven on his shoulder and a sword in his hand. And we knew then what this place was, who slumbered here. The room was shin-deep with dark sea-water, leaked in over slow centuries, still and stagnant. From that fetid pool rose a field of tombstones, hundreds upon hundreds, filth-slicked marble arranged in concentric rings. Each stone was carved with a name, and each name was that of a slain vampire. Lissa Chastain, Reynaldo Divock, Teshir Ilon. In the very heart of them sat a stone box heavy with the slime and grime of centuries. The capstone was carved in the likeness of an angel in repose, palms pressed together, mouth open as if in song. The flickering lantern was sat upon its chest, and above, a mighty marble statue of the Redeemer hung. God's Son was nailed upon his wheel, mouth open like the angel below, as if caught in the moment he shouted his final words, his covenant to those who would build his church upon this earth after his death. "By this blood," Gabriel murmured, "shall they have life eternal." "But unlike other chapels in the Empire," Selene continued, "here the Redeemer's statue was accompanied by 5 others, towering as tall as houses around that black pool. They were wrought in astonishing detail. Priests and priestesses in antiquated garb, kneeling beneath the body of God's own Son. They looked anguished, rending their robes and silently screaming. And in their open mouths we saw their canines were long and sharp. As in Genoa's chapel, a plinth stood before that coffin, an open book wrought of stained grey marble. On the left page, that same prophetic verse Chloe Sauvage had given Gabriel was etched upon the ancient stone in old Talhostic. From holy cup comes holy light, the faithful hand sets world aright, and in the 7 martyrs' sight mere man shall end this endless night. But on the right-hand page, another verse was carved, black with time and grime, but wrought by that same ancient hand. And unlike its twin in Cairnheim, the prophecy here was whole, our wings shivering as we read those ancient sacred words. Before the 5, come unto one, with sainted blade, 'neath virgin sun, by sacred blood, or else by none. The last silver saint spoke then, his voice hard and cold as his eyes. This blackened veil shall be undone. "Have ye solved the riddle yet?" Lily called, her voice echoing in the dark. "Know ye, whore child, what thou art? What in the end this all means?" The Contessa stepped into the pool, drifting through the black like a shark. She wandered seemingly aimless, but all the while she followed the honeyed scent of Dior's blood hanging clear in the air. And stepping around the looming form of a screaming priestess, Lily lunged, ready to snatch the grail up in her bloody claws. She found nothing but a slick of blood in the brine, her flawless brow darkening. Cloth whispered above, and she glanced up to the statue. Too late. Raina Mergen, rising from the folds of that stone robe with her mother's sword in hand and Dior's blood fresh upon the blade. "Stop!" The blow fell true, hammer-heavy. A princess, this child, but trained by the great Chante Lam at Montfort. The blade sliced the Contessa's face, shearing skin and muscle and bone, Lily cursing as she staggered away. Her flesh caught like tinder, the Grail's holy blood turning skin and bone to ash, her scream piercing the air. "That's for Lady Arlen," Rain spat. The princess leapt from the statue, splashing into the pool, Dior slithering down behind her. Pale blue eyes glittered like broken glass as Lily whirled and spun, tearing at her flaming skin, collapsing into the brine at her feet. Hissing, the Heartless slung back a curtain of sodden hair from her face, snaking to her feet. The blaze was quenched, but the damage was terrible. Jaw dangling like a broken door. Alabaster skin burned black. Rain advanced, bloody blade cleaving the air. And though Lily raised her hand and spat a command, her face was so mangled that the whip was garbled nonsense, blood thick and gurgling. "No more orders," Dior spat. "Mistress." Rain lashed out at the Contessa's hand, and Lily shrieked as 2 of her fingers flew, blown to ashes before ever they struck the water. Her flesh blazed where Dior's blood kissed it, the ancien flashing backward with preternatural speed, blackening flesh dunked into the brine to smother that holy flame. "That's for Gilly and Morgana," Rain spat. The princess came on, all the resentment and hate at her torment of the last few months now ablaze in her eyes. Her blade sliced the air, her form fearsome. And though Lily was drenched in the power of centuries, the Heartless in the end was no warrior, and unarmed besides. Lily backed away, unnerved by sight of the blood spitting and smoking upon that steel, her eyes narrowed in hatred. With the Grail at her back, Rain Amergen raised her sword high, hissing through clenched teeth. "This is for me!" And with a bloody cry, the princess lunged for her foe. Gabriel leaned forward slowly, grey eyes alight. Baptiste dangled in the Black Heart's grip, the war on the battlement still raging above, Lachlan bloodied and motionless on the stone below. Nikita smiled, soulless, gazing up at the black thumb as spider to fly. Aaron stood behind his master, looking between the pair, his old lover caught in the dreadful grip of his new one. His eyes were filled with bloody tears, but his face was serene. They'd shared a life together, he and Baptiste, loved one another as fierce as any couple I've known. But love is mortal, historian. Blood is eternal. "Master!" Aaron called. The Black Heart turned, brow raised, watching Aaron sink to one knee. "Please," he said, glancing to Baptiste. "Allow me to end him." Nikita's red lips curled, midnight eyes shining. Turning back to Baptiste, he seemed to revel in the sight of all light dying in the Black Thumb's eyes. The death of love, the murder of hope. God, what a fate! To be so empty that joy might only be found in the sight of others just as bereft. What a hell! To think that which makes you care makes you weak. "I do enjoy the sight of thee on thy knees, Golden One," Nikita said. And dropping Baptiste to the stone, he offered his sword to his servant. "Show me thy heart be mine." Rain's blade cleaved the air, Selene said, whistling just shy of Lily's skin. The Heartless was back-footed, flesh scorched, jaw ruined, but she was ancien after all, strong as mountains, never to be underestimated. And with her mother's blade anointed with the Grail's own blood, sadly, the princess did just that. Her lips split in a smile as she paused to taunt her foe, twirling the sword in her hands. "I'm going to carve your chest open, devil. See how heartless you really are." She lunged, blade cleaving the air, Dior shouting from behind to beware. Lily slipped back through the brine, swift and serpentine, and reaching out with the best of her hands, she tore one of the tombstones from the circles, rock splintering as if it were clay. Hurling the gravestone like a spear, she sent the princess reeling sideways, the jagged marble spar whistling just shy of her head. Lily skipped backward, tearing another stone loose, hurling it like some vengeful goddess in the ancient tales. Rain lunged aside again, gasping, another stone flying at her, another, faster, another, marble splitting, cracking, booming. Dior cried warning, limping forward with eyes bright. And as Rain cursed, stumbling on a chunk of stone beneath the surface, A slab of marble the size of a wheelbarrow crashed into her chest. Bone shattered, the princess cried out, blood and brine spraying as she fell. Dior roared her name, stumbling forward on her torn leg as Lily smiled, dead eyes alight. And with ashen hair plastered to sweat-slick skin, the Grail scooped up Rain's fallen sword from the water. Wounded as she was, Dior had still been trained by the Black Lion, and, dancing the north wind, she struck. Belly, chest, throat, repeat. But the Nine Swords blade had fallen into the brine as Rain did. Dior's blood washed from its edge. And as it bit into Lily's flesh, near harmless, the Heartless seized Dior's throat in one black claw. Lifting her high, Lily smashed Dior backward into one of the mighty statues, a screaming priest with a raven on a chain at his throat. Dior's palm had been sliced open to wet Rain's blade, and she clawed toward Lily's ruined face. But the Contessa was the swifter, seizing her wrist, hissing as dead flesh smoked on Dior's bloodied skin. The Grail gasped as she was slammed back into the statue again, skull cracking, gorge rising. She managed one last stab of defiance, biting her tongue and spitting a mouthful of blood into Lily's face. The Contessa screamed, flesh burning, reaching into her bodice for that golden dagger, and, raising it high, she slammed it through Dior's palm and into the stone behind. Dior wailed. Lily stumbled back, her face afire. She fell again into the brine, the flames extinguished with a blistering hiss. Staggering to her feet, dripping and bloodied, the Contessa reached up to her mauled features, snarling as she fixed her jaw back in place. What was once the visage of a goddess was now a horror, flesh burned back to bone. But her lips were twisted in an awful smile as she whispered in that dark, "So too the spring give cull to the lamb, or the wolf's teeth to the doe." Dior moaned in agony. Her left hand was pinned, the dagger driven so deep into the statue that the hilt had crushed her bones to pulp. The pain must have been breathtaking, but still she struggled to wrench herself free, holy blood flooding red and bright over her skin. And as she wailed, thrashed, she saw again, as she had seen in the tomb above, that blood spilling down her arm, over her fingers. That blood was moving. She understood not what it meant, nor how it might be mastered, but still, she knew it was fire to her foe. And so, tears spilling down her cheeks, she stretched her red and dripping hand toward Lily and bid that blood obey. "Move," she hissed. Move it did, her breath catching now, pale blue eyes gone wide as the droplets at her fingertips shivered. Lily stepped back, eyes narrowed, fearing some new spell. But though Dior's blood shivered at the tips of her outstretched fingers, trembling as if the walls were shaking and the world was ending, that was all it did. Nothing but tremble. "Move!" Dior wailed. Lily smiled, emboldened now, malice twisting her mutilated features. She stooped, snatching up the fallen princess like a sack of rags. Rain screamed in pain, arm and shoulder snapped, broken bones grinding as she was hauled skyward, dangling now in Lily's cold claws. And reaching out with her smallest finger, Lily pressed soft upon Rain's chest, splintering a dozen of her ribs. "No!" Dior roared. "Don't hurt her!" Rain was struggling, breath hissing through her teeth, clutching the hand throttling the life from her with her one good arm. Lily squeezed gently upon Rain's wrist, shattering it like glass as the princess screamed. "Stop!" Dior roared. The Heartless turned to Dior, Rain crying out as her spine creaked in that awful grip. The vampire's voice was gargling, glottal, her jaw burned wreckage. But still her hiss carried, knife-sharp, echoing in that gloom beneath the Redeemer's cold gaze. "Beg me." "Please," Dior cried. "Please, stop." "Louder." "Please, don't hurt her, don't... Dior," Rain whispered. "Don't." And their eyes met then, across that dark water, those two girls with so little time given to them, now come to the end of it, the truth plain for both to see.
She's going to kill me anyway,
the princess gasped as Lily squeezed tighter, cutting off her voice. Dior screamed in horror, in rage, watching Rain kicking and choking in Lily's grip. Lily's eyes were fixed on the princess's, cold and black. The gaze of a shark closing in on a drowning swimmer, mouth slipping wide to reveal endless rows of jagged teeth.
"We are the strong,"
Lily gurgled. She drew Rain closer, the girl gasping her last breath.
"Thou art the weak."
A shape flew from the darkness, a blur of hard white and gleaming red. It crashed onto Lily's back, sinking teeth into her neck. Lily screeched and dropped Rain, lashing out with a backhand that sent the shape flying into the tombstones behind. It smashed through half a dozen graves with the dull crack of splintered stone, crashing into the water before twisting to its feet, blue eye narrowed as it snarled.
"Prince,"
Dior breathed. "Phoebe cried my name as I charged toward the dun," Gabriel said, but I paid no heed at all. And rather than leave me to fight alone, she charged with me. The Highlanders too, one and all, leaving the bloodied remnants of the Voss legions to flee the field, roaring as we flooded through the Newton streets, back toward Alton. There, in the ruins of a noble-born house, Nikita Divok stood, wreathed in ash and snow. Aaron had climbed to his feet, eyes on Baptiste. The Black Thumb was on his knees, mute and heartbroken, as Aaron took up his master's sword. Nikita smiled at his dark lover, watching the last of Aaron's heart wither and die in his chest. And Aaron raised Epitaph high over his head, looking Baptiste in the eye, as he whispered, "I remember." Aaron swung Epitaph with all his might. And if this were a children's tale, historian, he'd have turned on his heel and cleaved the Black Heart's head clean off his shoulder. He'd have proved that the poet's right true, that the minstrels aren't bastards, that love ever conquers all. But though he'd not the strength to break the unholy spell of Nikita's blood, Aaron did have strength enough to hurl that blade away, sailing off into the ruins, glittering as it fell. And turning to Nikita, he spat, "You may have my heart, but not every part of it." Nikita snarled, backhanded Aaron across the face with his one good arm. The blow was horrifying, sending the lordling flying through the iron fence, crashing through another wall. But in taking his eyes off Baptiste, the Black-Hearted made his final mistake. Gabriel smiled, his grey eyes shining. Because sometimes love does conquer all. The blow crashed into the back of Nikita's skull, a mallet of pure silver steel, wielded by a man who fought only and always from his heart. The ancien's skull splintered. He staggered, whirling with a snarl. The wound was a terrible one, yet not enough to fill a tomb, and Nikita lifted his dripping hand, intent on burying Baptiste instead. But another hand reached out then, seizing hold of his ankle and crushing the bone in a grip of iron. Lachlan lay in the rubble where the Black Heart had left him, bloodied and torn, but yet unbroken. He smiled, red and sharp, holding his brother in place as Baptiste's second blow smashed Nikita's jaw clean off his face. Ancien flesh tore like paper. Nikita stumbled, raising his good hand to ward Baptiste away. But the Black Thumb was on him then, lost in roaring fury. The rage of a lover wronged, a husband betrayed, coupled with the strength of a thrall. Falling atop the stumbling Nikita and smashing that hammer down again, bone and brain pulping, blood and silver steel sizzling, the vampire shrieking, flailing, cursing. "He was mine before he was yours, bastard," Baptiste spat. And bringing the hammer down, he smote the Black Heart's head to ruin. Nikita's spine arched, his arm flailed, a bubbling scream ripped up and out of his ravaged throat. All the pain, all the rage, all the terror of an immortal staring at the end of his forever. And then He simply burst apart. Baptiste flinching, Lachlan hissing in triumph as Nikita was consumed, explosive, black and ashen, his remains whipped up into the hungry winds and scattered across the wreckage of the kingdom he tried so desperately to forge. Baptiste rose up from Nikita's remains, dark eyes aflame. Some love is forever. Gabriel fell silent, running his fingers across his smile. It seemed even the historian was touched, lips curling soft as he wrote swift in his tome. But the end was rushing on now, and, caught in the spell of it, Selene spoke on. Prince lunged at Lily, she said, flying like an arrow at the Contessa's throat. For a moment, we wondered what had become of the love-sick puppy we'd seen following ever at her heels. But then we recalled the wolf had bitten Dior. Of course. Of course. The ties that bound him broken by the Grail's holy blood. Lily clutched her ruined neck, stepping aside, lashing out as the beast passed and sending him into one of the great statues. And though the blow would have killed any ordinary wolf, Prince was back on his feet in a blinking, shaking off the water and leaping for the Contessa again. But though beast and monster now battled for her fate, Dior's eyes were fixed on Rain! The princess had tumbled from the Contessa's grip as the wolf struck, falling into the water. Dior's hand was still pinned to the statue by Lily's dagger, the blade wedged deep into the stone, her palm crushed against the hilt. But Rain wasn't moving, floating face down in the reeking brine. And rather than hang helpless and watch her drown, Dior took hold of her own wrist, set her feet against the stone, and pulled. She screamed at the agony, steel slicing flesh, pulped bone ripping apart. Blood spilled thick and bright down Dior's arm, her face twisted, tears welling in her eyes as she braced her feet apart and heaved again. Her hand tore as if damp parchment. Tendons stretched and snapped like wet rope, and finally, with one last scream, Dior ripped herself free, leaving 3 fingers behind as she crashed into the water. Prince slipped aside from the gravestone Lily hurled, leapt once more at the vampire's throat. Her neck was already a ruin, jaw hanging loose again, the Heartless croaking a garbled command that the wolf ignored entirely. They crashed against the coffin in the tomb's heart, the Redeemer's statue crying silently above. Lily's hands closed about the beast's neck, her blood spilling over the angel at her back. Rain's lantern splashed into the water, plunging the tomb into near darkness with a boiling hiss. All was carved in silhouette now, the light from the tomb above the only illumination. The wolf was insane with rage, but the Heartless was yet Divok, the blood of the untamed in her veins, her hands closing around the beast's maw. The wolf gurgled and growled, claws ripping and finally tearing her breastplate loose. But with a roar, Lily wrenched the great wolf's head sideways, snapping his neck clean. She tossed his body aside, rising up from the beast's ruins. Her hands and arms were painted in blood, the coffin behind her drenched with the same, hers and the wolf's both. Lily's flesh was scorched, face mauled, body torn, but still she stood unconquered. And with a snarl, she turned and stepped away from Prince's ruin, straight onto 3 feet of bloody steel. Lily stared down at the sword, buried hilt deep in her chest. Dior held the haft, gasping, blue eyes wide and locked on the Heartless. The Grail dragged her blade free, stumbling back toward Rain, lying now against one of the broken statues. Dior's left hand was a mangled mess, fingers missing and dripping red, the same red smeared down the blade she'd just thrust through Lily's heart. The Contessa pressed one hand to her ruined breast, her flesh beginning to smoulder as her gargling whisper broke the still. "No, not like this." And then she burst into flame. The scream torn from Lily's throat was an awful thing, a living thing, a black and twisted and wretched thing. She turned and spun as white and holy flames spewed from the wound, racing over her body like a brush fire on summer grass. Dior struck her again, the blade of the 9 swords biting into ancien flesh, the fire on Lily's skin now so bright it was blinding. And as her dress became cinders, as her body withered and flaked away, Lily's scream rose high until it was all Dior could hear, until she was forced to close her eyes and block her ears and scream herself until the remains collapsed into the water and that voice was silenced forever. Dior fell into the brine, gathering Rain now in her arms, tears spilling down her bloody cheeks. She daubed the princess's wounds in her blood, but Rain wasn't breathing. She wasn't breathing. Dior wailed her name, stroking her freckled cheek as she held that girl there in the darkness, sobs drowning out all the world around her. "Please, don't leave me," she begged. Tears like rain, pattering on the princess's face. "Everyone leaves me." She felt hands grab her then, a voice dim and distant beneath the thunder in her chest, the echoes of her sobs. And she screamed, lashing out, the jagged bones in the ruins of her hand cutting down his face, opening his cheek up to the bone. "It's me," he roared. "Dior, God's sakes, it's me." She fell still, eyes grown wide as that cry rang on the walls, breath catching in her chest, not daring to hope as a figure in bloody black wrapped her in his arms. "Gabriel." "I'm here, love," he breathed, squeezing her to his chest. "I'm here." And, trembling, she threw her arms around his neck, sobbing like a newborn child. Gabriel too was weeping with that girl at last in his arms, and though he'd have crushed her had he hugged her as close as he wished, she squeezed him tight as she could, the pair on their knees in the bloody water. Dior was bleeding, shaking, and Gabriel looked torn to see how badly she was hurt, how much she had given, how much he had cost her. "Oh, Dior," he whispered, taking her broken, bleeding hand. "Oh, my poor girl." "You came," she whispered. "I knew you would." Phoebe barreled down the stairs now, eye at her back, blood blade raised as we looked for any sign of Lily, seeing only ashes. The flesh witch ran to Dior's side, sinking into the red water and throwing arms around Gabriel and her both, kissing the grail atop her head with bloody lips. Gabriel had torn his shirt, wrapping Dior's wounded hand, holding her and Phoebe both tight. Pressing his lips to the grail's brow, he gazed at the Redeemer's statue above, the hate in him bleeding out into that dark water as all his prayers were answered. "Mercy," he breathed, voice shaking. "Mercy, my brother." A cough rang out beside them, Dior shouting for joy as the princess Amergen groaned and slowly opened her eyes. Rain was drenched, blood and brine, but the Grail's holy gift had done its work. The girls fell into each other's arms, sobbing and holding on for dear life. Phoebe winced, peering at the wound Dior had torn in Gabriel's face, a long gash beneath his right eye, cutting downward and deep into his cheek. She kissed it with bloody lips, but he murmured that it would heal, that all would be well now, kneeling there in that crypt with his famille beside him. He looked at the surrounds, awestruck and bewildered. The broken gravestones, the bloodied angel, the marble tomb, those 5 statues looming around the Redeemer's one. His eyes shone in the near darkness, red with blood, looking now to me. "What is this place?" he whispered. But I gave no reply, all my body tensing as I heard something moving in the water, there in the shadows ahead. Gabriel heard it too, snaking up from the brine, his flesh witch beside him and the ash trinket in his bloody hand. A shape limped from the shadows, breath coming heavy, pale fur dripping sea-water and blood. His neck had been broken clean, we'd heard it true, but there he stood, one eye agleam in the darkness and fixed on the dusk dancer. "Sweet Mother Moons," Phoebe whispered. She took one step forward, bloodless and breathless and utterly bewildered. "Connor!" Chapter 6. One Perfect Moment. We could see the heartbreak in his eyes as she said that name. Selene watched her brother across the churning water, teeth trapped behind that silvered cage. Jean-Francois glanced at Gabriel sidelong. Even Méliné and young Dario looked at him with something close to pity. But the last silver saint stared only at the empty bottle in his hand, fingers drumming upon the glass. The dusk dancer's voice was trembling as she staggered toward the beast, Selene continued, and, as if released from the grip of some horrid choker long cinched about his throat, the wolf bounded forward with something between a howl and a cry. They crashed together, embracing as best they could, the flesh witch sinking to her knees and holding the wolf tight to her breast. Here was the riddle, answered at last, the secret of where Lily had got the dancer blood that fueled her brother's conquest, a prince, stolen from his Highland home. Tears rolled down Phoebe's bloody cheeks, her prayers of thanks hoarse with joy and sorrow. He could not speak, but Connor's elation at their reunion glittered in the pale blue of his eye, the rumbling growl in his chest, and though he'd not be able to dance his wheeled shape away until dim dusk fell, after so long apart, it would only be a matter of hours before Phoebe Adunzer's husband could hold his bride in his arms once more. Her husband. We saw that thought darkening the grey of Gabriel's eyes, crawling up his throat as he desperately tried to swallow. Phoebe looked to him then, and we saw that same heart-sick pain in her, shining in that gold, flooding now with tears. That which was lost, found. That which was found, lost. It hung unsaid between them, a severing, cold as steel and sharp as a broken blade. Gabriel looked away, jaw clenched, focusing instead on the girl in his arms, the tiny, beating, bleeding heart of his world. For he had moved heaven and earth, swum an ocean of blood, fought the legions of hell to return to her side. And in the end, if she was well, then all was well. He helped us. Rain looked to the great bloodied wolf, her mismatched eyes locked on his singular blue. He saved us. I don't know why. Doesn't matter, Gabriel murmured, kissing the Grail's brow. You're safe now. I hurt you, Dior winced, touching his torn and bleeding cheek. I'm sorry. No, love, hush, he whispered, smoothing her bloodied hair back from her face. You've nothing to be sorry for. I hurt you, and all the apologies in the world will never be enough for that, but still, I'll give them to you. I am so sorry, Dior. She shook her head. You kept your promise. You didn't leave me. Never, he vowed, eyes shining with tears. I am so proud of you. Merci, she whispered, crying now. Papa. They held each other tight then, each clinging to the other in the midst of all that dark and all that cold, warm and sweet and bright. For the Holy Grail was safe. The prophecy had been unearthed in full. Day's death could yet be ended. And it seemed, for one moment, all was right in the world. The battle above had stilled. The storm held its breath. For that brief heartbeat, there was no pain, but joy. There was no death, but hope. There was no heaven, but here. One perfect moment, worth all the sacrifice under heaven to attain, if only here was where the story ended. But though they are as far apart as dawning and dusk, historian, moments and lifetimes have one thing in common. Jean-Francois raised an eyebrow in silent question. They never last, Gabriel murmured. Dior's hand was mangled and bloodied, Selene said. The cloth Gabriel had bound it in already soaked red. She was pale. frail, Rain holding onto her good hand now as the shock began to seep in. But still, Dior looked to me, a shadow across her eyes, sharpening as she gazed back up at my brother, at the statues around them, the Redeemer above. Do you see? That whisper hung in the air, heavy as forever. The sound of battle in the city above leached back into the silence, wild pipes, rhythmic chanting. Our blood-soaked victory ringing in the ruins of the Nine Swords Dream. The storm's song seemed distant now, angry thunder echoing on the walls as Gabrielle truly looked around the tomb we all stood in. Those 5 figures encircling the one, clad in archaic priest's garb, their fanged mouths open in anguish. My brother's face paled as he saw that each wore a different sigil around their necks. Twin wolves, roses and snakes, a bear and broken shield, 2 skulls, and finally, a pale raven in flight. Looking up into the face of this last figure, he whispered a name into the dark. Fabienne. It was him. An artist's rendition, but still unmistakable. A youth, fierce and fey, beautiful even in his terror. And Gabrielle spoke then a quote from scripture every child in Eladane knows. The Book of Laments. And the hands grew red as heart's blood, and the tempest cracked the sky, and the rain was like to the tears of all the winged host fallen. Those priests of God, false and covenants broken, numbering all the fingers upon hell's burning hand, did stand in bleak amazement. 5 fingers, Dior swallowed, looking from the bloody stains on her skin to those screaming figures beneath the Redeemer's wheel. 5 priests. 5 bloodlines, Gabrielle realized. Sweet Mother Moons, Phoebe whispered, rising now to her feet. And the Redeemer raised his eyes to his Almighty Father's throne, Dior continued, turning now to me. And his heart did stain the bones of the earth, and with voice akin to thunder he cried, By this blood, Gabrielle whispered, shall they have life eternal. Hell. I looked to those kneeling figures nodding. Eternal. At Mass, they used to tell us that was the Redeemer's promise to the faithful. Dior stood with Rain's arm about her waist now, her voice shaking. His covenant to those who'd built his church after he died. But these are the priests who murdered him, she said, waving to those 5 figures. His final words weren't for us. They were for them. He cursed them, Phoebe whispered, with his dying breath. These priests, Dior nodded, cold eyes on ours. They were the first vampires to walk the earth. My brother looked to those figures of pale stone, kneeling about the godchild they had murdered, and then up to the Redeemer he had prayed to that very dawn. All of this, he breathed, all the misery, all the blood, all these years we looked to you for salvation, but you were the one who damned us. My brother shook his head, tears on his bloody cheeks as he spoke to that statue. You made them. And then he turned to me, fury boiling in his eyes. And you knew. Silence fell in the cell, save for the scratching of Jean-Francois's quill. The thralls glanced among each other, Méliné and Dario and Delphine and his men, dumbfounded at this revelation. For his part, the historian simply continued writing, though whether he kept his composure through practice or because he'd already known the truth, none could say. But the silence stretched long, and the quill fell still, and yet Selene Castilla did not speak. She was glowering at her brother now, black eyes burning like tiny suns. He'd finally lifted his gaze from his empty bottle, cheeks flushed with fury and words slurred with drink. Well, what are you waiting for? For you to finish it, she replied. Fuck you, he hissed. It was your fault, Gabriel.
Fuck you.
You and your idiot rage, she snarled, looking him up and down. Your pig-headed, lack-witted pride. If you'd managed to keep hold of either, none of what came next.
You knew, Gabriel roared, rising. You'd known the whole fucking time. You'd deceived us for months, lie after lie. Drinking souls, risking Dior, stabbing me in the back.
And still you bleat about it, you whining, drunken fool.
Enough!
The historian's roar cracked the air, cowing the siblings into silence. Jean-Francois was on his feet too now, tome clutched in one hand, Chocolat eyes ablaze with fury. I have listened to you bicker for the best part of a night, and though I have eternity ahead of me, I have not one more moment to waste on this childishness. The sun is rising, mademoiselle and monsieur, and I shall taste the pleasures of my bed before it is full in the sky, or by the Almighty, you will both pay the forfeit. Now sit your asses down and finish this. Stillness rang long and deep in that cell, the thralls not even daring to breathe. So help me God!
I flew at her, Gabriel snarled, right at her fucking throat. All the lies, all the rage, all the loss, her treachery at Cairnheim, my father, this. It was too much for me to stomach in that moment. When we'd been children, we'd fought always side by side, sticks in hand, back to back, facing down endless legions of imaginary foes. Ever outnumbered, we'd say, never outmatched, always lions. But all that was dust and past now, and no matter how much I ached for it, I knew the rift between us would never be made whole. I could still see the bloody bliss in her eyes as she drank Hélène to ashes. I could still hear her voice as she told me to trust in her hate. And so I did, spitting it, spewing it, flying at her through the dark like a knife and crashing against her in fury. Dior cried my name as Selene and I fell upon each other. Phoebe let go of Connor and roared at me to stop, stop. But I was blinded by it. The lies, the betrayal. But most, the thought that everything this world had suffered had been of his design. A part of me always knew it. When you truly think about it, alone in the deeping hour, when the music stops and the babble stills and you stare hard into that bloody mirror of your soul, it's impossible to reconcile the idea of a benevolent creator with a life that looks like this. To convince yourself the one above cares when there's so much horror and hurt and hate in the world. Only the blind can look into hellfire and smile. Only the coward raises a fist to his child and calls it love. And I was reminded of that time I spoke to Patience then, her little dead bird cupped in her palms, her questions about why he died. I told you it's hard to explain death to your child, vampire, but in truth, it's impossible to explain any of this to anyone. So, we settle for the myth of the grand plan, for the fable of the God who loves us. We teach ourselves to believe in the lie, that all of it will make sense once we die. But in truth, there's no truth to any of it. We suffer because he wants it. We hurt because he wills it. We die because he likes it, and if there is a plan, cold blood, then this is the extent of it. Gabriel waved at the walls, the dark stone around them and empty night beyond. A world on its knees, begging for just one moment of mercy, bleeding its miserable last into the mouths of the monsters his own fucking son created. My hands closed around Selene's throat, and hers around mine. I could smell our blood boiling, the pair of us, Phoebe stepping in now to tear us apart. Dior screamed my name again, begging me to stop. Papa, please. Eyes bright and blue and locked on mine. So she didn't see the shadow behind. She rose up from the water, a black and twisted ruin. Her hair had been burned away, her dress, her silks, barely more than a skeleton in a suit of charred skin.
She'd no eyes left in her skull, but still she could smell that blood, thick and ripe on the air. And reaching out with both clawed hands, what was left of Lily, she... Gabrielle's voice faltered, fading. She... Silence slunk back into the cell, swallowed by the rushing waters. The last Silver Saint's eyes were welling with tears now, hands shaking, long black hair draped about his face like a shroud as he sank down to his knees on that dark shore. I do not understand, Jean-Francois said. La Chance had stabbed Lily through the chest. Her blood had been enough to bury an ancien son of Fabienne Voss. A divoque would surely have ended after an anointed blade to the heart. She didn't have one. The historian blinked, staring at the Silver Saint. She had said so herself. Toliev tore it out the night he killed her. We kith remain in the state we died in, historian, Selene murmured. Why think you she never removed that corset? Why think you they named her Heartless? Jean-Francois sighed. Connor was the first to move, Gabriel said, his voice gone hard and cold now. Turning toward Lily as she reached out for Dior, but just not swift enough. Lily's hands closed around Dior's face, and Dior screamed, flailing, trying desperately to get away. But though her fingers were barely more than burned twigs, still that awful strength in Lily endured. Not a goddess, but a thing who slew them. And with a shapeless, hateful snarl, Lily twisted Dior's head so hard, it almost came clean off her neck. Gabriel hung his head, staring at his outstretched hands, trembling. We heard the awful sound, Selene whispered. Even with our cursing and fighting, Phoebe shouting, still we heard it. Wet crackling and rain screaming and all the light in the world running now to black. With a roar, raging, God, so much fury and hatred it shook the walls, Connor threw himself at the Heartless, fangs closing around her throat. His claws tore the ashes of her chest, his teeth sank into the blackened ruins of her neck. With one last hateful stab from the edge of the hell she fell into, Lily thrust her fist through the great wolf's ribs in a spray of red. And as brave Connor Alachlin, descendant of the Moon's throne, and Ailey, the Stormbringer, tore Lily's head from her shoulders, so too did she seize hold of his dauntless heart and rip it clean from its cage. The pair of them fell, Lily bursting at last into a spray of charred ashes, Connor striking the water black run to red. Phoebe flew to him, wailing, falling to her knees at her husband's side, pressing desperate hands to the hole in his chest. But all hope was lost, all life fled. The dark magics in his veins at last gave way as death took hold of his hand and his body took his true shape, bones twisting, fur receding, leaving only a man now, lifeless, broken, cradled in his weeping widow's arms. He was hard and beautiful, older than she, a prince of the Moon's throne, torn by battles and scarred by trials, his one blue eye still open, his ashen hair sodden with water run through with blood. And Phoebe held him to her breast, and she threw back her head, and she screamed. Rain was sobbing, cradling Dior's broken body and rocking her back and forth, back and forth. Gabriel and I still lay in the water, too shocked to speak, even to move, save to release the hateful, burning holds we had upon each other's throats. But the spell of stillness broke as my brother realized what had happened, what we had done and allowed to be done, scrambling through the bloody water now to Dior's side. He took hold of her, terror and disbelief piercing the heart of him, saying, "No, no, baby, don't, and holding her tight to his heaving chest. He looked to me then, desperate, madness swelling and cracking at the edges of his eyes. But though the blood of Ancien might snatch a soul back from the jaws of death, even a fool could see grim Manet had already claimed his prize. The girl's head hanging limp upon her shattered spine, no pulse, no breath, no life. The Holy Grail of Saint-Michon was dead.
Dio?
Gabrielle whispered, shaking her. Bloody tears spilled down our cheeks. All the hope inside us died.
Dio!
The last Laerthi shook her head, thick red spilling over her lashes. I have seen the abyss but a breath from my face, sinner. I have heard the pleas of countless immortals as they begged for their forevers. I have listened to the cries of 1,000 orphaned babes, widowed grooms, childless mothers, of a realm run utterly to ruin, and I tell you, the scream my brother let out then was like no sound I have ever heard. It was not fury. It was not fear. It was heartbreak. Perfect and awful and complete. It was the scream of a man who had dragged himself back from the very edge of despair, now plummeting into darkness. It was the scream of a man who had wagered everything, his heart, his soul, his sanity, on never failing someone who loved him again. It was the scream of the damned. I slithered to our knees, there in the dark, utterly lost. All I had done, every lie, every betrayal, every sin, had been done for this, for her. And now she was gone. I stared into the jaws of the abyss awaiting me, the souls I had stolen clambering up inside me, knowing there would be no escape for any of us now. Should I simply end it, I wondered, now that all hope had fled? Should I go to meet my Maker, try to convince him my hand was not upon the knife, to beg, at least I tried. At least I tried. All was dark. All was tears, spilling down my face as Phoebe sobbed over her husband, as Rain sobbed over her first, as Gabriel smoothed back the ashen hair from Dior's lifeless face and kissed her cooling brow, his song soft in the gloom. Sleep now, my lovely. Sleep now, my dear. Dark dreams will fade now your papa is near. Fear not the monsters. Fear not the night. Papa is here now, and all shall be right. Close your eyes, darling, and know this be true. Morning will come, and your papa loves you.
Chapter 7. Desolation.
He did not stay for her funeral, Selene sighed. They all of them gathered, there in the ruins of Neve's city, all save for him. The Highlanders poured out like red water on the ground and wondering what the hell it had all been for. Lachlan a Craig and the ragged remnant of the Silver Sorority, mourning the Grail and their fallen brethren both. Other than Gabriel's old prentice, not a single Silver Saint was found alive after the battle. The prisoners Dior had saved, crawling up from the basements of Oldtown in disbelief. The thralls she had liberated, bruised and battered and never given a chance to thank her. A few children were discovered beneath the rags and frozen corpses in those awful cages in the bailey. A handful spared by the slender mercy of Aaron de Coste during that dreadful final hour. Little Mila was found among them, standing in the snow with her Moppet doll and her bloody dress and bewilderment in her 2 old eyes. Rain had found young Joaquin Marin, wandering the ruins with his hound, Elena, calling for his dear Isla, searching for his ever after. To this day we know not if the princess told him the whole truth. She was laid in state in the ruins of Amath du Miardar, the sepulchre of the Mother Maid, where all came to pay her tribute. Rain had dressed her as she'd vowed to that night they spoke in the crypt, garb that suited the Grail better than any silk stolen from an ancien's den, any finery from a princess's wardrobe. A suit of shining plate mail and 3-fold chain, and a long blade of Ossian steel to match. Her long ashen hair had been washed and combed, arrayed in a pale halo around her head, her hands crossed at her breast. Her right was enclosed in a gauntlet, but her left was laid bare, so all could see the hurt she had suffered for their sakes, only a mangled forefinger and thumb remaining. The Red Hand of God, some named her. La Demoiselle du Graal. But more, and most, the whisper that became a cry, that became a hymn, as they gathered there on the ruined steps of that mighty chapel, was a simple one and true. San Dior, they called her. San Dior. The heavens rang in reply as they sang that name, dark and furious and heavy as lead. There was no joy in this parting, only loss, and in truth, none of us knew what now to do. Aaron de Cos stood watching the funeral rites from atop a distant wall, his beloved Baptiste beside him, and all the awful things he had done hanging between them like a shadow that wore the face of Nikita Divok. Phoebe Adunzer spoke the eulogy, sang Dior's honours to her people and the howling sky. But her heart was torn so deep she was near a ghost, and the blighted blood ran still within her and all her kin, and back in her tent, wrapped in a bloody shroud, another beloved waited to be buried. And Gabriel was there for none of it. We know not when he left, nor if he told any farewell. We know only when we went to look for him, we could find no sign, and his brave Argent was missing from among the Highlanders' horses. We thought for the longest time about chasing after him. The last Laerthe shook her head and scoffed, and then I thought the better of it. For my part, I could not bear to be there when they buried her. When Lachlan a Craig dragged back the mighty silvered lid of the Mother Maid's empty coffin and laid her inside it, there to be forever guarded by those seraphim and their silvered swords. We sat below, far down in the vault of Maren's tomb, waist deep in bloody water, bloody tears spilling down our face. The hymns of the silver sorority sounded a dirge to me. All the prayers and names rang hollow. Saint, Maiden of the Grail, Red Hand of God. In the end, she had been a girl I cared for, a girl I had failed, a girl with a name that we whispered there in that awful dark, with heaven glowering above us and hell yawning below. Dior. Cared for? The words were spat, not spoken. Gabriel rising up now from that dark shoreline, swaying on his feet. His eyes burned with drunken fury, his fists clenched tight. Cared for? Selene flinched as he hurled his empty bottle, the glass smashing to 100 glittering shards on her silver mask, her marbled skin. You never gave a shit about anyone but yourself. With a roar, at last, Gabriel threw himself across the river, long black hair streaming behind, mouth open in a hateful snarl. He cleared those dark waters before Jean-Francois had a chance to shout, crashing into his sister and bringing her down to the stone. Fists balled, bellowing with rage, he struck her across the face, once, twice, so vicious and fierce the metal cage on her lips dented, then snapped free with a scream of tortured metal. She was on him then, the pair smashing each other into the floor, up into the ceiling, twin shadows and twin flames, clawing and tearing each other in their hatred. Unable to follow the Silver Saint over the river, the Marquis could only bellow for Delphine, the Capitaine and his thrall swords crying aloud, leaping out into the chest-deep flow and wading across while the siblings clashed. The last Laerthe and the last Silver Saint were like children brawling, punching and kicking, gouging and spitting. But finally, Selene sank her teeth into Gabriel's throat, blood spraying, flowing, swallowing, lashes fluttering and breath whispering and lips curling until the swords arrived, stabbing at Selene with their burning brands, so that she was forced off, shrieking her fear of the flames and flashing back into the darkest corner she could find. Jean-Francois could see little of her face behind the curtain of long black hair and blood, save her eyes, wide and bright with terror. "Do not kill her," he roared. "Bring the saint back now." The soldiers complied, helping a bleeding, drunken Gabriel to his feet, one hand pressed to his torn throat. But as he spied his sister cowering in the shadows, he snapped to, lunged for her again, only stopped by Delphine and 5 of his largest men. "Lying bitch! Faithless coward! I'll see you dead, I vow it," he roared, bucking in their arms as they dragged him back. "You hear me, Selene? I swear to God above and hell below, I will tell them everything I know about you and yours just for the joy of watching you burn." "So steep your price?" she shouted, spitting his blood on the floor and looking to Jean-Francois. "Oh, be not fooled, little Marquis. My brother would sell you the keys to heaven itself for a bottle to drown in and a whore to drink." "Die!" Gabriel roared, reaching out toward her as they dragged him up the rocky shore. "Just step into this river, Selene, and wash yourself away. That's all you're good for. That's all you're worth. You're the fucking last of them all, so just end it and be done." "I will never be done. I am stone. Do you hear me? I am the mountain." "Get him out of here," Jean-Francois bellowed. "Get him gone." Gabriel flailed, breaking one thrall's arm and another's jaw before they bludgeoned him into compliance. Bloodied, soaked through with wine, the last Silver Saint was hauled back out by Delphine, and a half-dozen of his swords, boots dragging on the flagstones. But through the sodden curtains of his hair, his eyes ever remained on his sister, twin scars cutting down his cheek like teardrops, fangs bared in hatred absolute. Jean-Francois remained, standing on the shoreline in the ringing silence now, tome clutched in his hands. Mélinée stood at his side, her face drawn and bloodless. Brushing one golden curl from his flawless cheek, the historian stared across the water at that thing, that girl, that monster. She had retreated into the farthest, darkest corner of the cell, still trembling for fear of those flames. Her mouth was smeared with her brother's blood, dark hair splayed across her face like spider webs, black eyes fixed upon his. His voice rang clear in the dark. "Why do you not do as he suggested, mademoiselle?" The Laerthe tilted her head in silent question. The historian gestured to the river. "If the cup is broken, if the grail is gone, then so too is any hope of your salvation." He shrugged. "Why delay the inevitable? Why not simply end it? Steel rusts. Ice melts." She smoothed the hair back from her face, unshackled from that silver cage, lips rimmed in red. And though the cell was dark, still he could see her mouth, her chin, her throat, unscarred and unspoiled, flawless and whole below those ink-black eyes. "Stone endures," she hissed. The vampires watched each other across the water, fresh blood on her lips, on the stone, in the air. Jean-Francois' skin prickled, his eyes darkened, teeth sharp in his gums. "There is far more to this tale than you are telling, Mademoiselle Castilla," he said quietly. "There is always tomorrow, sinner," she murmured in reply. Jean-Francois straightened his cravat, heavy tome tucked at his elbow, slender hands wrapping about it, possessive and protective. Mélinée hovered behind him, running her fingers feather-soft over his back as he stared Selene down. "Do you require anything before I head to bed, mademoiselle? Would you give it to us if we asked it?" He smiled then, cold and cruel. "No." Smile vanishing, he gave her the smallest of nods. "Au revoir, Mademoiselle Castilla. Give our regards to your empress, little Marquis." Footsteps receded across the stone, along with the globe in Mélinée's hand. The heavy doors slammed shut, plunging all into darkness. And in that dark, the last Laerthe whispered, "Tell Margot we will see her soon." Dawn. 1. The killer stood watch at the thin window, still waiting for the end to arrive. The room was just as he'd left it when they dragged him down to hell, the flagstones scrubbed near clean, old lamb's wool draped over the bloodstains. The hearth was bereft of flame, but not heat. They'd let a fire burn again while he was gone, banishing the chill. 2 antique armchairs stood in the room's heart, a small round table between. A bottle of cool green glass sat upon it, empty, yet full of promise. They'd hauled him up from that cell below, his sister's blood smudged upon his knuckles, his own blood running down his punctured throat. He'd been carried through the halls in the arms of the Marquis's thrall swords, past Margot's pale courtiers, the wondrous frescoes on the walls, counting every step in his head. And after it became clear that the rage was bled out of him, Gabriel had been allowed to walk, escorted back up the tower stairs, there to await the displeasure of the Marquis Jean-Francois Chastain. He did not wait long. As he stared out the window to the mountains beyond, he felt a tickling, as if a hand were brushing his hair back from his neck. Turning, he saw the cold blood 20 feet away, surrounded by his thralls, Mélinée and Jasmine and Dario, Delphine looming at his back. "I trust you are feeling pleased with yourself, Chevalier?" the vampire asked. "I'll be pleased when that fucking snake is in her grave." "I did not give you permission to lay hands upon her. She deserved it, every drop." "Be that as it may, Célène Castilla is my empress's property, not yours," Jean-Francois glowered. "If you seek to do harm to her again, I will be forced to punish you again. And it has not been so long, methinks, that you have forgotten how unpleasant that can be." The historian smoothed down his frock coat, the smouldering rage in his eyes abating. "But still, all in all, a fine night's work, mon ami." He gifted the Silver Saint a pretty smile, patted the tome under his arm. "Great Margot shall be well pleased. And though I am certain there be more to this story than either you or your beloved sister are telling, grim daylight has caught us for now. Sleep beckons, and my boudoir calls." "Sweet dreams, vampire." The Silver Saint tilted his head, tapping his lip. "No, wait. You need a soul to dream, don't you? Do you require anything before we retire?" "No." "Are you certain?" The Silver Saint met the vampire's eyes then, amusement sparkling in that deep chocolat stare. Gabriel's gaze drifted to Mélinée, the choker cinched tight around the long pale line of her throat, the thin blue traceries of veins across her bosom. His eyes shifted next to Jasmine. Wanton gaze and clever hands, and dark, perfect skin. And now to Dario, long black hair framing his square jaw, the beat of his pulse thudding just below. Gabriel's cheeks were aflame at the memory of them in the bathhouse earlier this eve, the young blood gifting soft kisses along his shoulder, the lass running slow fingertips up the inside of his thigh. The vampire's eyes drifted down to his crotch, lips curled in a knowing smile. "Ask, and ye shall receive, Silver Saint." "Merci," Gabriel growled, turning his back, sweat gleaming upon his brow as he clasped his hands tight behind him. "But I'm still not that kind of bastard." "If the Chevalier thirsts, master, I could fetch him another bottle at least." It was Dario who'd spoken, smoky eyes drifting now to the historians, the young blood ever eager to please. Jean-Francois pursed his lips, covetous gaze roaming the youngster's body, his hands, his lips. But Mélinée ran a gentle touch down his spine, whispering in his ear, and the vampire seemed to draw a conclusion that she and Jasmine could suffice for the day. "What say you, Chevalier?" He glanced to Dario. "As I said, the vintage is exquisite." The Silver Saint's jaw clenched. He could smell the heady perfume of Dario's sweat, hear the quickening drumbeat of the young blood's pulse as he looked him over. The sharp planes of his jaw, the artery thudding just below, hypnotic. After the Sanctus he'd smoked earlier in the eve, the thirst had slunk away into the dark where it dwelled. But, as ever, it had returned now. That hole inside never quite filled, that need never quite sated. To hate the thing that is completing you, to love the thing that is destroying you. Perhaps another bottle, he finally whispered, hoarse. Oui. Jean-Francois smiled, dark and vulpine, nodding to the thrall swords behind him. As Delphine and his men marched out of the room, he took Dario's hand, kissed his pale wrist, sending shivers along his skin, those dark Nordish eyes gone liquid and wide. See to all the Chevalier's needs, love. As it please you, master. Take your fucking eyes with you, Chastain, the Silver Saint growled, glancing back over his shoulder. I'm not here to put on a damned show. The vampire chuckled, reached out with his will across the room. A small black shape crawled from the shadows of the hearth, scampering swift across the floor toward him. Stooping, Jean-Francois gently lifted a small black mouse on the palm of his hand, gazing into the familiar's dark eyes. Come along, Armand, he murmured. Our guest is a shy one. Jasmine slipped out of the cell on slippered feet, Mélinée following, waiting patiently beyond the threshold with the swords, all prickling skin and bated breath. Jean-Francois stared yet at the Silver Saint's back, razor blades in his smile. In the end, he murmured, you pay the beast his due. Gabriel glanced back at him then, voice like ashes. Or he takes his due from you. The Marquis bowed. Santé, Chevalier. Morte, cold blood. The vampire drifted from the room like smoke, the door barred and locked in his wake. Gabriel listened to their footfalls, fading down the cold stone stairs, the breath of the swords waiting just outside the cell. He could hear the quickened pulse of the youngster behind him, smell the perfume of his blood, mixed with his sister's across his knuckles, his own drying upon his throat. The memory of soft skin under his hands, warm and smooth, and thudding against his tongue, rushing into his mouth and down his throat, all of him afire. He turned from the window, storm-grey gaze falling on the prize the Marquis had left behind. Breath coming swifter, hands curled in fists. He stared for an age, taking in the young-blood beauty, dark brown eyes and snow-pale skin and ink-black hair. And when he was certain they were gone, the vampire retreated to the soft silk of his boudoir, there to drown that agony he knew all too well. The pale blood took one step toward his mark. Another. Another. The young blood raised his chin as the Silver Saint's shadow fell across him, swallowing thick, pupils dilated in the dawn's gloom. Gabriel's tread was as a man walking to his gallows, stopping close enough to feel the lad's warmth upon his skin. His heart was heavy as iron in his chest, his whisper sharp as a knife in the dark. Before the 5, come unto one, with sainted blade, neath virgin sun, by sacred blood or else by none. The young blood held the forefinger and thumb of his left hand over his heart. This blackened veil shall be undone. You'd best be ready, Gabriel warned. Joaquin, Marin. The youngster nodded, steel shining behind those dark Nordish eyes. For the Grail, Chevalier. Gabriel nodded. For the Grail.
2. The last Lyathe sat in the dark, alone, but not alone. Black rapids rushed in the river before her, swift as her brother's blood now beat in her veins. The hell they'd fashioned for her was lightless now, the Marquis gone to his bed, and his serfs gone to his arms, and his Silver Saint gone to his tower above. But below, amid the shards of shattered glass and the spatters of cooling red, and the fragments of the broken silver cage that had bound her teeth once, but no more. Selene could feel him. A tiny pulse in the black. "Come here, little one," she whispered. "We'll not hurt you." She reached out with her gifts, stolen, but still now hers, into the deepest corner of her cell. She felt his little mind, heard his little feet, scratching upon the rocks at her beckoning. Selene placed one pale hand on the stone, letting him scamper into her palm, and she lifted him up to her black eyes, dead enough to see in that cold oubliette. A small black mouse, cleaning busy little whiskers with busy little paws, peering at her with eyes near as dark and hard as her own. "What does your master call you, petit frère?" He squeaked reply, small and sharp. "Marcel," she repeated. "Pretty." The last Liathe smiled, sharp as a broken blade. "Are you here to spy on us, Marcel?" The little one squeaked affirmation, turning a circle on her palm. She nodded, sad. "Your master truly does not know what he is dealing with, does he?" Marcel squeaked protest, and she tilted her head, listening. "No offense, petit frère. Nobody truly does. But let us give you a morsel, then, by way of apology, heartfelt. One to fill your little belly to bursting. A grim and lonely day stretches now before us, and who knows how long shall pass until we speak again. We are cruel, Marcel, and we are cold, but not so much as to leave you so unsatisfied. So, let us have an ending, little one, a finale worthy of the name." She smoothed back the long midnight blue hair from her face, licked the red on her lips, the same as her mother's had been, smooth and full and bow-shaped. "We told your master of the Grail's funeral, of the names they sang for her, and the heaven's black reply, and that we did not watch her buried. All of that was true. We waited below, in the crypt of Mother Marin, surrounded by those silent effigies, that circle of broken tombstones, sitting in the water and staring at those words, those truths, knowing not their meaning. From holy cup comes holy light, the faithful hand sets world aright, and in the 7 martyrs' sight mere man shall end this endless night. Before the 5 come unto one, with sainted blade 'neath virgin sun, by sacred blood or else by none, this blackened veil shall be undone. Marcel squeaked, and Selene smiled, petting his brow with her fingertips. "I know not how long we waited, petit frère. Long enough for the songs to fall silent, at least. For the red thrill of victory in the city above to fade, and the shock of the price they'd all paid for it to begin to bleed through. The dark waters we lingered in were drenched red, red like the tears I'd cried, red like the life she'd spilled, red like the stains on that marble coffin before us, the blood of ancient Divok mixed with a prince of the dusk dancers and spilled upon that stone angel, dripping down its open mouth, onto the mouth within. We could feel her quickening now, fear stabbing our breast, settling like a dark and tattered shroud upon our shoulders. How would I explain it? What reason could I give? What excuse might I muster? What spell might I weave with these things so weak and frail as words to explain that I had found all we had searched for these long and lonely centuries, only to let it slip through my fingers at the last and shatter like glass upon the floor. "Mother, forgive me," we whispered. And the angel stirred then, the slightest tremor in the marble, the colossal weight of that mighty capstone shivering as if the earth trembled. We rose to our feet, head bowed, the terror in me unbound as that angel was at last dragged aside, as that capstone fell free and crashed into the brine, and a dark shape rose up from the aching hollow within. A child, she was, a girl, barely more than a babe in stature, skin pale as alabaster, and teeth sharp as truth, and eyes empty as forever. She crashed upon us with all the fury of heaven, all the hateful hunger of hell, starved by her century slumbering beneath that hallowed earth. We cried out as her little hands fell upon us, as her little teeth sank into us, as her colossal thirst was loosed upon us, desolate and dust-dry, and my God, so deep, we knew it must only destroy us. Strong as mountains, mighty as the very bones of this cradle, that little monster wrapped us up and held us close, ravenous, dragging all I was from within my veins, euphoria and terror entwined, the abyss yawning at our feet as still she drank. It drank. Death, but one more mouthful, one more swallow, one more bright red drop away. "Mother Marin," I whispered, "please." And then she stopped, stilled, that gaping maw dripping red, little eyes deep as the abyss, turning upward now, upward toward the tomb far above our heads. Inside the crypt they had buried her in, upon the slab they set her on, the Grail lay in repose, still clad in her suit of plate and chain, ashen hair arrayed in a halo around her head. The Red Hand of God, they'd named her, La Demoiselle de Graal. But more and most, the whisper that had become a cry, that had become a hymn, was a simple one, and true. "Saint Dieu," Marin breathed. "Saint Dieu." She was a beauty, motionless in the dark after a life spent in struggle. Saviour, sinner, saint. A girl I cared for. And there in the dark, that girl opened her eyes.
Author note: Welcome to the bonus bits for Empire of the Damned. The following scene originally appeared in part 1 of the book, after our heroes were tracked down by the terrors, but before they made it to Cairnheim. The idea was to introduce Alba and Helene earlier, and have more of a chase scene into part 2. But in the end, the intro was dragging too long. I salvaged some dialogue and key ideas from this scene, reworking them to fit later or earlier in the book. Most importantly, Selene consuming another vampire for the first time. But most of the dialogue between Gabe and Phoebe had to get cut, and I like their hate-love dynamics here. Plus, I'm a sucker for a good fight scene, so hopefully you are too. The scene occurs in an abandoned keep town called Lion's Mouth, on the way to Cairnheim. The terrors are chasing down our heroes too quickly to reach safety, so Gabe has sent Dior on with Lucky and the children from Aveline and decided to make a stand in the ruined town with Phoebe and Selene. Enjoy. J. 12. The Terrors. Lion's Mouth burned. The flames crackled and danced, licking the town's cold bones with hungry tongues. Black smoke reached high into the night, illuminated from below by a flickering, hellish glow. The blaze had been stubborn at first, and we'd had to help the houses catch with handfuls of black ignis from the barrel I'd brought from Saint-Michel. But the wind was high, and the snows had stopped, and soon the town had become a beacon, a roar of challenge, echoing across the frozen hills ahead and lonely roads behind. "Come and get us." Phoebe and I stood atop the keep's crumbling walls, engulfed in the blessed heat of the town's last breath. Selene crouched on the battlements nearby, clearly afeard of the flames. I lit my pipe on one of the torches beside me, warm red in my lungs, watching my sister watching the blaze. The phial of blood that Dior had given me was tucked inside a crack in the wall nearby, the stopper loosed. The scent was overpowering, rising above the smoke and twisting like a knife in my belly. It shouldn't hurt this much. What the hell is wrong with me? Voss's brood can read thoughts, remember? I warned. Dior's mind seems a locked room to the dead, but they might try for a peek, nonetheless. So, give them a glimpse, then get out of sight. Don't throw the game away before the first card is dealt. Phoebe turned up Dior's frock coat to hide the collar of everknot about her throat. The dusk dancer had bound her thick red hair back, caked it with pale ash from the hearth. Pulling the girl's tricorn lower, she tucked her pointed ears inside the brim. "This is my plan, Silver Saint. Save the schooling for the bairns, eh?" "Fine. You fuck this up, don't come running to me." "Alas, then, because that's exactly where I was planning to run." "They may not strike tonight," Selene nodded to the inferno, shuddering. "If there is one thing all kith fear, it is fire. One does not live to be ancien by being a fool." "Maybe not," I shrugged. "But if they don't hit tonight while the fire burns, they have to try tomorrow while the sun is up. Or risk us slipping away," I inhaled, shivering as the blood hymn roiled all the way to my fingertips. When Danton threatened to attack Avelaine, he had a force with him, no doubt, but his victory was nothing close to assured. And still, the beast pressed, no matter the danger. Strange as it is, there's impatience at the heart of it. The Forever King wants Dior now, not next year, not tomorrow. I blew a plume of thick red smoke into the air, shaking my head. "Now." "The auguries of my kin have long foretold these nights," Phoebe murmured, looking up to the dark. "A time when the weald shall rot, and the mother moons hide their faces from the woes of the world. The all-mothers say that the godling is fated to end the time of blighted blood. But it seems to me the dead would want it to last forever and kill the one who can stop it. So why is the Forever King so keen to take that girl alive?" I sighed. "Buggered if I know." The dusk dancer scowled, looking past me to Selene. "What say ye, leech? What business has your granda with that lass?" Selene stared out at the flames, her voice soft as the smoke rising toward heaven. "Fabienne Voss may be the oldest kith that yet walks this earth. Old enough to remember the Red Crusades, the Wars of the Blood, the Ave Sancti heresy." Phoebe blinked. "The what's that?" But Selene only shook her head, voice soft with awe and horror. 700 years, Almighty God, just imagine it. Watching the world around you change while you stay exactly the same. All you know, fading. All you love, dying. And yet, you remain. What kind of strength would it take to bear the weight of all that time? What kind of monster can look into the eyes of eternity and smile? Phoebe and I exchanged a dark glance. I was about to press, to demand answers, to know something of what Selene saw at work here. But as I opened my mouth, I caught sight of a lone figure limping up the thoroughfare, aglow with the light of the flames. "Where now?" I hissed. "Company." It had been an old woman once, grey hair and peasant smock. Its flesh was discoloured, horribly swollen, bloated tongue protruding between its fangs. A thumbprint was smeared in bright red blood down its brow, across its eyes, and it shambled into the square, staring across that fountain of broken coffins to the woman at my side. "They're here," I said loudly. "Get downstairs, Dio." Phoebe protested in a passable Eladani accent. "Gabe, I can fight. I can—" "Downstairs, now, damn you." The dusk dancer spat a curse, a touch overdramatic, if you ask me, ducking out of sight near the stairs. The wretched below stared a moment longer, snuffling Dio's blood scent on the air. Swivelling its head, its gaze roamed the square, the burning houses, the toppled church. Its eyes were black, glittering with malevolent intelligence. It was an hour we waited, aglow in the light of that dying town. Selene and I lurked upon the walls, and that dead thing shuffled about below, taking all the time in the world. It stalked the burning streets, searching for ambush, some hidden gambit. You don't live forever by rushing in blind. Rummaging through the detritus in the fountain, the wretched flipped back the lid of a child's coffin and found the cache of silver bombs, metal scraps and roofing nails I'd hidden there. With an almost withering glance to me, it plucked out the explosives, one by one, and hurled them into a distant burning house. "Well, shit. We told you they would find those," Selene muttered. "And I'm sure you're heartbroken to be proven right yet again," I scowled. "But if you don't bet, you won't win, sister." Finally, seemingly satisfied, the wretched shivered once and stood motionless, staring up at the battlements with bloodied eyes. Unscrewing the cap of my flask, I took a long pull of vodka, swallowing once, twice, 3 times without pause. Phoebe looked at me from the shadows by the stairwell, a frown creasing her scarred brow. "You really think it wise to get shite-faced at a time like this?" she hissed. "You really want to die sober?" Phoebe sucked her lip in thought, then beckoned. "Hand it over then." "What's the magic word?" The dusk dancer raised one brow, hand on hip. "Now?" Taking another long swallow, I slipped the flask back into my coat. "You'll find life a lot easier once you learn to say please, Kit Kat." "You'll find life a lot shorter if you call me Kit—" "God's sakes, be silent," Selene hissed. "Look." In the dancing firelight, I saw figures at the east gate, dim through the smoke, the snort and stomp of frightened ponies rising over the roar of lion's mouth last night. They dismounted at the walls. Even thralled horses were loath to enter an inferno, and the Voss had no true mastery over beasts. Leaving some of their number behind to manage the mounts, our executioners threaded their way toward the town square. They came with slow and wary tread, but the fact they came at all through that blaze spoke volumes. The forever king coveted Dio Lachance with a hunger I'd never seen like of. God almighty, what must she mean to him? "They're here," I murmured, drawing my blade into the light. "Pretty fire," she whispered, her voice tinged with sadness. "Fire, but pretty. Reminds me, days gone, battles won. Do you remember, Gabrielle, how I used to be? "Always," I murmured, glancing to that silvered dame. "I hope you're thirsty, Ash." "Always," she sighed. A few thrall swords came first, mortal men of the blade, slaved to cold-blood wills. But behind came others I recognized from the night we'd fought Danton upon the mare. A scowling warrior named Roshin the Red, clad in fur and leathers. A golden-haired madam called Liviana, wearing an elegant gown entirely unsuited for a cross-country pursuit. A boy known as Fetch, not more than 10 when he died, dressed in pale, blood-spattered finery. What had become of the other Ironhearts we'd fought that night, I'd no ken. Perhaps the Forever King had them searching elsewhere in Nordland. Perhaps he'd killed them as punishment for Danton's death. But all my wonderings were silenced as the smoke parted, and I saw the things Fabian had sent in his baby boy's wake. 7 martyrs. They were maids, a pair of them. Willow tall, sharp chins and sharper cheeks. Their hair was long and straight as swords, cut in severe fringes above their lashes, and though the wind howled about them, not a strand of it moved in that burning gale. They wore jodhpurs, knee-length boots, and both carried riding crops in hand. Elegant coats were cut in a feminine style, and each wore a slash of crimson paint on her lips, like knife wounds in those beautiful, terrible faces. They walked in unison, hand in hand, though when one stepped with right boot, the other stepped left. It was as if each was a reflection of the other, not only in movement, but seeming. For the first had black hair, dark skin, a daughter of the Sudaimi plains. The second's hair was ash blonde, her skin marble, a child of the Eladani mountains. Their cloth they wore for contrast, light on dark, dark on light. But the eyes of both were bottomless pools, flooded utterly black by the uncounted centuries they'd walked this earth with deathless feet. "God help us," Selene whispered. White-hot rage coursed my veins as I shook my head. "He's not listening, sister." Alba and Elaine Voss, the Terrors, the Forever King's eldest children. Both were so ancient, none could say how old they truly were. Some rumour held it they'd been Voss's first victims, virgin priestesses plucked but a few nights after Fabienne himself became. Others whispered they were hunters of the dark, sorceresses sent to kill him, instead bested and corrupted by his blood. Whatever the truth then, they were creatures of impossible power now, almost equal of their dread father. And looking down from my crumbling perch, I took one last drag of Sanctus from my pipe and whispered red into the burning air. "We might be in shite here, mes amis." Alba and Elaine stopped in the square, noses to the wind. They blinked in unison, and I saw that each had bloody eyes painted upon their lids, giving the uncanny impression they could still see, even with eyes closed. I snatched a torch from a nearby sconce, tossed it down into the fountain of coffins in the heart of the square. The flames caught on the old wood, slow but stubborn, the air filled with the reek of smouldering death. I felt my lips curl in grim triumph as the younger Voss stepped back from the rising flames, throwing nervous glances to the inferno around them. But the Terrors didn't flinch. They'd already discovered my trap of silver bombs after all. Leech flesh burns like tinder, and even elder cold-bloods fear fire. But in a slow, contemptuous display of the terrible power in their veins, Alba and Elaine removed their riding gloves, one finger at a time, and held their hands in the burning fountain as if to warm them. They stared at me as they did so, eyes black and unblinking, completely unafeared. After a moment, they withdrew their hands, standing with fingers entwined once more, and though the skin of any other leech would have been charred to fucking cinders, I saw the pale marble of Alba's skin had been merely singed, from bone white to pale grey. I nodded, swallowing hard. We're in shite. The Terrors spoke, lips moving in harmony, each voice a perfect echo of the other. "Good eve, lion. Thou art in better form than when last we laid eyes upon thee. Our dread father bids us give thee greetings, his assurance that he still awaits thee in the east, and condolence upon the feast he made of thy daughter and bride." Selene and Phoebe both glanced to me, horror and pity in the dusk dancer's eyes, grim understanding in my sister's. My teeth ached as I clenched my jaw, remembering this pair standing outside my home the night the Forever King came calling. My fist tightened about Ash Drinker's haft, leather creaking as I squeezed. "They seek to goad thee, she whispered. "Listen and not, Gabrielle." "Shall we parley?" Alba and Elaine asked. "Shall we offer concord? Or shall we presume poor brother Danton hath already played that song to deaf and foolish ears? We shall allow safe passage, if ye beg it, de Leon. We have but one demand in return." They each held out a hand, one right, the other left. "The girl." I felt a hammer blow on my mind then, clawed fingers trying to push through my eyes and into the soft, wet grey beyond. But the aegis was burning down my skin, and my years in Saint-Michon rose to the fore, and colossal though the force of those ancient minds were, I forced them out, off, away. "You'll have to do better than that, bitches," I hissed. "Not much better," they smiled. "Why do you seek the Grail?" The terrors blinked, eyes shifting from me to Selene. My sister stood tall upon the battlements now, mask underscored by the firelight, greatcoat billowing in the updraft. "What does Fabienne want with Dior?" "Who art thou to speak in our presence, child?" the terrors replied. "We are daughters of the blood iron, the blood royal. We are thy elders and thy betters." "We know who you are," Selene said. "We know who you serve." "Were that true, thou wouldst take not his name in vain, whelp, nor his enemies count thyself in service of." "We serve no man," Selene spat, "and I am no whelp. I am last begotten child of Law, your sister, the wraith in red. The blood of the Forever King flows in these veins." The terrors paused at that, exchanging a brief and black glance. "Bring the girl to us, then," they replied. "Break the silver dog beside thee, and lay the Grail here at our feet. Thou shalt be royalty in the court of iron, petite niece. The Forever King shall grant thee reward undreamed of." "But he already has, belle tante." Alba and Elaine tilted their heads. "Indeed?" "Oh, oui," Selene nodded, hands rising to her face. "He brought you here, to me." And with those words, she dragged her mask aside. I'd seen it before, but my stomach still turned as the horror of Selene's face was laid bare. From the cheekbones up, my sister was a beautiful maid, so akin to our mamma it made my heart ache to see. Pale features and dark hair, fine-boned and beautiful. But the skin on the bottom half of her face was simply gone. The muscle and bone were exposed, fangs gleaming in her lower jaw, and beneath her scarf, the skin of her throat had been ripped free like a troublesome glove, torn away by Lord Voss the day she murdered her. "Sweet Mother Moons," Phoebe whispered. "Tonight we drink your heart's blood, mesdames," Selene vowed. "Tonight I take all that was yours and reclaim a little more of what was mine." Cold silence settled upon the square, as if the flames themselves held their breath. 3 things happened next, each in quick succession, perhaps no more than the beat of a bird's heart between them or the flash of an angel's wing. First, I heard distant sounds, the whinny of a frightened horse, steel on steel. At the same moment, Selene tore her fingernails across her palms. Her blood spilled, bright and thick, snaking up and out and coalescing into her bloody blade and flail. And at the sight, the terrors whispered, black eyes narrowed, red tongues dry. Esani! Gabriel paused his tale, tipping his head to take a slow gulp of wine. Honey-warm light spilled across his skin, playing in the dips and furrows of his throat as he swallowed and sighed, lips curling in a dark smile as that whisper echoed once more in his head. Their hate, their fear. Esani. And the third? Jean-Francois asked. Gabriel blinked, looking up at the historian. Eh? The third thing, the cold-blood pressed. Birds' hats and angels' wings? Oh, that. Reaching out slow, Gabriel picked up the dusty bottle of Monet, upended it over his goblet. He let the bottle hang, Jean-Francois along with it, the historian's brow darkening as the bottle's last drip, drip, dripped into the Silver Saint's glass. And lifting his wine in toast, Gabriel smiled. The fountain exploded, of course. 13. By this blood. Exploded. That's what I said. You also said the Voss discovered your cache of silver bombs. They did? Gabriel shrugged. The best way to take a hound off the scent is toss it a bone, and the best way to have someone act a fool is to let them believe they're clever. I placed the silver bombs just right, shallow enough to be found, deep enough to look hidden, but deeper still, far down among the splinters of those wasted bodies and broken coffins in the fountain's belly, I'd hid the real threat, the whole fucking barrel of it. The black Ignis you brought from Saint-Michon, Jean-Francois realized. Gabriel nodded. It was a shame to have to use it all, but, like I told Selene, if you don't bet, you won't win, and I'd no idea of the strength that was headed for us when I'd planted it. Even as it was, the explosion only killed 2 thrall swords clean, but the blast shook the night, and the shrapnel flew like knives, and the music of screaming cold-bloods filled the square along with the blossom of flame. I lifted the phial from the cracked battlement, upended the glass, the Grail's blood spilling down Astrinka's edge, the same blood and blade that had burned the beast of Valene to ashes. And slinging off my greatcoat, skin aglow with the firestorm of my aegis, I dropped off the walls of that broken keep and head first into fucking slaughter. It was chaos. Flame and smoke, blood and fury. Astrinka was singing in my head, not a nursery rhyme tonight, but a funeral hymn, the grim and beautiful Memoria Dei. I pictured the faces of my Astrid, my patients, seeking the terrors through the pall of dust and sparks. A howling figure staggered toward me, skin ablaze and eyes blinded. I took its grasping hand off at the elbow and its yowling mouth off at the neck. Thrall sword, I realized. Not the prey I hunted for. The Grail! I heard the terrors roar. Seize the Grail! Something struck my chest, a bone-jarring impact, followed by another to my shoulder. More thrall swords, I realized, a pair, reloading their crossbows as I charged through the smoke toward them. They were set to pepper me again before I reached them, and I raised one arm to shield my face, but a shape flashed from the darkness before they could fire. A blur with dead eyes and a gleaming crimson sword. Selene moved like the wind, her awful face serene as a prioress at prayer. She cut into one man from behind, and though he was a thrall of Ironheart blood in a suit of double-linked mail, her bloody blade shredded him like paper and drenched her hands with gore. The scent filled my lungs and spittle filled my mouth as my sister cut into the next thrall, right across his face. The man spun, fountaining red, and Astrinka cut him crossways at the belly, spilling the best of him into the snow. Selene glanced at me through the fire and smoke, and I wondered what she thought of then, if, like me, she was picturing the pair of us as children, fighting side by side, defending Papa's forge from legions of make-believe enemies. Ever outnumbered, never outmatched, always lions. And then she was gone, into the chaos without a word. I only had time to pluck the crossbow bolt from my chest before I was struck from behind, a blade crashing across my shoulder and splitting it to the bone. Spinning, I saw Roisin the Red at my back, a wicked long blade in her hand and a snarl on her face. I caught Selene from the corner of my eye, lunging at another thrall, bloody flail cutting the air. And beyond, through the churning smoke, I saw the terrors, their clothes smoking and ruined, sweeping into the keep in furious, bloody-minded search of Dior. Those monsters had stood by while my famille were slaughtered, and I could almost taste the vengeance on my tongue. But Roisin struck again, and I was forced to face her, fending off her blow one-handed. My counter came close to taking her, bloodied blade cleaving her armor and missing her flesh by only a hair. The vampire's dark eyes were narrowed against my burning light, and I backed off to breathe, left arm hanging limp, crossbow bolt still protruding from my shoulder. I heard a sharp crack, felt an impact in my belly, a shot from a pistol. Through the smoke, I caught sight of Liviana reloading a wheel lock, little Fetch taking aim beside her. And, belly sinking, I realized the High Bloods were on me, 3 at one, intent on avenging their fallen prince and claiming the head that Danton failed to. Instead of tasting vengeance, I just might end up eating theirs. Fetch fired. I spun aside with a gasp, hurling my sword with all my strength. The blade whooshed as it spun through the air, taking the little bastard in the chest and lifting him clean off his feet. Flying backwards, Fetch skidded back through the rubble, clutching the blade buried in his black little heart. His fingers sizzled like bacon on a skillet, and his scream filled the night as the blood of the Grail did its work, spreading outward from the wound in his chest and engulfing his body in blinding flame. I saw a red blur behind Liviana, my sister striking through the smoke. I crashed into Roisin bare-handed, gasping as I felt her sword sink into my gut, the steel twisting as it scraped my spine. This close, I could see the hate and fear in the vampire's eyes, the nights of murder, her terror of death, smelling the blood on her breath as she hissed in hatred. My hands closed around her throat, and I bore her down into the bloody snow, and she twisted her sword again, splitting muscle and sundering bowel. We were nothing but children then, flailing on the ground, no form, no finesse, just hate and blood and silver and teeth, and the gift my unholy father had given me tingling at the tips of my fingers, the gift of the Asani, sanguimancy. Roisin shrieked as her blood began to boil. It bubbled into her eyes first, white flooding red. She screamed again as her porcelain throat began to blacken, scalding blood pouring through the cracks, melting the snow around us as I squeezed harder. Her tongue lolled between her fangs, and she clawed my face, fingers slipping into my mouth. I bit down hard, bone crunching, delicious burning red flooding my tongue as the vampire wailed, screamed, body convulsing and spine arching and corpse finally bursting into ashes in my hands, leaving only a blackened ruin inside her smoking mail. I rose in the chaos, gasping, intestines spilling between my fingers, shoulder stuck and back split wide. Head still ringing with thoughts of vengeance, fear for Phoebe, I turned just in time to see Liviana falling to her knees before Selene. My sister's foe was bloodied, torn, one arm a smoking stump, her dress now drenched with blood. My sister's strength was terrifying. The fact a fledgling stood so tall against these foes made no sense at all. But Selene seized Liviana's neck, the exposed muscle flexing obscenely along her jaw as she opened her mouth wide. And there, In the burning lion's mouth square, I watched as my sister sank her teeth into her enemy's throat. Gabriel shook his head, running one finger gentle across his lips. They call it the kiss. The rapture a vampire's victim feels as those fangs pierce skin, as that blood rushes hot and thick. No drug can hold a candle to it. No sin of the flesh can possibly compare. Once tasted, some folk will do anything to experience it again, sacrifice their freedom, their very lives, just to shiver through that bloody bliss one more time. And I saw it take Liviana too, her lashes fluttering, a shuddering, lover's moan slipping her lips as Selene drank deeper. But then, horror broke through the heaven of it, Liviana's eyes widening, flooding with fear as they met mine, as we both realized the awful truth. Selene wasn't stopping. Liviana gasped, clawing my sister with her one good hand. But Selene held her still, digging into the vampire's throat like some starving tick, drinking, swallowing, her whole body shivering with the desire of it. Liviana's porcelain skin began to wither, to grey, like fruit overlong on the vine. She bucked once, feeble, as what was left inside her clawed at the bound of its immortal shell, eyes filled with utter terror now. And with one final ear-splitting scream, her body trembled toe to crown and crumbled to dust in my sister's arms. Selene stood, dragging knuckles across her bloody mouth. And though it might have been a trick of the light, I swear the wound at her face and throat had lessened some. Muscle thickening on bone, translucent skin stitching onto dead flesh. The shade of her irises had deepened, from the ghost white of death to a faintest hint of the brown they'd been. They rolled back in her head, lashes fluttering, euphoric. "By this blood," she breathed, "shall we have life eternal." A chunk of rubble flew out of the darkness, big as a wheelbarrow. It collided with Selene's shoulder and head, smashed her into the pavement, splintering bone and pulping flesh. Her body was sent sprawling, her blade and flail splashing into the snow, a long smear of blood left in her wake. "Selene!" I roared. "Abomination!" I looked to the battlements above. The terrors stood there, fury in their black eyes as they wrenched another chunk of stone free. They were Ironheart, not untamed, but their strength was still unholy. Eldest daughters of the Forever King, blood thickened by centuries of murder. And though my sister was granddaughter of that same sovereign, the impact had been terrible, leaving her motionless in the snow, ribs crushed, skull broken. The terrors hurled their stone, sailing silent toward Selene. With a cry, I launched myself across the gulf between us, feeling my wounds tear wider as I scooped her body up and rolled aside through the ash and frost. The chunk of broken parapet struck the flagstones with a boom, smashing them to splinters. I rolled to my feet, holding my guts in with one hand, ready for another strike. But as their fingers touched stone, a shadow hit the terrors from behind, blood-red, black-clawed, ash-grey. The prey that had eluded them through Lion's Mouth Keep had now become their hunter, Phoebe striking like an assassin's blade. Wicked talons tore deep into Alba's back, fabric shredding as the vampires cursed, spinning to face their new foe. "Hello, flowers," Phoebe smiled. The dusk dancer struck again, twirling, weaving, truly dancing between the pair as her claws sang. And though their skin was iron, I was astonished as Phoebe opened Alba's pale face from jaw to brow, Alain's left arm from elbow to wrist, talons sinking through marbled skin and scraping dead bone. As she moved, a flame-red blur through the smoke and cinders, it seemed for a moment Phoebe might prove the victor. That whatever dark magics flowed through the ink on her skin and the poisonous blood of her kind might win through alone, even against the unholy might of two princes of forever. But though Phoebe moved swift as a summer stream, in the end, this was winter. and she stood against Coldblood's old as mountains after all. Alba lashed out, a gleaming blade hidden inside her rider's crop. As Phoebe wove aside from the blow, Hélène narrowed her eyes, gaze locked on Phoebe. The dusk dancer staggered, swaying, one ash-streaked hand clutching her brow. A hollow groan slipped her teeth, rising into a shuddering roar. "Get out of my head!" as the second Forever Prince seized hold of her throat. "All shall kneel." Alba lashed out with one bloody fist, catching Phoebe square in her breast. I heard a sickening crunch, a bursting sound, like a bulging sack of mud and sticks dropped from some great height. Hélène smashed Phoebe's head into the battlements, once, twice, 3 times, skull crunching like eggshells. And my heart sank in my bleeding chest as the terror hurled the dusk dancer's body from the battlements. Phoebe flew across the square, crashing into the belfry of Lion's Mouth Cathedral. Stonework collapsing all about her, she tumbled onto the sodden cobbles like a broken, boneless doll. Barely walking, barely breathing, I staggered to fetch his remains. Still holding my insides inside me, I snatched up Ashdrinker, the blade caked in soot and burned blood, still humming that funeral dirge in my head. Raising my sword, I turned to see the terrors drop down from the wall, blades gleaming in their hands. I was covered in gore and ash, the light of my aegis smothered. Their eyes were still narrowed against it, minds crashing against mine like battering rams on a castle gate. All thoughts of vengeance had fled now, only desperate hopes of survival the remainder. "Your papa awaits me in the east, remember?" I wheezed. "Our father shall be displeased we slaughtered thee, lion," Hélène said. Alba touched the bone-deep wound in her face, looked at her bloodied fingers as if astonished to find herself bleeding. "But for thee, we shall risk the wrath of a king," she hissed. I glanced to Phoebe, crushed against the chapel wall, my sister, smashed and bloodied by the burning fountain. The flames were dying now, the buildings mostly burned through, just smoke and ash and the slow chill of winter's deep creeping back into the air. The terrors stalked across red snow toward me as I wheezed my final words. "Fuck my... Gabriel!" The cry echoed in the night. Above my thumping pulse, the creak of collapsing homes, the wail of wounded thralls. And beneath, I heard the thunder of hoofbeats from the east gate. Through the cinder rain and smoke and the first fat flakes of a new snow, I caught a rush of oncoming shadows, a glimpse of ash-white hair, and my heart sank right into my boots as I realized, "God damn you, girl." "Beautiful," came a silver whisper. "So beautiful." She rode a pale stallion, silver steel blade drenched with her own blood and raised high. In her other hand, Dior held reins, leading another Susia through the fire behind her. The terrors turned toward Dior, dark eyes agleam. "You!" The girl swung her silver steel at Hélène as she thundered past, teeth bared, eyes ablaze. Though the swing was clumsy, striking only the vampire's arm, she had all the force of her charge behind that blow, and it would have carved an ordinary limb in half. Instead, her blade simply shattered on the Ironheart's flesh, the girl crying out as silver steel shrapnel flew. But still, the sword's edge had been anointed with her holy blood, and in a blinking, Hélène was whirling, spinning, screaming as her arm caught fire, those white-hot flames spreading on flesh that no ordinary blaze could touch. Shaking, drenched in blood, Célène rose up from the snow at the sound of that ancienne's scream. I roared at my sister to run, and drawing my unspent wheel-lock, I unloaded a blast of silver shot into the side of Alba's face. Her cheek was already split by Phoebe's claws, her head whipsawing back in a spray of bone and brain. Blood-soaked hair draped about her, Célène broke into a limping run toward Dior's stallion. "Gabriel, fly!" I sheathed Ash Drinker, staggering now to Phoebe's side. My stomach rolled as I lifted her body, limp and soaking. The Dusk Dancer's bones were shattered, ears, nose, eyes, all gushing blood. The smell of it, the ache of it, sweet God in heaven, the want of it almost brought me to my knees. But I could still hear faint breath bubbling in her lungs, and willing my awful thirst down, out, away, I slung Phoebe onto my shoulder and dashed toward the second of Dior's horses. My breath was fire, ribs grinding beneath my skin, body and hair drenched in gore and ash, but still I was pale blood born, and reaching out with red-slicked hands, I seized hold of the saddle as the terrified beast bolted past. I've no clue how I dragged myself up onto her back, nor how I kept a hold of Phoebe, but somehow I managed both. The Dusk Dancer slung over the saddle before me, and me bent double atop her. We charged toward the east gate, and I croaked warning about the guards the Voss had left behind. But as we thundered beneath the archway, I saw only hoofprints and the lone Voss thrall's sword in a frozen puddle of blood. His neck opened ear to ear. I remembered Dior threatening to cut Selene's throat. I remembered her plunging Ash Drinker through Danton's back. I remembered her slaughtering those inquisitors in Clayland Priory. And for a second, I wondered if she'd given this fellow any warning, if he'd even known the knife was at his throat before she cut it to the bone. Dior twisted in the saddle to check on me. The wind whipped through her ashen hair, and the moons broke brief through the clouds, shining in a red halo behind her head. "Still with me?" she called. "Still with you," I whispered. And looking at her, riding at the lead of our bloodied company with bloodied hands, I wondered again what kind of woman this girl might grow up to be. We hope you've enjoyed this production of Empire of the Damned, written by J. Christoph, read by Damien Lynch and Shakira Shute. A Macmillan audio production for St. Martin's Press. This title was produced by Lepton Productions. Text copyright 2024 by J. Christoph. Production copyright 2024 by Macmillan Audio. All rights reserved. For more information about Macmillan audiobooks, please visit macmillanaudio.com.
Audible hopes you've enjoyed this program.